Under the bright eerie glow of the blood moon, a small ghost with the head of a little girl, and a tattered ruined body covered in deep bone-exposing wounds tightly clutched a teddy bear that wept foul-smelling blood from its eyes. A long nail was driven deeply into the ankle of its bare foot. It stumbled precariously under the hellfire-red sky before suddenly stopping at the foot of an old residential building. Through a lit window, a couple could be seen sitting at a crude dinner table. The wife, face full of anxiety, clasped her hands in prayer before speaking with a trembling voice. "Husband, hurry up and eat. It has been ages since we have had any nightlife. I just feel so panicked inside." Her balding husband, chewing on a piece of tough meat, mumbled a hurried, indistinct response. "Rose, we are only keeping the lights on for a short while. We will not be that unlucky. With the spiritual energy resurgence and ghost creatures running rampant, we have not had a proper meal in a long time." The wife nodded, her voice a mix of exhaustion and faint hope. "Yes, when will this world ever be peaceful again?" Suddenly, a dry, rasping knock echoed through the dead silence of the night. The wife left her seat, hesitating as she walked toward the door, filled with suspicion. Who would come at this late hour? Peering through the peephole, she glimpsed a small ghost, its head pale as a corpse with a talisman fixed to the top of its skull by a nail. From the dining room, the husband asked loudly, "Honey, who is it outside?" She turned her head sharply, her voice stuttering slightly. It is a little girl. She looks very young. Maybe someone's child ran out." The husband smiled gently, his tone warm like a loving father. "It is dangerous outside this late. Let the child come in." The wife nodded as she turned the handle, opening the door a crack. "All right." The little ghost instantly rushed in, eyes red as charcoal fire, fingernails black, long and sharp. A frenzied hunger instantly swallowed the entire space. The next morning, police tapes surrounded that pitiful building. Police and reporters crowded the scene, reporting on the tragedy. For days, multiple apartments in the Changnan district had become targets for vicious ghostly creatures. The Exorcism Police Department had issued an emergency notice requiring high alert. The wife was carried out of her home covered by a grim white sheet, revealing only an arm wearing a shiny jade bracelet, the last sign of a fragile life. The TV was broadcasting an emergency news break, with the anchor hoarsely appealing to residents not to go out at night and to contact the police immediately if they noticed anything unusual. Chen Zhou, wrapped in a quilt like a ghost, was squeezed amidst a chaotic group of mental patients. A nurse was struggling to stop him as he held a cotton slipper to his ear, pretending it was an old-fashioned telephone. "Hello, this is Dong Yao, alien agent. The Ghost Cave headquarters sent me to maintain peace on Earth. But Earth is facing many dangers and humanity is being threatened by unknown forces." After speaking, he threw open his clothes to reveal a messy pile of books. The most conspicuous one was 5 years of college entrance exams, 3 years of simulations. His voice echoed powerfully. "As the greatest warrior on the planet, I must act immediately." He leapt from the chair, landing with a loud smack. A stack of books and papers behind him fluttered wildly in the air, startling everyone into looking back. The nurse chased after him in a panic, watching him rush toward the door, shouting, "Chen Zhou, no running around during TV time." Chen Zhou sprinted barefoot down the cold corridor, running while sharply turning to the slipper, whispering urgently, Dong Yao calling headquarters. "I have intelligence here." Dong Yao calling headquarters. "I have intelligence." Ancient memories flashed through his mind as he muttered to himself. Just like before, Dong Yao is still alone, no backup. Dong Yao must solve this crisis alone or humanity will perish. He used his momentum to leap over the hospital gate, then bam, he face planted onto the ground, still mumbling, "Ah, fake nurse." The other patients watched him fall, bruised and swollen, then put their arms around each other's shoulders, letting out ear-piercing laughter. Ah ho ho, clap clap, the banquet is served. The banquet is served. The moon had risen high in the sky. Chen Zhou, the bump on his head now treated, was sound asleep in his hospital bed when suddenly his eyes snapped open, and he sprang up like a spring, roaring, "Wah-ya-ya, who dares to knock out the noble planetary warrior Dong Yao?" Optimus Prime, sitting at the foot of the bed, was startled. He turned around, answering with sleepy eyes, "Nobody hit you. You fell by yourself." Chen Zhou looked around, then pointed his finger incessantly at Optimus Prime. "Who is speaking?" "Optimus Prime, is that you?" Optimus Prime jumped, hurriedly clarifying, "I did not say anything." Just then, a green slime jumped onto him with a splat, shrieking, "It was me!" Chen Zhou looked in astonishment as it hovered in midair, then nonchalantly squinted, revealing a twisted smile. "You emit a strange glow. Congratulations, Chosen One. You have been selected by me, the noblest undead spirit in history. You must have accumulated a lot of virtue in your past life." Time rewound to the moment Chen Zhou fell at the hospital gate. The slime continued, its voice full of conspiracy. "There is only one reason. I lost my body and need to parasitize a mentally strong human." It curled the corners of its mouth, pointing at him. "And you, a man with strength different from ordinary people, you are the one. You are my servant." Chen Zhou was bending over to pick something up while the slime spoke. "Of course I will not just boss you around, I will give you the power to fight against devils." Hey, what are you doing? Were you listening to me?" Chen Zhou took his slipper and smacked it directly onto the slime, roaring angrily, "Damn mosquito, get lost, do not block me from absorbing the essence of the sun and moon." The slime spun around abruptly, shrieking in dissatisfaction. "Damn it, are you a psycho? You dare hit me? Do you know who I am? I am the ruler of this world, the first generation of immortal cultivators." Suddenly it stopped, sensing a strange aura. "Hey, not good, something is coming." A shrill scream came from outside. Chen Zhou tilted his head to look at the door. Optimus Prime asked foolishly, "What's that noise? Is someone practicing their singing voice outside?" He and Optimus Prime pressed their faces against the glass window of the door, peering into the night. He muttered impatiently, "Do not push, let me see who sings so terribly." In the darkness, a ghost came crawling on the ground, twisting as it moved. It raised its head, causing Chen-Jo and Optimus Prime to freeze like statues. Chen-Jo asked, "New guy?" He answered himself, voice hesitant. "I do not know." "Oh, definitely a new guy," Optimus Prime added, his eyes wide and round. "That little beauty looks really unique." The slime chimed in at this moment, explaining hurriedly, "That is a female drought demon, a second-tier resentful ghost, drowned in cold water, corpse undecayed but soul imprisoned. She has turned into a drought demon. She comes out at night to feed. She is here to eat you." Chen-Jo looked at the drought demon approaching the door, his tone calm. "Hey new kid, what's with all the screaming in the middle of the night? It is quiet cultivation time now, probably acting up because the nurse has not checked the rounds often enough." The slime screamed a warning. "Dodge quickly," the drought demon roared. A hand pierced through the door and then its entire body squeezed in. Chen-Jo and Optimus Prime tumbled to the sides. The drought demon jumped onto the bed, whipping its head around to stare at Chen-Jo. It twisted its body in reverse and lunged at him. Chen-Jo looked at the lunging demon, pale with shock. He took off his slipper, complaining, "You actually got black water all over the bed." Then, holding the slipper, he slapped the female ghost directly in the face, sending it flying out the door. He shouted angrily, "I am on duty today." He marched aggressively toward the ghost, cursing, "I do not care if you are new. Since you are here, you have to follow the rules." The drought demon slowly stood up, dripping with slime. Chen-Jo, face dark with annoyance, said, "Oh, how many times do I have to say it?" He slapped the drought demon's face repeatedly while chanting, "I am on duty, I am on duty, I am on duty." Chen-Jo glared at the demon, threatening, "Wipe it clean fast, do you hear me?" The drought demon shrank into the corner weakly and nodded silently. The surveillance camera recorded the chaotic scene and transmitted it directly to the control room. Zhang Yu pointed at the screen, shouting in surprise. He can actually fight back against ghost creatures," Kaka continued, his voice full of excitement. "It is amazing. He could defeat a drought demon with his bare hands. That is a high-level resentful ghost." Through the surveillance screen, Optimus Prime spoke up. "Chen-Jo, since she listens to you so well, can you make her wash the socks too?" Chen-Jo immediately answered happily, "No problem. Since you asked, she can wash the underwear too." Director Zuegu was so moved he wiped tears with his handkerchief, his voice trembling. "No need. You Kaka, I might be about to receive a merit. I never thought I could discover a civilian cultivator." He slammed the table and stood up, announcing resolutely, "I have decided. Tomorrow the whole squad heads to Castle Peak Mental Hospital. We absolutely cannot let this talent slip away." Meanwhile, in Chen-Jo's room, he sat cross-legged on the bed, supervising the busy drought demon, shouting, "Wipe over there too." Chen-Jo held the slipper in front of his face, threatening, "If there is no black water, you do not have to wipe? Is that the attitude for cleaning?" The drought demon cringed into a ball. As Chen-Jo walked away, he did not forget to look back and instruct, "Wipe that place, change the sheets, wash the clothes. No food until you are done." A while later, when everyone had drifted into dreams, the slime marveled, It is really clean. That drought demon is truly pitiful. Let us just let her go today." It looked at the trembling demon and continued, "Next time Chen-Jo is on duty, come back then." The slime watched as the drought demon ran away crying, "Safe travels, remember to come again." Early the next morning, Zuegu, Zhang Yuyu and Kaka walked along the hospital's long corridor. Zhang Yuyu spoke softly, her tone firm. "That is the situation, so we want to see that Chen-Jo." Director Li Qingshan walked ahead to lead the way, replying thoughtfully, "I understand. Seeing him is fine, but once you meet him you'll understand." The group stopped at the ward door. Li Qingshan scanned the area, then said, "But Director, you cannot go in. You are tall and wearing a police uniform. Your aura is too strong. It will pressure the patient and hinder communication." Zuegu froze, his voice full of surprise. "Ah, you are saying I am attractive?" Li Qingshan gently pushed the door open, leading Zhang Yuyu and Kaka inside, then politely invited the other two. "Please come this way." Kaka pointed curiously at Chen-Jo lying on the bed and asked, "He is Chen-Jo?" Li Qingshan nodded in confirmation. "Yes, that is him." He turned and gently shook Chen-Jo awake, his tone mild. "Chen-Jo, wake up. 2 officers from the Exorcism Bureau are here to see you." Outside the door, Zuegu peeked in, his gaze resting on a pile of clean clothes drying on a rope strung across the bed. He pondered silently, his heart filled with astonishment. "So clean?" He nodded with satisfaction internally. "This was all cleaned by that female ghost last night. I did not expect to find someone who can treat ghosts and even subdue them. Chen-Jo, I have decided. You are the person I am looking for." Li Qingshan quickly pulled his hand back as Chen-Jo sprang up. Chen-Jo screamed, "Despicable scoundrel. Last night, a lot of messy voices started in my head. Was it you who did it? It definitely was you, idiot." Li Qingshan was bitten on the hand by him but remained strangely calm, explaining, "You see it this time right. He is a severe mental patient. I estimate he does not even know he made contact with a drought demon last night." Kaka and Zhang Yuyu stood watching helplessly. Kaka continued, confused, "But last night he clearly defeated the drought demon. Could he have a dual personality, becoming a leader when he is lucid?" Li Qingshan immediately interrupted this train of thought, his tone decisive. "There is absolutely no such hypothesis. Have you guys been reading too many stories?" Zhang Yuyu stepped forward, observed Chen-Jo for a moment and said, "Let me ask him. Hello Chen-Jo, I am a police officer from the Exorcism Police Department. Do you remember what happened last night?" Chen-Jo blushed, dazedly let go of Director Li's hand and answered slowly, "Last night." Zhang Yuyu pressed patiently. "Yes, last night," he thought to himself, his heart suddenly stirring. Oh ah, she is really pretty. The slime held a magnifying glass, examining while muttering, hey, this girl's aura is not quite right, let me see what the problem is. It sighed, pointing at Zhang Yuyu's x-ray image, its tone full of regret, cough cough, what a pity. Cause this girl has been in contact with yin energy for a long time, she has late-stage breast cancer. Chen Zhou blushed, pointed at Zhang Yuyu's chest and said loudly, the two little balls on your chest seem to be sick. Come here quickly, I'll help you take a look. Zhang Yuyu hurriedly covered herself with her hands, screaming, a pervert. Kaka rushed up angrily to stop him. Hey, what do you want to do? Li Qingshan held him back in time, hurriedly smoothing things over. I am so sorry, truly sorry, he is just like this. He has no concept of gender at all, it wasn't an intentional offense. Zhu Egu stood outside with his mouth wide open, his heart filled with disappointment. No, it cannot be, he shook his head helplessly. Does he really have a mental illness? Finally, Zhu Egu and the others walked out. He asked persistently, Director Li, does this Chen Zhou usually show any abnormal behavior? Li Qingshan answered hesitantly. If I really have to say, looking at those patients playing crazy and acting stupid, he sighed and continued, no one here acts normal, but recently he always thinks he is an alien and often takes off his shoe to contact headquarters. This has not happened before. Zhu Egu was puzzled. Alien? Li Qingshan continued. Yes, maybe because the hospital organized a movie viewing about aliens last month, making him. Zhu Egu was now in the cafeteria, holding a food tray and speaking to the chef. Master, give me a bit more meat. I spent quite a lot of money just now. Zhang Yuyu leaned in and asked, Director, what should we do next? Zhu Egu answered with a solemn face, it wasn't easy finding this talent, we absolutely cannot let him go easily. We need to wait and see, even if we leave we have to take him with us. Chen Zhou was sitting and eating when he suddenly shouted, Yahoo, today is my favorite meat too. Dong Dong Yao reporting, requesting headquarters to add a few more pieces of meat. Zhu Egu turned his head to look at Chen Zhou for a while, then said, let us go, let us find a place to sit too. The slime shouted irritably, heavens, his brain really is sick. I would better cure your mental illness first, do not just focus on eating. It sighed. Forget it. The drought demon did not succeed in feeding last night, so she will definitely come again tonight. Protecting this kid's life is the priority. Suddenly, a light flashed on the dining table. The slime waved its wand and conjured a talisman, saying, here is a Kaosidagarba talisman for you. Chen Zhou was startled and dropped his meat. He picked up the talisman, looked at it this way and that, and scolded angrily. Ah, the meat is gone again. What game are you playing? You scared me. The slime collapsed helplessly. Knowing a mental patient was truly too difficult. He crumpled the talisman into a ball and threw it behind him. It accidentally landed right in Zhu Egu's rice bowl. Kaka stood up furiously, shouting, who dares to ambush our director? Come out! Zhu Egu hurriedly stopped him. Ah, I am fine, sit down quickly. Do not be so tense. Look at where we are, how can we fight here? He sighed. Sigh, drought demons feel no pain, which means Chen Zhou did not actually injure the drought demon. She will definitely come again tonight. We will not leave this afternoon. We'll coordinate with the police force to set up a sunlight array right here in the mental hospital. We must catch that drought demon. Zhang Yu responded with concern. Contrary to her, Kaka clenched his fist aggressively, determined. Subordinate understands, rest assured, Director. Zhu Egu commanded several subordinates to set up the position. Come, be careful, do not break the equipment. Move the boxes to the main gate. Be quick about it, seize the time. A nurse shouted while chasing Chen Zhou. Chen Zhou had stripped naked and was running through the hospital. Summer is here, I am going swimming. He jumped into the bushes, splashing around, and the nurse could not stop him. He cheered joyfully. The sea, it is all water, ha! A patient with a mushroom haircut picked up Chen Zhou's sock, took a few deep sniffs and then stuffed it into his pocket. Zhu Egu looked over, sweating with anxiety but helpless. He sighed. His path to merit seemed far away. Late at night in the hospital, the female drought demon stumbled along with a male ghost. Kaka looked at the screen. Something's wrong, Director. Why are there two people? Zhu Egu trembled as he replied. This is bad. Is not that a male drought demon? It is a top 10 dangerous creature on our city bureau's list, a most powerful second-tier wrath ghost. He is definitely here to avenge that female drought demon. He pointed at a police officer and ordered, the sunlight array cannot stop that male drought demon at all. Go intercept them and send more people to protect Chen Zhou. Go. He angrily slammed the table, thinking he had been too careless. Chen Zhou, I wanted to catch the female ghost before inviting you to join us, but do not let anything happen to you now. The female drought demon stepped into the array and was scorched, letting out a miserable shriek. Woo woo woo. The male drought demon released a burst of magical energy, instantly shattering the station's lighting. The female and male drought demons walked slowly down the hospital corridor. Chen Zhou was meditating, then suddenly opened his eyes wide. You guys are finally here. Bang, the ward door was smashed open, fragments scattering all over the floor. Chen Zhou stood with arms crossed as the two ghosts appeared, their bodies like withered skeletons. They opened their large mouths and roared, ah! Their eyes stared dead ahead, a murderous atmosphere enveloping the entire room. The three parties stood in a deadlock. Chen Zhou suddenly rushed toward the two monsters. He poked his head out the door, looking around. Hey, where did my alien colleague go? Did not headquarters say a brave agent would be sent tonight to take Dong Dong Yao home? The corridor was full of viscous black liquid. After speaking, he immediately ran back inside. The two ghosts stared at Chen Zhou's movements, confused about what the hell was happening. Chen Zhou tightly clutched a slipper in his palm, pressing it to his ear as if whispering a secret code. Holy crap, Dong Dong Yao calling headquarters. Send someone for pickup. I have not arrived yet. Did something happen on the way? Dong Dong Yao calling headquarters. Whoosh, the two monsters behind him froze in place, eyes wide with confusion at this farce. They stared blankly at every movement as if they had never seen such a crazy scene. "Why are you ruining my good deed again?" He angrily threw the slipper onto the cold concrete floor. The impact echoed angrily as he screeched accusations at the shivering female ghost. The monster was terrified, hurriedly hiding behind the withered arm of her male accomplice. Her whole body twitched like a withered leaf in a storm. Seeing Chen Zhou's actions, the slime suddenly appeared on his arm, screeching a frantic warning. "Hey, keep it down, that is a male drought demon, a second-tier wrath ghost much stronger than that female one." Suddenly the wrath ghost opened its bloody mouth and a viscous liquid surged from the depths, its face twisted with rage. The foul black-green liquid sprayed into the air. The monster secreted massive amounts of it, splashing everywhere like a poisonous rain of curses. It charged at Chen Zhou and the slime with alarming speed. The slime hurriedly put up a glowing shield, barely blocking the sticky attack. Chen Zhou stood there dumbfounded, completely unaware that danger had descended. Bang, a gunshot rang through the clouds. Kaka rushed into the frame like a hero, gun in hand, heading straight for Chen Zhou, followed by a tide of police officers. Kaka aimed at the wrath ghost while pressing his earpiece, speaking decisively. "Director, I have arrived at the scene. No casualties so far. Please instruct." The command came immediately from the walkie-talkie. "Capture them," Kaka answered crisply. "Copy that. Everyone charge. The black water is corrosive. Be careful." As soon as he finished speaking, the whole team charged at the monster with the agility of battle-hardened soldiers, everyone holding up sturdy shields. Seeing the crowd rushing in, the wrath ghost flew into a rage, opening its mouth to let out a deafening roar. Its eyes flashed green like a destruction curse upon the obstructors. It waved its hand in a violent slash, sending a green projectile flying toward Kaka at high speed. Kaka's eyes went wide with terror. "Captain, look out!" Two officers rushed up in time, raising shields to block it for him. The group uniting to resist. The shields touched the strange liquid sprayed by the wrath ghost and immediately sizzled, corroding and melting. An officer screamed miserably, "Holy crap, we are done for." Kaka frowned tightly, stunned by this terrifying scene. He retreated behind a shield, warning with a trembling voice, "The black water is too corrosive, the shields cannot stop it at all." Bang, the shields shattered into sharp fragments, blasting the team apart. "Ah!" Kaka roared in pain as the damn black water hit his body. The entire squad was instantly routed. In the blink of an eye, the remaining men were beaten to a pulp, scattered on the cold ground. Kaka struggled to stand up. The wrath ghost seemed to enjoy the chaos. Black water still flowed thickly down its arms, dripping onto the ground to form hideous mottled stains. Realizing the situation was critical, Kaka dragged his trembling, bloodied body, shouting a warning, "Chen Zhou, watch out for it." At that moment, the female ghost snapped her head around, staring dead at Chen Zhou, who was looking down at something in his hand. His heart sank. Bad. The slipper had been corroded into tatters by the black water, his face stiffened like a statue, cold from head to toe, his brain chaotic in the face of cruel reality. He muttered internally, despair welling up, "Holy crap, the only equipment to contact headquarters is gone. The device is gone, crack." Chen Zhou clenched his fist and the slipper crumbled into powder. Yeah, damn it, I'm gonna kill you." Rage erupted like a volcano. He had carved the image of this vengeful wrath ghost into his bones. Chen Zhou sprinted out with amazing speed. The slime hovered in midair, cheering excitedly. "Fight time, enhancing host strength." Chen Zhou threw a furious punch, his arm pale with tension. A dazzling golden light wrapping around his fist like holy fire, the slime shouted. "Crimson flame, golden venerable fist." The wrath ghost was caught off guard, stunned by the sudden attack. Bang, Chen Zhou landed a heavy blow, sending the monster flying dozens of meters. It took a solid beating without even reacting. Chen Zhou leapt high, red light exploding from beneath his feet. He roared like a mammoth, charging at the wrath ghost with terrifying power. The slime shook its head helplessly. "Why give it such a silly name? This is the Buddha phenomenon kick." Chen Zhou stomped down with thunderous force, causing the opponent to spin several times in the air. Screaming in pain, he landed in front of the wrath ghost, whose body trembled ceaselessly. A golden talisman appeared in his hand. The slime smiled slyly. Kaosidagarba exorcism talisman. His whole body burst with blinding golden light, eyes flashing like meteors. Seeing this, the wrath ghost knelt in panic, begging for mercy. "Ouch," Chen Zhou replied coldly. "Now you know you are wrong, too late." He waved his hand forward and the golden light swept across. The ghost prostrated on the ground as his sharp gaze swept over. The slime said happily, "Congratulations, host, on killing a male drought demon, rewarding you with a top-tier item. Although you chose to throw it away since you would not understand its value anyway." At this moment, Chen Zhou stood cowering before the female ghost, terrified by the horrifying scene just now. She shivered, holding her head and screaming, "Sob, sob, sob, oh, do not hit me." Suddenly, his face turned red as if on fire. "My communication device is gone. I cannot go back to my planet. Damn it, wah!" Chen Zhou screamed like a madman, jumping around as if he had lost his soul. The onlookers could only stand there helplessly. The surveillance camera recorded this chaotic scene. The commander grabbed the screen in astonishment, mouth wide open. Chen Zhou is actually this strong. My god, time is tight. Go to the director's office, I must take him. Zhu Egu slammed the table and roared. Hearing this, Director Li pushed up his glasses and said hesitantly, "This order is really hard to obey, Director Zhu." He slowly stood up, walked to the window, his voice gentle. "As the director of a mental hospital, protecting every patient is my duty. Such a terrifying thing happened last night. The ward was destroyed. Everyone must be scared. If you do not believe me, look." These words wiped the smile off Zhu Eguo's face, cursing internally. Holy crap, how annoying, this old man is too hard to persuade. Downstairs a long line had formed. They were buzzing with discussion. "Everyone hurry, go to the new ward, there will be new wards soon," one guy shouted excitedly. Someone behind him chimed in. "Last night was too thrilling. My ward suddenly had a lot of black water and then my body hair just rubbed right off," that person nodded. Me too, look at my eyebrows, not a single one left, awesome right?" another person showed off excitedly. Me too, I lost a few down there as well, let me show you." The director looked down at the chaotic crowd and sighed helplessly. Seeing this, Zhu Egu said earnestly, "Director Lee, I understand your difficulties and I hope you can understand me. The Exorcism Bureau really needs a talent like Chen Zhou." He cried with snot and tears. "Ghosts are running rampant. We are always at the front for all the dirty, tiring, and dangerous work, but there is the soul suppression division above and suffering masses below. There is so little we can do, the pressure is so high that every night, if this goes on, I might as well move in here too." Seeing him cry so miserably, the director softened awkwardly. Director Zhu, stop crying, it looks really ugly," Zhu Egu continued to plead, voice urgent. "Director Lee, even if Chen Zhou has mental issues, I cannot care about that anymore. I need him. As long as he is here, I can definitely protect more people." He tightly grabbed the corner of the director's clothes. Suddenly, Kaka rushed into the room, face serious. "Director, bad news, something happened in Chengnan district again." The air instantly froze. The situation was so awkward everyone was at a loss. "Speak, what happened?" Kaka roared. "About a family of 7 lost their lives in Chengnan district last night." Hearing this news, Zhu Egu became even more distraught, stammering, Nani, what? "It is a deadly little girl," Kaka whispered, fear evident on his face. "She will appear tonight." As soon as he spoke, the director and Zhu Egu both widened their eyes, mouths agape in surprise as if struck by lightning. Time passed quietly, and in the blink of an eye it was evening. Zhu Egu sat blankly on the bench, eyelids heavy with racing thoughts. Kaka still waited patiently, gaze never leaving his superior. Other officers were laughing and playing. The atmosphere relaxed like a picnic. Kaka suddenly spoke, full of worry. "Director, are not we leaving? It is getting dark." The memory of begging the director at noon flooded back into Zhu Eguo's mind. "Director Lee, there is really no time, let me take him." The director nodded slightly, a trace of hesitation in his tone. "All right, but you can try to take him." "I cannot guarantee anything." People surrounded Chen Zhou tightly, scrambling to chase him, faces full of excitement. "Chen Zhou, there are lots of delicious snacks here." Over here, Chen Zhou, hurry and put on this police uniform, it'll surely look handsome." Chen Zhou giggled nonstop, happy as a child. "Aha, I am invisible, you definitely cannot see me. I cannot see me." Zhu Egu looked at this chaotic scene, shaking his head helplessly. After a while, Chen Zhou tightly gripped the slipper, suddenly turning to shout, "Dong Dong Yao calling headquarters." Dong Dong Yao suspects surveillance by stupid humans. Dong Dong Yao resolutely denies it and will defend the planet's honor to the death. HMPH. The crowd behind was panting, chasing him with sweat pouring down. "Oh my god, he is harder to catch than that vicious dog that wandered East City for 10 years. On Kaka and Zhu Eguo's side. They could only look at each other in despair. They could not take him away, simply could not take him. Seeing him wandering around like this, Kaka roared in anger. Chen Zhou's face was flushed with indignation. Kaka rushed in front of him, voice cracking with anxiety. "There is no time, listen to me clearly, do not move." Chen Zhou pointed at him while speaking, interrupting decisively and raising his hands. "Or I'll shoot." Hearing this, Kaka had to obediently raise his hands, stammering, "Who are you? What is your purpose in approaching me?" Chen Zhou's question left Kaka speechless, not knowing how to answer. It is a long story." Zhu Egu suddenly jumped up, his voice loud and decisive. "Decided, drag him to Chengnan." He continued, "Use force." Understood. The others immediately surrounded Chen Zhou, pouncing from all directions like hungry wolves. "HMPH, you finally could not hold back. You finally made a move on me," he shouted as the crowd surged up by nightfall in the neighborhood. Chen Zhou was tied up tight like a zongzi, struggling frantically and roaring in grievance. "Holy crap, let me go, what kind of skill is sneaking up on me, you bunch of bad guys?" Chen Zhou was helped up by someone and he immediately growled curses. "Let me go, do you know who I am?" Hearing this, Zhu Egu hurriedly answered, "Dong Dong Yao, you are Dong Dong Yao, right?" As soon as the words fell, Chen Zhou was startled and froze. Zhu Egu blushed, shouting awkwardly, "I am your alien teammate, Dong Dong 7. Ear-piercing laughter echoed as the laughter faded. The ropes on Chen Zhou loosened. He jumped up, pointing at Zhu Egu and shouting loudly, "Beep beep ba 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 boom." Hearing this, a light bulb went off in Zhu Eguo's head. He thought frantically. The scene with the director surfacing in his mind. The director had specifically warned before departure. Director Lee specifically reminded that no one knows his code, which means there is no correct answer at all. Damn it, I'll just gamble. Then to play along, Zhu Egu flushed red, raised his hand in a salute and shouted, "Aha, brave agent, I salute you, I salute you, I salute you." Zhu Egu was trembling all over, sweating like rain. Chen Zhou sat in the distance, giggling, raised his fist and said seriously, "Planet's most glorious warrior Dong Dong Yao and Dong Dong 7 connected successfully." Hearing this, Zhu Egu was ecstatic, tears and snot flowing. He high-fived Chen Zhou, wiping tears from the corner of his eye, thinking excitedly, "Woo, damn it, finally succeeded, it wasn't easy." Then he spoke seriously to Chen Zhou, his tone solemn, "Comrade Dong Dong Yao, headquarters ordered me to convey the highest command to you. Lovely humans are being attacked by ghost creatures. Heroic warrior Dong Dong Yao's new mission is to eliminate the ghost creatures. Hearing the order, Chen Zhou stood at attention and saluted. Yes, whoosh, Dong Dong Yao obeying orders. Suddenly, Kaka rushed out from somewhere, slapping the wall heavily, expression serious. Nani, director, detected yin energy activity. It might be that deadly little girl coming. Hearing this, Zhu Egu cried out in surprise. The two hurried away, leaving Chen Zhou standing there alone. Zhu Egu shouted, "Damn it, where is the yin energy? Send me the location." Kaka and Zhu Egu's men had already arrived outside and regrouped. Kaka said, "Director, the yin energy is right outside in the corridor, very close to us." Zhu Egu immediately replied, "Connect the yin energy detection equipment, quickly." At this moment, Chen Zhou stood secretly behind them, thinking excitedly, "Oh, my banana, looks like Dong Dong 7 has infiltrated the stupid human's interior. He really is a qualified planetary warrior. I must also contribute to the planet's great plan." Suddenly, he noticed something. "Ha!" Chen Zhou approached a doll model on the shelf, face flushing red with interest, shouting excitedly, "What is this thing? Never seen it around here." Zhu Egu had already turned around, shouting loudly to his subordinates, full of vigilance, "That little ghost is very vicious and has caused multiple bloody cases. Everyone must put safety first. Do you hear clearly?" The crowd shouted in unison. "Heard clearly." Zhu Egu was still explaining the situation to the others. He said heavily, "Our operation this time is mainly to measure yin energy values and assess that little ghost's danger level. That little girl's danger rank definitely exceeds our capabilities." At this moment, Chen Zhou had already walked out, startled by the lines drawn on the ground. Chen Zhou rushed over and lay down on the ground, filling that white humanoid frame perfectly. Seeing him appear, a soldier's mouth dropped open in surprise. Zhu Egu was still speaking. "Just go back and report to the Soul Suppression Division directly." At this moment, the slime appeared, dodging Chen Zhou, and shouted, "Holy crap, stop playing, danger is coming." Hearing this, Chen Zhou turned pale with fright. A team member looked over there, trembling as he said, "Holy crap, director, yin energy is approaching." Hearing this, Chen Zhou thought worriedly, "Danger again? Could it be that old thief from this morning found out I wasn't at the hospital and wants to catch me?" Zhu Egu felt angry at these words and shouted, "Nani, what? Shush, be quiet, I will not indulge his bad habit." Chen Zhou suddenly jumped up and left. Zhu Egu was baffled by this move, his heart full of panic. Chen Zhou walked out with arrogant confidence. The people inside were terrified. Just then, a little ghost holding a doll stood in front of him. It was also surprised by Chen Zhou's appearance. A massive murderous aura radiated from its body, its red eyes filled with demonic energy. The slime spoke up, tone full of surprise. "Wow, really impressive. This little girl was sacrificed by her biological parents. The heavy resentment has already claimed 17 lives. Although pitiful, she must be punished." The people in the room were shivering with fear at this sight, huddled together, stuttering, "Ouch, do not push me to the front." Seeing the little ghost head appear, Chen Zhou did not care at all. He turned his head to look around, then said, "Holy crap, why is there only a kid? Did you see a guy in a white coat when you came?" Hearing his question, the little ghost shook its head. Seeing this, Chen Zhou revealed a fierce expression, gritting his teeth. "Think clearly before you speak the truth, or I'll smash your mouth and sew it up." The little ghost trembled and answered, "Really did not." Chen Zhou pointed at the ghost. "He definitely created this. That guy is the enemy. That voice is the enemy." The voice said again, "I am the enemy. The enemy of the enemy is my friend." Hearing the host say this, the slime cursed angrily. "What the hell logic? Holy crap, what the hell? Host, are you a psycho?" Suddenly, the little ghost handed over the dirty doll in its hand, saying to Chen Zhou in a coquettish tone, "Play with me for a while." That doll lay in Chen Zhou's palm, tattered and ruined, eyes bulging terrifyingly, emitting a gloomy evil energy. With just one glance at that weird toy, Chen Zhou's face immediately showed obvious disgust, brows knitted like a knot, face full of nausea. He hurriedly slapped the thing away, muttering, "Too dirty, too scary." Seeing its beloved teddy bear treated so roughly, the anger in the little ghost's heart erupted instantly, sharp fangs flashing with cold light, eyes red as hellfire. "Come in quick. I heard them say it is dangerous outside tonight." Chen Zhou hurriedly grabbed the little ghost's small hand tightly and carefully pulled her into the room. Those red eyes still stared dead at him, a stream of black energy carrying rolling killing intent spreading constantly. He tried to soothe her with a friendly tone. "Sit anywhere, make yourself at home." At this moment, Zhu Egu and his group were all pale with fright, bodies shaking non-stop. A threatening red light hovered faintly over Chen Zhou's head. After bringing the little girl in, he immediately reached into his trouser pocket, rummaging for something while speaking in a teasing tone. "What's so fun about that doll? My doll here. You want to see it?" Zhu Egu watched all this in absolute terror, shaking like a sieve. Chen Zhou placed the musical toy on the floor, then the two sat on the soft sofa. He pointed at the toy, saying enthusiastically to the little ghost, "This toy makes a very nice sound. I wonder if it glows. Wait a sec, let me go close the door and try." The little girl sat quietly without saying a word, then suddenly snapped her fingers, looking cold. Damn it! The surrounding space instantly plunged into pitch darkness. The officers, seeing this, panicked as if their souls had been sucked away. Chen Zhou, however, eyes lighting up, was incredibly excited. He cheered, "Hey, so awesome. Is this your special ability? I'll tell you a secret. I have a special ability too, invisibility art. Zuegu and the others remained highly vigilant at these words, feeling a wave of fear. Hearing him say this, the little ghost replied, tone full of doubt, I do not believe it. Chenjo quickly draped a white cloth over himself, laughing loudly. How about it, can you see me? The little ghost broke into a cold sweat, looking helpless. Chenjo circled the little girl, chattering endlessly. See me, see me, see me, see me, cannot stand it anymore. The little ghost gritted its teeth in anger, roaring, I see you. Hearing this, Chenjo froze, scratching his head awkwardly. What the hell, no way, he turned to ask the group, can everyone see me? They hurriedly answered, trembling, no, cannot see. So strange. Then why? The group hid behind Zuegu saying, Bureau Chief, what do we do now? He answered, trembling, what can we do? Just wait. He can really turn invisible. You try. As soon as he finished speaking, the little ghost body suddenly lunged toward Zuegu. Seeing this, he shuddered all over in fright. The surrounding people saw this and instantly fell into chaos. They screamed loudly. The little ghost body was now withered like a rotting skeleton. Eyes staring dead ahead, full of ferocity, Zuegu collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, Kaka rushed over, shouting, Director Nani, get water quick. The director fainted. At this moment, Chenjo was already hugging the little ghost tightly, running fast. Oh, invisibility successful. Suddenly, he noticed something on the little girl's chest and cried out in surprise. Nani, what is this? Why is there a nail pinned to the outside of your clothes? Hearing his question, the little girl looked down, saying calmly, this is a talisman. There are 5 wooden nails. Saying that, she pointed at the nails in her body for him to see clearly. Hearing this, Chenjo was furious, cursing, holy crap, that is too much. Which hospital dared to nail you like this? Too cruel. I am going to feed them to the dogs. The little ghost answered sadly, Mom and Dad did it. They are already dead. Hearing this, a wave of bitterness welled up in Chenjo's heart. He looked at the little girl with gentle eyes, leaning close to comfort her. How about I help you pull it out? It must hurt being stuck there. Saying that, he pointed at the nail. Seeing this, the little girl shook her head. It cannot be pulled out. There is nothing in this world I cannot do. Rest assured and leave it to me. Let me try. Chenjo said decisively. At this moment, Zuegu had woken up. Where is Chenjo? Seeing this scene, Kaka cheered happily. The director is awake. Seeing the scene before him, Zuegu immediately roared, Nani, he still dares to attack. Director Zuegu fainted again and fell to the ground. Chenjo was struggling to pull the nail from the little ghost body. See, it cannot be pulled out. I do not believe it. You lie down. Chenjo pinned the little girl down with both hands, pressing her to the floor. Seeing this, the slime suddenly appeared, curling its lip in dissatisfaction. Hey, that nail has pierced deeply into the soul. It is very hard to pull out. I am not helping you. At this point, Chenjo had pinned the little girl to the ground, one foot on her head, hands gripping the nail and pulling with all his might. Seeing this, the slime was even angrier, roaring, holy crap, there is really no way. This is the heart gate nail of the 5 elements soul-sealing nail exorcism. Chenjo ignored the warning, pulling desperately. The nail finally popped out of the little ghost body, stained with fresh blood. Success, Chenjo shouted happily. On the little ghost's side, veins red like fresh blood suddenly bulged all over her body. An eerie red light enveloped the surroundings. The little girl cried out in pain. Ah, cough, cough, cough. Chenjo was a bit surprised by this scene. Ah, the little ghost continued to groan in severe pain. She was shrouded in red light. That force instantly blasted Chenjo away. He slammed heavily against the wall, asking in panic, holy crap, are you okay? Zueguo's group hid behind the cabinet doors, swallowing saliva incessantly. Ah, the little ghost seemed to have turned into a real malicious ghost. She extended long red sharp claws and rushed at Chenjo. Her open mouth was full of jagged fangs. The two's hands immediately entangled. The little ghost was surprised by this strength. The slime interrupted smugly. 5 elements soul-sealing nail exorcism. Left palace suppression nail. Ah, cannot pull it out. Is the nail on the right hand? Chenjo answered. It is the left nail. Right. 5 elements soul-sealing nail exorcism. Right palace suppression nail. 5 elements soul-sealing left god suppressing position. Right god suppressing position nailed under the foot. That'll do. Why did you pull the one on the head too? That is the heavenly palace evil position. It cannot be pulled. It is very dangerous. Chenjo, however, was pulling the nails out desperately. Yeah, the little ghost was in extreme pain. Ah, alright. 5 elements soul-sealing spirit exorcism, heavenly palace position. The slime shouted, go. Chenjo pulled out that nail and threw it aside. It accidentally smashed right onto the director's head. Everyone present was stunned, terrified to the extreme. The slime continued, the soul seal is lifted. She will soon turn into a malicious ghost. You have to take responsibility for her. After speaking, the little ghost screamed in pain. Erg, a stream of black-red power began to gush out endlessly. Rumble explosion sounds echoed, surrounding bricks shattering into fragments. Everyone present was panic-stricken. Kaka immediately said, Director, bad news, that little girl has turned into a malicious ghost. The control instruments all exploded. During this sentence, Zuegu was scared out of his wits. Where is Chenjo? What is Chenjo doing at a time like this? Chenjo was immersed in joy. Ah, I can fly. Zuegu saw this scene and was rendered speechless by him. Chenjo was suddenly blown outside. Hey, holy crap, I am going to fall. Chenjo shouted in panic while falling. Zuegu reached out worriedly, wanting to grab him. Suddenly a red light rushed over at high speed. That light rushed toward the falling Chenjo. A hand appeared and grabbed him tightly, wrapping around his arm. The little ghost gradually materialized, holding his hand. Seeing this, he was a bit surprised and the little ghost pulled him up. Everyone present was incredibly shocked by what had happened. Zuegu rushed over like lightning, asking, Chenjo, are you okay? Hearing this, he answered, Ahaha, did you see that? Just now a sudden crack sound rang out. Hearing that sound, Zhu Egu immediately screamed in terror. Chen Zhou was surprised by what happened to him. I am dying, it hurts so much, my hand is broken. Blood flowed from inside. Seeing this, Zhu Egu thought to himself, holy crap, why so tense, I thought he was going to die. The little ghost's feet appeared faintly. A long time ago, an old grandma once told him that if a ghost wants to be with a human without affecting the human's fortune, there is a method called forming a ghost contract. The little ghost walked closer to him step by step while speaking, but he was worrying about his hand. The fingertip cracked. Who did it? Was the finger Brother Handsome uses to pick up meat broken? Hearing him say this, the slime appeared and whispered, Host, why do you talk so much nonsense? The little ghost smiled gently and answered, We'll use the first gift you gave me to make the contract. Let us form a contract, the little girl knelt down and said. Hearing this, the slime immediately cheered excitedly, voice echoing, Yo, that is great. She wants to form a contract with you. The little ghost held his hand tightly, gently pressing it against her forehead. Seeing this scene, the slime hurriedly said, It is truly rare for a ghost creature to actively request a contract. The surrounding people could not help but freeze, shouting an exclamation in unison, Oh. A glowing connection magic circle appeared beneath their feet. Image of magic circle, glowing red light radiated, wrapping around him, then soft blue light intertwined within, emitting a dazzling brilliance. He suddenly sat on the ground, finger trembling as he pointed at the little ghost. His mouth opened wide into a huge O shape in surprise. The light gradually dissipated, revealing the figure of a beautiful young girl. It was the little ghost, her figure now slender and charming. The slime was shaking with excitement, waving a cane with a like symbol, cheering, Congratulations, you obtained a demon officer, she will definitely be of great use in the future. Chen Zhou raised his hand, his middle finger was swollen and red, that was the old injury. He pursed his lips tightly, tears flowing down, sobbing, Woo, it hurts so much? The slime, wearing a red cross hat and holding a syringe, frowned and comforted. I know, helping you treat it right now. Chen Zhou immediately jumped up happily, pointing at the sky and shouting, Yo, I am healed. Instant recovery, my kung fu is truly profound. Behind him, specks of firelight floated around the little ghost. She turned her head to look at the three silent people behind her. Chen Zhou was still jumping around happily, humming la la la. The little ghost bowed, respectfully bowing to those three. Around the girl, green aura rose slowly, accompanied by countless mysterious runes. They gradually condensed into flames flickering black and red. The little ghost body slowly melted into them. After burning in the flames, she turned into a stream of thick black smoke and drilled into Chen Zhou's back. That guy knew nothing about it. Still jumping around there, singing loudly, La la, I am a celestial being, capable of instant self-recovery. The three people opened their mouths wide, dumbfounded by this strange spectacle. Kaka whispered in Bureau Chief Zhu Eguo's ear. Director, that child disappeared. Seems she was very grateful to us, so should we count the mission as completed? Director Zhu nodded slightly. Oh, the group immediately cheered in celebration. Someone even tore their jacket, roaring, Wow, Chen Zhou, you are too awesome. Chen Zhou looked at everyone blankly. Director Zhu Egu trembled all over, tears streaming down his face from excitement. He reached out to cover his mouth, suppressing his sobs, thinking to himself, I really did not expect this fool to settle the male and female drought demons and then actually handle that child, even signing a contract with her. He is my salvation, Director Zhu calculated silently. You have to know, after the spiritual energy resurgence, ghost creatures are divided into 9 realms from strong to weak. Our exorcism police department can only deal with some level 1 wandering souls and a few level 2 resentful ghosts. The pyramid is divided into 9 levels, each representing a different color. The lowest level is wandering soul, then the levels rise in order: resentful ghost, wrath ghost, evil spirit, ghost general, ghost fiend, ghost king, ghost emperor, and the highest is ghost deity. That little ghost just now belonged to the wrath ghost level. Zhu Egu continued to think. Cases above wrath ghost level must be reported to the soul suppression division. Then wait for assignment, wait for staging, wait for commission, wait for processing, wasting so much time, who knows how many lives would be sacrificed. But now, Captain Zhu thought of Chen Zhou and could not help but smile. In the office of the Exorcism Police Department, Zhu Egu sat in his chair, legs crossed on the desk, happily making a phone call. Ah yes, I am Zhu Egu. I applied for assistance from the Soul Suppression Division before, but now it is not needed. Not needed, do not you understand? Throw away my help letter. He hung up the phone forcefully, voice loud and clear. You heard right, goodbye. Clenching both fists, Director Zhu cheered with a glowing face. Oh ho, so satisfying. He turned his head to reveal a gentle smile, calling out softly, Chen Zhou. Director Zhu rubbed his hands, walking toward Chen Zhou, who was sleeping soundly on the sofa with a face full of excitement, whispering, My path to merit relies entirely on you. A steaming bento box and a pair of chopsticks were placed on the table. A pink letter with a flower pattern was also stuck on the bento box. Chen Zhou sniffed, smelling the aroma, and slowly opened his eyes. The bento box was still emitting an alluring fragrance. He sat up clumsily, rubbing his eyes. A sleepy, groggy voice. Ah, smells so good. Crisply taking the letter off the lunchbox, he wondered aloud. Oh, this is a well-written letter. His eyes glowed, his whole body trembling, mouth chanting oh incessantly. Throwing the letter into the air, he smiled as beautifully as a flower with excitement. Cannot help it. Who asked me to be the bravest warrior on the planet? Jumping onto the table, he mumbled while eating. Ah, goodbye headquarters, Wakue Spices. He turned his head and shouted. The letter paper landed clearly on the ground, revealing its content. Remember to eat when you wake up. I am off to execute other missions. The matter of the deadly little girl has been perfectly resolved. Headquarters specially commends the cute Dong Dong. Signed, Dong Dong. Chen Zhou pushed open an office door. It was crowded with police officers burying their heads in work. A female officer was taking a call, answering politely, "Hello, this is the Exorcism Police Department." The officer asked the person on the other end, "Is there anything I can help you with?" When she turned around, she was startled by Chen Zhou, who had popped out of nowhere and was staring dead at the drink on her desk. Chen Zhou pointed at the Coca-Cola on the table, asking urgently, "I am dying, can I use this to save me?" Immediately, the officer covered the receiver. She thought to herself, where did this kid come from? He looks a bit abnormal and is wearing a patient's uniform, but on the surface she smiled awkwardly and said, "No need, you drink it." Chen Zhou held the drink in his hand, eyes wide, then picked up a piece of paper to scribble on, saying to the female officer, "Rest assured I will not take things for free. I'll draw you a talisman." The officer held the phone without saying a word, at a loss. Chen Zhou grabbed her hand and stuffed the paper into it, surprising the officer greatly. Stuffing the coke into his trouser pocket, Chen Zhou patted his chest and said loudly, "This talisman is not ordinary. It can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and protect your descendants for 3 generations. You must keep it safe." Chen Zhou's remarks attracted the onlookers of the surrounding police. Looking at the drawing of a fish and a few bubbles on the paper, the female officer stammered, Chen Zhou ran out of the room happily holding the drink. The people inside buzzed with discussion. A male officer looked at the paper with the drawn charm and said, "He actually gave you a talisman. I have to hurry and beg for a few too." The female officer from before asked in confusion, "But whose talisman has a bubble-blowing fish drawn on it?" A police officer with glasses behind her leaned in and said, "You really have no vision. Do not look at him as a mental patient. He has many skills." The female officer was puzzled. Is he really mentally ill? In the director's office, everyone was crowded together. A police officer shouted, "Hey, do not push one by one." Another black-haired officer said, "Brother, I have field duty later. Can you let me cut in line?" Another officer objected. "No way, everyone is urgent. If others cut in line, go queue up slowly. Our bureau's style is that no one has special privileges." Director Zhu walked in through the main door holding files. Seeing that everyone had left their desks and was making a racket at the door of his office, the director asked, "What happened?" In the room, Chen Zhou hugged his legs, staring wide-eyed at a pile of snacks on the table. A police officer with black hair and a small mustache on his chin cupped his hands and smiled. "Master, these are all for you. Can you draw 5 more talismans for me?" The other police officers in the room also had their arms full of snacks. Zhu Egu peeked in from outside the door. Everyone was lining up. A police officer holding only a small apple pleaded, Bro, cannot you share a pack with me? The commissary at the entrance has been bought out by everyone. I have nothing left to buy." That bro shouted, "Share? Share what? Do not crowd and make noise here if you cannot buy any. Do you know now that efficiency determines success? Learn from this in the future." Director Zhu, standing at the end of the line, witnessed all this, his face as black as charcoal. Zhu Egu turned to look at the 2 subordinates who were talking. One, holding a paper with a chicken drawn on it, said, "Is every talisman different?" The other, looking at the paper in his hand with geometric symbols, answered, "I recognize your chicken, duck and dog. My talismans are all triangles and circles." Zhu Egu coughed dryly a few times. The raspy sound startled the group, causing them to scatter like a disturbed hornet's nest. Bro and the officer holding the apple were trembling with fear. The snacks in Bro's hands even fell all over the floor as he stammered incoherently. Director." Zhu Egu glanced into the room. The coffee table was piled high with snacks. A buzz-cut police officer was using a pleading tone with Chen Zhou. "Master, draw a few more strokes, please. Just add 2 more strokes. 2 strokes are enough." Chen Zhou's mouth was stuffed with candy. While scribbling, he looked up and asked, "Are you suspecting my ability?" The officer waved his hands hurriedly. Dare not. Zhu Egu quietly walked behind the buzz-cut officer and suddenly asked, startling him, "What are you doing?" Director Zhu stepped to the door and gave a loud shout, his voice thunderous. "Drive everyone away. What is this ruckus? Go back to work. Get out." The buzz-cut officer hurriedly rushed out of the room, and the remaining people were silent as cicadas in winter, daring not to make a sound. Zhu Egu's face was gloomy as he slammed the door shut with a bang. Director Zhu dug into his trouser pocket, then ran to Chen Zhou holding a piece of paper with both hands, smiling brightly. "Dong Dong Yao, draw a few for me too." Chen Zhou rested his hand on the sofa, still sucking on candy, quietly watching Director Zhu without saying a word. Zhu Egu glanced at the mountain of snacks on the table and understood immediately. He hurriedly reached into his pocket, pulled out a stack of money, and offered it with both hands to Chen Zhou, who was sitting on the chair with his legs crossed. The director smiled apologetically. "I came back in a rush this time and did not make any preparations. This is a small token. This money is enough to buy several boxes of snacks." Having collected the money, Chen Zhou casually handed the director a few packs of snacks, saying happily, "Understood, this is my good comrade. You have some too, my treat. Do not be polite." Director Zhu peeled the candy wrapper. Meanwhile, Chen Zhou was focused on drawing his ghost characters. Just as the director put the candy in his mouth, he was startled by Chen Zhou suddenly looking up. Chen Zhou stared dead at him and smiled awkwardly. The director, with quick hands and sharp eyes, stuffed the lollipop into Chen Zhou's mouth. "I do not really like it. You eat it." Chen Zhou chewed on the candy noisily, held up a paper with a swimming turtle drawn on it and muttered, "That is more like it. Here, it is done." Zhu Egu took it happily. Cheering, "Oh, thank you, Dong Dong Yao." Suddenly remembering something, the director pointed at his hand, smiling playfully. "By the way, there is another thing." Chen Zhou froze. "Huh?" Zhu Egu became serious, his expression tense. "A serial murder case has occurred at Dongdachao. Headquarters specially assigned me and you to handle it." Chen Zhou jumped up like a spring and gave a standard salute. "Oh, Dong Dong Yao accepts the order." Candy crumbs from his mouth sprayed everywhere. Night fell, shrouding the city, forcing the high-rise buildings to light up. At Dongdachao, the huge bridge spanning the two banks flickered with dazzling decorative lights. The police squad had already sealed off the scene. As soon as the patrol car stopped, a police officer rushed over to open the door. Chen Zhou, Director Zhu and Kaka walked slowly into the scene. Two officers on duty saluted immediately upon seeing them. Director Zhu briefly introduced the situation to let Chen Zhou understand. "Passers-by are attacked here every night. To this day, we do not know if the killer is human or ghost. Last night, another drunkard died here. A headless corpse was lying on the ground with a wine bottle beside it." Director Zhu added, his voice low, "The body was incomplete when found. This is already the 36th murder case this month. We must identify the killer as soon as possible." Chen Zhou listened quietly while chewing on biscuits. Director Zhu's face was terrifyingly serious as he turned to ask, "It is up to you, Dong Dong Yao. How about it? Any findings?" Chen Zhou stuffed a biscuit into his mouth and answered crisply, "Yo, none." He pointed straight ahead. Director Zhu advised, "Look carefully. This bridge is very long. Do not rush to conclusions." Holding the biscuit bag, Chen Zhou looked in the direction Zhu Egu pointed along with the other officers. He nodded and said okay. Then he suddenly dashed forward. Two officers maintaining order hurriedly pulled open the cordon to let him pass. Kaka and the director watched his back. Suddenly Chen Zhou fell, crying out, "Ouch! Ouch!" The two officers at the scene and the director all turned pale with fright. Kaka hurriedly pulled out his gun and shouted, "All units alert! Situation." The two on-scene officers also drew their guns, scanning the surroundings. The director hurriedly reached out to stop them, but before he could speak, Chen Zhou had already crawled up, whimpering, "Boo-hoo!" The director pulled up the cordon tape and ran over, but did not forget to wave back to Kaka and the others behind him. "No, incorrect, he just tripped himself." Director Zhu ran over to help Chen Zhou up, asking anxiously, "Are you okay?" "Ouch, ouch, nosebleed." Chen Zhou had taken a fall. When he stood up, his hair was messy, a nosebleed was flowing, and tears were swirling in his eyes. Sobbing woo woo woo, then he burst into loud wailing. While the officers at the scene and Director Zhu hurriedly ran over to coax him, Zhu Egu comforted, There, do not cry." These three did not notice at all that behind them a huge white tiger had quietly appeared, flickering with ferocious green light. Chen Zhou sat paralyzed on the ground, crying with the beauty of a pear blossom bathed in rain. "Woo woo woo." Director Zhu petted and comforted him from the side. There, blow, no pain, do not cry, okay." Kaka and the other three officers watched this weird scene of babying a child silently. Behind them a huge eerie black shadow suddenly rose. The slime suddenly appeared, shouting, "Danger! Little ghost, come protect the host quickly." Chen Zhou was rubbing his eyes and crying when a red aura erupted from behind him. As Chen Zhou rubbed his eyes, the little ghost appeared silently from the aura, dumbfounding Director Zhu and the two officers. Seeing the little ghost, everyone fled in panic, screams rising one after another. "Deadly little girl, why did she appear?" While run, heavens, a police officer ran out of the sealed zone and suddenly crashed into a massive white aura. He braked urgently, shouting, "Wait, there is another ghost here." The other two officers whipped their heads around. All three were pale with fright, looking at the ghost's massive figure. A white tiger appeared, looking ferocious, scaring the two officers into rolling and crawling away, howling as they ran. "Mommy, the ghost is so big, I want to go home." "Director, run!" The little ghost remained calmly blocking the front, protecting Chen Zhou, who was sitting on the ground. A slime crossed its arms and thought, "This is a tiger soul, a mid-tier wrath ghost. It finds prey by the scent of blood. I estimate it was attracted by Chen Zhou's nosebleed. It has killed hundreds of people and even cultivated a unique skill, the ghost yin claw. Truly amazing." Ignoring the officers running for their lives, the little ghost still stood firmly in the middle of the road. Chen Zhou glanced at everyone and crossed his arms. "Little ghost, you are no match for it." The little ghost raised her hand and a surge of black energy tumbled out. The fierce wind whistled, messing up her hair. Under everyone's surprised gaze, the little ghost launched an attack on the white tiger. She gathered all her strength into a massive energy blast and struck. She shouted, "Ha!" The white tiger broke free from her attack, and the little ghost immediately struck another blow at the white tiger. Black and white auras collided and exploded constantly in the fierce battle. Watching this huge white tiger emitting terrifying power before them, one person said, "That little girl is no match for it at all." Another person retorted, "Nonsense. That little girl only has 17 human lives on her. This tiger has at least hundreds." Another person sobbed, "Boo-hoo-hoo, adding us tonight, it is estimated to be almost 250. That person howled, "Mommy, I want to go home." The white tiger became even more ferocious, opening its huge mouth to let out a deafening roar. Kaka aimed his gun at the tiger and said to Director Zhu, Director, do you remember? 10 years ago, an abused tiger escaped from the zoo and was shot dead on this very bridge." Zhu Egu trembled all over. Could it be that tiger? It was the culprit of the tragedy on this bridge. "We are done for. It is stronger than a resentful ghost. I definitely have to report to the Soul Suppression Division." Chen Zhou was still sitting cross-legged on the ground as the big tiger behind him pounced toward the crowd. It smashed a heavy fist onto the ground. The road cracked under the terrifying heavy blow, smoke and dust rising everywhere. A police officer looked down at himself. "Hey, I am fine." He looked up and saw a golden fish pattern emerging on his body. He cheered. The talisman worked. Other officers also looked through the chaotic dust. Symbols like flowers, stars, chickens, and birds were all glowing, forming a protective film. The tiger gently touched the protective film. It stared blankly at the claw that had just collided, then called out, "Whoa!" The tiger attacked the shield madly and continuously. Director Zhu and the two officers were inside the shield. Director Zhu turned around sharply, his voice full of majesty echoing among the police squad. "Everyone, do not be afraid. Charge. This beast cannot hurt us." The officers tremblingly took out the talismans from their pockets, held them high to the sky, and roared in unison, "Oh, oh, oh, oh!" All power converged into a ball. Everyone tightly gripped the shining charms in their hands. The protective layer expanded gradually, enveloping them like a sturdy light shield. They chanted in unison, "Persistence is victory. Power takes us home." The tiger was frightened by this group's imposing momentum. Wearing police uniforms, its green eyes rolled incessantly. Seeing it eyeing them covetously from outside the shield, the police officers cheered, "Great, that is it. It cannot hurt us." Suddenly, amidst those raised arms, a hand wearing a patient's uniform reached out, slowly extending to the very center of the tiger's forehead. That hand delivered a fierce flick on its head, the sound resounding through the clouds. Two nearby officers, one holding a cat charm and the other right next to him, whipped their heads back to look. Chen Zhou appeared with a brilliant smile of victory. Having just retracted his hand after the flick, he chuckled hee-hee, as wisps of white smoke curled up from the tiger's head. Director Zhu's face was deathly pale, and he screamed in a high-pitched voice, "This is going to be the death of my old life." The tiger bared its teeth, eyes flashing with raging fire. A police officer screamed miserably. Heavens, he angered it. The white tiger was furious, charging straight over with the force of a toppling mountain and overturning sea. People did not just stand there to be beaten, some were knocked flying in all directions by it. The air was suffocatingly chaotic. The slime tapped lightly on someone's shoulder. Tone urgent. Tiger soul is enraged, strength increased by 3 times. Everyone run. The surging rage made the tiger fiercer than ever. It waved its huge claws and slapped fiercely. The shield was immediately covered with cracks. Director Zhu and his teammates fled in all directions in terror. He shouted, "Cannot hold it. Quick, everyone scatter." Zhu Egu shouted back while running desperately, "Chen Zhou, hurry and keep up." Chen Zhou slipped, his slipper flew off, and then he face planted onto the ground in a dog-eating shit pose, falling on his butt hurt, and he groaned softly. Ouch, he sat up. Chen Zhou rubbed his knee, his eyes still a bit blurry. The white tiger flew over like lightning, heading straight for him. Director Zhu shouted heart-wrenchingly, "Chen Zhou!" A stream of black power suddenly erupted, emitting sharp hissing sounds. That energy tightly entangled the tiger's wrist, pulling it backward. The white tiger turned its head sharply, glaring at the little ghost who was doing her utmost to pin it down. The little girl's face was twisted with tension. Her eyes were red with rage. The little ghost roared, "You are not allowed to eat my master." She gritted her teeth, channeling enough internal force, and then threw the tiger toward the group of police officers who were running half dead. Amidst the astonishment of Chen Zhou and everyone, she shouted, "You go eat them." The police officers watched in horror as the tiger fell from the sky like a meteor, screaming wah wah in chaos. "Ai ai 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 ai." The tiger smashed heavily onto the ground, howling in pain, dust flying. Chen Zhou patted the dust off his clothes, his tone calm. "Seriously, such a big cat showing this attitude over just a forehead flick." Chen Zhou continued with an arrogant face, "It is my first time seeing this. You shall be the mount for the great planetary warrior Dong Dong Yao." The slime hurriedly dissuaded him. Hey, that is a tiger. You cannot touch a tiger's butt. How can you think of riding it?" The white tiger snapped its head back to stare at Chen Zhou, baring its fangs, its aura imposing like a rainbow. The slime panicked and tried to stop him. "It will beat you to death." Chen Zhou held the tiger hair in his hand, expressionless as the tiger launched a terrifying attack, cracking the ground. The slime hurriedly pulled Chen Zhou to dodge, and he asked, "You want to eat me?" Chen Zhou gritted his teeth, bowed his body, and clenched his fist, preparing to counterattack. "I announce I will give you a home, yet you want to eat me." The slime cheered excitedly. System evolving Host's Fist, 1,000-pound hammer. Meteor Combat Fist. Chen Zhou landed an earth-shattering heavy punch right on the tiger's face. This punch was heavy as 1,000 tons, knocking it to the ground, causing dust to billow and crushed stones to fly. The tiger lay prone on the ground, its facial bones red and swollen, its tongue lolling out as it groaned. Chen Zhou jumped next to it, startling it. He shouted, "Killer move," and then unleashed a storm-like attack on the white tiger, even using the meow meow fist combo. The sounds of impact were incessant. Little brat, Director Zhu and the others stared wide-eyed at this crazy scene. Miserable wails rose one after another. Uck woo woo. Amidst the rolling white smoke, Chen Zhou sat on the tiger's back. The bump-covered tiger was beaten until its tongue lolled out motionless. He asked if the tiger submitted. The tiger scratched its head, one eye swollen high, raised a white flag to surrender, and cried with snot and tears flowing, "Uck woo woo." Chen Zhou knelt on one knee to put on his shoe, then climbed onto the tiger's back to sit firmly, cheering excitedly. "It submitted. I have a new skill. I know beast taming." The tiger, eyes swollen, held its head with both hands and obediently lay down. He called out to the little ghost. The little ghost stood up and walked over to look at this new member. He patted the tiger's head and ordered Big Cat, "Get up and walk 2 laps." The tiger, eyes brimming with tears, obediently stood up. The little ghost looked at it, arms crossed. Want to eat my master? Get past me first. Chen Zhou sat upright on the tiger's back, pointing happily. Cha 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 woo, over there, over there. The little ghost floated behind them. The police officers stared blankly at their retreating figures. The white tiger spread its wings and flew high. Chen Zhou and the little ghost sat on the tiger's back, cheering for joy. Woohoo, big cat can fly, ha ha ha, so fun, this is too fun. The police officers opened their mouths wide, watching a man and a ghost soul riding a tiger soul flying far away. A colleague looked dumbfounded as the tiger carried the person flying toward the hanging moon. Kaka spoke up. Director Chen Zhou seems to have flown away. Director Zhu was furious. Roaring, I am not blind, do I need you to remind me? What are you still dazing for? Chase. Kaka froze. Chase where? The director ignored him with a dark face, gritting his teeth and pointing ahead in the direction where the tiger had disappeared, with Chen Zhou roaring, the damn tiger does not have GPS, how would I know? Split up, even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground, bring Chen Zhou back. Everyone ran wildly, shouting as they ran. The white tiger carried Chen Zhou flying in the night sky. Every movement dragged a shining light trail, kicking up dust in the boundless night. The white tiger carried Chen Zhou across the sky like a falling meteor. The white tiger carried Chen Zhou and the little ghost past the moon. Chen Zhou shouted excitedly, Yahoo, so thrilling. Below was the brilliantly lit city nightscape. The slime, flashing with a 20 progress bar, patted the tiger's head. Chen Zhou ordered, hey, can you fly faster? The little ghost sat in the back looking down. Chen Zhou said, sit tight. The little ghost nodded. The white tiger sprinted at light speed, the wind blowing Chen Zhou and the little ghost's mouths wide open, hair standing on end. 5 minutes later, Castle Peak Mental Hospital. The white tiger flew toward the rooftop. Chen Zhou grabbed the tiger fur and pulled hard, at amazing speed, dragging a white light trail behind. The tiger braked urgently, emitting a piercing friction sound, then lay prone on the ground. Chen Zhou jumped down from the tiger's back. The little ghost flew down after him. He yawned while stretching. Had real fun tonight, sleepy, going to sleep. Just as the white tiger wanted to slip away quietly, Chen Zhou suddenly remembered, right? He whipped his head back to look at the tiger, who was pale with fright. Chen Zhou said, leash the cat. He gestured wildly, conjuring a huge light ring and placing it around its neck. The tiger looked confused, a large collar now on its neck, stunned and dumbfounded. Chen Zhou said happily, dang, now you have an owner. Chen Zhou walked the tiger on the rope, saying as he walked, come, follow me. The little ghost looked at him blankly, gesturing to order it to sit down. While busy tying the tiger to a lamppost, he put a bell on it. Chen Zhou instructed, you sleep here tonight, adding a small bell. No running around, hear me? The little ghost scratched its head blankly, muttering internally, is big cat too stupid, or have I been dead too long? Why cannot I understand? Pointing at the white tiger's nose, Chen Zhou said, from now on this is your home. He grinned and continued, with the great planetary warrior of the same trade here, no one dares to bully you. Slime. System taming 70. Leaving the white tiger under the street lamp, Chen Zhou happily led the little ghost away, he said as he walked. Have a good sleep after work, my big cat. The white tiger curled its lip and smiled, barking twice. Ow ow! Taking advantage of Chen Zhou and the little ghost walking far away, the white tiger leapt up, wanting to escape. Suddenly the rope on its neck yanked tight, making it scream in pain. Meow! System prompt. According to host's will, air rope materialized. Soul locking rope tightened. The white tiger fell flat on its face with a look of confusion. Energy bar full. The slime cheered excitedly, waving a flag to announce the taming was perfectly complete. The system immediately sounded warm congratulations, announcing the host successfully conquered the tiger's soul mount. Just at that moment, the slime's image miraculously changed. It grew a messy little mustache, wore a bright red bow tie and a mysterious black magician's hat, holding a confetti gun to celebrate. The gentle morning light shone through the hospital window, suddenly torn by a piercing scream. Chen Zhou was startled awake, rubbing his sleepy eyes and asking, eaten yet? The ward was bright, walls snow-white, beds separated by curtains. The female nurse was stunned watching this scene, covering her mouth, but the scream still woke him. Seeing him awake, she rushed over and asked anxiously, did not you go to the police station? How did you come back quietly? Did they send you back? Chen Zhou blushed, scratched his head and pointed at his chest. No, I came back myself. The nurse gently held his bandaged hand, asking tenderly, who did this? How did you get hurt like this? What were you doing to get like this? Did they bully you? Does it hurt? Chen Zhou bit his lip tight, eyes brimming with tears, body trembling. No pain, I fell myself. Woo. Seeing him sitting there rubbing his eyes and crying, the female nurse cursed angrily, that bunch of bad guys making you do dangerous things, the director definitely will not let them off. In the director's office, Director Li sat opposite Director Zhu and Kaka, fuming with rage. A mental patient actually managed to disappear right under the police station's nose. Simply outrageous. Director Zhu, you must give me an explanation for this. Director Zhu sweated like rain. Kaka hurriedly spoke up. Director Li. Director Zhu interrupted awkwardly. Listen to my explanation. Last night veins popped on Director Li's forehead as he roared with a dark face. Shut up, I will not listen. Do not make excuses that you searched all night only to not expect that child to return to the hospital himself, right? I am the director here, not a 3-year-old. Director Zhu and Kaka could only wipe their sweat in the face of Director Li's fury. What's done is done. The two looked at each other, not daring to make a sound, waiting for him to cool down before discussing further. In the hospital garden, tree shadows danced and patients whispered. Chen Zhou sat on a bench, holding bread in one hand and a water bottle in the other, humming happily. La la la, the sun shines brightly, the flowers smile at me. Just as he was singing, sparrows chirping in his ears, the slime suddenly appeared, drawing out its voice. Hey, go treat your mental illness, you can totally find someone to help you now. The slime's words annoyed Chen Zhou. He swung his hand forcefully and sent it flying. Ouch, so annoying. Outside the main gate, a girl pushed the car door open and stepped down. The slime crossed its arms and shook its head. 43rd treatment attempt, failed. Chen Zhou froze for a moment seeing her approach, then hurriedly sat up straight and waved. Zhang Yu, oh my little ball, meet again. I passed by your workplace but did not see you. Yu smiled and answered, long time no see. I am not at the unit, I came to the hospital. She glanced at his side and asked, hospital? Sitting on the bench, Yu nodded. You were right before, I am indeed sick, it is breast cancer, he grinned. See, I told you so, I judge people very accurately, revealing a faint smile. A trace of sadness flashed in her eyes. Yu admitted, yes, you are very amazing, sorry I misunderstood you back then. He suddenly stood up, startling Yu, hands on his hips. No matter, why care about that? Extending his hand, he giggled foolishly. Let us be good friends in the future. Yu bit her lip, tears sliding down, lowering her head to sob. There is no future, Chen Zhou exclaimed softly in surprise. Ah, bending down to hold her hand, he comforted. The doctor said I will not live long, but I really do not want to die. I still have many things unfinished. I like the police station's work. I want to protect everyone in a world where ghost creatures run rampant. But I am always the one being protected. Yu recalled the last mission. Director Zhu holding the demon-revealing mirror, Kaka holding a gun, standing in front of her, her body trembling uncontrollably, choking with sobs. To this day I cannot even protect my best friend. She wailed loudly. I am really not resigned. Looking at the crying girl in front of him, Chen Zhou was at a loss, not knowing what to say. He placed 2 fingers against his forehead, the other hand pinching fingers in calculation, crossing his legs, and announced, in front of the great planetary warrior Dong Dong Yao, what is this small matter? Yu stared wide-eyed, mouth open. Could it be you have a way? Holding the water bottle. Chen Zhou said confidently, that is of course, watch me. He shook the water bottle up, down, left and right, chanting Tien Ling Ling Di Ling Ling. Yu was dumbfounded, mouth shaped into an O, staring blankly as the slime appeared with a bitter face. Hey, I am a decent undead spirit. I do not do scams like this, give up early. Chen Zhou squeezed the water bottle until it deformed, face turning red, muttering, no, then shouted, ha! The slime disappeared into the water bottle at that moment, revealing a brilliant smile, improving water quality. Chen Zhou handed the bottle to Yu, saying excitedly, phew, drink it, I guarantee your body will be healthy, eating anything will taste good. Inside the bottle a thin layer of red liquid floated on the top, sparkling. Yu took it, exclaiming softly, asking in confusion, was I seeing things just now? Why did I see this water was red for a split second? Pointing east and west, Chen Zhou snickered. Bottoms up? Yu nodded. Okay. She picked up the bottle and gulped a mouthful. Suddenly her hand slipped, covering her neck and opening her mouth, pointing at him. It is you, Zhang. Yu held the water bottle in thought, facing Chen Zhou's expectant gaze. She turned her head helplessly. Water has sand, does not seem to feel any special effect, Chen Zhou said seriously, but according to my prediction your illness is already cured. Zhang Yu heard this, and patted his head. Is that so? Then thank you. I'll come see you again when I have the chance. Chen Zhou was as happy as a puppy. Okay, Zhang Yu turned to leave, secretly wiping tears, thinking she was really grasping at straws in desperation. How could she have hope in him? He is just a mental patient. Chen Zhou looked at Zhang Yu's back, muttering, why is she crying again? Was she moved like this by drinking my water? He stood on the chair, spreading his arms to enjoy his own greatness. Dong Dong Yao is truly too great. Sacrificing the small self to save others, truly too heroic. Zhu Egu encountered Zhang Yu, who was taking a walk, her face covered in tears. Director Zhu Egu said seriously, I have read your resignation letter. I will not approve it. Zhang Yu just wanted to retort, but Director Zhu Egu cut in loudly. I know, he held her hand tightly. I know that due to the particularity of our work your health has problems. Since the day of the spiritual energy resurgence, fighting ghost creatures, protecting people's safety and lives is our mission. So we must struggle day and night, Zhu Egu said. I know better than anyone your love for the police station. Zhang Yu laughing with colleagues, facing every mission. Zhang Yu was once teased by colleagues for not knowing how to hold a gun. Zhu Egu continued. You dedicated everything to the police station. So if you cannot continue working in this post, the police station will not abandon you either. Listening to Zhu Eguo's words, Zhang Yu wept silently. He revealed a kindly smile. I will not approve your resignation report. The police station is always a family. He spread his arms. Just treat it as a long vacation. Go wherever you want to play, buy whatever you want. The police station will reimburse everything. This is what you deserve after all. You are our bureau's most excellent officer. Zhu Eguo's words made Zhang Yu choke up, unable to speak. He cried, sobbing intermittently. Zhu Egu saluted, stating solemnly, the above is the police station's most solemn promise to Officer Zhang Yu. Also thanking Officer Zhang Yu for her dedication and achievements in the past period. Zhang Yu made up her mind, answering loudly and clearly. Officer Zhang Yu accepts the order. She was still crying, blowing a small snot bubble. Zhu Egu walked to Chen Zhou, who was acting the fool, teasing, Dong Dong Yao, stop playing, come down quickly. Look at what gift I prepared for you, Chen Zhou heard and said, oh, holding an Apple phone with a bite taken out of it. Chen Zhou blossomed with joy. I was sparkling. Is this the planetary signal receiver for me? Zhu Egu shook his head helplessly, 3 parts weak, 7 parts forced, collapsing into the chair to speak. Correct, that old man Li Qingshan would not let you go to the police station no matter what, but we must maintain contact. I'll pick you up when needed. Chen Zhou cheered excitedly, spinning like a top, smiling like a bountiful spring. Ha ha ha, I have a signal receiver, Dong Dong Yao. Thank you Dong Dong. Zhu Egu smiled warmly, asking happily, do you know how to use it? Come, I'll teach you. Chen Zhou was obedient as a puppy, nodding like a pestle pounding garlic. Okay. Finally, Zhu Egu sat in the police car. Kaka asked while driving, Director, are we taking today's case or not? Zhu Egu answered wearily, full of worry, there are too many cases regarding ghost creatures and it is a missing persons case. We really do not have the energy to manage it. Let them send someone to ask, Kaka continued, full of concern. But the other party's identity is special. I am afraid they will not dare to take it if we send someone. Zhu Egu received a selfie of Chen Zhou and Optimus Prime, sighed helplessly, and rubbed his brow weakly. Kaka saw Zhu Egu looking dejected, and asked worriedly, what's wrong, Director? Zhu Egu brushed it off. Nothing a bit. Ding ding ding, the phone ringtone rang melodiously. Zhu Egu answered and Chen Zhou's happy voice echoed, hello hello, Dong Dong Yao requesting to contact Dong Dong 7. Dong Dong Yao requesting to contact Dong Dong 7. Please answer quickly if message received. Ku. Zhu Egu answered grumpily, dragging his voice out. Dong Dong 7 is executing a mission, temporarily unable to contact Dong Dong Yao. Chen Zhou continued, full of enthusiasm. Dong Dong Yao has important intelligence to share. Dong Dong Yao has important intelligence to share. Quickly contact Dong Dong 7. Ku. Zhu Egu answered gloomily. Dong Dong Yao, speak. Chen Zhou's voice trembled with tension. Shocking. Dong Dong Yao accidentally discovered the secret of the universe, Zhu Egu asked, panicked and surprised. What secret? Chen Zhou spoke enthusiastically and incessantly. The result of 1 plus 1 is actually he equals. Chen Zhou extended 2 fingers and shouted happily, 2 ha, 1 actually equals 2. Dong Dong 7 did not know that, right? Ha ha ha. Hello Dong Dong 7. Castle Peak Mental Hospital was shrouded in the quiet night. Optimus Prime slept like a dead pig, but Chen Zhou was still spacing out, pondering life. Chen Zhou whispered anxiously, little ghost, what if I cannot sleep? I want to go out and play. The little ghost reached out to agree, then helped Chen Zhou climb out of the window. Chen Zhou mumbled reminders while climbing. Be quiet. Waiting below for Chen Zhou was his mount, Big Cat. Chen Zhou touched Big Cat, scaring it into a shudder and a miserable scream. Chen Zhou hissed angrily, Shish, do not make a sound. Then Chen Zhou happily climbed onto Big Cat's back. Flying off, he rushed out. He shouted excitedly, his voice echoing, quack 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 quack. Good luck. Suddenly, the little ghost said unexpectedly, Chen Zhou, look quickly. There is someone acting sneakily over there. Chen Zhou looked curiously in the direction she pointed. Where? Let us go see. Chen Zhou hurriedly lowered his voice, urging, quick, hide, do not let him see. Big Cat let out a cute meow. A haggard man, looking like he was about to wither away, was carrying a girl forward. The man passed by the car where Chen Zhou, the little ghost, and Big Cat were hiding. They were staring dead at him. Suddenly he turned back to look at Chen Zhou and the 2 cute pets, scaring them into feeling guilty and not daring to look anymore. Behind the man was the girl with her mouth taped shut, unable to speak. The man ignored the 3 of them and continued forward. Chen Zhou angrily bonked Big Cat on the head, scolding strictly. What's the use of you hiding yourself? We are all exposed, a stupid cat. Big Cat cried bitterly, holding its head and shouting in pain. Meanwhile, the little ghost looked serious and said doubtfully, so strange. She rested her chin in thought. This person's 3 young fires are very weak. Even a dying person is not this weak. Chen Zhou asked with a blank face. What? Holding young fires. The little ghost explained patiently. Young fires are on the top of a living person's head and shoulders. They are flames representing the strength of life. Chen Zhou asked naively like a silly deer. Then why do not you have them? The little ghost answered crisply. Of course I do not. I am a ghost, but you do. Chen Zhou froze, asking in surprise. I have them. I actually do not have them. Suddenly the slime appeared, voice echoing, activating host's heavenly eye. Chen Zhou was startled by the slime and screamed in panic. Oh my, saw it, I have it. The slime shouted angrily, warning sternly. Host, do not run around. If the fire goes out, you'll die too. The little ghost urged, chase quickly or we'll lose him. Chen Zhou was in high spirits, dragging Big Cat's tail and pulling the little ghost's hand, sprinting like the wind, shouting happily while running, go, chase quickly. I want to see that young fire clearly. Big Cat, being dragged by the tail, revealed 2 balls, screaming incessantly. Chen Zhou, the little ghost, and Big Cat tracked that man to a weird gloomy house. The man, expressionless, mechanically opened the door. Chen Zhou hurriedly chased up, urging, quick, keep up. Before he could get in, Chen Zhou slammed into the door with a bang. Chen Zhou sat on the ground covering his face and screaming, pain, I am dead. The man carried the girl into the house and walked into a dark room where ghosts wandered everywhere. A ghost shrieked, you are here again. What do you want to bet this time? The man looked irritable and gloomy, answering coldly, old rules, bet my life. But that ghost laughed eerily, mocking. But your lifespan is almost lost. The man threw the girl on his shoulder onto the ground, pointing provocatively. Is adding her life enough? The girl with the taped mouth opened her eyes in pain. When seeing the ghost in front of her, she was startled. The girl wanted to scream in terror, but her mouth was sealed, only able to make whimpering sounds. The man and the group of ghosts looked at the girl struggling in fear on the ground. A hand reached out from behind the smoke. A woman sat on a chair, legs crossed, tone cold. Deal, let us bet. Zhao Shaoqiu sat at the table holding a cigarette saying charmingly, "What a cruel man. To win back your own life you actually bring someone else's life to the gambling table," the man said irritably, looking indifferent. "Anyway, I only have a few days to live, who cares, just count her as unlucky. Quick, 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 do not dawdle. Shuffle the cards first." The kidnapped girl lay on the ground, trembling in terror. Chen Zhou squatted outside, covering his mouth, holding his breath. The slime appeared, warning anxiously, "Hey psycho, I am warning you, it is dangerous over there. If something happens to you." Before it finished speaking, it was punched by Chen Zhou, spurting blood. Chen Zhou roared angrily, "Get lost, I want to watch." After speaking, Chen Zhou stepped on Big Cat and had the little ghost push him in. The slime whispered helplessly on the side, "Does this kid not understand human language?" After successfully climbing the wall, Chen Zhou and the little ghost ran in quickly, leaving Big Cat to climb awkwardly by itself. The three looked at the silhouettes inside from the outside, saying confidently, "I will definitely win this time, such big talk." Chen Zhou signaled the two cute pets, shushing in a low voice, "Do not make a sound." Chen Zhou sighed in disappointment. "Ah, why cannot I hear clearly?" Inside the room, the man, Zhao Shaoqiu, a bald man, and a youth sat around the mahjong table. Zhao Shaoqiu laughed insidiously, and the bald man laughed happily. "Won again, haha," the man said in exasperation. "Damn it, my hand was clearly so good. Wait a minute, one more round." Chen Zhou sat down boredly and yawned. Only the little ghost was still listening attentively to the sounds in the room. "Wan, you owe me another 30 years. The man was sweating profusely at this moment, holding the tiles with a face looking extremely ugly. Mocking sounds rose around him. "Little brother, what's wrong? You do not look so good." The three questioned the man with gloomy faces, urging, "Play your tile quickly." A while later, he walked out of the room looking like a dead person, muttering to himself as he walked, "Lost again, it is over. Everything is over now." Chen Zhou looked blankly at the fire on that man, asking in confusion, "Look, why did the fire on him become smaller?" The slime explained helplessly. "He gambled away all his lifespan. Gambling harms people." A voice rang out, and Chen Zhou and the slime turned back simultaneously. "This little brother." Zhao Shaoqiu poked her head out the window, looking weird, greeting gloomily, "Stop hiding, come in and play." Chen Zhou scratched his head, saying awkwardly, "Am I discovered by you? So sorry, slipped into your house." The little ghost called out worriedly, Chen Zhou said forcefully, it is okay, I'll go see what's up." Zhao Shaoqiu greeted warmly. "Little brother, come sit here." The bald man beamed with joy, eyes flashing with excitement. "Luck is really good today, can still turn the tables." Chen Zhou, barefoot, accidentally stepped on something wet on the ground, scaring him into looking down. It was the girl kidnapped earlier. At this moment her body was shriveled, skin wrinkled like she was about to turn into a desiccated corpse. Chen Zhou's face darkened. Fear welled up in his heart. "Who is this?" the youth beside him said indifferently. "Do not mind her, little brother. What do you want to bet?" the bald man interjected temptingly. "Whether it is countless money, a virtuous wife, parents' health, or a boundless future, we can give you all." Chen Zhou thought confusedly, what did that person bet just now? Zhao Shaoqiu smiled and leaned close to his ear to whisper. "The thing he bet," she continued softly, breath tickling his skin, "is life," the youth repeated dully. "Life?" Zhao Shaoqiu explained, voice sweet as honey. "The result was a loss. Both lives belong to us." She continued, eyes flickering with temptation. "But if you win, you can live a long life, have 3 wives and 4 concubines. How about it, little brother? Want to try?" Suddenly the system flashed beside Chen Zhou, sharp sounds ringing out repeatedly. "No, Chen Zhou, gambling is bad. Absolutely do not touch it. Better stay calm and just kill them." Chen Zhou answered naively. "I can gamble too, but do you guys know how to play old maid?" Hearing this, the three's faces instantly turned pale, a trace of concern flashing in their eyes. Zhao Shaoqiu asked, stammering, "Old maid? You mean gambling by playing old maid?" Chen Zhou snapped his fingers, bursting with confidence. "What old maid is a top-tier gambling game recognized by the great planetary warrior." A deck of glowing cards appeared in his hand. Chen Zhou held 2 joker cards, tone clear. One deck, removing the 2 jokers, leaving only 1 big joker and 8 cards. He spread the cards on the table, explaining in detail. "After distributing cards evenly, draw and play cards in order. When a pair is formed, play it. The person left with the big joker in the end is the loser." Chen Zhou happily dealt cards to the 3, saying excitedly, "Hee, come on, do you not understand what I said? Do you want me to teach you again?" The youth answered dully, "No need, we know." Chen Zhou held his cards, scratching his head awkwardly. "Oh my, why are they all in my hand?" the slime beside him mocked. "Your luck is too rotten." The system glanced at those 3 insidious guys, thinking deeply. "Looks like it is time for me to act." Chen Zhou grinned, pushing the cards toward the youth. Hee, you draw." That youth secretly scanned Chen Zhou's card pile with X-ray vision. The system immediately discovered it, warning, Hey kid, trying to peek at cards, looking for a beating?" Chen Zhou smiled foolishly. "So fun." The youth was startled, thinking, "Whoa, no way, these are clearly ordinary cards. Why cannot I see through them?" Chen Zhou turned his head, saying impatiently, "Can you hurry up, waiting until the flowers wither?" The slime crossed its arms, looking arrogant. "HMPH, with this great lord here, you low-level ghostly things do not think about playing tricks." Chen Zhou giggled. "Hey, look at your sissy look, not decisive at all." The youth drew a number 7, but as soon as he touched it, it suddenly turned into a joker. He stared with wide eyes and open mouth, thinking, "This kid is too weird." He exasperatedly transmitted a voice message to the bald man. "Very strange, I cannot see his cards." The bald man replied, "Do not act rashly for now. Wait and see." Chen Zhou happily hummed a tune while playing cards, but those 3 were silent, their minds in a mess. "Why did the 8 come to my hand too? This little brother has some skill. Give it to me, we'll transfer it back to him." Chen Zhou held the cards and laughed. Ha ha, I am about to win, let me think hard, the youth thought angrily. Damn it, Chen Zhou reached out to draw Zhao Shaoqi's card, muttering which one to draw. Zhao Shaoqi secretly used her ability, laughing darkly. Hee, no one can win against us. She stared dead at her cards. Right, just that one, draw it quick. Suddenly Chen Zhou pulled one out, shouting, I choose you. The card in his hand turned into a number 3. Chen Zhou cheered. Ha, chose right, he jumped up and laughed. Did I win? This is a victory without cheating. The three froze, thinking, how, what happened? Zhao Shaoqi could not believe it, asking herself, that is not right. Was I seeing things just now? He clearly drew the Joker. How did it become a 3? Zhao Shaoqi suddenly changed her face into a ferocious evil ghost, roaring, my lifespan that I worked so hard to win. The two beside her also dropped their disguises, revealing their weird true forms. The three ghosts angrily revealed their true bodies. Thinking this person was clearly here to find fault, they'd show him some color. HMPH, daring to come to our door, then do not blame us for being impolite. Chen Zhou still giggled naively like a lost little fairy. Suddenly 2 candles went out, and the door slammed shut with a bang, scaring Chen Zhou and the slime. He was tightly surrounded by the three, forced into a corner by the door. They frantically closed the door, planning to finish him off immediately. Seeing the door close, that green ghost immediately transformed into an exorcist Taoist wearing a hat and holding a sword, flying to block in front of Chen Zhou. It shouted at the group of ghosts, hey, what do you want to do? Chen Zhou looked at the closed door, not worried at all. He picked his ear, saying casually, the wind is quite strong today. The door was blown shut, scared me to death. Hearing this, the green ghost looked at him blankly, face full of question marks. Chen Zhou turned and touched the door, resulting in a boom. The door collapsed under the astonished gazes of him and the green ghost. In the chaos, Chen Zhou was panic-stricken, but soon revealed a confident smile, looking back at the group of ghosts. Oh my, your door is too fragile. I swear I did not use force, did not do it on purpose. But those ghosts did not listen at all. The three ghosts immediately revealed their ferocious true forms, faces pale and iron blue, rushing at him aggressively. Zhao Shaoqi was the first to scream, kid, stop playing dumb. A short and fat ghost with green skin pointed and cursed, we are not talking about the door. At this moment the green ghost saw the 3 stupid ghosts rushing over, a look of excitement appearing on its face, cupping its hands. Really want to fight, little ghost, big cat? Upon hearing the summons, the tiger ghost immediately appeared, roaring and rushing over. Simultaneously, the little ghost also appeared, blocking in front of Chen Zhou, floating in midair, looking serious. The 3 ghosts stared with wide eyes and open mouths, chins almost dropping to the ground, stunned by this powerful lineup. Before they could panic, they saw Chen Zhou punch the tiger ghost on the nose, cursing angrily, what are you doing? What are you yelling for? Useless. The tiger ghost was beaten. It dared not resist at all, only covering its nose and whimpering in pain. Chen Zhou stood with hands on hips, ignoring it, ordering the little ghost, take out my snacks. While the little ghost rummaged for snacks in the tiger ghost's thick belly fur, Chen Zhou secretly reminded, take the ones that do not taste good, take less. The green ghost and tiger ghost both widened their eyes, completely confused. The little ghost nodded blankly. Okay, the 3 ghosts stood there like zombies at a loss. The female ghost sweated cold sweat, glancing at her 2 accomplices, thinking and transmitting, is this the one from Dam Da Chao today? The green-haired ghost bowed its head, trembling. Seems so, the old ghost interrupted. Last time we crossed the street we were chased and bitten by him. Although we did not see the face clearly, this feeling is very familiar. At this moment, Chen Zhou suddenly leaned close, holding a pile of snacks in his hand, gently handing them to the 3 ghosts. Sorry, broke your door. This is compensation for your door. You guys will not be angry, right? The 3 ghosts were scared into sweating profusely. Thinking fearfully, how would we dare? Despite this, the female ghost still politely reached out to accept, whispering, no, please do not be polite. Hearing this, Chen Zhou blurted out a rhetorical question, tone naive enough to make one dumbfounded. Then let us continue playing. After speaking, he quickly pulled out the high-end mobile phone given by someone else, face beaming with excitement. Since we are engaging in a secret operation together in the middle of the night, we are practically best friends now. Without hesitation, Chen Zhou picked up a nearby chair, hopped onto it with a whoosh, and held his phone high, cheering excitedly, come, let us take a photo together. While Chen Zhou was busy organizing the photo op, the 3 ghosts exchanged vigilant glances. The female ghost secretly made a hand signal, whispering with a face full of caution, this guy clearly came prepared. He is truly an old pro. The old ghost immediately chimed in, his tone calculating. A wise man knows when to bide his time. Endure. The green-haired youth ghost and the female ghost were of one mind, replying in unison in their heads, their tones full of helplessness. Agreed, I'll endure too. Chen Zhou held the phone high, flashing a brilliant peace sign while the little ghost behind him clumsily mimicked the pose. The ghost tiger shoved its face into the frame. With the 3 ghosts on the periphery, Chen Zhou grinned widely and shouted happily, 3, 2, 1. At this moment the scene suddenly shifted to the exorcism police department. Although the night was deep, the lights in Zhu Eguo's office were still on. Zhu Egu sat behind his desk, stretching a big lazy stretch, yawning incessantly until tears streamed down his face. He groaned in exhaustion. He wearily picked up his phone to scroll through it, his heart full of resignation. A person's energy is limited after all. Better to give the young people more opportunities to shine. The handover work only required a click of the mouse. As he scrolled, he accidentally stumbled upon Chen Zhou's latest update. Zhu Egu was instantly startled awake, letting out a surprised ha. It turned out that after taking the commemorative photo, Chen Zhou hurriedly posted it to his social media feed, accompanied by an artsy caption, just met some card buddies, it is tough work but very happy. Zuegu stared dead at the photo Chen Zhou posted, blurting out in shock, "This is..." Suddenly, he widened his eyes to identify them carefully, terror surging in his heart like a tide. "This is..." Then his eyes nearly popped out of his head in horror. His hand shook and the phone fell with a smack, smashing heavily onto his foot. Ignoring the pain, he hurriedly picked it up and unlocked it to search frantically. After some searching, he identified the 3 ghosts beside Chen Zhou. They were the top 3 guys on the wanted list. Zuegu roared with surprise, his voice trembling with excitement. "Found them, the life gambling trio. They are actually Wrath Ghost level. How is Chen Zhou with them?" Without hesitation, Zuegu slammed the red alarm button, grabbed the microphone, and ordered decisively, "All units assemble. Target that abandoned building." Meanwhile, Chen Zhou was giggling and playing cards with the 3 ghosts beside him. The female nurse ghost quietly observed every move he and they made. Chen Zhou smiled brilliantly, throwing out cards with high spirits, while the 3 ghosts sat huddled like dogs with their tails between their legs, looking miserable, their hearts wailing in utter disappointment. "Lost again, lost again." The 3 ghosts stared dead at Chen Zhou, the old ghost filled with deep suspicion. "This kid is definitely not simple." The female ghost beside him nodded in agreement, her tone full of malice. "Damn it, not only did we not get that girl's lifespan back, but our cultivation is also almost won by this kid." Suddenly, the 3 ghosts revealed insidious smiles simultaneously, their faces instantly turning dark and full of calculation. The female ghost secretly made a hand signal, a look of determination flashing in her eyes. "We cannot go on like this, we must make him taste our power." The old ghost immediately put on a fake smile, his tone tempting. "One more round, I'll draw first this time." Hearing the old ghost's words, Chen Zhou immediately nodded happily. "Sure." The slime beside him, seeing Chen Zhou reaching out to draw the old ghost's card, panicked and tried to stop him, speaking anxiously, "Wait, something's not right." Before the words fell, Chen Zhou's hand had already touched the deck and a burst of green demonic energy instantly spewed out. In an instant, Chen Zhou and the slime were sucked into a strange space and fell to the ground. Chen Zhou widened his eyes, looking around in confusion, wondering, where is this?" The slime looked around and analyzed with certainty. "If I guessed correctly, those 3 ghosts were driven crazy by your winning, so they opened a ghost domain. This is probably a scene from their past life memories." Seeing Chen Zhou still picking his nose nonchalantly, the slime pointed anxiously at his face, warning hurriedly, "They mostly likely want your life inside this ghost domain, if we do not get out quickly." The warning wasn't even finished when Chen Zhou's attention was attracted by something strange. He immediately rushed out, startling the slime so much it almost fell backward. The slime shouted in despair, "Hey, where are you going? It is dangerous, do not run around." Chen Zhou rushed into a narrow alley and immediately saw a group of people gathered together, discussing Big Fire 2 with great enthusiasm. "Come look quickly, this fool stole things and will not admit it. Does he need a beating?" Another person immediately chimed in, tone scornful. "Does not look like a good thing at first glance. Hit him." Then someone else interrupted, tone suspicious. "Is he really human? Looks truly disgusting." Surrounded by the crowd, an old man with bumps all over his head was lying on the ground. Face buried in the dirt, desperately protecting his body to avoid further beating, he defended himself painfully, his voice trembling and full of humiliation. "I did not steal it." The old man held his swollen head, weeping bitterly, tears flowing uncontrollably. He let out a miserable wail, "Woo!" Seeing this injustice, Chen Zhou rushed over like the wind, shouting loudly. Then he leapt high, landing in front of the group of meddlesome people. Chen Zhou put his back to the wall, blocking in front of the bump-headed old man, revealing a mysterious, charmingly evil smile. The people who were buzzing with discussion suddenly shut their mouths, looking as if they'd seen bad luck, confused by what was happening. A woman asked angrily, "What are you doing?" Chen Zhou ran circles around the bump-headed old man while waving playing cards to perform a magic trick, singing a cheerful tune at the same time. "Heaven works wonders, earth works wonders. Can he play cards with me? No blunders. Heaven has love, earth has love. My love for card buddies is true love." The group of people was frightened by this weird scene, discussing all at once. "Too scary. Why is there another fool? Stay away from him quickly. Do not know if it is contagious." Immediately after, Chen Zhou tightly grabbed the old man's wrist, smiling brilliantly, holding up the playing cards temptingly. Go back and play cards with me." Under the astonished gazes of the old man and the villagers, the bump-headed old man saved by Chen Zhou actually blushed, shy yet mixed with emotion, eyes filling with hot tears. Seeing this scene, the slime suddenly realized, this old ghost must have been bullied in his past life and held monstrous resentment toward humans. If Chen Zhou participates in bullying within the ghost domain, he will definitely suffer backlash from the resentment. But some people's addiction to cards is even greater than the resentment of the dead. The old man followed behind him, keeping his head down. His heart surging like waves, he thought to himself. No one had ever stood up for him when he was alive, even if it was for another purpose. Suddenly, to Chen Zhou's astonishment, the old man threw off his hand and pointed at a pitch-black cave entrance. "Go that way, they are waiting for you there," Chen Zhou asked in confusion, face full of doubt. "They are over there?" Another space appeared before his eyes. A magnificent mansion stood there. A female ghost stood below the stage, looking up at the man on stage who was intoxicated and singing opera. Then the female ghost poured a full cup of tea, brought it up and handed it to the man. The female ghost handed over the teacup gently and affectionately. "Thirsty, right? Drink quickly." The man took it happily and asked proudly, "How was my singing just now?" The female ghost answered shyly, eyes twinkling with the light of admiration. "It sounded extremely good. Not only is the singing good, but you look so dashing and handsome. I cannot get enough of looking at you." Suddenly, a group of soldiers rushed in, kicking the main gate open, scaring the female ghost into looking at the dignified-looking man and the soldiers behind him in terror. He stood tall before her, and she asked in panic, her voice trembling, "Commander, you are back." The commander glared with angry eyes, staring ferociously at the woman, roaring in rage, "You dare to cheat on me behind my back?" After speaking, the old commander did not hesitate, waving his hand to slap the female ghost's face with a smack, knocking her to the ground. The young man behind her also shouted in panic, full of worry, "Little mistress, are you okay?" Before the words were finished, the old commander had already rushed up and kicked the man in the stomach, shouting curses, "And you animal!" Then the commander turned to look at his soldiers, ordering sternly, "What are you still staring for? Arrest this adulterous couple for me." Unknowingly, Chen Zhou had already turned into a small soldier under the old commander. He was still tightly clutching a few cards in his hand, staring blankly at the chaotic scene before him, asking himself with a heart full of depression, "Oh my, what act is this again? Are we playing cards or not?" The old commander signaled his subordinates to beat that man severely. He stood there with hands on his hips, smoking and cursing nonstop. "Zhao Shaoqui, you really have some skill. Why did not I discover you were so loose before, actually daring to have an affair right under my nose?" Zhao Shaoqui covered her swollen cheek, looking up at the commander-in-chief, asking innocently, voice trembling, "What is the commander saying? This concubine does not understand." Unexpectedly, the old commander-in-chief was unmoved, lifting his foot to kick Zhao Shaoqui fiercely in the chest, spewing vulgar curses from his mouth, cursing that she was still playing dumb with him. Chang Sun, seeing her being tortured so cruelly, immediately hissed in pain, "Shaoqui!" At this moment, Zhao Shaoqui was kicked flying by the old commander-in-chief, crashing heavily onto the cold ground, her body trembling. Chang Sun could not bear it anymore. Ignoring the danger, he broke free from the soldiers' encirclement and rushed up to block in front of Zhao Shaoqui. He burned with rage, roaring angrily, "Animal, what kind of skill is beating a woman? Come at me if you have the skill. You forced Shaoqui to marry you and beat her out of human shape every day. It is only natural she fell in love with someone else. You deserve to wear a green hat. We are not afraid of you." Behind him, Zhao Shaoqui was temporarily protected, curling up in pain, clutching her stomach, trembling in fear, weakly calling his name, "Changsun." Seeing her shaking badly, Changsun hurriedly hugged her tightly, comforting softly, "Shaoqui, do not be afraid, I am here." The old commander-in-chief watched this loving scene, burning with jealousy, his face gloomy, gritting his teeth to squeeze out two words, "Good, good." Then without hesitation he pulled out the Mauser pistol from his waist, a pitch-black muzzle pointing straight at Changsun's temple, shouting a threat, "Then I will fulfill your wish." The old commander-in-chief glanced at the two, trembling in fear, revealing a malicious grin. Go be a pair of lovebirds in the underworld. Facing the pitch-black muzzle, grief and indignation surged in Changsun's heart, but in this moment of imminent peril he was powerless. Suddenly, Chen Zhou rushed out from the corner like a cannonball, slamming fiercely into the old commander-in-chief, stunning Changsun and Zhao Shaoqui into open-mouthed shock. The old commander-in-chief was knocked dizzy, the cigarette dangling from his mouth falling out. He let out an ouch and face-planted, eating dirt under the gaze of Changsun, Zhao Shaoqui and the group of soldiers. Chen Zhou stood with hands on his hips, a big bump on his head. But his mouth kept chattering curses, "Son of a bitch, I'll count to 3, let go of my card buddies." The old commander-in-chief raised his head tremblingly to look at Chen Zhou. His bald head shone in the light as he roared in exasperation, "Who the fuck are you? Do you have a death wish?" Chen Zhou continued counting nonchalantly. 1, 2, then he held up 3 fingers, eyes serious and determined. 3. "Ah!" The old commander-in-chief's face turned iron blue with anger, clutching his stomach and pointing at those small soldiers to order, "What are you still staring for? Arrest him for me, that bastard, skin him for me." Hearing the order, the soldiers pounced like hungry wolves, some locked his throat, some grabbed his hands and feet, instantly controlling Chen Zhou so he could not move. Chen Zhou struggled frantically in anger, hands and feet flailing, cursing loudly, "You are the bastard, your whole family is bastards, damn bald donkey daring to bark." Watching this chaotic scene, the corners of Zhao Shaoqi's mouth suddenly curled into a mischievous smile. Then she suddenly covered her stomach, laughing back and forth. Although her cheeks still hurt from the swelling, she did not care at all, pointing at the farce before her and laughing heartily. Beside her, Changsun watched Zhao Shaoqui laughing like this, both worried and confused, not knowing why she was suddenly so happy. He called out softly, "Shaoqui?" Zhao Shaoqui smiled brilliantly, turning to look at Changsun, tone-spirited. "Changsun, I have lived for over 20 years and this is the first time I am so happy. There is actually someone who dares to defy the commander." Then Zhao Shaoqui looked up at the night sky, eyes twinkling with the light of hope. She held his hand tightly, tone firm. "I want to summon my courage once too. I do not believe in fate, and I do not want to live in this disgusting place all my life. Changsun, take me away." Hearing these words, Changsun revealed a warm smile. He looked at her affectionately, whispering, "Okay, I'll listen to you in everything. Wait for me to kill the commander. Only when he dies can you be free." After speaking, Changsun reached out to grab a long spear beside him, stood up abruptly, the spear tip pointing straight at the old commander-in-chief, full of determination. "Pass on. Today you will be my Zhang Changsun's rightful wife. In life we share a quilt, in death we share a grave. As soon as the words fell, Changsun gripped the long spear and rushed forward. He swung the spear forcefully, sweeping at the soldiers controlling Chenzhou, roaring, "Military lords handle things too poorly," clipping wings and destroying flowers. Then Changsun charged straight into the encirclement, knocking the soldiers surrounding Chenzhou flying with a few thrusts. Chenzhou watched Changsun's crisp and neat movements, eyes shining, cheering in admiration. "Oh, too handsome, card buddy." The slime witnessed the whole process, crossed its arms in thought for a moment, and analyzed. This ghost domain was supposed to reenact the tragedy of those 3 ghosts' past lives. As long as the ghostly things did not follow the predetermined path, Chenzhou would die. But Chenzhou's appearance gave them different choices and thoughts. The development of events has completely changed. Then the slime sighed with regret. What a pity, the result still cannot be changed. Changsun stood tall with spear in hand, majestic and awe-inspiring, looking at the old commander-in-chief paralyzed on the ground, tone scornful. "Since it is hard to be peaceful in the courtyard, how can it compare to spreading wings and flying high? I'll send you on your way." As soon as the words fell, Changsun gripped the long spear and stabbed straight at the old commander-in-chief, intending to end it all with one blow. Under these circumstances, the old commander-in-chief actually did not dodge or evade. He sat motionless on the ground, raising his hands to protect his body and screaming, "Wah wah!" Just then a despicable soldier rushed out carrying a saber. He roared, "Bastard, stop!" Changsun only had time to turn back and glare angrily at that soldier, but the ruthless blade had already sliced off his head. Changsun's head was instantly separated from his body, rolling gurgle to front of Chenzhou. Seeing this terrifying scene, Zhao Shaoqi's heart felt like it was being cut by a knife, tears falling like rain. She screamed miserably. Changsun. Darkness suddenly descended. Chenzhou only came to his senses now, eyes wide open, looking around. Seeing himself and Zhao Shaoqi tied up tight, he asked in confusion, "Wu-Wa, where is this?" Hearing Chenzhou's voice, Zhao Shaoqi answered sadly, "You woke up?" Chenzhou grimaced, twisting his body uncomfortably, crying out in pain. Tied beside him, Zhao Shaoqi was powerless, face full of sorrow as she whispered, "Sorry to have dragged you into this. Look, Changsun is dead and I will not live long either." Thinking of the current miserable situation, Zhao Shaoqi lowered her head, blaming herself. In the end, one cannot fight fate. The slime beside them watched this tragedy, heart aching endlessly. It whispered, "Zhang Changsun was beheaded and Zhao Shaoqi will be burned to death. This is the destined fate. We cannot change the ending." Chenzhou remained blank, looking at the pitch-black sky, blurting out, "Look quick, there's a bird in the sky, eh?" Suddenly Chenzhou and Zhao Shaoqi turned pale with fright. Below was a group of villagers pointing fingers and cursing loudly. "Zhao Shaoqi, you shameless thing, actually betraying such a good man as the commander. Hurry up and die." Then a hooligan threw a torch into the firewood pile beneath their feet, muttering, "Burn you to death, you slut." Chenzhou and Zhao Shaoqi were startled. The torch fell into the dry wood and the fire blazed instantly. Suddenly Chenzhou gritted his teeth, burning with rage. "Damn it, have you played enough? Can we still play this game of cards or not?" Then under Zhao Shaoqi's astonished gaze, he used all his strength to snap the ropes. The slime was shocked seeing this. "How, you still remember the card game?" Chenzhou hugged the wooden stake tightly, roaring sternly. Zhao Shaoqi was not wrong. Zhang Changsun was not wrong either. Just these 2 sentences moved Zhao Shaoqi to tears. Chenzhou immediately pulled up the burning wooden stake and the slime beside him also joined forces to push down the adjacent pillar. Chenzhou roared in anger, "You guys are the ones who are wrong." Then he hugged the pillar of fire, waving it frantically, cursing as he fought. "Get lost, ah!" Zhao Shaoqi was deeply touched by this scene of frantically waving the wooden stake. Tears flowed uncontrollably as she sobbed, "He actually..." As Chenzhou swung the flaming stake, the surrounding houses quickly caught fire and the blaze swallowed everything. The gossipy villagers from before fled in terror, screaming repeatedly, "Quick, get water, or Mao's place is on fire too." The surroundings were filled with the red glow of the fire and billowing black smoke. Chenzhou walked majestically through the sea of fire, brows furrowed, expression cold yet exuding an irresistible domineering aura. Suddenly a voice echoed, "The ghost domain is about to vanish." It was the 3 ghosts from earlier. Zhao Shaoqi spoke first. "We wandered here for a long time but never thought perhaps there was another possibility." The old ghost continued, his tone full of contemplation. "If there had been someone like you at the very beginning, would we not have died with such strong resentment?" Hearing this, Chenzhou answered indifferently, "Where does all that resentment come from? If someone scolds you, you hit them back. It is such a simple thing." Hearing this, the Changsun ghost laughed heartily. "Exactly, you are right." Chenzhou looked at the 3 ghosts seriously for a moment, then said solemnly, "Anyway, I know that it is not this world that is crazy, it is you guys." After speaking, he strode away crisply, leaving the 3 ghosts standing there plunged into endless contemplation. A while later, the scene changed back to the familiar mahjong table. Chenzhou excitedly threw out a card, then excitedly held his cards high in front of the 3 ghosts. "So do not dawdle, hurry up and draw." The old ghost glanced at the card game, a sudden wave of weariness rising in his heart. He sighed helplessly, suddenly feeling that everything was pointless. Winning or losing seemed to no longer matter. Seeing this, Chenzhou burned with rage, grabbing the fat on the old ghost body and roaring, "What are you saying, dead sweet potato?" Then Chenzhou lifted the old ghost up, chattering curses incessantly. "Cannot afford to lose, so you want to run away, right?" The old ghost was panic-stricken, waving his hands repeatedly. "No, no, no, how is that possible?" Hearing this, Chenzhou finally let go, throwing the dead sweet potato. "Ah no," the old ghost onto the ground, then continued enthusiastically, "Then let us continue." Chenzhou held the cards in his hand with delight, brimming with confidence. I will definitely win with this card, so get ready to applaud for me, friends. The three ghosts watched Chen Zhou smiling as brilliantly as a flower. They groaned inwardly, so out of words they did not know what to say. The bright full moon hung high. In the empty, desolate house, the female ghost Zhao Shaoqiu had tears in her eyes as she sobbed. I say, little brother, did you save us just to win away all our cultivation and make our souls scatter? Night fell. In front of that house, a large number of police officers had already surrounded it tightly. Kaka saluted and asked, Director, please instruct. The director answered crisply, What instructions? Just charge. The door had already fallen before they got there. Director Zhu Egu led Kaka and the other officers charging in. Director Zhu shouted while running, Chen Zhou, I am coming to save you. Suddenly, the entire team stopped abruptly. Kaka, the other officers, and the director were all stunned into silence. The director let out an awkward "Eh?" Inside, Chen Zhou was sitting cross-legged on a chair, cheering happily. Do not be a sore loser, hurry and hand over the bet. Standing beside him was a blonde girl in a pure white dress along with the little ghost and big cat. Director Zhu shouted, Chen Zhou. Chen Zhou glanced over and responded, He turned around sharply, clutching the cards tightly in his hand and said, You are here. I was just thinking of finding you to play a couple of rounds together. The brown-haired girl, the little ghost and big cat also turned to look at the director. The director froze, blurting out, this. Kaka and the other officers were also dead silent, not knowing what to say in the face of this awkward scene. Suddenly, three black shadows with glowing green eyes appeared behind Chen Zhou. The three ghosts jumped out of the void and lunged straight at the director, scaring a black-clad officer into screaming, Holy crap, Kaka shouted. Director, watch out! The three ghosts suddenly knelt down in front of them, stunning the director and the other two. Zhao Shaoqiu knelt and cried bitterly. You guys are from the exorcism police department, right? Chang Sun also knelt, crying as he chimed in. Hurry and arrest us, we beg you. The bald man cried out. If we keep playing, my ghostly life will be gone. Kaka reporting to the director. Director, the monitor shows they are wandering souls, are not they wrath ghosts? Director Zhu Egu looked at Kaka and asked, Hey, what's going on? Zhao Shaoqiu cried while pointing accusingly at Chen Zhou, who was sitting there leisurely picking his nose. All our cultivation was won by him. Chen Zhou snapped his fingers with a snap. Why slander me? It is your luck that stinks. The brown-haired girl's mouth was taped shut, unable to make a sound, only able to smile silently. The previously bound brown-haired girl made whimpering sounds. MMPH, 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 MMPH. The director, having his leg hugged by the three begging ghosts, saw the brown-haired girl and asked, What's going on? Why is there a hostage here? The rope was untied and the girl collapsed on the floor, rubbing her hands that were numb from being bound, panting as she recalled the morning's events. Kaka whispered in Director Zhu Eguo's ear, Director, this person looks very familiar. She seems to be the missing daughter of the Wu family. The Wu family, the one who reported a case this morning that we did not accept, clap. Zhu Eguo's eyes lit up. Aha, then did not we just find a missing person in passing? The girl breathed a sigh of relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Kaka and Director Zhu Egu exchanged a glance, secretly delighted. Thinking to themselves, Chen Zhou is truly amazing. The sky began to drizzle with light rain. Director Zhu Egu and Kaka watched with joy as the other officers escorted the three ghosts away. Director Zhu Egu even instructed, All right, let us go, everyone, pack up quickly after finishing the job, did you hear? The three ghosts were filled with joy as they were taken away by the police. Zhao Shaoqiu spoke up, Thank heavens, finally do not have to draw cards. Officers, you are truly good people. We will definitely be good ghosts in the future. Director Zhu Egu stood at the door. Chen Zhou walked out, the movement causing Zhu Egu to snap his head back. It is raining. He walked over to stand beside Zhu Egu, raising a hand to shield his brow bone as he looked at the gloomy sky. Chen Zhou said, Then I will not play anymore either, going back to sleep. Chen Zhou stepped out to leave, and Director Zhu hurriedly shouted to stop him, Wait, Chen Zhou, it is raining. I'll send a car to take you back. Chen Zhou put his hands on the backs of Big Cat and the little ghost, petting them casually. No need, that little black box of yours is too slow. Watching Chen Zhou fly away riding the tiger, Kaka pointed in that direction, saying in terror, Director, that little female ghost and the tiger soul. One is a mid-tier wrath ghost, and the other is a late-stage wrath ghost. Zhu Egu was equally terrified upon hearing this. Everything has become stronger. Heavy rain poured down, washing over everything as the two hid under the eaves. The director said, How on earth did Chen Zhou do it? Chen Zhou and the little ghost rode the tiger, flying through the rainstorm. He sneezed, Big Cat, faster. Big Cat answered the command. Ow, ow. Early morning, in the hospital, Chen Zhou was lying in bed sleeping soundly. While Chen Zhou was sleeping sweetly in bed, a black shadow hovered outside. He frowned, exhaled a breath, then snapped his eyes open, glancing to the side. Chen Zhou discovered a black shadow with a giant syringe appearing by the bed, revealing a sly smile. He sprang up from the hospital bed, jumping high, then fiercely kicked out while shouting, Yuan monkey, today it is either you die or I live. That black shadow nimbly dodged Chen Zhou's flying kick. Because the opponent dodged quickly, Chen Zhou slipped and slammed heavily onto the floor due to the pain of the fall and the excessive force used. His face twisted in agony. He muttered curses. Dead monkey, so annoying. The nurses outside heard the commotion and rushed in to check. Chen Zhou, what happened? We are here to help you. Chen Zhou pointed ahead and said to the nurses, You guys came just in time. Help me catch a Yuan monkey quickly. He wants to sneak attack me. A handsome doctor with dark green hair, holding a snow-white syringe in his hand. That was Dr. A Yuan, Chen Zhou's attending physician. He pushed up his glasses. Yuan said, no matter what I have to give him this shot. The nurses immediately got excited, some rolling up their sleeves. Okay, leave it to us. Chen Zhou was suddenly yanked violently, screaming. Ah! 4 nurses each grabbed one of Chen Zhou's limbs, lifting him up and pinning him down firmly. Chen Zhou shouted, everyone. Yuan held the syringe and asked have the nurses pinned him down. Watching Yuan approaching slowly with a smile and the syringe, Chen Zhou stammered, Yuan monkey, do not come over. Chen Zhou screamed in terror. Subsequently, miserable screams echoed from the room. Yuan smiled happily. Nice, learned something new. Chen Zhou sat curled up in a ball on the hospital bed, his face looking terrible. Director Li hid outside the door, peeking at Chen Zhou while answering the phone. Chen Zhou ran out last night and you are only telling me now? Should not you have contacted me immediately? Director Li squatted at the door and continued. He got caught in the rain yesterday and caught a cold. Do you know how much effort it takes to give him a shot? Yuan passed by Director Li, raising 3 fingers to greet him. Director Li turned his back to the door and continued, Director Zhu, do not try to brush me off with wrath ghosts. I will not listen, I will not listen. Chen Zhou walked out of the room looking like he had lost his soul. On the other side, Director Li was still angrily scolding the person on the phone. Do not make excuses and do not tell me you are on the way to Castle Peak Mental Hospital right now. We do not welcome you. In the opposite direction, Chen Zhou stumbled along as if his spirit was lost, plunking down on a bench in the hospital garden. Chen Zhou pursed his lips tightly, thinking with tears and snot flowing, white coats really have no good people. They all help a Yuan monkey and not me. Yu suddenly appeared holding a bag of snacks. Chen Zhou messily wiped the tears from his face, turning his head to see Yu carrying the snacks she brought. His eyes immediately lit up, cheering excitedly. Oh, a little ball. Is this for me? Yu sat down on the bench beside Chen Zhou and answered, yes, I made them all myself. Chen Zhou braced his hands on his thighs and began to wolf down the biscuits, mumbling happily with his mouth full. Wow, smells so good, tastes better than all the meat I have ever eaten. Yu also smiled brilliantly, her tone playful. Haha, eat slowly, these are all yours. Thanks to you, after drinking the water you gave me last time, my body actually miraculously recovered. So I can go back to work at the Exorcism Police Department. Yu looked at Chen Zhou with warm eyes, continuing, Chen Zhou, I really do not know how to thank you. Chen Zhou held the food in his hand, grinning while chewing. It is nothing, we are good friends, are not we? Yu thought about Chen Zhou's tragic past. She had investigated it. Born with mental illness, abandoned by parents, grew up in a mental hospital, almost zero contact with the outside world. She truly hoped to take care of him more in the future. Cheeks slightly flushed, Yu spoke to Chen Zhou with a trembling voice. Chen Zhou, if you do not mind, I am also willing to become. Suddenly, a loud shout startled both Chen Zhou and Yu. A girl with brown-orange hair wearing a cute pink and white dress was running over laughing, waving at Chen Zhou. Found you. Amidst Chen Zhou and Yu's surprise, the girl extended her hand to him, full of gratitude. Do you still remember me? You saved me last night. I came specifically to apologize to you. Chen Zhou opened his mouth wide. Memories of this girl from last night flooded his mind, leaving him momentarily speechless, not knowing how to answer. The system's low voice sounded, Similarity 99, it is indeed the same person. Looking at the Wu family's young Mrs. Han, Chen Zhou stammered an apology. Miss of the Wu family. A flash of awkwardness crossed his face, followed immediately by a frown and an obvious expression of disgust. Beside him, Yu stared with wide round eyes and an open mouth in surprise. And the Wu family miss looked equally blank. HMPH, Director Zhu Egu and a man in a white suit and red shirt were standing at the main gate. Director Zhu was yelling at the security guard. Why will not you let me in? Open your grandfather eyes and look clearly. I am Zhu Egu, Director of the Exorcism Police Department. I have been here several times. Your Director Li is my good friend. The security guard answered crisply. I opened my eyes very clearly. Our director specifically ordered that to prevent the Exorcism Police Department from coming here to steal people. Entering and exiting the mental hospital must be strictly registered from now on, and one can only touch the doorknob with his approval stamp. Director Zhu gritted his teeth in anger. Steal people? The man in the red shirt glanced at the director, gripping the gate bars as if he discovered something strange. Director Zhu's eyes widened. Seeing Director Li, he shouted, "Oh, Director Li, quickly tell the security guard to let us in." Director Li walked over, tone flat. Wanting to come in is fine. Did you register? The director held up a paper. Registered right here. Do not believe me. Look, Director Li pressed. Does it have my stamp? The director blushed. No, I cannot get in. How do I find you to get the stamp? Director Li said nonchalantly. Oh, then you cannot enter. Procedures must be strictly followed. Director Zhu almost fainted upon hearing this. The man in the white suit leaned close to Director Zhu's ear and whispered, Director Zhu, this seems to be a dead loop. He seems to be deliberately making things difficult for you. Director Zhu asked with a dark face, teeth gritted. Then just stamp it for me now, will not that do? Director Li shook his head, spreading his hands and shrugging. Sorry about now, did not bring it today. Grabbing Director Li's collar, the director said in a deep voice, Director Li, I admit I brought some trouble to the hospital. Cannot I compensate and apologize for the trouble? Director Li answered immediately. No, our hospital does not welcome you. Gritting his teeth, the director said, Hey, do not be like this. I really have urgent business. Director Zhu put his arm around Director Li's shoulder, pointing at the man in the red shirt who was adjusting his suit, whispering, See that person, Wu Batong, chairman of Fenjung Real Estate Co., Limited, the richest man in Jinei City. Last night we, Chen Zhou and I, saved his daughter. He came specifically to thank Chen Zhou. Director Li beamed and said, "Why did not you say so earlier? I watched Chen Zhou grow up since he was little. He is just like my own son. Open the gate quickly, do not delay them." Director Zhu was speechless. The gate opened and Director Li welcomed them warmly. "Welcome, welcome." Director Li walked while saying to Wu Batong, "Director Zhu and I are good friends. We occasionally like to crack jokes, haha." Wu Batong revealed a social smile while Director Zhu walked beside them, huffing with anger and a dark face. Suddenly Miss Wu's scream rang out, "Ah, you, I am thanking you, and you actually threw a bone at me?" Chen Zhou finished eating and threw the bone at Miss Wu, scaring her into dodging frantically. Beside him, Yu waved her hand to stop him, and the system spoke up. Hey, this kid tasted the sweetness at the police station and learned bad habits. Did not they come without a thank you gift?" As Director Zhu's trio walked over, Director Li asked, "Why are they fighting?" The director also ran over, shouting, "Dong Dong Yao, I came to see you." Seeing the visitor, Yu called out, "Director." The director walked over to greet Yu, asking, "Yu, have you fully recovered?" Yu smiled happily at the director. "Yes, thanks to Chen Zhou, he is truly a god-man." Wu Batong asked his daughter, "Xuanqi, what's wrong? Did you thank Master Chen properly?" Xuanqi burst into tears. "Dad, I apologized to him, but he seems to dislike me especially. He even threw a bone at me." Hearing this, Director Li said, "What? President Wu, rest assured I'll go teach him a lesson." Director Li walked over with his hands behind his back. "Chen Zhou, people came specifically to thank you. How can you be so rude?" Chen Zhou stood on the chair, one leg curled up, hands extended flat. "Doctor, you and I are sworn enemies." Chen Zhou's actions and words attracted the attention of the other four. Chen Zhou extended his fist in front of Director Li, then sat cross-legged on the chair with arms crossed angrily. Yu ran over to coax him, while Director Li ran back to say to the others, "He just had a shot this morning, controlling it poorly right now. He is talking to himself." Director Zhu spoke up, "How about I go try talking to him?" The director walked over and patted Chen Zhou's shoulder. "Dong Dong Yao, what's wrong? Can you tell me?" Director Li watched blankly as the two whispered. Chen Zhou said unhappily, "What else could it be? Look at the delicious food little ball made for me with her own hands. This is coming to thank me. Who are those two empty-handed people coming to thank?" The director sighed in relief. "So that is it." The other four were pricking up their ears to eavesdrop. Chen Zhou hugged his arms and sat on the chair together with Director Zhu. Watching Wu Batong pace back and forth, he walked and said, Master Chen, thank you so much. You saved my daughter last night. We came in a rush today and did not prepare any thank you gift." Handing out a check, he smiled apologetically. "How about this? You fill in this check as you please. Consider it a token of our appreciation." Chen Zhou recalled a movie character he had seen who had a line, "Take this check and fill it out however you want. Just stop harassing my wife." Chen Zhou thought to himself, "A check, this is a check." Chen Zhou jumped up happily. "A check, I want a check." Everyone looked at Chen Zhou. The director thought to himself, "This kid has only known Zhu Egu for a few days. How did he become so materialistic?" Wu Batong handed the check to Chen Zhou with both hands, saying, Easy. Master, fill it out as you please. Any amount is fine." Chen Zhou accepted it happily. Seeing this, Director Li thought, "He is really giving it." Chen Zhou examined the check, sitting there counting the units. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s, millions, 10 millions, 100 millions. He looked up and asked Wu Batong, "Can I really fill in as much as I want?" President Wu nodded. "Of course." Chen Zhou sat down happily to fill it out, and the others crowded around to look. The bureau chief asked in confusion, "How much did he write?" Turning to look at everyone, Chen Zhou's eyes were sparkling. "Done." Looking at the long string of 9s on the check, Wu Batong said, "He probably wanted to write 9,999. Looking at the numbers on the check, Wu Batong's mind was a mess, his face stiff. "This is too unceremonious. How could I possibly take out that much?" Director Li and Bureau Chief Zhu came over to pat President Wu on the shoulder. Wu Batong complained, "Director Li, I am afraid this is too perfunctory. It is still hard to get close to Master Chen. Can you think of a way to help me build a closer relationship?" Patting President Wu's shoulder, the director said, "Rest assured, leave it to me." The bureau chief suddenly interrupted, "Mr. Wu, do not worry, leave this to me." Director Li was angry. "It is you again." The director went to communicate with Chen Zhou with an angry look along with Wu Batong. The bureau chief walked over, affectionately putting his arm around Chen Zhou's shoulder and advising, Dong Dong Yao, they truly want to thank you. Why do not you choose something practical?" Chen Zhou asked back blankly. "Food? What food? I am full." Bureau Chief Zhu chuckled and explained, "No, I mean actual items. Things that fly in the sky, run on the ground, things to eat, use, or wear." Chen Zhou pondered, images of huge machines like spaceships or tanks appearing in his mind. The bureau chief leaned close to his ear and whispered, "That check is just a piece of waste paper to you. You have to choose something you can use or something you want in your dreams but cannot get." Chen Zhou suddenly fantasized about Zhang Yu wearing a pure white wedding dress, making him giggle foolishly until he got a nosebleed. The slime appeared and teased, Oh my Chen Zhou, are not you ashamed? Chen Zhou snapped out of it. All right then, I have decided. Turning to look at him, the bureau chief asked, what's wrong? Wipe it, you have a nosebleed. Chen Zhou shook his head. Nothing, thanks for the reminder. Dong Dong 7, you are indeed my good comrade. He looked determined, announcing clearly, black box, I also want a black box. Bureau Chief Zhu was surprised. Black box, a car? Wu Batong interrupted. Ah, can Master Chen drive? The director turned to answer. What are you thinking? Definitely not. Patting Chen Zhou, the bureau chief advised. Dong Dong Yao, how about you reconsider? Chen Zhou remained firm. No, my mind is made up. If I had a black box, I would not have gotten wet or suffered physical pain. I just want a black box. The four remained silent, not knowing what to say. Wu Batong laughed awkwardly. Master Chen, you want a car? No problem. But this matter is significant. It requires the agreement of Bureau Chief Zhu and Director Li. If they do not agree, I cannot do anything. Right? Chen Zhou listened to Wu Batong's words expressionlessly. Bureau Chief Zhu sat there looking helpless, as if struck by a sudden black pot. Director Li wasn't doing any better, holding a hot potato. President Wu was too cunning. Bureau Chief Zhu had a headache, thinking, what now if I refuse? Will this ship of friendship capsize? Holding the hot potato, Director Li also had a headache. What to do? Let a mental patient drive. I am afraid I'll have to retire early. Chen Zhou looked at the two with a aggrieved expression, his tone full of resentment. Bureau Chief Dong Dong 7, what are you hesitating for? Did you betray the planet? Daring not look directly at Chen Zhou's face, the bureau chief stammered, I did not. To stop Chen Zhou from pestering him, Bureau Chief Zhu raised his hand and said loudly, I have no objection. Chen Zhou is under the hospital's jurisdiction anyway. Let Director Li speak. The director turned sharply to glare at the bureau chief, cursing internally. What? You sure washed your hands clean of this? Chen Zhou clenched his fist with a gloomy face, walking toward the director. I understand it is the white coat playing tricks. You do not agree, right? Covering his face, the director hurriedly said, I also agree, but you must be assigned a driver. Chen Zhou was angry. I am the planet's noblest warrior. I do not need one. Before Chen Zhou could finish, the bureau chief patted his shoulder and advised, Dong Dong Yao, Director Li is right. People of status must have drivers. Hearing this, Chen Zhou conceded. So that is how it is. Yu spoke up softly. How can Chen Zhou drive himself? How about I be his driver? The bureau chief felt like he found a treasure, thinking, right, why did not I think of that? With Yu there, will not Chen Zhou and the police station be locked together? President Wu smiled awkwardly. Chen Zhou pointed at himself and asked, then that means you want to be. The bureau chief and Yu listened quietly. The slime appeared. Hey, I advise you not to act foolish as soon as you see a pretty girl. With a complacent attitude, he sat on the bench, then crossed his legs. The corners of his mouth turned up. Apprentice. The slime was surprised. What the hell? Yu was confused. The Wu father and daughter were also surprised. The bureau chief stepped in to smooth things over. You mean you want to accept her as an apprentice? Yu, are you willing? Yu lowered her head. I am willing, master. Please accept your disciple's bow. Chen Zhou sat on the chair with his legs crossed while the others applauded in congratulation. The slime was moved to tears, never expecting to experience the joy of taking an apprentice after becoming an undead spirit. Putting his hand in his pocket, Chen Zhou said, Haha, good, I have an apprentice. Let me think. What to give you? The slime lay on the treasure chest. Let me do it, let me think. Pulling out a small bell, Chen Zhou said happily, I'll give you a bell. Listen to it ring when you have nothing to do. The slime was also happy. This one will do. The 100-soul bell. It can ward off evil and avoid misfortune. Depending on the wearer's ability level, the stronger the wearer, the more it can make them invulnerable to all evils. Yu held the bell, and the others spoke in unison. Oh. Snatching the bell from Yu's hand, the bureau chief said, This is a genuine 100-soul bell. With it as an amulet, malicious ghosts will not dare to approach. You hit the jackpot. Yu asked back in surprise. What? Chen Zhou and the slime angrily snatched the bell back and handed it to Yu. Chen Zhou said, This is for little ball, not for you, old man. Yu accepted it and said, Thank you, master. The bureau chief scratched his head awkwardly and apologized with a smile. Sorry, I was just looking. No, Chen Zhou, are you still accepting apprentices? Chen Zhou refused. No way, not accepting. You are too old. Looking at the bell in Yu's hand, Wu Batong thought, he can take out such a treasure so casually. As long as I build a good relationship with him. He. Wu Batong suddenly said excitedly, Master, there is no day like today. Let us go buy a car right now. Chen Zhou's eyes were brighter than car headlights, excited and expectant like a child. What? Can we go buy a black box right now? Wu Batong smiled slightly, kicking the ball to someone else. Of course, I just do not know what Bureau Chief Zhu and Director Li think. Zhu Egu was scared into hiding quickly. I have no objection. What does Director Li think? Li Qingshan answered perfunctorily. Then I have no objection either. Getting everyone's agreement, Chen Zhou was so happy he raised his hands above his head. Yea, Dong Dong Yao is going to have a black box. They looked at him and only felt a headache. Although smiling on the lips, they were crying in their hearts. A few moments later, time flew by. It was already a few minutes after that conversation. On the wide and airy road, the director and Wu Batong walked in front, whispering. The bureau chief walked slowly behind, looking back from time to time to observe the person who caused him so much worry. Who else could it be but our Chen Zhou? He walked between Zhang Yu and Xuanqi. Yu struck up a conversation with him. Master, you chose this outfit. Lifting the hem of his clothes to admire it, he answered naively. Dong Dong 7 bought it for me. Chen Zhou turned his head proudly. This is the strongest trial combat suit secretly developed by the planet. How about it? Looks impressive, right? With the large size M tag still attached and the price of 49 yuan printed on it, he looked completely unreliable. She agreed awkwardly. Oh, Xuanqi was not to be outdone. She leaned in and tempted. Master Chen, what do these clothes count for? A car you choose later will be the impressive one. Mentioning the car, his eyes lit up. Really? Then can I choose the most impressive one? She replied. Of course. Xuanqi pressed close to him naturally and intimately, holding his arm. She excitedly distracted him on purpose. Then let us go quickly. Yu opened her mouth wide at the side, stunned by her tactics. Chen Zhou and Xuanqi walked away quickly, leaving Yu and the bureau chief discussing behind. What kind of car do you want? He replied. Oh, have not thought about it yet. Zuegu clicked his tongue and whispered. You have to be proactive, learn from her. You and Chen Zhou need to communicate more to get close. Yu sighed with worry. Sigh, but I do not have any special skills, he immediately tempted. It is all for the police station, she agreed reluctantly. Oh, will that work? Xuanqi turned sideways to ask Chen Zhou. Then what kind of car does Master Chen like? Rolls-Royce, Ferrari, Aga, or Huaha CCXL? Facing her rapid-fire questions, he could only widen his eyes, thinking what the hell cannot understand, but a Dong Yao planetary warrior absolutely cannot have weaknesses. Chen Zhou raised his hand awkwardly and said something outrageous. I like USC. The slime felt embarrassed listening to it. There is no such car at all. Do not pretend if you do not know. Yu caught up at this moment. For the sake of her job, although a bit awkward, she bit the bullet and shouted, I am the same. I also like USC cars. Chen Zhou immediately turned his attention to Yu, giving a thumbs up in approval. Haha, as expected of my good apprentice, she coordinated tacitly. Xuanqi behind them was petrified. She doubted life. What car is a USC? Seeing Yu being guided so easily, Bureau Chief Zhu could not hide his joy. The slime held its head in pain because of this weird conversation. I am tired. I want some peace and quiet. After a chaotic conversation, the group finally drilled into a luxury car. Zuegu waved goodbye to the gloomy-faced Director Li, saying excitedly, Director Li, just rest assured. I will definitely bring Chen Zhou back before dark. Nothing will happen. Li Qingshan stood at the main gate, sighing heavily. Suddenly someone approached politely. So sorry to disturb you. Two men got out of a small car parked on the roadside, bowed respectfully and greeted. Hello, may I ask if this is Castle Peak Mental Hospital? Their excessive politeness made Li Qingshan pause. He pondered silently. That guy called him old man, making him look up at the clearly visible huge sign behind him, muttering in a low voice, Looking for trouble, cannot read such big characters. Where are you better than me? The young man was startled, suddenly recognizing the sign, saying helplessly, Sai is not this sign. Li Qingshan did not wait for him to finish before shaking his head firmly. No, the person understood immediately, bowing politely and explaining his purpose. Old man, it is like this. We heard that Master Chen Zhou is very good at drawing talismans, so we came specifically to interview him and ask for a few talismans. Hearing this, the director looked unhappy. He despised silently in his heart what Chen Zhou is a celebrity now, but on the surface he maintained a polite tone. Truly unfortunate he is not here. You guys came just after he left. The two immediately asked in panic, Where did he go, old man? When will Master Chen come back? The other person chimed in. We can wait, please help us contact him. Li Qingshan, motherfucker. He cursed secretly. Old man, your mom. Opening and closing your mouth with old man. Am I that old? I am only 38. His anger erupted and he drove them away loudly. All right, leave quickly. This is a hospital, not a place for drawing talismans. The two continued to pester. Hey old man, put in a good word for us. Director Li Qingshan muttered in his heart. Wanting talismans yet calling me old man, keep dreaming. In another place, a car showroom filled with soft sunlight exuded a charming atmosphere of luxury and nobility. A long red carpet was spread at the entrance, and the staff on both sides bowed deeply, shouting respectfully in unison, Welcome Chairman Wu. From a shining luxury car, a figure in a sharp white suit and polished leather shoes stepped down. It was none other than Wu Batong. He walked calmly on the red carpet, waving for the staff to make way. The female employee beside him hurriedly agreed, yes. Chen Zhou was still dazed by this magnificent scene in the back, carried by the crowd to a glittering supercar in the distance. Chen Zhou cheered and jumped, expressing extreme excitement. Wu Batong stood not far away chatting with Zhu Egu. Bureau Chief Zhu, I have booked a table at Jinjiang Hotel for you. Let us have a meal together later. The bureau chief responded enthusiastically. All right, letting Chairman Wu spend money. At this moment, the female employee was showing him a red luxury car. Mr. Chen, choose whatever you like. He touched the outside of the car, then shouted, Yo! Immediately after, Chen Zhou sat in the driver's seat, resting his arm on the window, winking mischievously at everyone. How is it? The female employee smiled brightly. The red model is very beautiful, fitting your temperament perfectly. He jumped to a 7-figure white car, grinning. Then what about this one? The sales consultant was even more enthusiastic. This one suits you even better. Chen Zhou rushed to lean on an 8-figure luxury car and shook his head. But I think this car is also not bad. The employees were as excited as if they won the lottery, surrounding him and exclaiming, Wow, a perfect match. The female employee longed for a bright future, smiling from ear to ear, cheering internally that this year's KPI was done. But she suddenly closed her eyes and sat down, resigning to fate. In his excitement, Chen Zhou suddenly noticed something else. He stared for a while, then rushed toward a small car nearby. He took a fancy to it as soon as he touched it. Too cute. I want this one, not choosing anymore. The employees who were originally hugging and cheering froze upon hearing this. Ha! Wu Batong was a bit awkward, looking at him tentatively. Master, have you really decided this car is not worth much? Chen Zhou rolled on the roof of the car, kicking his legs and struggling. I do not care, I just want it. The three employees beside him froze, hearts broken into pieces. Wu Batong hurriedly soothed. Master, do not be so angry. Swipe the card, go right now. An employee tremblingly handed over the card machine. The majestic black card swiped crisply, but the money received was only enough to fill a tooth gap. The employees stood collectively at the door waving handkerchiefs to see them off. Chen Zhou cheered endlessly in the car. Awesome, I have a black box. The female employee's heart welled up with tears of resentment. Who put this car out today? I unilaterally declare that guy is the biggest enemy of my life. The shabby small car drove slowly into the tunnel. Zhang Yu concentrated on driving but still asked him concernedly, Master, what's wrong with you? Is your mood bad? Chen Zhou hugged his arms, his eyes gloomy, sighing angrily. This black box is too slow. How did Dong Dong 7 and the others run ahead of me? She sweated awkwardly. Hee, Master, our car cannot outrun theirs anyway. He looked at the car in front and complained. The slime also got angry, looking up and roaring. If you have that idle time, step on the gas, leave the rest to me. Yu slammed the gas pedal to the floor while the slime waved a flag and shouted from the side, signaling that the car had launched. The cheap compact car sped through the tunnel like a whirlwind. Wu Batong and Zhu Egu sat comfortably in the front, chatting leisurely. Wu Batong spoke first. Director Zhu, since you have such a good relationship with Master Chen Zhou, could you put in a good word for me? The director hesitated slightly. Well, Wu Batong held his head, face full of worry, his tone anxious. Master Chen Zhou saved my daughter, and with your encouragement I trust no one now but Master Chen Zhou. 4 people died inexplicably at my construction site, and no cause could be found. If work does not resume soon, I will not be able to withstand the losses this time. Zhu Egu felt a pang of compassion, and nodded. Okay, I'll ask for you. Actually, he is quite reasonable. Since he accepted your car, it should not be a big problem. Xuanqi, who was driving, heard their conversation and interrupted with a suggestion. If you want to talk to Master Chen Zhou, do not we need to catch up to him first? Everyone looked behind. The two turned their heads curiously at the same time. They saw Chen Zhou sitting excitedly in the small car, tailgating them closely. Then with a whoosh he overtook them, leaving them far behind. He and the slime simultaneously gave a thumbs-down gesture, provoking them. Dong Dong 7, ha ha ha, catch me if you can. Aha! Wu Batong clung to the car door, leaning out to look, exclaiming in amazement, Oh my, how can that small car run so fast? Zhu Egu hurriedly turned on his walkie-talkie to contact Yu. Zhang Yu, what are you doing? Piloting a rocket, trying to go to space. Yu felt wronged to the extreme. I do not know Bug Dao what's going on either. This car seems much faster than usual. Director Zhu was helpless. Fine, since it is like this, just take him directly to the Jinjiang Hotel. President Wu wants to treat us to dinner. Yu saluted. Copy that. A table full of delicacies from land and sea was swept clean in the blink of an eye. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, the slime reported with excitement that it was getting late. The luxury sedan slowly stopped in front of a gloomy, eerie construction site. Wu Batong opened the car door and beckoned to the people behind. We are here, this is the place. Chen Zhou was still focused on gnawing on a lobster, with Yu following closely behind him. President Wu and Director Zhu flanked him, one on the left and one on the right, explaining the situation as they walked. Ever since those strange events happened one after another, I have not dared to continue construction. I withdrew the people and locked it up. Zhu Egu picked up the conversation. Dong Dong Yao, look, President Wu treated you to so much delicious food, can you help him out later? He answered casually. Got it. Wu Batong walked forward tremblingly, leaning against the iron gate. I'll unlock it first. He held a mandarin duck lock, hurriedly inserting the key, but it would not budge. Oh my, why will not this hand listen to me? Chen Zhou's voice came from behind. Let me. He jammed the lobster head directly into the keyhole. Open sesame. The lock opened, the keyhole instantly bursting apart from the sudden impact. He removed the lock, which still had the lobster head stuck in it, and tossed it aside, cheering excitedly. All right, we can go in. Everyone shivered at this bizarre behavior. The deeper they went into the construction site, the thicker the darkness became, and the bone-chilling cold intensified. They instinctively huddled together. Zhang Yu felt uneasy, calling out softly, Director Zhu Egu. Zhu Egu, however, turned to ask Wu Batong with an innocent face and blank expression, did not you say work was suspended? Why are there people? Upon hearing this, Wu Batong shook like a leaf. Where are there people? Those are not my workers. After the two listened, their faces instantly turned as pale as paper, and they screamed in terror in unison. Wu Batong muttered something, suddenly discovering that the eerie sound was coming from the high-rise building shrouded in heavy yin energy. That was the source of all the trouble at the construction site. Under the desolate night sky, the scene was even more horrifying, with ghostly sounds from unknown sources echoing shrilly from time to time. Chen Zhou and the slime walked leisurely in front, while the rest of the group shrank into a ball, shuffling behind them, shivering. Wu Batong spoke up, trying to dispel the fear surging in his heart. Director Zhu, you are the bureau chief. You must possess profound magical power. You have to protect me, Zhou Egu answered hurriedly, his voice laced with fear, forcing himself to say, that is of course, but then he hesitated. But brother, did not you stop work a long time ago? Why is there still movement in this building? Wu Batong shook his head, his voice as faint as a mosquito. I do not know either. Chen Zhou was striding ahead when he suddenly stepped on a strange flickering light on the ground. The slime issued a panicked warning. Wait a minute, Chen Zhou, watch your feet, looks like a formation. This place is very wrong, let us go up and take a look. Chen Zhou was only slightly surprised upon hearing this, then continued walking as if nothing had happened, the light beneath his feet already spreading outwards. The slime looked at him, face full of annoyance. He picked his ear, pretending to know nothing. The crowd behind fell back, looking around cautiously as they walked. The slime flew up high. Proposal, I feel this place is completely abnormal. I wonder if we can receive planetary signals from a high vantage point. Chen Zhou immediately mounted the white tiger Big Cat, charging aggressively into the sky. Big Cat, go check from above. Big Cat responded excitedly, its roar echoing. The people on the ground could only watch helplessly, shouting with hearts in their throats. Chen Zhou, where are you going? Heavens, master, do not leave me behind. The master suddenly disappeared, leaving Zhang Yuyu standing alone in the cold wind. Zuegu hurriedly comforted everyone, his tone calm. It is okay, everyone follow me closely. If this detection instrument does not beep, it means the problem is not big. High in the sky, Chen Zhou, Big Cat and the slime observed the ground below intently. The slime judged decisively that this place was indeed abnormal. Underground was a formation shrouded in black aura with dense yin energy permeating the massive space. The slime continued to analyze the situation. This was the sacrificial eye of an evil ghost claiming to be a god. The evil ghost suppressed in the array eye was constantly sucking the blood of living people through the stone tablet to nourish itself. No wonder accidents happened here one after another, but how could such a thing exist here? Suddenly a shrill scream came from downstairs, startling the slime and Big Cat. Dong Dong Yao, help, the slime hurriedly reminded. That is your comrade asking for help, are not you going to do something? Chen Zhou and Big Cat acted as if they were deaf, pretending not to hear. Another scream rang out, shaking the three of them. Master, help! The slime's face darkened. The beloved disciple was in danger. Big Cat let out a cry and dove down while Chen Zhou performed a flashy front flip and jumped down. Disciple, do not fear. Master is coming. Seeing he was about to face plant, the slime shouted urgently. No, let us save Big Cat quickly. You catch Chen Zhou. At this moment, those three people were already scared green. Wu Batong pointed forward tremblingly. He is my worker. Zuegu gripped the instrument in his hand tightly. Is that the one you told me about? The one smashed to death by a hammer? He answered hurriedly. Yes, that is him. In the distance, a worker ghost was burying his head in work. Wu Batong recounted. He appeared on my construction site. He was the first to die. He was responsible for demolition. When he took the sledgehammer, he suddenly fell. The gloomy worker ghost slowly turned his head to look at the three, and a hammer suddenly fell, smashing his head. The three were scared out of their wits, their screams shaking the heavens. President Wu hugged the director tightly. That is how he died. Zhang Yu pointed tremblingly in another direction. Director, look over there, that is. Over there was a ghost walking unsteadily with limbs hanging loose. Wu Batong screamed. Old Ma, that is Old Ma who followed me for over 10 years. He was the second worker to die. He slipped and fell, breaking his legs. More and more wandering ghosts appeared around them. The common point being they all wore work clothes. He held his head, fear swallowing him. That is Old Wang, pierced through the body by rebar. That is Old Kui, sudden heart attack. Zhang Yu looked around, shivering. Director, there are more and more ghost creatures. Zuegu hugged the instrument tightly, full of suspicion. What exactly is going on? Why is the detection equipment not reacting? He took out his pistol and ordered, You, take Chairman Wu and run first. She turned to comfort Wu Batong, who was paralyzed on the ground with fright. Chairman Wu, do not be afraid. Get up quickly and come with me. He remained immersed in panic, wailing incessantly. Do not kill me. Director Zhu, save me. Something suddenly smashed heavily onto the ground, dust flying. Humans and ghosts turned their heads to look there simultaneously. Chen Zhou dropped from the sky, still spacing out for a moment. Zuegu shouted in pleasant surprise. Dong Dong Yao you. Hearing her voice, Chen Zhou snapped out of it completely. He raised his hand and announced, Disciple, do not fear. Master is here to save you. The worker ghosts quickly rushed up to attack him. The slime cried out, Strange, the ones up here are not real ghosts, it is a ghost domain, it reminded. A ghost is using Wu Batong's fear to recreate the death states of the deceased. We must find the ghost behind the scenes. At this moment a ghost had already approached him but could not hurt him in the slightest, merely passing through his body. Director Zhu was confused. Those ghosts did not even touch a hair on Chen Zhou. Yu answered hesitantly. Is it because Master is too powerful? Chen Zhou only then began to act. He pressed the index fingers of both hands together, forming a spike shape, and yelled, Why ya? The slime shouted aggressively. Charge, you bastards, he shouted seriously. Coward, feel my ultimate pain. Chen Zhou sprinted toward the three people. Zuegu called him in panic. Chen Zhou, Wu Batong knelt on the ground holding his head. Master Chen, what do you want to do to President Wu? He stopped and struck decisively. Wu Batong jumped up, clutching his butt in pain. He clapped his hands, satisfied with his beautiful solution. Director Zhu roared in terror. Dong Dong Yao, what did you do to Chairman Wu? Zhang Yu turned to remind him. Director, look. Ghost creatures have all disappeared. She stood there, resting her chin in her hand and speculating. Could it be that these ghost creatures are not real but related to Chairman Wu? I remember during training it was said that there is a type of ghost domain that can amplify people's fear and manifest it concretely. Could this be that ghost domain? He agreed. Seems correct. Wait a minute, does not that prove there are other ghost creatures here? A black shadow peered out from the distance, letting out a strange cry. Ah! Sharp gazes from Chen Zhou and the slime shot over there. He reached out his hand. Little ghost, catch it. The little ghost immediately rushed forward. Rushing in front of that purple ghost, a ball of red light condensing in her hand. Deep crimson vines shot out from the light ball, tightly binding that ghost. She returned with a trophy to show everyone. It turned out to be a pretty female ghost. The slime had already seen through the female ghost's background. This girl is an earthbound spirit. She died in a car accident, a new ghost, so she is weak. Estimated she was sucked in by the formation while wandering here and could not escape, Wu Batong asked half-believingly. Master Chen, is it her? Did she materialize my fear? Zhu Egu took charge. Do not move, let me see what rank ghost you are. Female ghost Ah Yan suddenly opened her eyes wide. She broke free from the little ghost binding and charged at Chen Zhou with surging killing intent. Everyone was dumbfounded. Director Zhu warned. Dong dong yao she. She strangled his neck tightly, causing him pain. Chen Zhou cried out suffocatingly. He struggled to extend a hand toward Ah Yan. Chen Zhou gently scratched her a few times. The female ghost immediately shivered all over, pursing her lips tight. She was forced to let go of him, clutching her stomach and laughing. Too ticklish, too ticklish. Ah Yan turned her head in shame and anger, thinking how annoying. I actually laughed, too embarrassing. She turned to face Chen Zhou's group, trying to scare everyone. I warn you, leave here quickly or you will all die. Everyone listened with total confusion, big question marks hanging over their foreheads. Zhang Yu turned hesitantly to ask the director, tone worried. Is she warning us? He answered awkwardly, face looking a bit panicked. No way. Sounding like he was joking, Ah Yan shouted weakly, eyes wide and filled with despair. I am not joking, leave quickly, otherwise he is going to wake up. The slime quickly intervened as a consultant, constantly analyzing the situation. This female ghost is bound by the sacrificial eye, so she can clearly perceive the evil ghost lurking here. Director Zhu behind him could not hold back his curiosity and continued to press. Who is waking up? This was also the question, making everyone anxious. Ah Yan did not answer, only continuing to scream in fear. Thick purple smoke gradually permeated, shrouding the surrounding space, bringing a hair-raising chill. Woo, I cannot say. He woke up. Done for, you are all going to die. The purple smoke blotted out the sky, forming a heavy curtain. Someone shouted a reminder, tone vigilant. Chen Zhou, watch out, the evil ghost suppressed by the sacrificial eye has awakened. Female ghost Ah Yan collapsed to the ground. Her body trembling under the invisible pressure, her voice distorted with fear, she whispered to everyone. I feel his anger, you must sacrifice one person's life, otherwise everyone will die. Zhu Egu turned his head to glance at Wu Batong, muttering anxiously. Looking at this posture, I am afraid there really is a big ghost controlling everything. So, Zhang Yu behind him interrupted curiously. So what? Wu Batong was startled, whipping his head around in panic. Director Zhu, what do you mean by looking at me? Zhu Egu turned and rushed toward the door, looking back to instruct hurriedly. So retreat first. The problem here has to be solved by the Soul Suppression Division. President Wu also hurriedly chased after, panting heavily as if relieved of a heavy burden. Heavens scared me to death. I thought I was going to be sacrificed, Yu yelled while running. Master, run quickly. She looked back only to find him cheerfully preparing to jump out of the window. She shouted in alarm, Ah, Director, bad news. Director Zhu heard this and looked out with her. The two rushed to the window only to see Chen Zhou had already plunged headfirst, accepting the judgment of death without hesitation. Zhu Egu shouted in horror. Chen Zhou. At this moment in midair, Chen Zhou waved his hand forward, golden light condensing in his palm. Bastard! The slime held its hands together and cried out, solemn as a Buddha statue. Buddha's palm. He blasted a huge beam of light toward the ground, instantly crushing earth and stone to powder. Late at night, the two sturdy buildings trembled slightly, dust flying and billowing outwards. The three people hurriedly ran out of the building. Director Zhu shouted to dissuade. Chen Zhou, stop messing around, it is really dangerous today. Let us go quickly. At this moment he saw the scene clearly, blurting out in shock. Watching the smoke and dust fill the air, he could not help but panic. My God, is this a true demon? How can this power? Is he even human? Yu looked around anxiously, voice trembling. Where is Master? Where is Master? Is he okay? Wu President hid in the corner, moaning in heartache. My construction site. The three came to the edge of the huge pit together. Chen Zhou raised his head from below, voice hoarse. Client, you guys finally came, Yu shouted down. Master, come up quickly, are you okay? Chen Zhou rubbed his nose and coughed a few times. Cough, I am fine, just this dust is a bit. Director Zhu looked into the distance and suddenly froze. Wait a minute, there seems to be something else at the bottom of the pit. Everyone followed his gaze and looked in unison. The bottom of the pit lay huge ancient coffins covered in dust, grim and terrifying. Wu Batong screamed in fright, breathing rapidly. Why are there so many coffins here? When I bought this land I did not know anything. The director held his head, shivering. Done for, completely done for. This seems to be the heavenly demon cult Sacrificial Eye. Chen Zhou was climbing up and asked curiously. Heavenly demon cult? President Wu also asked. Sacrificial Eye, Yu explained while pulling him up, tone anxious. Master, perhaps you are not aware. Since the spiritual energy resurgence, demons have frequently appeared all over the world, bringing many disasters to the human world. Meanwhile, a group of evil cultivators appeared. They burned, killed, and looted, committing every crime imaginable. This group of evil cultivators gathered together to resist the police's wanted warrants. The biggest and most notorious among them was, she recalled with fear, those villains bathed in blood under the moon. The image of the city sinking into a sea of fire loomed. The Heavenly Demon Cult. The Sacrificial Eye is an ancient formation of the Heavenly Demon Cult, using the formation to raise vicious ghosts. It was last found in Yuanjing City a year ago. The Soul Suppression Division suppressed it, but 2 people died. He turned his head, a look of evil excitement on his face. Chen Zhou jumped down decisively. I am Planetary Warrior Dong Dong Yao, watch me eliminate him. Yu Yu shouted. Master, do not go. Zhu Egu shouted from behind. Chen Zhou clenched his fist, thinking tremblingly, so troublesome. This is a formation capable of destroying a city. He does not realize the danger at all. Bureau Chief Zhu gritted his teeth, made up his mind to jump into the pit, and shouted, Yu Yu, quickly contact the Soul Suppression Division. Protect President Wu. Nothing must happen to Chen Zhou. I am going to bring him back. Yu Yu hesitated, but seeing the Bureau Chief's determination, she agreed. Yes, understood. Zhu Egu waved his hand. Wait for me. Yan propped herself on the windowsill, looking outside in terror. They are dead meat, they are dead meat. Down below, Zhu Egu found Chen Zhou among the messy coffins. He shouted, Bad guy, where are you hiding? Zhu Egu patted his back. Dong Dong Yao, stop messing around. The enemy here is not something we can deal with. Run quickly. Chen Zhou stood before a huge coffin and began to reason, his tone firm. A planetary warrior never runs away. If even we cannot solve it, then no one can. Hearing this, Zhu Egu felt something was wrong but could not put his finger on what. Chen Zhou started acting up. He danced wildly in the graveyard. Come out, bad guy. He jumped up and kicked the nearest coffin lid. I kick. Bureau Chief Zhu was scared out of his wits. Ouch, my ancestor, you cannot do that. A wisp of purple smoke drifted from the coffin crack. Chen Zhou took a sniff and cried out, Wow, so stinky. The slime wearing a gas mask shouted, Oh my, this is the stench of a corpse. Do not inhale it. He covered his nose. Damn it, I want to see what is so smelly. He swayed unsteadily. Ugh. Chen Zhou held onto the coffin and vomited all over the ground. Ugh, the death aura is getting heavier. He continued to vomit. Ugh, ugh. Zhu Egu shook him. Chen Zhou, let us go. Something's wrong. The coffins around the two vibrated in waves. The slime discovered something and muttered, Sense someone approaching, should I warn them? The coffin lid in front popped open a crack, black smoke spurting out, and Chen Zhou shouted, Ah! The bureau chief was startled. We are done for. All coffin lids opened simultaneously, dense purple gas rolling out. Those coffins surrounded that huge coffin. The purple gas shot straight into the clouds outside. Yu Yu was on the phone, her tone anxious. Correct, everyone come quickly, any later. The bureau chief will be gone, Wu Batong shouted tremblingly from the side. Officer John, look, that smoke is so big. She turned back in surprise. Huh? Seeing the black smoke blotting out the sun, her eyes went wide and round. It is over. The sacrificial eye watching the black smoke obscure the sky, she said tremblingly, it has started. She dropped her hands, no mood to continue the call in the smoke. Zhu Egu covered his nose and shouted, Dong Dong Yao, where are you? He held onto a nearby coffin, muttering, Too stinky, cannot see anything. He reached out, groping blindly. What is this? Thinking it was Chen Zhou, he was overjoyed. Dong Dong Yao. It is you. When he saw he was grabbing a dead corpse's leg, his face turned pale with fright, barely finishing his sentence. Why is it over here? Chen Zhou was searching everywhere, looking left and right. He playing hide-and-seek with me, right? Let me see where the bad guy is hiding, the slime complained from the side. I say, why are you actually looking forward to it? We do not even know what level of ghost creature this formation has raised. Suddenly, a withered hand rested on his shoulder. The two instinctively turned their heads. He instinctively asked, who is it? Only to see a zombie soldier behind him. System prompt, living dead, stage 3 late phase wrath ghost, likely dead for 1,000 years. Looks like he was a sergeant in life. The living dead suddenly turned violent. It roared and charged at him. Chen Zhou's eyes widened, delivering a fatal heavy punch directly. Solved. The zombie fell to the ground. He cracked his knuckles. I am looking for a real opponent. You are not worthy. He continued walking, muttering. The box in the middle has not been opened yet. The bad guy must be hiding there. Chen Zhou ran to find it. This black gas is so annoying, cannot see the road clearly. He tried hard to squint and probe the surroundings, suddenly discovering Bureau Chief Zhu in a predicament. Chen Zhou had not realized the anomaly yet. He turned around, revealing a brilliant, friendly smile. Oh my, is not this my prison mate? What's wrong with you? Zhu Egu had completely fainted by this time, his body extremely weak from having his young energy sucked by the living dead. The slime hurriedly warned, Chen Zhou, save him quick, his essence has been sucked, his soul is about to leave his body. Chen Zhou immediately rushed over, flying kick launching the living dead away. I kick. Although Zhu Egu was saved in time, he had not fully regained consciousness. He collapsed on the cold ground. Chen Zhou said nonchalantly, Oh my, is the prison mate asleep? He turned to leave, casually hoisting the bureau chief onto his shoulder, continuing to fumble in the dark. The slime sent an emergency signal. Chen Zhou glanced over there, sharply turning to look at the huge coffin nearby, dragging Zhu Egu over. Consider it found, so it was here. The slime hurriedly held him back. Chen Zhou, I feel something is not right. He looked at the coffin excitedly, eyes shining. The slime desperately dissuaded. Chen Zhou, how about we just leave? I feel the guy in the array eye. He crossed his arms, replying with a deep voice, has a big background, but it is too late. The living dead in the coffin lifted the lid and rushed out, carrying a suffocating death aura. Facing the ferocious living dead, the slime advised earnestly. Chen Zhou, run quickly. Chen Zhou frowned, radiating killing intent. These guys are very annoying. The ghost creature in the main coffin is even more powerful. In a moment they roared and echoed again. Ah, in the mist behind, a massive figure slowly rose, bringing terrifying oppression. The slime closed its eyes in fear. Done for, he came out. Conversely, Chen Zhou's face was full of excitement and longing. The giant living dead walked heavily, the earth shaking under its feet. The slime looked at him with an extremely aggrieved expression, not forgetting to analyze the situation. Such strong, imposing manner, it is actually a zombie general. This guy had illustrious military merits in life, admired by thousands, and actually still has a trace of national destiny remaining on his body. He definitely had the merit of founding a nation in life. Having absorbed 1,000 years of yin evil energy, he is already an early stage 4 evil spirit. The zombie general groaned. Ah. He extended his index finger, ordering the soldiers to catch them. At this moment, Zhu Egu woke up in a daze. Ah, Chen Zhou looked back at him in pleasant surprise, muttering, "Ah, great, you are okay," he responded. "Luo, you woke up?" Before the words were finished, Chen Zhou violently threw the pitiful bureau chief Zhu out. "Since you just woke up, then rush up and fight together." Dong Dong 7. Zhu Egu was thrown out before he was fully awake, hitting a living dead and stopping it. That living dead was defeated. He sat paralyzed on the ground, rubbing his head. "Ah, hurts me to death." Chen Zhou gave a thumbs up, a brilliant face of praise. "Good job, Dong Dong 7 easily eliminated an enemy." Bureau Chief Zhu wanted to cry but had no tears, stammering, "Dong Dong Yao, you, what are you doing?" He looked around, startled by a swarm of zombie troops rushing in. Zhu Egu could not care about anything else, scurrying away with his head in his hands, shouting as he ran. Ah, Chen Zhou's momentum was like a rainbow, cracking his knuckles. "Planetary warriors teaming up to deal with bad guys for the first time," the slime chimed in. That general has not fully recovered. The only chance to solve him is now." He picked up the conversation. "I am fired up." Fire burned in Chen Zhou's eyes as he swung his fist fiercely. "Bad guy, eat my punch." He rushed up like an arrow, punching out, "Repent and be saved." The slime screamed incessantly from the side. "What kind of ghostly things are you thinking in your head? Do not repent to a big bad guy." His punch hit the living dead, but the force suddenly weakened. Chen Zhou's attention was distracted. The slime beside him was still clueless, estimating the time. It shouted, "Success, Chen Zhou." Chen Zhou's eyes widened, face flushing red from extreme excitement. He circled around, examining the long sword at the zombie general's waist. "Wow, this sword is too handsome. I like it, give it to me." The slime shouted helplessly. "What the hell are you doing?" Chen Zhou excitedly held up the sword with both hands. The slime was dumbfounded. "Is now the time to do this kind of thing?" He ran back happily, and it shouted, Hey, did not you see him holding this? This sword accompanied him on the battlefield for many years. The two have long been one with the sword. How can you just snatch it?" Chen Zhou said unreasonably. "If I like it, it is mine. Besides," he turned to look at that zombie general, face full of disdain. "This guy is not any general, he is not worthy." The slime was completely speechless, dying inside. "What nonsense are you talking about?" It seemed his words poked the zombie general's sore spot. He exhaled a breath, then the zombie general roared to the sky. Black smoke rotated with it, gathering into powerful energy, forcing Chen Zhou and the slime to run holding the sword. Wah! The others were also blasted away by the shockwave. The black smoke was thicker than before, spreading out to cover the entire deep pit. Those two were also affected by the power, raising hands to block. Wu Batong turned to Zhang Yu. Officer Zhang looked quickly. The black smoke scattered. Yu shouted loudly, "Master, Bureau Chief." A stream of smoke shot over and both were stunned. Blah! That stream of smoke pierced through the newly built high-rise. The building was cut in half, collapsing with a boom. President Wu held his head. "House, my house." Yu was panic-stricken. This is. Wu Batong looked at the scene before him, his heart shaking violently. Too scary, but why do I feel like there is a trace of fear in this attack? If there is fear, maybe I can do something." He knelt holding his head, and light patterns appeared on the ground. The ghost domain unfolded. The zombie general waved his hand to attack. Chen Zhou hugged the sword tightly, dodging nimbly. The slime said in panic, "See that? How scary this guy is?" Chen Zhou waved the sword irritably. "Damn it, I gave you face." He slashed fiercely at the opponent with the sword. Zhu Egu shrank in the corner, watching one man and one zombie fight. The surrounding zombie army was waving hands and dancing, cheering loudly. He muttered, "Who come save me?" The zombie army suddenly quieted down, stiff as if frozen. He looked at them. "What's wrong? Is the winner decided?" The battle over there fell into a stalemate. Chen Zhou gritted his teeth and ripped off the general's cape, smiling. "Fake," the slime faintly perceived. This guy is indeed a bit weird." The zombie general could only stand blankly, making woo-woo sounds. A band of light suddenly split open in the sky. He looked suspiciously for a long time. The light expanded, transforming into the battlefield of the past. The slime was surprised. This is a ghost domain." Zhu Egu hurriedly ran over. "Dong Dong Yao, bad news. We probably entered the scene before the zombie general's death." He did not care much, only happy to see the bureau chief appear. "Hey, prison mate, you came too." In the illusion was the zombie general's final battle. Soldiers on both sides charged with shouts shaking the sky, both sides rushing toward a group standing in the middle. "Kill!" Bureau Chief Zhu hurriedly thought of a way to escape. "Run quickly, Chen Zhou, they are attacking." He reached out to grab the bureau chief. "Come back, do not run." A person riding a horse holding a spear rushed over. Zhu Egu screamed in fright. A strike passed through his body. That was a strike by a brave man to block the attack wherever he passed. Enemy soldiers fell one after another. That person controlled attacks precisely, killing with one slash while the enemy was unprepared. This was already a common meal for him. On the battlefield, that person rode forward, corpses strewn everywhere behind him. The slime shouted, "Look, that person is the general." The setting sun went down, afterglow sprinkling on the vast battlefield. The existence of life became small and blurred. Zhu Egu muttered to himself, Is it over? Ah. Chen Zhou was silent. That warrior still stood tall in the dust. Bureau Chief Zhu pointed at him. He is still alive, he is the only one left. The general gripped the flagpole in his hand, struggling to thrust it fiercely into the battlefield soil. Hair messy, flag fluttering, highlighting the general's might. He exhausted his full strength, spurting a mouthful of black blood. Zhu Egu and Chen Zhou watched the general quietly from afar. The slime lamented, "Dragon blood goes far and never returns." The general used this body to spread national prestige and fulfill responsibility. Only after death will there be national destiny on the body. He died in battle. He deserves to be a great general. In the pile of corpses in front of the great general, something suddenly moved. He clutched his chest in surprise, watching. A soldier covered in wounds crawled up from the pile of dead, holding a long sword high. He jumped up and cleanly chopped off that general's head. The soldier collapsed to the ground in exhaustion. He picked up the general's helmet in ecstasy, hurriedly putting it on his head. The slime frowned. "So that is how it is." Bureau Chief Zhu frowned tightly. What is this situation?" Chen Zhou remained silent. That zombie general knelt on the ground, trembling nonstop. The soldier looked up to the sky and shouted in wild joy, "Haha, my war merits." Contrary to that wild joy, the zombie general here looked terrified. He laughed wildly to the sky. Zhu Egu turned his head and whispered, "So this guy is not the general at all, just a villain who stole the general's identity." Chen Zhou suddenly bent down to pick up a helmet. He put on the helmet and picked up the sword, muttering, "Do not know why." Chen Zhou prepared to draw the sword aggressively. "Seeing your face makes me feel disgusted." The slime waved its hand to summon the skeleton dance, enhancing power for the general. Zhu Egu raised his arms to block, forced by the terrifying pressure of the attack to twist his face. Chen Zhou took a deep breath, stood firm to accumulate power, then rushed out like an arrow, decisively swinging the blade to chop at the top of the zombie general's head. He stared with wide eyes in astonishment. The sharp sword in Chen Zhou's hand was only inches from that guy's throat at this moment. Chen Zhou sidestepped to dodge. Meanwhile, waves of living dead swarmed over, making him involuntarily exclaim at this strange sight. He dodged to the side, and the living dead army immediately rushed into the encirclement surrounding the zombie general. They swarmed up and tore him to pieces. Chen Zhou turned to everyone and said calmly, "Let us go." Bureau Chief Zhu was dumbfounded by this sudden situation. That is it? Do not need to mind them?" He shook his head decisively. "No need over there. That zombie general has already been dismembered by his soldiers." That group of living dead stood up in unison. Roaring sounds echoing, they slowly turned around, and all living dead faced straight at Chen Zhou as if expressing gratitude. Zhu Egu explained to him, "They are thanking you." The slime crossed its arms with a meaningful smile. "Definitely, if we had not intervened, who knows how long they would have been trapped here. Just serving that fake general like that. Just thinking about it makes me feel ashamed for them." In the sky, the gloomy dark clouds gradually dissipated, giving way to the warm sprinkling sunlight. The soft sunlight shone on that group of living dead, causing them to instantly disintegrate into nothingness. Zhang Yuyu and Wu Batong rushed over in a panic, cheering in unison. "Master, Grandmaster Chen," Yuyu asked anxiously. "Master, are you okay?" President Wu gave a thumbs up, his voice full of admiration. "You are too amazing," Chen Zhou replied, his voice full of smugness. HMPH, no problem. Who asked me to be a brave planetary warrior? With teammates, my action naturally leads to a rival brings the cure," the slime hurriedly corrected. "It is a rival brings success and medicine brings the cure." Zhu Egu sat slumped on the ground, secretly wiping tears and whispering, "Sigh, I was also very brave. Why does no one care about me?" On the other side, Chen Zhou laughed and said happily, "Remember to ask someone to carry that big coffin back." Yu asked curiously, What does Master want that for?" He was secretive, his voice mysterious. "Heaven's secrets cannot be revealed." Zhu Egu sat on the ground holding his head and groaning. He staggered to his feet, suddenly feeling his head spin and getting dizzy. By the time Chen Zhou turned to look, Bureau Chief Zhu had collapsed heavily onto the cold ground as dawn broke. Jinnei Hospital was bustling with people. Zhu Egu lay motionless on the hospital bed, being rushed into the emergency area by nurses. "Make way, everyone make way." Chen Zhou and Zhang Yuyu chased anxiously behind. The nurses pushed him into the emergency room. The two had to stop outside the door. Yuyu asked impatiently, "Master, why did the bureau chief faint?" The slime replied hesitantly. Sucked of too much young energy by the zombie. It would be weird if nothing happened." Chen Zhou calmly reassured. "Beloved disciple, do not worry, he probably exercises too little." Yuyu sighed wearily. "Sai, I cannot help with anything. Can I really be of any use? How about I go prepare some dishes the bureau chief likes, things like braised trotters, braised pork, and rib soup to nourish his body?" Chen Zhou perked up his ears in excitement. Yuyu made up her mind and turned back happily. "Let us go, master, I'll take you." Chen Zhou pretended to be sick, leaning close to the wall and trembling. "I feel uncomfortable." The slime looked familiar with this act. Yuyu hurriedly ran over to support him. Oh, master, what's wrong with you?" Chen Zhou began to whine, his voice complaining. Cough, cough, teacher consumed too much internal energy in the battle just now. I am afraid I will not make it." he smiled slyly. Go, good disciple, do not cry, hurry and ask teacher how to keep the internal energy. Yu naively followed his words. Ho, how to do it, master. The slime was furious. It shouted angrily. Do not trick the good disciple anymore, Chen Zhou shouted loudly. Hospitalization, teacher also needs to be hospitalized. Yu stood dumbfounded like a statue, full of confusion. In the recovery room, the heart rate monitor beeped steadily. The doctor informed Zhu Eguo's wife, his voice serious. Bureau Chief Zhu was invaded by a lot of yin energy, and his organs have been corroded. Given the current medical level for treating ghost-related cases, we can only help the patient reduce the pain. The family should still prepare themselves. Zhu Eguo's wife panicked. Doctor, then how much time does my husband have left? The doctor replied. About 2 to 3 more days. The wife was heartbroken, tears rolling down from the corners of her eyes. Bureau Chief Zhu's son was also terrified, his face drained of blood. Zhu Egu groggily woke up. He spoke in a rasping whisper. Ah, he turned to look at everyone. What's wrong? The son threw himself onto the hospital bed. Dad, Zhu Eguo's wife asked solicitously. You are awake? How do you feel? Is your body uncomfortable anywhere? She held a box, her voice gentle. You from your bureau made a dish you like. Want to taste it now? Bureau Chief Zhu trembled. Why cannot I move? He turned his face away. I will not eat. How is my illness situation? The wife forced a smile. Oh my, what nonsense are you talking about? What could happen to your health? In my heart you are just like a young lad. Your blood sugar is low. Just need to rest for a few days. His son pouted and chimed in. That is right, Dad, you have worked hard for the family. When you recover, I'll take you to Disneyland. Zhu Egu understood, thinking to himself. My wife is not scolding me, it is being this gentle. I am definitely about to pass away. He spoke up. Where is Chen Zhou? I want to see him. Bureau Chief Zhu sat in a wheelchair. He was pushed to Chen Zhou's ward at this moment. Chen Zhou was bandaged up tight all over. Seeing this, Zhu Egu panicked, his face turning pale. Dong Dong Yao, why are you hurt so badly? He approached the hospital bed, trembling as he looked at Chen Zhou, who was covered in blood. Speaking rapidly. Sorry, it is all my fault, all my fault. If I had not dragged you to the construction site, you would still be at Li Qingshan's place, wrapped in a blanket, happily acting like a butterfly as a mental patient. Sorry, it is all my fault, Bureau Chief Zhu continued. Last time at Eastbridge when you broke your nose you cried up a storm. Someone afraid of pain like you, now with no intact spot on your body. Why are not you crying or making a sound? Chen Zhou woke up blankly. Zhu Egu was still repenting. Looks like us two brothers will go to headquarters together this time. How is that place? Are the benefits good? It is my first time going there. You have to guide me, but my life has been lived quite well. After all, I have started a family and have a child, but you are different. You have not even had a partner to date, right? He cried loudly. Now I really regret dragging you away from Castle Peak. Chen Zhou frowned. He sprang up and angrily hit Zhu Egu. Noisy to death, the ward became noisy, nagging and nagging in my ear. Not sleeping even in the middle of the night? Bureau Chief Zhu was surprised. You are not dead. He grabbed a chicken leg and chewed voraciously. Of course, I am the planet's #1 warrior. How could I die so easily? Zhu Egu rejoiced inwardly. Great, saved. Chen Zhou could cure cancer with a bottle of mineral water. For this illness of mine he definitely has a way. I must find a way to beg him while he is in high spirits, he chimed in. That is right, you are the bravest warrior on our planet, the strongest existence, the pride of our entire planet, he continued to praise him. I finally understand why the planet sent you on the mission. A useless person like me could not even block one move from the enemy, ultimately still having to rely on you. You are truly different. Chen Zhou was smug. That is nothing, you will also become an elite warrior. Zhu Egu thought the opportunity has come, turning his head to wipe tears. I am afraid I do not have the chance anymore. The doctor said I only have about 2 days left. He sat up straight on the bed with a start. Tell me the story. He was robbed of yang energy, yin energy entered the body, and the internal organs are all corroded. Estimated not to survive past the day after tomorrow. Chen Zhou grabbed a roll of white bandage. What is that? It cannot stump planetary warrior Dong Dong Yao. He pulled the fabric strip, approaching with a deep voice. Zhu Egu was a bit frightened, watching the person wrapped in white bandages slowly getting closer to his face. If it were a romantic drama script it would be fine. But the person above even lifted his leg to the level of his face. As it lifted higher, little Dong Dong Seven's face became increasingly pale. He stammered, Dong 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 Yao, what are you doing? Chen Zhou pointed his butt towards the camera, his body covered in white bandages due to injuries, looking like a mummy as he spoke sluggishly, his tone full of fatigue and helplessness. Healing that person. Zhu Egu averted his eyes to avoid looking at the private area. But Chen Zhou seemed not to care, acting as if he wanted to climb up and sit on his head, getting scarier and scarier. This made Zhu Egu panicked into a daze. Why do not we drink mineral water or something? The slime on his shoulder also could not have expected such an intense situation to unfold. It opened its mouth wide in surprise, eyes rolling back. Holy crap, no way, you do not mean to use that? A sticky, blurry white paper was suddenly pasted smack onto the top of his head. A stream of bone-chilling cold air rushed straight into his forehead, causing Zhu Eguo's eyes to snap shut instinctively. His hand extended forward also froze, daring not imagine what the person had just spat out. Seeing the other party recoiling like that, Chen Zhou took the opportunity to press forward, fiddling around on Zhu Eguo's face for a while. The movements were so agile and rough that he was tortured into pieces before he could utter a word. Then a series of strange rectangular paper scraps rained down in all directions, making the person's appearance extremely miserable. That gruesome scene made the slime squint, daring not look further. Damn, for real? Clearly there are 360 methods to expel yin energy, yet you chose the most tiring one every time. Watching the paper talismans it regarded as life and death treasures being thrown around like trash by that person. It was so angry its eyes bulged. Amidst the pile of charms in hand it tried to use words to stop that blasphemous behavior. Talisman Boost, 7 Laws Body Protection Talisman, Spirit Nourishing Talisman, 5 Thunders Great Talisman, Exorcism Talisman. Finally it went crazy, using its hands to tear apart its own life. Screaming in pain, cough cough cough, give it a damn rest. After a long period of struggle, Chen Zhou finally exhausted his strength. He leaned back onto the bed, hands pulling the edge of the blanket loosely over his body, tiredly listening to the person muttering, "A dong dong yao, does this actual L work?" After a moment of silence to regulate his breathing, he replied, "Of course, these talismans cost me 100 years of cultivation power. It takes a full 49 days to recover. Got it?" The slime lay on top of his head, speaking weakly, even though it had done nothing but scream uncontrollably. Phew, dead tired. Zhu Egu also asked back vaguely, voice full of doubt. Duh, 49 days, then what if they fall off in between? Chen Zhou did not even bother to turn his head, curling tight into the blanket, answering crisply, "Falling off means it is fine." But as soon as Zhu Egu turned sharply around, the person's round face was covered with tiny paper talismans matching his round chestnut-like head, making his expression look even more ridiculous and funny. However, something was wrong. Wisps of black smoke drifted slowly from his body, and a burnt smell spread through the ward, causing Zhu Egu to inhale it and tremble all over. His body felt increasingly scorching hot. He whispered softly, "Why is the person next to me sleeping so soundly he does not even bother to turn over? Dong dong yao, why does my whole body hurt more and more? Ah." At that very moment, 2 sets of footsteps echoed consecutively in the hospital corridor. A red-haired guy led the charge in, hands shoved in pockets, looking arrogant like a market thug about to collect a debt. The blue-haired guy following behind looked calmer. He glanced around, not looking like a debt collector but like a professional MLM salesman. Going in the opposite direction was Zhu Egu, screaming incessantly on a wheelchair pushed by a nurse. Behind him, twitching violently, eyes staring wide, face still covered in the weird talismans pasted by Chen Zhou. Knowing full well the cause was those tiny scraps of paper, he still resolutely refused to remove them. It was indeed Dong Dong Yao, Chen Zhou's fatal treasure. "Ah, hurts to death. I want anesthesia, pain relief. Do not touch my talismans, do not touch." The nurse could only reply helplessly, "I know, shut your mouth." The blue-haired guy behind revealed a suspicious look when looking at Zhu Egu. He squinted to scrutinize the person groaning in pain, observing silently. Strange blue light flashed from his platinum pupils. Eyelids lowered slightly, unclear what he was calculating. Anyway, his appearance exuded an aura forbidding others to approach, making it hard to pry into his thoughts. Only saw him turn slightly, directing his gaze toward the pile of talismans scattered everywhere. "He is the person related to this sacrificial eye. Exorcism Police Zhu Egu, right?" The red-haired guy did not bother to turn his head to answer immediately. "That is right, yin energy entered the body, probably will not survive." He dragged his steps wearily, posture stumbling as if about to fall asleep. "Countless people die every year because of ghosts, and he counts as dead too. Act quickly. Investigate clearly early to go back and eat early. I have the night shift, terrible. Next, I am almost worked to death." The blue-haired guy nodded, sighing tiredly. "That is right, I heard the pancakes in the canteen tonight will have spicy sauce, let us go." Inside the ward at this moment, the slime was still diligently advising the person on the bed, words stern mixed with worry. It was truly dedicated to Chen Zhou, though the person knew nothing of that heart. "Hey, let us make a deal. Next time you want to save someone, can you pay attention to your method? Do you know how tiring it is to use talismans to expel yin energy?" He tiredly bit into the apple in his hand, not bothering to answer, only focusing on scolding it. "Stupid you, this is truly using the golden cudgel to embroider. Dummy." As soon as the figures of the 2 MLM guys appeared in the corridor, he clearly recognized their aura from afar, saw him turn his head to give a half-hearted smile to the red hair and blue hair. "Oh ho, 2 7-string monks." Chen Zhou was clearly still as sloppy as ever, leaning back and crunching on the apple. The red-haired guy stepped forward to ask the person wrapped in white bandages on the bed, "You are Chen Zhou?" But this person was clearly just a glutton, not even bothering to answer, just hugging the fruit basket tight. This made the blue-haired guy even more suspicious. He covered his teammate's mouth and dragged him out, smiling at the person. "Wait a moment, sorry, seems we found the wrong person." Gagged suddenly, the other guy struggled violently, making MMPH sounds of dissatisfaction. The noise outside the ward attracted his attention, saw those 2 trying hard to suppress their volume. But clearly these 2 did not mesh well, causing the conversation to echo to the end of the hall, everyone hearing clearly. "Well, what are you doing? How could we find the wrong person? Boss said it was this ward." The other person whispered back, tone urgent mixed with caution. "Careful, sails the ship for 10,000 years. To avoid complaints, we will check again." The 2 pulled out the photo distributed earlier, examining it carefully, eyes darting left and right, analyzing the hair and facial features. Even the red-haired guy's eyes squinted tight, comparing carefully with the image of the boy in the room. This fool looks exactly like the person no matter how you look at it. The blue-haired guy looked toward that face. Indeed, the more he looked, the more it resembled. Those soulless eyes also matched perfectly. Immediately, the two clowns slammed the door and rushed in, no longer having a shred of the polite pretense from just now, ruthlessly revealing their true forms. The blue-haired guy used his body to slam the door open, grinning broadly. That is right, it is him. Behind him was the red-haired fool, standing with legs apart, face full of inexplicable pride. Only now was the badge on their lapels clearly visible. A yin-yang circle wrapped in a layer of golden metal, blue crescents radiating evenly like sun rays. These two were probably even dumber than Chenjo. Meeting such dazed people for the first time, he could only stare blankly, mouth wide open, the apple still intact without a single bite mark. One of them pulled a small notebook from his lapel and thrust it close to Chenjo's face. Seeing the other party still stunned, he spoke up to introduce. "Hello, we are from the Soul Suppression Division. Last night, the heavenly demon called Sacrificial Eye was discovered at the Fenjung real estate construction site." The serious tone echoed evenly in the room, but the actions of those two just now remained unforgettably haunting. Not sure if the ward was tilted or what, or if his legs were limp, Chenjo felt dizzy as that small notebook kept getting closer to his face. "According to reliable sources, you were also present at that time, right?" Truly two fools who completely did not give the person opposite time to digest. The red-haired guy immediately took over for his partner, rattling off words like a machine gun. On-site inspection showed a stage 4 evil spirit. This is simply not something the exorcism police department can handle. Speaking without even pausing for breath, he was too lazy to even open his mouth. Therefore, Chenjo, please cooperate with our investigation. We want to know if you are an unregistered cultivator. Just when I thought it was over, I saw green hair rummaging in his trouser pocket for a long time without finding anything. There was also a blue crystal ball. It constantly emitted a strange blue light, catching the eye. It looked quite large and should be worth a lot of money if sold. The atmosphere around the two suddenly became heavy and gloomy. That person's voice was full of threat. His face was twisted strangely. "What is your relationship with the heavenly demon cult?" A strange impulse surged in his heart, urging Chenjo to reach out and touch that thing. That person insisted on extending his hand to invite, his tone polite yet full of oppression. "This is to test a cultivator's aptitude. Please, trouble yourself to cooperate." Unexpectedly, Chenjo suddenly waved his hand and slapped the back of his hand fiercely, knocking the crystal ball up to the beam. The blue gem hovered in midair, making him panic-stricken as he hurriedly reached out to grab it. Red hair rolled up his sleeves irritably, eyes practically popping out, closing in. "You still want to resist? We are from the Soul Suppression Division. Cannot you recognize this uniform?" Behind him was green hair hugging the crystal ball tightly, breathing a long sigh of relief. If this was lost, both would lose their rice bowls. A heavy punch like a bolt from the blue suddenly smashed onto his face. The instantaneous scene startled green hair, eyes widening round, speechless with surprise. Chenjo glanced at them coldly. Although covered in bandages, his imposing manner remained as steady as Mount Tai. Suddenly, two pyramid schemers popped out from somewhere, getting touchy-feely, wanting to test some spiritual aptitude. Who are these people? Are they crazy? Standing before them was Chenjo, the person beaten until he was covered in bandages and paralyzed in bed. Seeing this, the one with glasses pointed angrily at Chenjo's face, assuming a weird twisted posture and roaring, "You actually dare to hit someone from the Soul Suppression Division? Who gave you the guts?" Chenjo stared seriously at the two people in front of him, his tone sharp. "I do not care who you are, shifty-eyed and mouse-like. You do not look like good things at first glance." He leapt up, preparing to rush up and teach these two a lesson. Chenjo assumed the mighty stance of a rock spreading its wings. Just as he was about to make a move, a gentle call suddenly rang out from outside the door. "Master, I am here to deliver dinner." It turned out to be Zhang Yuyu, holding up a food bag to show off. "There is duck meat, your favorite, today." Although wrapped like a mummy, Chenjo still cleverly and easily dealt with the two men in black. He greeted Zhang Yuyu calmly. "You are here?" Zhang Yuyu froze, shouting, "Ah, why are you fighting?" After a flurry of frantic explanations, everyone seemed to understand each other a bit. Zhang Yuyu asked curiously, "They are people from the Soul Suppression Division. Seniors, I am truly sorry." Chenjo sat there picking at the dishes in the bento box Zhang Yuyu brought, looking nonchalant. While Zhang Yuyu was busy mediating the conflict between the two sides, she bowed repeatedly. "My master is a bit direct in doing things. He definitely did not mean to offend." The two men had been beaten black and blue by Chenjo, faces covered in dirt, losing their initial neat appearance. The one with glasses crossed his arms, tone severe. "You are handling the case for the Exorcism Police Department's Soul Suppression Division, and you are very familiar with Chenjo. Please ask him to cooperate with us for a check." Seeing this, the brown-haired man also chimed in to agree. "That is right, this guy has brain problems. We cannot communicate with him. I saw in the file that he is mentally ill." Hearing them say this, Zhang Yuyu reacted fiercely, shouting loudly, "Wait, who are you saying has no brains? You represent the problem. You are the ones who are mentally ill. Even if you are from the Soul Suppression Division, you cannot say that about my master." The brown-haired man was shaken by Zhang Yuyu's roar, stammering, But he really is mentally ill." Zhang Yuyu could not bear it anymore, driving the two out, her tone severe. "Get out if you want to investigate, that is fine, but send someone polite." The one with glasses hurriedly explained, "Miss, what are you doing? We are one entity. We have fully investigated the scene of last night's accident. Except for the big coffin, there are not even any clues. We can only investigate Chenjo." Hearing this, Chen Zhou suddenly noticed his words. He suddenly asked, "Wasn't that big coffin given to me by the zombie general?" Outside the hospital, which was originally peaceful, a figure was suddenly blasted flying, smashing through the wall, scaring passers-by into throwing away their medical forms in terror. Curses echoed. Chen Zhou walked out steadily, dragging his leg in a cast, soaring with rage, glaring at the glasses-wearing man lying on his back before him and roaring, "Bold Soul Suppression Division, you actually snatched my coffin." The two from the Soul Suppression Division were trembling with fear at Chen Zhou's amazing power, stammering continuously, So strong, what rank cultivator is he?" "A Taoist brother, look at that." The brown-haired man stared at the thing tightly gripped in Chen Zhou's hand and screamed, "White light, how can he, an ordinary person, explain this?" What Chen Zhou was pinching in his hand was the testing stone, which can measure the rank of cultivators below the Saint Realm, each rank displaying a different light. Cultivator ranks correspond to ghost creatures. Only the strongest Divine Realm and Emperor Realm exceed the detection range. Chen Zhou ripped the bandages off his body, turning to instruct Zhang Yuyu, "I am going to the bandits' den to snatch back the big coffin. I can compromise on such small matters, disciple, do not worry." Zhang Yuyu was also a bit panicked hearing this. But Master Chen Zhou crushed the stone in his hand, turned to call the little ghost Big Cat and Slime, announcing aggressively, "Go get back the things that belong to us." Under the cold wind of the night sky, the full moon flickered like the thoughts of a 17-year-old girl. A figure riding a tiger cut through the night sky. It turned out to be Chen Zhou and his gang. He was rushing anxiously to ask for the coffin snatched by the Soul Suppression Division. The slime only grabbed onto the big cat's tail. It roared, "What are you guys doing? The Soul Suppression Division is not over there." Hearing this, Chen Zhou violently yanked Big Cat's ear, breaking urgently in the forest. He turned to ask the little ghost calmly, "Does little ghost know where that Soul Suppression Division is?" The little ghost answered with a blank face, "Do not know," Big Cat roared. "Ow ow." The slime pointed behind, panting heavily. "Phew, over there." Hearing this, Chen Zhou jumped up, pointing in the completely opposite direction of the slime and shouting, "Okay, let us go, I feel it. It is over there." Seeing Chen Zhou being so silly, the slime still roared, "Not that way, I said it is this way, I really cannot go on with you for even a day." Big Cat was sprinting in the direction Chen Zhou pointed when a voice suddenly rang out, "Senior, wait a moment." Chen Zhou turned his head sharply with a blank face, then suddenly recognized her. "I remember you." Seeing Chen Zhou recognize her, the female ghost waved her hands and feet, asking in a high-pitched voice, "You are that female ghost from the construction site, what do you want?" The female ghost shyly pointed in the opposite direction. "Senior, are not you going to the Soul Suppression Division? It is over there." Seeing this, Chen Zhou immediately answered happily, Sure enough, I felt it was over there." The slime shouted in anger and jealousy, "Why do you believe her as soon as she speaks?" Knowing the direction, Chen Zhou immediately ordered Big Cat to go that way. Suddenly the female ghost waved her hand and shouted, "Senior, wait a moment." Chen Zhou pressed, "HMPH, do you have anything else?" The female ghost stammered shyly, "Senator Senior, I have nowhere to go. Can I follow you like them? I am willing to become your ghost servant and listen to your orders." The slime nodded while explaining to Chen Zhou, "Although this female ghost broke free from the control of the sacrificial eye, the world is vast. A stage 1 wandering soul like her is still full of danger. Moreover, she possesses the rare 9-yin body, kind-hearted, and has never harmed anyone." Hearing this, Chen Zhou stroked his chin in contemplation. Seeing Chen Zhou hesitating, the slime spoke up, "Suggestion. You can sign her." Before it finished speaking, Chen Zhou revealed a face full of disgust and refused flatly. "Too weak, do not need," making the female ghost cry out in surprise. Chen Zhou rode Big Cat and rushed out decisively, waving goodbye. Being afraid of tickling is a weakness. Dong Dong Yao does not keep weaklings around. Goodbye. The slime shook its head helplessly. "Sigh, a pretty good girl, what a pity." The female ghost shouted helplessly, "Senator Senior." The abandoned female ghost sobbed and trembled alone, crying. Thinking to herself, sure enough, it was too embarrassing before, but is that wrong too? She clenched her fist, making up her mind not to let go. "I cannot give up, still have to continue fighting for it." Then she flew to chase after. "Wait for me." Suddenly a stream of red energy rushed over, blocking the female ghost. It turned out the little ghost had turned back, stopping her from following. Chen Zhou surprised the female ghost greatly. The little ghost glared and shouted, "You hurt him. Stay away." She released a red energy beam, pinning that female ghost to the ground. Just flying. When the female ghost came to her senses and looked up, she was surprised to find the little ghost was gone. The female ghost shouted, "Senior, I will not give up." In a magnificent and resplendent place, Chen Zhou arrived. He jumped down from Big Cat's back. The slime looked up blankly. "This is probably it." Chen Zhou interrupted, asking, "Is this the Soul Suppression Division?" One human, one ghost, one slime, and a tiger looked up at the huge city before them together, unable to help sighing. "It is even more imposing than mine back then." Everyone walked into the Soul Suppression Division together. Chen Zhou asked again, "Is this the Soul Suppression Division?" He cheered, "Big Coffin, I am coming." Suddenly a hand pulled Chen Zhou's hem. He subconsciously looked back to see the little ghost and Big Cat sobbing in fear, stammering, "We cannot get in, we'll die." Seeing Chen Zhou looking blank and dull, the slime hurriedly chimed in to explain, "That is right, the Soul Suppression Division has set up the immensely powerful 12 Heavenly Gates formation. If the little ghost and Big Cat barge in, I am afraid their souls will scatter immediately." Wherever the slime pointed, Big Cat and the little ghost would tremble, bodies shaking like sieves. Seeing this scene, Chen Zhou put his hands on his hips, the corners of his mouth raising in a disdainful arc. "So troublesome, I got it." After speaking, he turned decisively. "Then you guys wait for me here." Big Cat and the little ghost stood obediently behind him, cheering enthusiastically. You can do it. But then asked Chen Zhou curiously, where did you get the bedsheet? Chen Zhou draped a snow-white bedsheet over himself, sneaking around wanting to scare the two guards. Seeing the white shadow moving, the two guards immediately shouted, Soul Suppression Division important ground. Idlers, please do not approach. The piercing roar echoed, startling Chen Zhou so much his face lost color, sweating like rain. You can see me, did my cultivation regress? The slime shouted in panic. Did you think this torn bedsheet really has invisibility functions? He threw away the bedsheet, assuming a majestic posture, arrogantly threatening the two guards. In that case, I'll just use the manifestation art to have a showdown with you. The two guards did not panic at all. You two want to fight? The slime revealed a weird and inhuman smile behind Chen Zhou, then spoke up. Really cannot do anything with you. I'll give you a fun skill. It jumped into midair, activating the ultimate move Hypnotic Eye. The surrounding space became twisted and blurred like a dreamscape. The ultimate move emitted psychedelic sound waves, making the two security guards drool, looking dull. Unable to resist at all, the two guards swayed and fell to the ground. Chen Zhou shook his head and sighed in depression. I have not even used the planetary mystery yet. How come you were scared down? The slime waved its hand repeatedly. All right, go in quickly. Go in, the result is the most important. Do not mess up the process. Chen Zhou put his hands on his head, sneaking deep inside like a thief, muttering praises as he walked. They have some skill, the slime hurriedly claimed credit. That is the credit of the Hypnotic Eye. I'll keep watch for you. You roam around yourself. I am leaving too, revisiting an old haunt, going to see old friends. The place was unusually deserted. Suddenly voices came from the Soul Suppression Division courtyard. Did you hear? It turned out to be two monks patrolling. Yes, the fat monk spoke. In Zhenai City we also found the sacrificial eye. Chen Zhou secretly followed behind, closely watching the two monks' tracks. The thin monk clenched his fist fiercely, shouting loudly, Heavenly Demon Cult is really becoming more and more arrogant. I really want to let them taste my sandbag-sized fist. Chen Zhou pretended to be a bush, squatting quietly nearby without making a sound. The fat monk whispered in the thin monk's ear, I heard the sacrificial eye was solved by a mental patient. The thin monk was surprised. Real or fake? The fat monk hurriedly explained. Real, do not speak loud, this is top secret news. I heard the higher-ups intend to recruit him and have already sent people to contact him. Hearing this, suspicion rose in Chen Zhou's heart and he could not bear it anymore. He jumped out, blocking the two monks, asking loudly, Hey, do you two know where my big coffin is? The two monks were startled, shouting, Who? His mind was full of only the coffin. Chen Zhou pointed at the two monks' faces threateningly. Speak quickly or do not blame me. Suddenly his ability spontaneously erupted, making the two monks fall to the ground and sleep soundly. He shook them angrily and vigorously, actually ignoring me and falling asleep directly. Chen Zhou continued deeper, encountering a girl holding a high stack of documents. He raised his hand to greet. Hey, do you know? Before he finished speaking, the ability triggered automatically again, making her faint, asking one by one, where's my big coffin? One after another, everyone was knocked unconscious by his ability, lying all over the ground. He walked to a large door, stamping his feet angrily and throwing a tantrum, shouting, Why does this Soul Suppression Division love sleeping so much? There is not even anyone who can talk to me. Did not Dong Dong 7 say this is the strongest organization on the planet? After speaking, Chen Zhou pushed open the main door. In front of him were people with various shapes, from Superman to anime characters. Everything was there. Chen Zhou cheered happily. Great, there are still people here. He opened his arms, shouting happily, Excuse me, but what should come still came. His ability spontaneously activated again, making everyone in front of him faint. The slime appeared slowly behind him. Chen Zhou, I found your big coffin. The slime took Chen Zhou to a room that looked sturdy. It spoke. This is the Soul Suppression Division storage room. Inside are various strange things collected by the Soul Suppression Division. The big coffin is right here. I'll crack the password for you. Before it finished speaking, Chen Zhou interrupted it. He prepared to blast out a heavy punch, hitting the door directly, too disappointed. The slime walked away helplessly. Let me add some strength to you. Chen Zhou landed a heavy punch on the door and the main gate instantly shattered into pieces. Just then the slime shouted, 1,000-pound hammer. Chen Zhou was smug because he broke the door. The slime was also happy. As expected of my power, too awesome. Suddenly alarms blared. Warning, warning, warning. Someone is trespassing in the Soul Suppression Division. Chen Zhou and the slime whipped their heads around, eyes sharp. It turned out to be the Soul Suppression Division guards rushing over. They shouted, all cultivators assemble. Red lights flashed outside the Soul Suppression Division, illuminating the entire area. The alarm sound was piercing. Warning, warning. Someone is trespassing in the Soul Suppression Division. All cultivators assemble. The little ghost was extremely anxious, shouting, It is over. Chen Zhou is probably in trouble. Walking into a spacious room, the main color tone was brown. The ceiling was golden, with white dots connected by white lines. There were many treasures displayed in glass cabinets in the room. Chen Zhou looked around at everything in the room, saying angrily, They clearly have so many treasures, yet they actually snatched my big coffin. Simply a bunch of bastards. Chen Zhou and the slime saw the coffin and rushed over to hug the big coffin. Chen Zhou said affectionately, Finally seeing you, my big coffin. Did those bad guys do anything to you? The slime beside him stated. Hey, I say stop being so mushy. The alarm was already triggered just now. Let us go quickly. There are experts in the Soul Suppression Division. It will be troublesome if they come. Rapid footsteps flooded in, kicking up dust. A group of people rushed in from outside the door dressed very strangely. Some wore Superman suits, some wore samurai outfits. As soon as they rushed in, they shouted, "Who dares to trespass in the Soul Suppression Division? Do not move." One person wearing a Superman suit raised his hand while running. "Hands up, turn around." Another person dressed as a Taoist priest wearing glasses and holding a precious sword said aggressively, "Tisk tisk, truly ate a bear heart and leopard gall idiom very audacious, not even looking at what place this is." Chen Zhou turned his head slightly to glance at them, then used the hypnotic eye. That group all fell for it. The flying Superman fell to the ground, fainting directly, not forgetting to say before fainting, "Ah, I am fainting." The old Taoist patted his head. "Damn it, such strong sorcery." The group all fainted at the door. Chen Zhou shouldered the coffin and walked out of the room. The slime said, "Strengthening power for the host." Shouldering the coffin, Chen Zhou said, "Truly ridiculous, snatching other people's things and they think they are right." The slime and Chen Zhou were carrying the coffin walking when a voice came from nowhere. "Little fellow, leaving in such a hurry?" A black shadow emerged in the darkness. Behind the shadow was a ball of flame, a white-haired old man. A hairpin inserted in his bun with a long white beard, one eye closed and one eye open, one hand with two fingers raised at his chest, the other hand placed in front of his abdomen. Golden energy light surrounded him, resembling flames. Sitting with one leg crossed, he said, "Knocking out so many people of my Soul Suppression Division just for a coffin." Chen Zhou shouldered the coffin with one hand, picking his nose with the other, a look of disdain on his face, not putting that old man in his eyes at all. The slime beside him was anxious, spinning around. "Hypnotic eye? Why did hypnotic eye fail? Done for. This is Nenying Si, a 5th rank cultivator." Hypnotic eye failed. That old man was casting a spell. The energy behind him grew stronger and stronger, dust flying. Chen Zhou still shouldered the coffin, looking at him calmly. The slime beside him kept saying, "The pressure is so strong, completely different from those people before, let us run quickly." The old man cast a spell, his fingers also covered with golden energy. Eyes still one open and one closed, he said, "This old man is Nenying Si, a consecrator of the Soul Suppression Division. Those who offend the Soul Suppression Division, I stomp heavily on the ground." He charged toward Chen Zhou, one hand covered in energy. He shouted, "Kill!" Chen Zhou carried the coffin on his shoulder, hand in his pocket, looking at Nenying Si calmly. The slime beside him said anxiously, "Run quickly." "What are you standing there for?" Nenying Si rushed over like a fierce wind. Chen Zhou did not hesitate, landing a heavy punch directly on his face, beating the old man until his face was almost deformed. Ignoring the guy beaten to the ground behind him, he easily shouldered the coffin, reached out to pick his ear, tone contemptuous. "This old man has a lisp," did not hear clearly what he was yelling just now. The slime stood aside and could only shake its head helplessly, feeling it was too awesome. Under the azure sky, high-rise buildings stood in rows. On a narrow street, two Soul Suppression Division members were supporting each other, moving forward with difficulty. The green-haired man with glasses spoke up, voice exhausted. "The higher-ups wanted us to understand the situation," he tried to explain. "Cannot explain it this time." Hearing this, the brown-haired man clutched his wound and groaned in pain. "I find it very strange. He beat me so I had no power to fight back. How could he be an ordinary person?" The one with glasses also sighed helplessly. "Sigh, I do not know either. Report it to the higher-ups." Suddenly, the two discovered two unconscious figures lying on the ground. The brown-haired man asked in surprise, "Hey, what's going on?" When they arrived at the Soul Suppression Division, they were even more stunned. The green-haired man with glasses shouted, "Hey, wake up." The brown-haired man howled in despair. "Heavens, what exactly happened to our Soul Suppression Division?" The gentle sunlight sprinkled over streets and alleys. Janai Hospital stood in the city center. The tall building occupied a vast area, with cars parked full in front. Bureau Chief Ju's face was ashen and lifeless, a few yellow talismans stuck to his cheeks, groggily opening his eyes, voice weak. "I." In his blurry vision, he vaguely saw a white figure float by. Bureau Chief Zhu thought to himself, "In heaven, are you an angel?" An older doctor wearing thick glasses with sparse hair. Smiling kindly, "Bureau Chief Zhu, you are awake." Zhu Egu was startled. Bureau Chief Zhu sat up in panic. It turns out to be Director Sun. "Thank you. How is my illness?" Director Sun pointed behind him. "I was just wanting to tell you about this. Come look. This is the latest X-ray." Bureau Chief Zhu focused on the image. Director Sun pointed at the X-ray on the board, tone full of surprise. "Initially, all organs in your body were corroded by yin energy, failing rapidly, but now they have almost all healed. Truly a miracle." Face full of fatigue, Bureau Chief Zhu let out a long breath. "Actually, that is great. Looks like I will not die this time." He bent down to pick up the paper on the floor. Director Sun asked curiously, "The person who pasted papers on you is called Chen Zhou, right? Who is he to you?" Lying on the bed with his head on his arm, one leg curled up, comfortable all over, Zhu Egu chuckled lightly. "Correct, he is my subordinate and also my salvation." Director Sun beside him suddenly revealed a doubtful expression. Suddenly the door was pushed open violently, startling Bureau Chief Zhu and Director Sun. Yu rushed in to report. "Bureau Chief, bad news, Master He broke into the Soul Suppression Division that day." Like a thunderbolt from the blue, Bureau Chief Zhu opened his mouth wide, a look of breakdown on his face covered with talismans. "What, is he crazy?" Jumping up in exasperation, Zhu Egu roared, "Quickly go to the Soul Suppression Division. The Soul Suppression Division is full of experts. Does Chen Zhou really think his life is too long?" Yu walked beside him, supporting the Bureau Chief while worrying. "Oh, okay, Bureau Chief, are you all right on your head?" Bureau Chief Zhu hurriedly stopped her. Hey, do not touch my talismans." He gripped the talismans in his hand tightly. Director Sun pondered, never expecting this small piece of paper could actually cure yin energy invasion. I am becoming more and more interested in you. Zhou, a doctor ran in frantically to report, startling Director Sun. Director, bad news. A person carrying a big coffin broke into the hospital. Hearing this, Director Sun hurriedly stood up. Where? Take me there quickly. You and Bureau Chief Zhu hurriedly got in the car. Bureau Chief Zhu urged, I have to hurry and call Li Qingshan. He counts as Chen Zhou's guardian. Now that Chen Zhou caused trouble, only he can withstand it. Behind, Chen Zhou walked over slowly, whistling, carrying the coffin, looking around blankly, then continuing to walk happily. Chen Zhou smiled and said, the Soul Suppression Division was defeated by me. All come at me together. I am not afraid at all. The slime beside him also repeated excitedly. The Soul Suppression Division was defeated by me. All come at me together. I am not afraid at all. Suddenly Chen Zhou and the slime frowned. In front was a group of doctors and nurses. Almost all the hospital staff had gathered, rolling up sleeves, looking angry. Chen Zhou growled low, sure enough, white coats have no good things. You guys want to snatch it too? The slime hurriedly held Chen Zhou back. Wait, do not be impulsive. The sound of celebratory firecrackers rang out. Doctors surrounded them, cheering and congratulating, leaving Chen Zhou and the slime completely confused, unable to make heads or tails of it. Welcome hero's return, a doctor whispered in Director Sun's ear. Director, will this work? He is a mental patient. Are you sure you can make him listen to us? Director Sun answered soothingly. Rest assured, I have seen how he gets along with Bureau Chief Zhu. Definitely no problem. He is very likely our hospital's breakthrough for conquering ghost-related diseases. We must conquer him. Director Sun waved to greet Chen Zhou, scaring him into dodging. Director Sun smiled friendlily. Hello, great hero Chen Zhou. I am Jinei Hospital's director. Sun Tong, welcome back. Everyone knows you saved Bureau Chief Zhu with small paper strips. Everyone thinks you are a great hero and all want to be friends with you. The slime beside him whispered vigilantly. Chen Zhou, a weasel paying respects to a chicken, probably harboring no good intentions. Chen Zhou, you cannot easily trust strangers. Chen Zhou assumed a stance, preparing to punch. I do not need friends. Damn whitecoats, do not think about hitting on the idea of my big coffin. The director froze. Watching Chen Zhou's resolute attitude, Director Sun turned his head, signaling to another doctor that the situation was not good. Plan B. That doctor also flashed an okay gesture back to Director Sun under the azure sky. A female nurse pushed a wheelchair out with a little girl. Seeing Chen Zhou, the little girl cheered. Hello, big brother, are you the great hero? Chen Zhou glanced at the little girl. She handed out a candy with both hands. The little girl smiled brilliantly. Big brother, can I be friends with you? I'll give you the candy I hid to eat. The slime stroked its chin and thought, this little girl also has yin energy entering the body, causing necrosis of leg nerves. I understand these white coats flattering you, probably want to beg you to help cure her legs. Chen Zhou here also panicked, thinking, damn it, to conquer me, they actually sent out a human cub. Stupid, a qualified planetary warrior should not sympathize with the enemy's cub. The little girl handed the candy with an innocent and cute face. Big brother, can you accept it? Chen Zhou trembled all over, took a deep breath, a look of extreme restraint on his face, thinking, done for, she is a bit cute. Dong Yao, you have to hold on, cannot take it anymore. He suddenly snatched the candy from the little girl's hand. Chen Zhou could not hold back anymore, chanting a spell in his mouth. The slime beside him roared angrily. Chen Zhou, you big idiot, you are quite active in saving people. When can you cure your own mental illness? Chen Zhou's eyes were sharp, throwing the candy into the air, continuing to chant amidst everyone's surprise. The candy flew high into the sky, emitting dazzling orange light. The slime stuck a syringe into the candy, changing the candy's composition, dancing with bent knees and waving arms. Chen Zhou cast spells at amazing speed. The candy fell back into his hand, leaving a straight red light trail. The candy in Chen Zhou's hand emitted highly attractive orange light, making everyone unable to take their eyes off it. The slime mumbled. Chen Zhou, holding the glowing candy, giggled. The slime shook its head helplessly, while the little girl in the wheelchair stared with wide round eyes in surprise. The doctors whispered curiously. A person with sparse hair pointed and said, look quick, the candy in his hand seems to be glowing. Another person immediately asked back, real or fake? The slime watched Chen Zhou peel the candy wrapper. After peeling, Chen Zhou put the candy in his mouth amidst the slime's shock. The slime screamed, no, wasn't it for that little girl to eat? Chen Zhou ate the candy, jumping around happily. Done, I ate it, tastes not bad, you leave. The little girl reached out, stammering, big brother. Qianqin cannot walk. Chen Zhou looked down at the little girl's legs. The slime beside him roared, weren't you going to save her? What the hell are you doing? Chen Zhou placed his hand on the little girl's head, turned Qianqin's head, pointing at the wheelchair Qianqin sat on, and said, give me this thing you are sitting on, you can go. Qianqin froze, exclaiming in surprise, round eyes filled with astonishment. The slime flew into a rage, roaring angrily. Chen Zhou, you big idiot, making me work another round. The slime put away the Tai Chi mirror, switching to injecting medicine into Qianqin's head, even transmitting Qi to her, chanting busily. Treating the little girl's necrotic nerves, wearing a Taoist hat, holding a sword covered in talismans, the slime shouted, expel yin energy. Under the azure sky, Chen Zhou opened his mouth, tone cheerful. Alright, try walking yourself. The slime was so tired its ears turned red. Qianqin looked down at the ground, voice trembling, big brother, I am a bit scared. Chen Zhou smiled gently, eyes warm, comforting. It is okay, I am here. He rested both hands on the wheelchair. Qianqin tried hard to stand up, body trembling violently. She took small steps, then swayed and fell to the ground. Screams echoed. Oh my! Director Sun hurriedly rushed over, asking worriedly, are you okay? sitting on the wheelchair with legs crossed watching Qianqin fall. Chen Zhou's tone was firm. Do not help her, she can walk by herself. The slime folded its arms and sneered at the side, humming with full sarcasm. Amidst the shock of all medical staff, Qianqin slowly stood firm on her weak legs. She cheered excitedly. I can stand up, big brother. Qianqin can stand up. Chen Zhou smiled brilliantly, giving a thumbs up to praise her. Director Sun shouted happily, secretly surprised in his heart. Heavens, he can really do it. Qianqin hopped and skipped to the wheelchair Chen Zhou was sitting on, grinning from ear to ear. Big brother, Qianqin can walk again. Thank you, brother. Director Sun was busy in the distance, urging the hospital doctors. Did you learn it? Did you take notes? Did you understand from the beginning? He ordered eagerly. Quickly go, bring another patient. A doctor answered hurriedly. Yes, under the azure sky, autumn wind blew the leaves, withered yellow leaves fluttering down. The soul suppression division appeared like a huge tower. A simple yet majestic building. Director Li, Director Zhu and Yu were walking briskly down a deep corridor. Yu looked around, her tone full of amazement. Director Zhu, is this the Soul Suppression Division? It looks really impressive. Director Zhu immediately nodded. That is, of course, the Soul Suppression Division is the highest level agency for handling ghost creatures in our country. Wait a moment, you two listen to my command. Absolutely do not speak out of turn. We will save Chen Zhou and leave. Is that clear? Yu and Director Li spoke in unison. Clear. Along the way, the three saw countless staff members fainting in the spacious hall. Saw a man in a black suit with messy brown hair pointing at his subordinates and cursing angrily. Raised a bunch of useless trash. You let a mental patient in and out and you all fainted without even exchanging a single move. If this gets out, where is the dignity of cultivators? Yu suddenly turned her head and whispered to Director Zhu. Director, it seems my master wasn't caught. Director Zhu nodded. Listening to this, it seems he wasn't caught, a voice suddenly echoed. Yo, is not this Director Zhu? A man in a suit with his coat draped over his shoulders and hands in his pockets walked calmly toward the trio. Director Zhu spoke up. Long time no see, I was just about to look for you. The man had a head full of white hair, but his face still retained the handsomeness of his youth. He was tall, wearing a sophisticated suit and a monocle. It was none other than Director Luo Yuman. In the director's office, the walls were painted a soft color, and gentle sunlight spilled in through the window. Director Li, Director Zhu and Yu sat quietly on the sofa opposite them. Luo Yuman looked calm while the others were trembling with fear. Director Zhu spoke first. Director Luo. Chen Zhou is just a mental patient with no civil capacity. Besides, he did not really do anything to the people of the Soul Suppression Division. Your words are too heavy, Yu hurriedly interrupted. That is right, Director Luo. If you want to convict him, are you sure you can beat my master? Yu's words made the director spit out a mouthful of tea. Director Luo laughed heartily, holding a flickering glowing stone in his hand. Luo Yuman winked, his tone eccentric. Just a joke, you misunderstood. Of course, I know Chen Zhou is a rare talent. There is just one thing unclear and I want to ask for your help. The person who went to do the test before performed a cultivator appraisal on Chen Zhou. But the result showed he was just an ordinary person. Director Zhu asked blankly. Chen Zhou cannot be an ordinary person. Yu also chimed in. Right, master is so powerful. How could he be an ordinary person? Director Li muttered in his heart. Is not he mentally ill? Director Zhu stood up representing everyone and reached out for the glowing stone. Director Luo wants us to examine Chen Zhou again, right? Rest assured, leave this to me. Handing the stone to Director Zhu, Luo Yuman nodded. Good, then I entrust it to you, Director Zhu. When his hand touched the stone, Zhu Egu was startled because it turned a dazzling orange. Luo Yuman was confused. Strange, wasn't Director Zhu a first enlightenment cultivator before? Holding the stone, Zhu Egu answered awkwardly. Yes. I have not even cultivated. How did I level up? Hearing this, Yu said. Strange. Director, let me try. Yu held the stone and it also turned orange. Yu asked in surprise. I also a stage 2 cultivator, but half a year ago when I checked it was white light. Stroking his chin in silence, Director Zhu suddenly thought of something and shouted. I know, that bottle of water. You drank the water Chen Zhou gave you so you became a cultivator. Then what about me? Probably because of that paper Chen Zhou stuck on me. Stroking his beard, Director Luo whispered, What is going on? You contacted Chen Zhou and your cultivation improved unknowingly. Handing the stone to Director Li, Director Zhu said, Old Li, you try. You have been in contact with Chen Zhou the longest. The director heard this and agreed. True, maybe I awakened something too. Director Li reached out toward the glowing stone on the table. Director Zhu also stared intently. As the hand touched the stone, it emitted a light as dazzling as a diamond. Director Zhu was surprised. This, Director Li was confused. What does it mean? What does it mean? Looking at the stone in Director Li's hand, Director Zhu covered his mouth and snickered. You are nothing, Yu looked at the director with disappointment. Heavens, how is that possible, Director Li? You are the person who has been in contact with my master the longest. How are you more ordinary than a passerby? Director Zhu grinned. It seems that being in a favorable position only helps the smart ones. A fool only wastes natural resources. Director Zhu laughed out loud. He. Director Li was furious. He saw a corner of paper exposed at the director's collar. Director Li grabbed the piece of paper exposed at the director's collar. Then he yanked it out fiercely, speaking to this blabbermouth. Director Zhu threw his head back and screamed, Ouch, 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 ouch. The director held the talisman rope and pointed elsewhere. Director Zhu leaned forward to ask for it back. This is the yin-expelling talisman Chen Zhou gave me. I had a hard time making it into an evil warding necklace. You looked at the two of them, feeling a bit nauseous in her heart. Luo Yuman stroked his beard, studying Director Zhu's evil warding necklace, and said, yin-expelling talisman. This, looking at the characters on the talisman, Director Luo's eyes widened in shock. Wait, this is actually Ghost Cave script. Grabbing the evil warding rope in Director Li's hand with one hand and grabbing Director Zhu's hand with the other, Director Luo called out to Director Zhu, looking serious, his articulation perfect. Luo Yuman said to Director Zhu, "Trouble you to introduce me, I want to see Chen Zhou immediately." In the fresh air of Zhenhe Hospital, inside a cozy ward, Chen Zhou sat before a bountiful dining table, holding 2 chicken legs in his hands, wolfing them down deliciously. Director Sun and another doctor stood behind him, tone pleading. The good stuff is with him. The opportunity only comes once. Everyone must grasp it. The doctor beside him whispered in Director Sun's ear. Director, is this okay? We have been tossing and turning all morning. Director Sun replied, no other way. We cannot learn it even by stealing glances. It is the same after watching for half the day. I see Chen Zhou is not a complex person. Let us just go for it. Director Sun stammered, whispering, Hero Chen, we have all witnessed your skills. You can bring the dead back to life. Do you think you can teach us a little? Chen Zhou held the chicken leg, gnawing while speaking, tone confident. You cannot learn it. Those talismans contain my billions of years of cultivation power. You cannot reach my level even if you practice for hundreds of thousands of years. Director Sun's hand trembled, his tone reasonable yet still earnest. What you say makes sense, but we still want to learn a little surface knowledge, to do our duty as doctors to the best of our ability in this world rampant with ghost energy. Images of sad faces when seeing off the deceased floated in his mind beside the wailing of relatives. Director Sun could not help but continue, voice choking with emotion. Yin energy invasion is a terminal illness to us. We have seen too many lives end because of it. That sense of powerlessness is like a nail driven deep into every doctor's heart. Standing in front of Chen Zhou, Director Sun clenched his fist, full of determination. So if there is a way to reverse the status quo, no matter how great the price, we are willing to pay it. The other doctors also showed determined expressions on their faces, nodding in unison to agree with Director Sun's words. That is right, yes. Director Sun cupped his hands, revealing an awkward smile. Hero Chen, try teaching me. Suddenly, Chen Zhou handed a stack of yellow paper covered in crooked symbols to Director Sun, holding a chicken leg in his other hand. Then spoke, tone teasing, Who gave this to you? That is the basic version yin-expelling talisman. The slime beside him crossed its arms, sneering with full sarcasm. Saving the dying and healing the wounded is a big matter. Let us make an exception and teach you. Director Sun held that stack of yellow paper, lifting it to examine it. His and the other doctor's eyes suddenly lit up. He cheered excitedly. Heavens, got it so easily. Looking carefully at the characters on the paper, Director Sun froze. Voice stunned. Hero Chen, how come the words on this? I cannot read a single word. The slime immediately reprimanded, tone irritable. Nonsense, I told you. Drawing yin-expelling talismans requires a Ghost Cave script tutorial, so of course it is written in Ghost Cave script. Ordinary people naturally cannot read it. Chen Zhou continued, gnawing on the chicken leg, chewing big mouthfuls, tone flat. This is Ghost Cave script, so stupid. Director Sun held the yellow paper, muttering repeatedly, tone surprised. Oh, Ghost Cave script, Ghost Cave script. Suddenly, Director Sun threw that stack of paper on the ground in panic, shouting, A Ghost Cave script. Other doctors also hurriedly backed away, faces pale. Director Sun broke out in cold sweat, asking with a trembling voice, TH, that is not the script of underground ghost creatures. The gloomy atmosphere and the myriad terrifying images of ghosts from the ghost world instantly flooded his mind. Director Sun's voice trembled with fear. I heard Ghost Cave script contains supernatural energy. If living people touch it rashly, I am afraid they will lose their minds. In serious cases, it might even attract evil ghosts. Chen Zhou held the chicken leg, bending down to pick up the discarded paper, tone deep and mixed with bitterness. We have seen too many lives end because of this. But true, after all, it concerns your own lives, impossible not to care. He held up the paper in his hand, expression serious, voice low and majestic. Ask you one last time, want to learn? Director Sun, the bald doctor, and the others looked silently at the paper in Chen Zhou's hand. They were struggling internally to make a choice. Suddenly, a black-haired doctor standing at the end of the line raised his hand, voice loud and decisive. Director, I want to learn, that doctor continued, tone carrying a trace of humor yet firm. Anyway, my family has 2 brothers. Missing one will not affect carrying on the family line. If my parents blame me, please tell them their son has become successful and went to save the world. The bald doctor heard this and immediately shouted excitedly, Well said, then I want to learn too. I have spent my whole life in the hospital. Family does not understand, friends do not understand. Now is there a chance to tell them I am saving the dying and healing the wounded? Another doctor with glasses interrupted, tone full of agreement. Then what about me? A doctor with a black mushroom cut also shouted. Director, I want to learn too. Another doctor with slick back hair also shouted. And me, Director Sun covered his mouth, suppressing sobs, voice moved. Haha, you guys. Chen Zhou held the talisman text, looking at them with a smile, stuffing the chicken leg into his mouth with the other hand, then handed the talisman text to Director Sun. He accepted it with both hands, face overflowing with joy. Hero Chen, we want to learn, not a single one is afraid. The slime crossed its arms, tone surprised yet admiring. Truly did not expect you weaklings to have such guts. The younger generation is to be regarded with awe. At the door of Director Sun's ward, it shouted to the remaining doctors. Quick, everyone quickly go to the conference room. We need to hold an emergency meeting immediately. The remaining doctors obeyed the order. Answering in unison, yes, Chen Zhou stood and looked them over. Director Sun stood at the door watching the doctors successively head to the conference room. Suddenly a call rang out. Director Sun turned to look at the corridor. The group of four, Director Zhu, Director Luo, Director Li and Yu was walking over. Director Zhu spoke up to ask, tone curious, why is everyone in such a hurry? Did something happen? Director Sun looked at the four of them. Answering proudly, Director Zhu is back. Chen Zhou is truly too amazing. Not only did he save our hospital's patients with yin energy invasion, but he also taught us the method to expel yin energy. By the way, could this be the famous Soul Suppression Division Director Luo Yuman? Luo Yuman spoke up to respond, tone gentle. It is. Director Sun happily took that stack of yellow paper talismans Chen Zhou just gave him and pounced toward Director Luo, tone full of anticipation. Great, you are knowledgeable. Could I trouble you to look at the content of this book? The two bags in Luo Yuman's hands dropped to the ground. He looked at the paper in his hand, tone shocked and disbelieving. This is really Ghost Cave script and a tutorial for yin expelling talismans written in Ghost Cave script. Tightly grabbing Director Sun's shoulder, Luo Yuman said loudly, tone serious, Director Sun, this paper is extremely important. I will send cultivators from the Soul Suppression Division to help you learn. Director Sun was startled, hurriedly nodding. Okay, closing his eyes, Luo Yuman pondered, images of the cruel war between humans and evil ghosts flooding his mind, corpses strewn everywhere. He thought to himself, humans and ghost creatures have fought for thousands of years. If this yin-expelling talisman can really expel yin energy, then the stance of humans and ghost creatures will change. Then the moment for humanity's counterattack is fast approaching. Luo Yuman slammed the door open thinking. Chen Zhou is sitting in a wheelchair looking at the scenery outside the window, turning back to look at the pushed open door, tone surprised. Luo Yuman sees Chen Zhou and asks himself in his heart, who exactly are you? Glancing back at the door, Chen Zhou asked, tone full of confusion, who is this one-eyed dragon with white hair? The slime beside him answered, tone contemptuous. Oh, where did a stage 5 human cultivator come from? Impressive. Director Zhu stood behind watching Luo Yuman walk over carrying 2 bags, tone full of apology. Brother Chen Zhou, hello, I came specifically to apologize. This is the director of the Soul Suppression Division. Luo Yuman, the slime and Chen Zhou frowned, stroking their chins in thought. Chen Zhou said, tone full of vigilance, Soul Suppression Division. Sitting in the wheelchair, he kicked Luo Yuman fiercely in the stomach. Chen Zhou shouted while standing up from the wheelchair. I stood up from the wheelchair. Chen Zhou kicked Director Luo, then cursed angrily. The Soul Suppression Division who snatched my big coffin are bandits. Director Luo dodged the attack in confusion. Keep punching a few times, Chen Zhou cursed. You bandit leader. Luo Yuman continued to retreat and dodge, having to hurriedly deny the accusation. No, it is not. Landing a fierce punch, Chen Zhou asked, actually dare to dodge? Luo Yuman hurriedly said, listen to my explanation. Suddenly, Chen Zhou's collar was grabbed by someone. Director Zhu Yu and Director Li hugged him, desperate to pin him down. Chen Zhou struggled, wanting to break free from control, shouting, wah ya ya ya. Director Zhu quickly spoke up. Dong dong yao, it is a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Director Li also said, they did not want to snatch your coffin. Yu also explained. Master Director Luo came to apologize to you. Chen Zhou was pinned down tightly by the 3 of them, and Director Luo also hurriedly began to explain. That is right, I came to apologize to the little brother. Look, these are all. Outside the spacious and empty corridor only 2 people were talking, but screams were coming from the room. Bureau Chief Zhu is not a good thing. Screams rang out from the room again, and a figure flew out, startling the 2 people talking. Then the door slammed shut with a bang. Chen Zhou angrily cursed Yu, Bureau Chief Zhu and Director Li. You 3 really have jinxed mouths and blind eyes, cannot distinguish good people from bad, actually siding with that bad guy, truly chilling your teacher's heart. And Dong Dong 7, you've been corroded by humans too severely, wasting the title of planetary warrior. Yu, with tears in her eyes, cupped her hands. Master, I was wrong. Blame your disciples' shallow cultivation and inability to judge people. Bureau Chief Zhu also acted cute and said, brave Dong Dong Yao, I was blinded by evil because of my physical injury, please believe me. I absolutely have no second thoughts about the planet. Director Li also hurriedly defended himself. I saw at a glance that old man wasn't a good thing, definitely came to steal things. Outside the ward, 2 female nurses passed by and were surprised to find Director Luo bending over, ear pressed against the door, eavesdropping. Director Luo thought to himself, this room's soundproofing is too good, right? They should be putting in a good word for me. On the other side, Director Luo was still concentrating on pressing against the door to listen. Will it work or not? Meanwhile, the 2 female nurses were whispering. The brown-haired nurse spoke first. Why does this person look like Director Luo from the Soul Suppression Division? The red-haired nurse glanced at the figure lying on the ground eavesdropping and answered. How could Director Luo come to our place to eavesdrop on a ward? Do not talk nonsense. The air was fresh and the hospital was shaded by green trees. Suddenly a loud shout echoed. Chen Zhou held his hands high, face beaming with excitement, cheering. Dong Dong Yao finally recovered and came home. Bureau Chief Zhu grinned from ear to ear, saying happily, "Haha, dong dong 7-2, Director Li persuaded while leading Chen Zhou into the hospital. "This is the right way. Chen Zhou, Castle Peak Mental Hospital is your home. Do not go to other hospitals. Go take a look, the hospital has prepared a surprise for you." Chen Zhou froze upon hearing this, asking back, "Ha, real or fake? What surprise? Is it the invincible thunderbolt lightning pork floss quack doctor?" Watching the two walking away, Bureau Chief Zhu thought, that is not right, this is not my home." Luo Yamen suddenly appeared behind Bureau Chief Zhu, tone anxious. "Bureau Chief Zhu, you said a familiar environment would help me contact Chen Zhou easier. Now that I am back at Castle Peak, why is he still ignoring me?" Bureau Chief Zhu whipped his head around to look at the person behind him and comforted, "Director Luo, you have to have some patience. Think back to when I pursued Chen Zhou. The road was also long and arduous. Do not rush, just keep pestering him." Director Luo asked back hesitantly. "Pursued?" Director Li took Chen Zhou to a private room and introduced, "To reward your contribution to saving Janae City, a single room was specially prepared for you." "See how it is?" Director Li calculated in his heart. "Actually, it is because Chen Zhou's big coffin would scare other patients standing outside looking at the spacious room." Chen Zhou cheered, "Aha, so good." Behind him, Bureau Chief Zhu put his arm around Chen Zhou's shoulder and coughed twice. "Cough cough dong dong yao, you misunderstood. This is headquarters' intention. Headquarters feels dong dong yao should have his own independent space and should not always mix with mortals." Chen Zhou glanced at Bureau Chief Zhu, then also laughed foolishly. "Oh hee, so that is how it is. Dong dong yao thanks headquarters for the arrangement." Looking elsewhere, Bureau Chief Zhu revealed a sly smile, thinking, "I have had my eye on this place for a long time. It is close to the back door, easy to climb the wall. Never have to fear old Li not letting me into the hospital again." Director Li stood at the door as Chen Zhou rushed in happily, cheering excitedly. "Wow, this place is so big, 3 times the size of the previous room, no, 5 times. Turning back to look at Director Li and Bureau Chief Zhu, who were standing there stupidly, Chen Zhou shouted, "What are you two still dazing for? Hurry up and move my big coffin in." Bureau Chief Zhu and Director Li shouted in unison, "Ah!" Chen Zhou curled his lip, saying, "Nonsense. Otherwise, who else? The sunlight is so good today, I am going to cultivate." The weather was sunny. A voice rang out, "Come, lend a hand quickly. 3, 2, 1. Lift." A truck stopped at the hospital entrance, and various noises kept coming from the cargo bed. Bureau Chief Zhu and Director Li were struggling to lift the ancient coffin off the truck. Director Li looked at the ancient coffin and shook his head. "Can we too lift this thing?" Hugging one end of the ancient coffin, Bureau Chief Zhu answered, "What cannot be lifted? Did not Chen Zhou carry it back alone when returning? Lift it onto the car." Director Li nodded. "All right then." The big coffin covered in talismans. Bureau Chief Zhu and Director Li each hugged one end. Bureau Chief Zhu asked, "Ready?" "About to lift." Director Li answered after getting ready. "Okay." The two lifted the coffin with all their might, trembling all over. Bureau Chief Zhu exerted force. NNGH. Director Li showed no weakness either. The ancient coffin covered in talismans did not budge an inch, but Zhu Egu and Li Qingshan were exhausted and swaying. Zhu Egu panted while complaining, "Huff puff, this thing is so heavy we cannot even lift the coffin lid." Director Li over here also panted while shouting, "Huff puff, this thing is so heavy we cannot even lift the coffin lid." Turning around and taking out his phone, Bureau Chief Zhu wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "I better call some people." Standing at the other end of the coffin, Director Li heard this and roared, "If you could call people, why did not you say so earlier, bullying me an old man?" Bureau Chief Zhu stood excitedly on the side cheering, "Everyone put in some effort." Pointing ahead, Bureau Chief Zhu said excitedly, "Last 100 meters." Bureau Chief Zhu's 4 subordinates gritted their teeth carrying the ancient coffin, chanting while walking, "Heave ho, heave ho." On the side, the Bureau Chief tried hard to encourage his subordinates lifting the coffin. "Add oil, go for it, work hard, the atmosphere is very good." Chen Zhou sat cross-legged in the garden, hands clasped, eyes closed, concentrating on practicing kung fu. Suddenly he opened his eyes and glanced behind him. Luo Yamen appeared from behind a tree, waving to greet Chen Zhou. "No, Master Chen." Holding a popsicle with mixed flavors, cantaloupe durian decorated with cookies and strawberries, Director Luo said, "Master Chen, cultivation is hard work, eat something." Chen Zhou looked at the popsicle, drooling with craving, one hand holding a snack bag, the other holding the popsicle. Director Luo explained, "Please listen to my explanation. Everything was really a misunderstanding. We wanted to help you clean and maintain the coffin, not snatch it." Chen Zhou maintained the meditation posture but opened one eye. Glancing at the popsicle in Luo Yamen's hand, another vanilla popsicle appeared in his hand. Director Luo tempted, "So high expert, do not be angry anymore. Our entire soul suppression division hopes to receive guidance from the high expert." Chen Zhou looked at the 2 popsicles in Luo Yamen's hand, drooling straight down. The slime beside him sighed helplessly, one eye closed and one open, corners of its mouth raised slightly. Chen Zhou thought, "High expert, hee hee, at least you have some taste." Holding a popsicle in each hand, observing Chen Zhou's expression and seeing him smile, Luo Yamen was both happy and relieved. He smiled. There was hope. Luo Yamen asked, "High expert, it is so hot, what are you cultivating?" Face looking ugly, mood gloomy, Chen Zhou said unhappily, "I saw you had some aptitude and understood some cultivation methods, did not expect you to be so stupid." The slime beside him also chimed in to mock, HMPH, so stupid." Suddenly, Chen Zhou's whole body erupted with an extremely powerful aura, shaking everything around. The bag in Director Luo's hand was also affected. Luo Yaman sweated profusely, face turning dark, gritting his teeth thinking such strong aura. Luo Yaman hurriedly formed a hand seal. It was Luo's poor judgment. Please give me some pointers, high expert. Just take these popsicles. Chen Zhou licked his lips. Seeing your sincerity, sit down, I'll give you some pointers. Put down. 2 bags were placed on either side of Chen Zhou's hands and Luo Yaman also sat beside Chen Zhou. The two sat cross-legged together, hands clasped, eyes closed to calm the mind. Chen Zhou instructed, calm your mind, close your eyes, absorb. Cycle like this, you will enter a white world, follow instructions seriously. Director Luo answered, yes, close eyes. Chen Zhou continued teaching, the so-called cultivation cultivates the heart, so one must abandon the mortal world and sever thoughts. The slime beside them said, hee, rare to meet a stage 5 cultivator, I'll lend you a hand. Luo Yaman was sweating all over, starting to lose hearing of the surrounding sounds, thinking what is he saying. The slime above Luo Yaman's head began to cast a spell, white light starting to condense into a bagua circle, hypnotizing into the spiritual body world. Luo Yaman tilted his head back, expression looking a bit off, thinking, this is, I feel it. In the wide garden, Luo Yaman suddenly fainted on the ground, surprising both the slime and Chen Zhou beside him. Chen Zhou gave a cry and Luo Yaman was dragged away by 2 nurses. Chen Zhou said, bandit leader, that was the self, it has nothing to do with me. The slime beside him also spoke up, that is right, useless thing, kindly helping him cultivate, he actually got heat stroke. Hands pressing on the ground, Chen Zhou slowly stood up under the scorching sun. Chen Zhou stood up, hands placed on his chest, saying, cultivation time is over. Time to protect the foolish humans. Looking at the pile of wrappers at Chen Zhou's feet, the slime hummed helplessly. Just this bit of ambition, that is why you got heat stroke in the 24-hour convenience store. Yu came out of the store holding a vegetable popsicle, wiping sweat from her forehead, saying, phew, it is too hot today. How about buying a popsicle for Master too? Buy something. Just a flash and the popsicle in Yu's hand disappeared at an amazing speed, leaving only an orange light trail. Yu stared with wide eyes at the hand that was just holding the popsicle, now empty. Yu looked over in astonishment, only to see Chen Zhou moving at light speed, body emitting orange light, mouth holding the popsicle Yu just bought. The slime beside him cursed, this is your protection, bastard, how could you rob your beloved disciple's popsicle? The door opened. Yu walked out of the store door holding 1 green and 1 red popsicle. She sighed, thinking, the money for buying Master a popsicle will probably have to be reimbursed by the bureau chief later. Suddenly a black shadow swept past, leaving only an orange-white light, making Yu freeze again. Yu trembled with anger, hands clenched white, lips pressed tight, tears swirling in her eyes. She suddenly roared in anger, Master, give me back my share. Chen Zhou had a popsicle in his mouth and another in his hand, looking back while running, tone full of teasing and happiness. Haha, beloved disciple is angry. The slime beside him also laughed along. Haha, that is right, run fast, run fast. The sky was washed azure blue, white clouds drifted leisurely. The slime held a popsicle after making a scene in Wardo 1, tone deep after making a scene in Wardo 1, arrived beside the coffin. Chen Zhou stretched a big stretch, yawning refreshingly. Aha, protecting the beloved disciple consumed too much energy. Dong Dong Yao needs to rest. The slime immediately interrupted. Hey, I say, should not you thank me? Watching Chen Zhou step 1 foot into the coffin, the slime chattered endlessly. Thanks to me, you are probably the best treated mental patient in the world, right? By the way, you will not recognize the bed and be unable to sleep, right? No, only with the dead fatties snoring would I not be able to sleep. Chen Zhou closed his eyes and slept soundly as soon as he drilled into the coffin. The slime crossed its arms and sneered, hey, how is that possible? Night fell. The full moon red as blood at the hospital gate. A figure silently pulled the door, revealing a terrifying strange foot. The security guard muttered in his heart while pulling the door. Heard that director from the Soul Suppression Division who got heat stroke is also on good terms with Director Lee. Did not expect at my age to still encounter a love rival. Suddenly a huge black shadow loomed down and the security guard jerked his head up. HMPH, he saw a massive black monster standing at the gate and immediately let out a shrill scream. Ah, the security guard fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth and fainted. The monster pushed the door and entered, its huge body full of horror. It waved its hand and slashed fiercely 3 times, the gate instantly shattering into powder. It slowly walked into the depths of the hospital. It muttered as it walked, where is Chen Zhou? In Chen Zhou's room he was curled up in the coffin, sleeping until drool flowed out. Suddenly Chen Zhou snapped his eyes open, pupils flashing with blood-red light, face iron blue, sweating like rain. He whispered, coming. Chen Zhou sat up from the coffin, and the slime hurriedly asked, you woke up, what coming? The little ghost hugged Big Cat, tone worried, are you saying the female ghost outside? She has been following you. Big Cat also meowed. Meow. Meanwhile in the dense bushes a pair of purple eyes flickered. Yan hid quietly there, listening to the sounds coming from the room. Need to drive her away? She trembled all over, hurriedly pressing tight against the coffin wall. Chen Zhou stammered, voice trembling. Not her, I am saying the demon hidden inside. My body. The little ghost rushed to Chen Zhou's side. Are you okay? The slime interrupted. Do not tell me you are, do not tell me it is. The slime recalled the things Chen Zhou ate today, suddenly understood, covering its mouth to snicker. The slime said, want to poop, right? Robbed the apprentice of dozens of popsicles during the day, finally got retribution, serve you right. Chen Zhou stuck his butt out, seeming to even fart. The slime and little ghost faces turned iron blue. The slime pointed and shouted, quick, quick, not enough time. The little ghost had quick eyes and hands, lifting Chen Zhou by the neck and flying out. Chen Zhou was lifted flying, hands and feet dancing frantically, screaming, I am irreconcilable with the demon. Yan watched the retreating figures of Chenzhou, the little ghost and the slime, heart full of confusion. What exactly should I do to join them? Suddenly a strange sound came from behind. Yan whipped her head back to look. What thing? Suddenly, a face of skin and bones appeared clearly, teeth ghastly white, skin dark and wrinkled, eyes blood red, only a sparse tuft of hair on the head, mouth spewing black smoke, extremely terrifying. Yan was panic-stricken. Eyes wide like copper bells, mouth agape, shouting, "There is a ghost, look closely at that monster." Yan muttered to herself, "No, that is not right, that is a zombie." The zombie shuffled step by step to the door of Chenzhou's ward, muttering, Chenzhou. Yan trembled with fright, holding her head and whispering, "Too scary, cannot see me, holding her head, face twisted, recalling Chenzhou's words, "If you do not have the ability, following me will only be a burden," gritting her teeth, making a decision, "No, I must let the senior see my shining points." Clenching her fist tightly, Yan rushed out roaring, I'll fight you." The zombie turned back to look. Yan slammed on the brakes, trembling with fear. Stammering, "Wait a minute." Inside the men's restroom, Chenzhou took off his pants and sat on the toilet, a look of pure relief on his face. So comfortable, the demon has been expelled." The slime shook its head. "Stomachache, right? Let us see if you dare to eat that many popsicles in one go next time." The restroom was pitch black and empty. Suddenly a shrill scream rang out. Wow, too scary. Chenzhou and the slime were startled at the restroom door. Yan popped out screaming, "Too scary, scared a ghost to death." Chenzhou sat on the toilet with his pants down, pushing Yan's face away. Yan, woo. The slime was speechless. Chenzhou pushed Yan away and scolded, "Do you have any manners? I am pooping. Get out." The slime stifled a laugh, pushed aside. Yan stammered, "Senior, something bad happened. A super zombie. A super scary zombie entered your room. It seems to want to steal your stuff." Chenzhou asked, "What? Someone is targeting my coffin again." The slime cut in. "Who would want that thing except you?" Chenzhou kicked the door angrily, rushing out at light speed. "Protect the big coffin, let us go." The slime held the toilet paper roll, shouting, "Hey, wipe first." Chenzhou ran to the door and saw a black shadow. He shouted, "Open sesame," the audacity. Daring to steal things from Dong Dong Yao's home, the zombie was rummaging for something inside the coffin. Hearing the human voice, it turned sharply. Its body was soft as if boneless, terrifying to behold. Mouth wide open, revealing white teeth, red eyes, skin and bones, Chenzhou cursed, "See if I have." Suddenly his eyes went wide, his tone changing, "Do not you." Chenzhou slammed on the brakes. The zombie stared at Chenzhou. Chenzhou was on guard. Yan ran over holding a broom. "This is a zombie. Too vicious. This is a product of using evil arts to directly refine a living person." Chenzhou, this kind of zombie is extremely strong, very hard to fight." Chenzhou covered his nose with one hand and pointed with the other. "I am warning you, while I have not lost my temper yet, get the hell out quickly, or I will not be polite." Yan held the broom ready for battle. The slime looked annoyed, poking Chenzhou's back with a tree branch. Chenzhou turned around. Yan asked, "Say, senior, why are you backing up too?" Holding the broom, trembling and weeping. Yan asked, "Do not tell me you are afraid of it too." Chenzhou angrily bonked Yan on the head. With a ferocious expression he roared, "Idiot, how could a planetary warrior be afraid?" The zombie whipped its head back, opening its mouth and looking at Chenzhou with red eyes, groaning, Chenzhou must die." The slime observed that zombie from the air. This corpse puppet is so strange, let me see." Chenzhou and Yan were trembling violently but still talked tough. "I am warning you, I am very strong, do not come over." Ignoring them, the zombie walked over. Its massive shadow covered the two of them, both trembled. Screaming, "Do not you come over." Senior, it is coming, too scary." The closer it got, the stinkier it became. Chenzhou covered his nose and shouted, "It is too fucking stinky." The zombie attacked. Because of the stench, Chenzhou turned and bent over to vomit. Yan was so scared she turned around, held her head and squatted down. The two happened to dodge the attack, surprising the zombie. Seeing Chenzhou dodge, Yan praised him happily like a child. "Senior is too strong, easily dodged the attack." Chenzhou's face was pale after vomiting. He wiped the drool and looked back. When did it attack?" Cutting the chatter, the zombie attacked again. Yan knelt in fear, hugging Chenzhou's thigh with eyes closed. Of the 36 stratagems, fleeing is best. Chenzhou and Yan ran for their lives. The slime lamented. To increase the power of this corpse puppet, they actually deliberately left the living soul inside. Truly vicious means. The zombie chased them into the night. For some reason, it only chased Chenzhou. Yan cleverly exited the battle circle, thinking to herself, "Whoever is afraid goes home." Chenzhou dodged wretchedly. The slime explained confidently from above, "Chenzhou, I know how to deal with it. The weakness of this kind of corpse puppet is that the controller cannot be too far away. The mastermind must be within a 1,000-meter radius. Let us go catch the master." Chenzhou was busy dodging. Seeing Chenzhou ignore it, the slime roared in anger. "Hey, did you hear what I said?" Yan shook her head on the side. Turns out its target is only senior. Impatient from running, Chenzhou suddenly turned back and roared at the zombie, "Damn it, I gave you face, did not I?" The slime was stunned. You still want to fight?" Chenzhou charged at the zombie. The slime cast a spell and shouted, "Then let us change the material. Willow wood broom, expel evil spirits." The surroundings of the broom instantly changed, golden light energy wrapping around the wooden body. Chenzhou gripped the broom tight, delivering a fatal stab toward the zombie's head. With the energy boost, the zombie was knocked flying several meters by Chenzhou, hitting the wall with a loud bang. Chenzhou rushed up without mercy, delivering a decisive heavy blow. "Looks like you are not that great either. Told you earlier not to mess with me." The heavy blow caused golden light and dust to scatter, cracking the ground. Chenzhou roared in anger, "Now do not blame me for being impolite." He shouldered the broom, squinting to observe. The slime explained vigilantly, "The corpse puppet's body is naturally strong, it will not die that easily." Careful, the dust settled. The zombie lay in a heap, but its body was intact. The slime sighed as expected. The zombie slowly sat up, its body shaking violently before cracking open. A shrill, miserable scream. Ah! Chenjo and the slime panicked. Chenjo held up the broom to protect his chest. Confused, he asked, why did it crack open? Suddenly, the zombie erupted with terrifying heat and exploded. Chenjo was caught off guard and the broom was set on fire. He froze for a moment, then regained his composure. His eyes turned sharp. Chenjo waved the broom to extinguish the fire, roaring, "Damn it, playing with fire is not allowed in the hospital." The more he fought, the more energetic he got, spinning the broom to put out the fire. Finally, the fire was extinguished. The zombie knelt on the ground in pain. Chenjo continued to extinguish the fire, saying majestically, "Be good and do not move." The slime saw his intention and shouted in panic, "Wait a minute, why do you always create your own moves? What are you doing this time?" Chenjo stopped. The move was complete. A huge golden pillar of light swallowed the zombie. The zombie screamed, "Ah!" The slime flew around, sighing with pride. "I get it, trapping it, right?" Chenjo stood with his back to it, holding the broom, looking arrogant. He sneered coldly. HMPH cannot get out now, right?" The slime complained weakly. "Playing along with this lunatic all day exhausted me." Luckily my reaction was fast, seeing it was controlled. Ayan ran over in adoration. "Say, Senior, you are too strong." Chenjo rubbed his nose proudly. "Of course, a planetary warrior fears nothing." Suddenly noticing an anomaly, Chenjo looked at the zombie in confusion. "Eh?" The zombie clawed at the barrier, groaning in despair. Roar, roar, roar. It knelt down. More and more cracks appeared, begging painfully, "Roar, roar, save." Unaware, Chenjo stared at it. Inside the body, a soul wrapped in chains emerged, screaming miserably, "Save me." Ayan stared blankly. "This seems to be its soul," the slime explained. "Correct. He was burned alive by evil heretics and refined into a puppet. The living soul has been trapped inside the body. Looking at the degree of decay, he has been controlled for a long time. It must be very painful." The chained man screamed and begged. "I want to die." Ayan sympathized, imploring Chenjo, "Senior, he is too pitiful. I beg Senior to help him." The slime sweated profusely, worried. "He is already like this. Dying again means his soul will scatter, not even a chance for reincarnation." Sigh, really difficult. Chenjo slowly approached, surprising everyone. He squatted in front of the soul and asked, "You got bullied?" The soul groaned in pain. "Ah!" Chenjo reached out his hand and bullied them back. Saying this, Chenjo grabbed the chain and pulled hard. The boy shed sorrowful tears. The slime screamed, "Holy crap, what are you doing? This is too crazy." Chenjo pulled angrily to break the chain. The slime shouted in panic, You, what do you want to do now, trying to break the chain?" The slime hurriedly took out scissors and shouted, "Cut, cut, cut." The chain broke. Chenjo fell backward from using too much force. Luckily, Ayan caught him from behind. After a long time, the soul finally felt freedom, unable to believe it. Muttering, "Aye, aye," Chenjo arrogantly pointed at the soul and announced, "All right, now I declare that not only are you free, but your strength has also greatly increased." The slime flipped through the spellbook, complaining, "What is it? What is all this? Stop talking nonsense. Do I have to help a ghost creature increase its cultivation too?" Finishing speaking, it threw the book angrily. "I absolutely will not go along with you this time," Chenjo cheered excitedly. "In the name of Dong Dong Yao, tonight I will definitely make your wish come true." The slime was even angrier. "Damn it, I have really had enough of this mental patient. No choice, could only do it." Pointing a treasure at the soul, it shouted, "Mighty Vajra atomization." A scream. "Ah!" A huge body appeared in front of them. Ayan held on to Chenjo in fear. "Say, Senior, how did he become like this?" Chenjo stared in shock. "Maybe he was moved by me." The slime was haggard from exhausting its energy. Panting, "Phew," exhausted, the puppet technique is also lifted. The zombie changed completely. Muscles developing, whole body expanding, including that part. The slime sighed. "Phew, I cannot forcibly help you improve your strength permanently. That is a bad thing, but I can lend you medicine to temporarily boost your cultivation. While the effect lasts, go do what you want to do." Chenjo proudly instructed the zombie, go on, do not think I am afraid of you just because you got bigger. Steal my big coffin again and I'll beat you." The zombie turned back and bowed, stammering, "Duh, thank you." It blended into the night road. Zuegu rode his bicycle, covered in sweat. Distant car headlights pierced the darkness. Looking back, the driver was Luo Yuman. Director Luo waved from the car in surprise. "Bureau Chief Zhu, what a coincidence. Where are you going in the middle of the night?" Zuegu turned around, panting. "Oh, Director Luo, I am looking for Chenjo. Why are you here too?" Suddenly, the two looked at each other, thoughts synchronizing. "So that is it, he has an informant in the hospital." The two walked vigilantly into Castle Peak Hospital. The ground was wet, the iron gate was open, and the security guard lay on the concrete. Luo Yuman rushed over to check, speaking anxiously. "I received a report, heard the hospital was invaded by ghost creatures." Zuego's heart tightened. "Ah, is the ghost creature okay?" Before finishing, the two rushed into the corridor. Footsteps were hurried. Luo Yuman panted while running. "I am more concerned about whether Chenjo is okay. Bureau Chief Zhu, since the Soul Suppression Division received the report, just leave the rest to us. You go back." Zuegu shook his head violently, resolute. "How can I do that, Director Luo, with your rank? You do not understand that Chenjo is my close comrade in arms. I must confirm his safety." Thinking to himself, "Do not even think about separating me and Dong Dong Yao." Suddenly the two stopped, sensing something strange in front of them. The little ghost and big cat were keeping strict watch. Small body, but an imposing aura. The little ghost crossed her arms, her voice cold. "You two freeze. Chenjo is sleeping. No one is allowed to disturb him." Luo Yaman hurriedly raised the Soul Suppression Division badge, lowering his voice to speak respectfully. "Ah, you are the High Expert's ghost servants, right? The Soul Suppression Division is handling a case. We want to see him to understand the situation." Zuegu stood to the side, secretly sizing them up. Big Cat let out a fierce low roar while the little ghost crossed her arms and sighed helplessly. Luo Yaman shut his mouth, not daring to make a sound. Seeing this, Zuegu interjected, his tone gentle yet firm. "Oh my, let me handle it." He stepped forward, bent down and cupped his hands toward the little ghost, pleading earnestly. "Little ghost, I am Dong Dong 7. Just make an exception and let us in to find Dong Dong Yao." The little ghost and Big Cat exchanged a glance. The little ghost stroked her chin and thought, this dead fatty was obviously someone Chen Zhou trusted, so perhaps she should let him in. Finally, the two were granted permission to enter the depths of the hospital. Appearing before the giant coffin, Zuegu and Luo Yaman exerted force together, trying to lift the coffin lid to wake Chen Zhou. They shouted with all their might, "Aya Dong Dong Yao, wake up." After a strenuous struggle, the two slumped to the ground, panting heavily, their voices revealing a strange weakness. "This coffin seems to have been enchanted by High Expert Chen. Huff huff huff, it is no use, cannot wake him at all." Suddenly, that bespectacled Soul Suppression Division officer came running, face drained of blood. "Director, bad news. A fire has broken out at the nearby Manhwa district. Preliminary checks confirm it is the work of ghost creatures." The two, already exhausted and grim-faced, jerked their heads around in fright upon hearing the news, shouting in unison, "What?" Zuegu and Luo Yaman looked at each other, quickly deliberating, their tone full of anxiety. "Old Luo, what do we do? Chen Zhou cannot be woken up right now." Luo Yaman made a prompt decision, his tone resolute. "Anyway, no one here is injured except the security guard. I'll leave someone to handle the aftermath. Then you and I will go to the scene to take a look." Zuegu nodded repeatedly, agreeing immediately. Moments later, in Yanhua district, dim yellow light still shone in a room. Inside, a man in a yellow robe holding a precious sword and emitting black energy stood before a ritual altar, muttering incantations and performing strange magic. The two disciples behind him whispered, their tone nervous. "Senior brother, the incense is burning unevenly, 3 long and 2 short, I know." "Shesh, do not disturb, master." The master was immersed in chanting when he suddenly spurred a mouthful of fresh blood. "Wapu!" The two disciples rushed up in panic, supporting the master, their voices trembling with worry. "Master, master, what's wrong?" He clutched his chest, face twisted in anger, muttering, "Damn it, how could this be?" As if suddenly realizing something terrible, his face turned pale, eyes widening in terror. "That damn mental patient used some unknown method to actually help the puppet break free from my control, actually causing me to suffer a backlash," the brown-haired disciple shouted in surprise. "How is that possible? The heavenly demon cult's puppet control technique counts as high-level sorcery. How could it be broken by him?" The talisman master whipped his head around, tone decisive. "Chen Zhou is definitely an evil cultivator, so he is absolutely an evil cultivator." Burning with rage, he rushed toward the window, roaring loudly, "Damn it, come with me. First capture that living soul back, then we'll go settle the score with that mental patient." Just as he opened the door, that zombie was blocking the doorway, its massive body full of oppression. He did not know yet, turning back to scold the two trembling disciples. "I do not believe that I, a dignified cultivator of the Northern Dome, cannot deal with him." The zombie stood tall outside the door, blood-red eyes staring dead at the talisman master. The two disciples stammered, voices full of fear. "Ma, master, run quickly, master." Only then did the talisman master turn his head. Upon recognizing the opponent, he was scared pale. This is that living soul. No, that is not right. How did his cultivation level improve? Stage 4 late phase evil spirit." Before he could think further, the zombie charged in. Strange pale green smoke permeated from the room above, and then flames suddenly exploded, swallowing the entire balcony. Smoke curled upwards. The fire soared to the sky and the crowd surged out in panic. Amidst the chaos, someone shouted. Someone said, "There seems to be people still inside. I heard miserable screams inside when I came downstairs." Zuegu rushed from the distance, pushing through the crowd, tone anxious. "Please make way, everyone make way." Whispers from bystanders reached his ears. Beside him, Luo Yaman was wearing pink pajamas, his words full of urgency and disbelief. "Director Luo, this is," Yaman responded in a low voice, tone uneasy. "Bringing this up did not seem easy. It is yin fire. This is unextinguishable yin fire, demon fire, created by someone burning their own soul as a catalyst." A drop of cold sweat slid down his cheek. His hands quickly formed seals in front of his chest, expression solemn as he faced the pale green flames, instructing in a low voice, "Bureau Chief Zhu, trouble you to clear the scene. I will seal this yin fire." Golden energy wrapped around his entire body, even flashing with dazzling golden lightning spreading outwards like sparks. Zuegu was startled, retreating a few steps, stammering. "Oh, okay," exclamations came from his ears. "Oh my, there is another cultivator here." He moved around, slowly evacuating the crowd, keeping them away from the person performing official duties. "It is too dangerous here. Everyone move back." The crowd buzzed with discussion, finally recognizing the two, whispering, "This cultivator looks a lot like the director of the Soul Suppression Division, just that their clothes are a bit weird. Every time the Soul Suppression Division appears, they look sanctimonious. It is the first time seeing the director wear lotus root pink pajamas to exorcise evil. What? Do not be silly. That is our Gen A's hero. How could he wear such silly clothes? The crowd was noisy, but one person seemed out of place. He watched the fire silently, running back and forth with a face full of anxiety. Master, senior brother, as if 10,000 horses were galloping through his mind. Inside, a giant titan had actually appeared in this room as small as a nostril. The leading yellow-robed Taoist stammered, raising his peach-wood sword to point forward, voice trembling with anger. "Da, damn heavenly demon cult." The two disciples huddled close, looking at their master in terror, trying to dissuade him. Master, this guy not only broke the puppet technique but also improved his cultivation. What do we do now?" But he seemed to want to confront it head-on, tone arrogant. No need. Since I could kill it once, I can kill it a second time. Shao da ajia lonely soul net, completely unexpected. Since it revived, what fool would continue to be stupid like last time? The two disciples responded in low voices. Yes, countless pale purple ropes surged from their palms, deadlocking the movements of the giant monster ahead, making it unable to move, only able to roar in anger. Ah! With a bang, the Taoist took a step forward, the soles of his shoes flashing with gold-green light. He leapt up, raising the peach-wood sword in his hand to stab at it. Teeth gritted loudly, he shouted, "Evil creature, submit to capture." Hands formed seals, and waves of strange purple-black aura spread from his fingers. Peefed, a thick, strange liquid splashed onto the giant titan's body. He had witnessed with his own eyes this creature falling to this move, so although he was confident in his ability to deal with the evil creature before him, a trace of worry still involuntarily rose in his heart. But the two disciples behind him had simpler thoughts. They excitedly clenched their fists to celebrate victory. Just then, the monster suddenly struggled violently, without any fear. This scene scared him so much his jaw almost dropped. It grinned hideously, its body covered in green liquid cracking like a statue, strange orange light revealing itself from under the skin, like magma about to erupt from deep within a volcano. Suddenly, that ball of green fire exploded and spread, swallowing it and his frail body together. The monster did not give the old Taoist a chance to resist, clutching his collar tightly as the green fire slowly spread, enveloping both of them. The scorching temperature and terrifying pressure made him scream in pain. "Ah!" Anxious shouts came from behind. "Master!" One of the disciples angrily clenched his fist, wanting to rush up to save his master. "Animal, you!" But the other hurriedly held him back. "Do not, junior brother. Going in now is no different from delivering your head to that guy on a platter. Even someone as strong as Master could not control it." But that guy was more reckless than he imagined. He still rushed out, accelerating toward that ball of green fire, roaring, "I'll fight you to the death." The monster realized someone was sneak attacking from behind and turned its head slightly, pupils having turned a strange red like bloodstains in a pitch-black night sky, both enchanting and deadly. The green fire moved with its will, turning into a long whip lashing toward him. But before he could react, the other person had already rushed to the front, using his body to block the entire attack, protecting the junior brother behind him. Everything happened too fast. He could only stare wide-eyed as his senior brother fell under the monster's attack. Senior brother flew out from the momentum, rolling several times on the ground before stopping, his thin body covered in horrific green cracks. But before falling completely unconscious, he still used his remaining will to whisper to his junior brother. That remaining will was also specifically left for his junior brother. After all, 2 dying is better than everyone dying. Leave 1 person to live on with the hope of him and Master. To some extent, this also symbolized the enduring spirit of the 2 of them in order not to become its opponents. Ah, cough, cough, run quickly, watching Master still wailing in pain. Ah. The monster seemed to be thoroughly enjoying this miserable scene. It giggled excitedly. The remaining disciple was stunned, expression crumbling, just watching helplessly as his master died miserably. He could not even leave peacefully, did not even have a tombstone. Even senior brother was on the verge of death because of his own reckless stupidity. Tears rolled down his cheeks as he called out softly, "Master, senior brother." Then he rushed out with all his might, leaving the desolate scene behind, mind in chaos, heart broken into countless pieces. Only then did he truly realize the limitations of his own abilities. Turns out it was that guy from the crowd just now. Saw him now with tears and mucus flowing, the depths of his eyes seeming to shatter into 10 million pieces. "Have a safe journey, everyone. I will definitely avenge you." A loud shout came from the right. "Hey, Chen Zhou." He squinted at that person, startling the other into widening his eyes. "What are you crying for? Is it your house being burned?" "Oh," the slime beside him seemed to discover the anomaly, chattering endlessly. "I told you the Soul Suppression Division ran in such a hurry, something big must have happened. It is all your fault for being greedy for sleep. Look, the fire has burned so big." Chen Zhou ignored it completely, propping himself up to ask that guy, "So is that your house?" That guy had a guilty conscience and denied it repeatedly. This is not," he chuckled lightly. "Then you came to watch the excitement?" The disciple was startled, covering his face with his hand, stammering. Right. Chen Zhou turned to look at the fire scene, using his hand to shield the light above his head, staring intently ahead. "All right then, I'll take a look too. Dong Yao and that white-haired old man are here too." This left the slime with no choice but to shut up helplessly. When that disciple wanted to take the opportunity to slip away, he was grabbed by Chen Zhou and yanked backward. "Meeting me means your ancestors accumulated virtue. I know people in the Soul Suppression Division and Exorcism Police Department. I'll take you to meet them, you can see more clearly." He did not want to return to that terrifying place, stammering his refusal. No need, I can see just fine from here. But that person was full of loyalty, as if doing a good deed. Drag him along, why be polite, let us go. How could an ordinary person's strength compare to Chen Zhou? He easily dragged the guy of similar build along the ground. The opponent tried to wrestle with the monster dragging him, but it was like striking a stone with an egg, obviously a waste of effort. No need, I do not like to watch. Said you do not like to watch, then why so much nonsense? He walked up to the two. Zuegu waved to greet. Hey ho, good evening. He turned back suddenly, shouting, Dong Yao, you finally came. Even Luo Yaman looked back happily. Looks like this case is very tricky, high expert. You finally arrived. The disciple behind was being dragged helplessly, heart full of annoyance. Damn it, who is this guy? Why are the Soul Suppression Division people acting like they are sucking up to him? Did he figure out I am from the Heavenly Demon Cult? He pointed in another direction, trying to change the topic. I suddenly remembered I have something to do at home. I am leaving first. But he was immediately pulled back by him. Going to do what? Had a hard time squeezing in to watch the excitement up close. Instantly the clothes on his back were torn open, revealing a special tattoo on his neck. I said I do not like to watch, you forced me to come. The two immediately opened their mouths wide, looking at that pattern with serious eyes. Luo Yaman reacted first, shouting loudly, that is the Heavenly Demon Cult symbol, do not move. Already here, why leave? Immediately after, Zuegu also pinned the person to the ground. Great, sure enough it is the Heavenly Demon Cult up to no good. The pressure of the weight made him unable to struggle. Let go of me. Luo Yaman could not help praising Chen Zhou. Still, Master Chen is formidable, spotting he is an evil cultist at a glance. He was still trying to break free from the restraints, shouting, our sect does deeds of great kindness and justice. Zuegu held his phone, seemingly contacting headquarters. Hey, shut up, hey, correct, Yanhua District, come quick. Chen Zhou scratched his head in embarrassment. What thing? How come I am being praised for being formidable again? Even the slime could not help sighing. What a coincidence. Just then the green fire behind instantly spread, growing larger and larger, startling all four of them. It seemed something big was about to happen. The crowd panicked, screaming and fleeing in all directions. Run quickly. Bad news, the yin fire is more violent. Luo Yaman turned to Chen Zhou for help. High expert Chen, do you have a way to extinguish this yin fire? If you succeed, my Soul Suppression Division will offer heavy thanks. But he only sighed, have not tried, do not know. But looking at that unceasingly burning fire, even watching it felt a bit difficult. This fire sure enough was created by that living soul. Just then, Zuegu leaned close to his ear and whispered, Dong Yao, let me tell you, Director Luo has been tossing and turning for hours and has not put it out yet. He did not expect that, looking a bit surprised. Immediately he turned his head, pretending to reprimand that person. Dong 7, how can you be like this? Even the bandit leader knows to gesture a few moves, can you do nothing? And you have the nerve to call yourself a planetary warrior, cannot be like this. So angry, his tongue stuck out. These words startled both of them. Luo Yaman stared at him with round eyes, while Zuegu was a bit awkward, poking his fingers together, body pressing lower and lower, expression gradually becoming aggrieved. No, is not my strength average? If I were as strong as Dong Yao, why would the planet send me to assist you? Why would the planet send me to assist you? The slime looked at Chen Zhou with a dark face as he pointed at the man, unable to speak for a long time. You are not just average, you are truly weak. He looked behind him with a sharp gaze, raising his hand to land a punch on the head. Luo Yaman cowered behind him, and although he tried to dodge, he still took a solid hit. Chen Zhou, however, showed no fear toward the man, leaving the people around dumbfounded. This guy is just a loser. Last time I carried you to fly, you did not put in any effort at all. The slime watched helplessly as these three messed around like children, even Luo Yaman. The head full of white hair was as innocent as a teenager. Chen Zhou, stop spacing out. If you keep spacing out, the living soul will scatter. He was finally conquered by the other party's extraordinary ability, forcing him to rub his trembling hands together and awkwardly fawn. Yes, the high expert is right to lecture me. My natural aptitude is dull. So look at this fire. Seeing that although Chen Zhou bravely rushed into danger, his lazy appearance eased the tense atmosphere considerably. Although they did not know if he was reliable, everyone was more or less relieved to leave matters to this planet's noblest warrior, Dong Yao. However, letting Chen Zhou take the risk alone was probably inappropriate. After all, he had the ability, and an extra person helping was always good. Director Luo, I want to go in and take a look with the high expert. The fire extinguishing method used by high expert Chen is too dangerous. You stay outside. Zuegu also yearned to contribute, but Luo Yaman sighed lightly and interrupted him. Oh my, but I do not have the spare energy to protect you. He clenched his fist, his voice low. HMPH, then no need for Captain Luo to worry. Calls from two people suddenly came from behind high expert Chen Zhou. Wait for me. Dong Yao and me. Soft green light slowly covered their whole bodies. It turned out to be Guanyin Willow Dew. Since you insist on following, just do not drag me down. Luo Yaman and Zuegu followed behind, watching him chant spells while slowly putting on magical treasures. Yes, understood. Zuegu had a golden talisman pasted on his head and golden energy also enveloped him. Suddenly looking down at his body, he asked in surprise, is this the yin fire? As soon as they stepped inside, the scene within made the three of them drop their jaws in shock. They saw two souls and a mage. That guy was naked, one purple and one brown, grappling in midair, roaring in anger. Evil creature, do you want to perish together with me? Zhu Egu shrank behind Chen Zhou, and Luo Yamen had not expected this bizarre situation either. Sure enough, someone is fighting a soul. Just what kind of grudge is this deep? The slime sighed, placing its transparent hands on its hips, shaking its head helplessly. In the end, he still chose to use enhanced power for revenge. Looks like it was that evil cultivator who refined him. If he had just run away, he might have been heartlessly free by now. As soon as Chen Zhou saw the Taoist's scorched black corpse twisted out of human shape, he could not help but frown and mutter in a low voice, "Oh my, why is this person all black?" The slime hovered to the side, scanning the eerie green flames around them, its face gradually turning pale. "This is yin fire burning, eventually it will turn to ash." It turned to look at the two guys who were still fighting regardless of everything, and said irritably, Hey, do not you know you cannot play with fire in the room? Do not even understand this bit of common sense?" The Taoist whipped his head around, surprised to find that there were actually outsiders here. Chen Zhou wasn't affected by the gloomy aura in the slightest, leaving the three people stunned. The Taoist roared in anger, his face hideous and terrifying. "Since you caused me to be buried with this, then pay for my apprentice with your life." After speaking, he rushed toward Chen Zhou like a madman, his purple body sweeping past like a ghost, fast as a rat, as if to tear him apart. The apprentice stared blankly as his master rushed over like the wind, then was swatted away like a fly. After Chen Zhou slapped him away, he pointed at the remaining one and roared unhappily, "Did not I say you are not allowed to play with fire at home?" At a glance, that guy wasn't an ordinary person. His master was currently shocked motionless. He stammered, sorry, ghosts can actually be touched. How can physical attacks work even after death?" Chen Zhou did not care about the atmosphere at all, waving his hand and giving him a slap too. "If apologies were useful, what would we need the police for, raising a bunch of trash like you?" The slime beside him immediately chimed in, screeching, Exactly, gave you a chance for freedom, yet you ran back to send yourself to death." Seeing his apprentice being bullied, the Taoist trembled with rage. "You broke my spell, harmed my apprentice, and actually dare to look down on me like this." Purple energy wound tightly, gathering into a huge glowing sphere. Seems a bit chaotic." Seen rolling his eyes hard, teeth grinding loudly. Even if his soul scattered, he wanted to immediately channel the power under his feet. He pushed his hands forward, speed so fast that the people next to him had not even had time to yawn before that purple sphere had already rushed in front of Chen Zhou. "I am going to drag you all down with me." Luo Yamen raised his hand in terror to warn. "Chen Zhou, bad news, the evil cultivator has been forced to use his ultimate move, High Expert, be careful." Just as those hands were about to touch him, the surrounding air seemed to freeze. A golden light flashed, causing everyone's breathing to stop. No one knew what would happen next. The remaining person did not know what change had occurred, only seeing golden energy frantically blocking the Taoist's attack. The Taoist seemed to have lost his mind from anger, his brain filled only with the thought of killing Chen Zhou. His eyes rolled back, pupils shrinking until they disappeared. "Evil creature, you are really annoying. Can you hurry up and die?" That person, eyes obscured, roared in anger, spraying blood essence from his mouth. "Do not touch that lord." The two fought from the ground to the ceiling. This scene made the slime and Chen Zhou stare with round eyes in surprise. The slime looked at the chaotic scene in panic, unable to believe its eyes. The living soul is burning its spirit to accelerate. He wants to perish together with the opponent. Chen Zhou, however, was a bit worried. That guy actually desperate to this extent? Since he cannot win, why not run, this idiot? He moved his arms, immediately shouting, "I have to go help him." The purple aura on the Taoist erupted to the extreme, veins popping on his forehead, gritting his teeth and chanting, damn it, all of you go to die." Seeing this situation, the slime immediately shouted, "Bad news, he is going to self-destruct." Suddenly, his body expanded like an inflated ball, smoking incessantly, mouth opening wide in pain. Before the others could react, he had already started to self-destruct. Luo Yamen and Zhu Egu covered their eyes because of the intense light. "Is it over?" But when the surrounding light gradually faded, everyone was stunned again by the rare sight before them. Even the slime was stupefied. It was like a shattered crystal ball. Golden light wrapped around the Taoist purple death energy, sealing the aura, trying to squeeze out from within. This made Chen Zhou surprised enough to press himself against the wall. Slime's shout echoed in his ears. He actually absorbed the self-destruct. Like this he will also. Finally his body shattered like a ball of light. With a boom, fragments flew everywhere in the room, and the outer shell slowly disintegrated along with it. Chen Zhou's face darkened. He walked silently toward the apprentice's soul fragments. First time sacrificing for his master, second time having his soul crushed by Chen Zhou. He had actually been living for others all along. Why did such a good person end up like this? Idiot, you actually did such a superfluous thing. The three people behind stood blankly. Not knowing what to say, he propped himself up, complaining helplessly to that person. But Chen Zhou's tone clearly carried a trace of faint regret. "With Dong Yao here, what was a fool like you trying to prove?" that person stammered, unable to speak clearly. Sorry," he smiled brilliantly, the surrounding atmosphere seeming to radiate charming allure. Clearly he had been attracted by this smile in the beginning too. "Forget it, come find me in the next life, I'll take you to the sky." His body gradually disintegrated into fine particles before completely disappearing into nothingness. The two's fists almost touched, and he revealed a brilliant smile. "Okay, it is a deal." However, just at the moment the two hands were about to touch, cracks had already spread. Until the last moment, Chen Zhou still could not fulfill that person's wish. but just a promise was enough to be carved in the heart like an indelible contract. He watched blankly as that light mischievously flew high into the sky, turning into fine dust and scattering in the wind. Ah. Zuegu whispered in Luo Yumen's ear, tone conflicted. Old Luo, let me ask you, you did not expect this either, right? You say it, his continued whisper came from the ear. I remember, if a ghost creature's soul scatters, it cannot reincarnate, right? After hesitating for a moment, he answered in a low voice, tone deep. It will not. The slime sensed Chen Zhou's mood was gloomier than usual, so it shut its mouth, not daring to interrupt, afraid of making him unhappy. Anyway, eliminating an evil cultivator counts as a good thing. Even so, Chen Zhou did not seem to care about what happened just now. He looked like a carefree person. No one knew what he was thinking in his head. Still, Dong Yao is amazing. Put out the fire with a casual move. The slime hurriedly chimed in, giggling. Right, everything you said is right. Maybe we thought too much. Zuegu was so helpless, his face turned dark, thinking, suddenly feel like this mental patient is not so bad. Even Luo Yumen nodded in agreement. Correct, Zuegu spoke first, walking up to Chen Zhou without hiding his admiration. Amazing, Dong Yao, the battle was so intense and you solved this huge fire in the blink of an eye. Words that made him feel so good his nose was about to point to the sky. HMPH, that is of course who asked me to be the planet's #1 warrior. Luo Yumen walked slowly from behind. Heart in chaos, he is truly too strong. Not only did he dissolve the puppet, but he could also shake the living soul, pulling them to his camp to fight the heavenly demon cult. This is simply a miracle. He gently pushed Zuegu away, extending his hand to invite sincerely. High Expert Chen, I am truly conquered by your charm. Please join our soul suppression division. This startled Zuegu greatly. He froze. What? Snatching the kill. The two pressed their faces together, staring at each other. Zuegu said unhappily, his tone nasty. Old Luo, how can you be like this? Chen Zhou is an integral part of our police station. How can you snatch people right to my face? Immediately he was glared back at by the other party. What are you saying? When did High Expert Chen join your exorcism police department? Speaking of which, Chen Zhou coming to me is a promotion. How many people seek it but cannot get it? The sound of teeth grinding came from his ear. No way, he is my comrade in arms, he cannot leave. They turned in unison to shout at Chen Zhou, scaring him. Chen Zhou, you say. But Chen Zhou ignored these two lunatics completely, complaining while picking his nose. What? I am not going anywhere. How can a noble planetary warrior go to that kind of bandit's den? Hey. The slime clearly understood this guy's temper best. You mean falling into banditry, right? Immediately after, he answered excitedly. Right. How can I go to the mountain to feed dogs? He immediately turned to walk toward the main door, footsteps showing no intention of stopping. I am going back, completely ignoring the two people's retention. Oh, wait a minute. He poked his head out the window. The noisy sounds downstairs immediately attracted his attention. Look quick. The hero came out. The crowd below was in chaos, endlessly excited. It is that blondie. I remember Director Luo went in with him. He is too amazing, put out such a strange fire. Must be a cultivator from the Soul Suppression Division, right? Everyone looked up at Chen Zhou standing upstairs. Someone even wanted to give vegetables, although not knowing who this person was, having never heard of him. But no matter what, he is our Yanhua district's great hero. That is right, if not for him, my house might have been burned too. Thank you, great hero. Thank you, Soul Suppression Division. This scene made the two upstairs flush red with satisfaction. Wow, the slime's cheeks flushed red like it applied rouge. Looks like you did a good deed. Luo Yumen, wearing a pink uniform, leaned against the wall, tempting earnestly again. Look, our Soul Suppression Division is so loved by the people. If you can join us, you will become a national idol, a superhero. Zuegu maintained an unyielding attitude but could only stand there with arms crossed, so angry his face twisted. But before he finished speaking, that person decisively jumped out of the window. So High Expert Chen, please join. He suspended in midair, striking a dashing pose before falling. Dong Yao is hero class. The slime panicked, waving its hands desperately, trying to stop him. Hey, what do you want to do? Two idiots quickly worship me. But the brain circuits of this group of mental patients were really hard to understand. The two were scared into lying on the railing. Shouting Dong Yao, High Expert Chen. The slime reached out painfully to block, only able to grip Chen Zhou's shoulder tightly, screaming in despair. You're really seeking death? Like a free and uninhibited wild sparrow, the wind messed up his hair. Chen Zhou laughed loudly. Heroes are just different. Below, facing the youth rushing down, the crowd scattered and whispered, oh my, why did he jump? But Chen Zhou, like a real superhero, stomped heavily on the ground, smoke and dust billowing. The coat on his body fluttered in the wind. Majestic and awe-inspiring, looking alive like a hero wearing a red cape, this scene made the surrounding people drop their jaws in shock. Heavens, unscathed, too amazing, it is like kung fu. The slime was so angry smoke wreathed from the top of its head, counting silently in its heart. The slime was so angry it was about to smoke. Hateful fellow, 1436 failure to cure the host mental illness. But at this moment the ears were full of young girls' exclamations, drowning out the slime's unreasonable anger. Look carefully, he is so handsome and strong as expected of a hero. Zuegu gave up completely. Who can stand a mad dog that cannot be leashed? Especially when this mad dog is unfathomably powerful. Old Luo, are you confident your Soul Suppression Division can control Chen Zhou? That very day, major social media headlines were full of Chen Zhou's photos from the morning. It was about his heroic deeds of extinguishing the fire and saving people in Manhwa district. In the photo he looked majestic, hands in pockets, with a mottled scorched building and pitch-black room behind him. Just one look at the expressions of the crowd surrounding him and anyone would know who the protagonist was. "Tell me." Chen Zhou was sitting on the roof with the little ghost and big cat. He whispered softly, his tone deep. "What exactly is a hero?" But these two blockheads could not give an answer at all. They did not know. Meow meow. Only the slime tried to express its view. A hero is probably about protecting the weak and then doing the right thing, right? However, the expression on Chen Zhou's face seemed a bit melancholic. He said a strange sentence as if whispering to the wind, "Only do the right thing, then how to distinguish what is right?" The little ghost thought seriously for a while, suddenly revealing a brilliant smile, platinum hair fluttering in the wind. "Do not know, but I feel what we're doing now is all right." Her answer echoed in his ears, but Chen Zhou remained silent. "So you want to join that whatever soul suppression division?" The scene shifts to a large nearby hospital. A young nurse walked toward the room at the end of the corridor. The bone-chilling cold inside gave her goosebumps all over. She quickly pushed the door and entered. Sigh, little Zhang was right. Leaving me alone on duty in the morgue is simply killing me. She hurriedly left the room, muttering to herself, "I better hurry back too." Just then, one of the refrigerated corpse cabinets made a weird noise. With a click, cabinet number 37 was pushed open by an invisible force. Hearing the strange sound from the morgue, the nurse was a bit panicked, immediately whipping her head around, her face gloomy. Seemed like there was movement just now. She squeezed her eyes shut, turned her head away and sighed helplessly. Must be me being too nervous, but she completely failed to notice that the morgue cabinet door behind her had opened at some point. White cold air slowly spilled out from the crack, permeating the air. She whipped her head around and at that very moment the cabinet door slammed shut with a bang. This time fear truly struck, causing her heart to contract violently. The nurse whispered tremblingly, her voice as faint as a mosquito. "Little Zhang, is that you? Stop messing around, come out quickly." Behind her a tall figure lunged over, skin pale and covered in terrifying purple-black corpse spots, pupils red like an evil ghost, saliva fluent from the corner of the mouth dripping onto the ground. She looked back, her face instantly twisting from extreme terror. That monster had approached her at some point, the distance constantly shortening. Wah-ah-ah-ah. Hanging on its ankle was tag number 37. Originally a red corpse identification tag, it was now dyed pitch black by death aura. Her face turned pale instantly, drained of blood. Do not come over." That evil ghost opened its bloody maw as if to swallow her whole into its belly. Between the jagged teeth there were actually larvae of some mollusk hissing. In the hospital center, the sky outside was still peaceful and serene, but the atmosphere inside was destined to descend into chaos. That doctor laughed excitedly, flipping through the documents in his hand. "Thanks to Senior Nanyang's help, our hospital's task force could master the Ghost Cave script so quickly." The person called Nanyang Si just stroked his beard, looking like an immortal sage. "Director's son is too polite. This old man only completed the task assigned by Director Luo. The truly amazing one is still Master Chen." At this moment he suddenly felt a strange pressure shrouding the building. A ray of light flashed over Nanyang's head, shocking his scalp into numbness. This made him an ordinary doctor, suspect if his brain was playing tricks on him and seeing hallucinations. Inside was clearly already in chaos. Saw a group of doctors in white coats pushing and shoving forward, terrified. A red-eyed zombie was chasing relentlessly, essence flowing down the corners of its mouth, making its cheeks wet. The way it chased the crowd looked miserable and terrifying. Because it had just adapted to this body, its movements still appeared clumsy and slow. One of them fell, stumbling and lying on the ground, looking back in horror, brain blank. Done for. Who save me, it is coming. Saw it raise its pitch-black hands, pitch-black death aura spilling from the corner of its mouth, forcing that person to tremble all over. Just then, a golden energy strand wrapped around its body, locking the zombie's stiff limbs. A shout came from behind, making it turn its head. "Stop!" It was Nanyang Si. Golden energy surged from between his two fingers, meandering like a spirit snake, finally strangling that tattered zombie body tightly. "Animal, the soul suppression division is here. Do not think about harming people." It could not move, only able to roar incessantly. The old man saw the strange situation before him clearly, a trace of gravity flashing across his expression. "Strange. This is not a ghost soul but a corpse." It suddenly leapt up violently, body stretching, breaking free from the golden energy's binding like a terrifying black frog. It pounced on Nanyang Si, body elongated weirdly and twistedly. He looked up vigilantly. A brush wrapped in vigorous energy gradually emerging in his palm. Nanyang's eyes rolled back from exertion, hands forming seals in front of his chest, spells flowing out. In midair a talisman gradually condensed. 5 stars suppress colors, light illuminates the dark underworld. 1,000 gods and 10,000 sages protect my true spirit. 5 days demon ghost destroy body and form. 10,000 gods welcome. That golden talisman seemed wrapped in 10,000 thunderbolts. Power amazing. That doctor ran over, panting heavily, sweat sliding down his temples like coating his bald head with a layer of oil. "Senior Nanyang Si, what is going on?" Looking at the thing knocked unconscious. After looking carefully, he wished he could smash his glasses. He shrank behind Nanyang Si, whispering, Is not he the corpse temporarily stored in the hospital?" Nanyang Si clearly felt this zombie's power was too amazing. He exhausted his full strength to trap it. "If released, I am afraid it will cause a catastrophe no one can bear. I do not know either. Prepare to report to the Soul Suppression Division." The next day, the atmosphere outside the hospital was scary quiet. Luo Yaman walked inside dressed neatly, holding a roast chicken that was extremely mismatched with his dashing appearance. Sorry. Situation urgent. Luo has been rude. He actually used a roast chicken to tempt Chen Zhou. Saw Chen Zhou's eyes lighting up, eyeballs about to pop out, following involuntarily. Behind was the slime, looking at this comical and shameful scene with a helpless face. The nurses and doctors inside were dumbfounded seeing this director's weird behavior. Is this bullying a mental patient? Originally wanted to report it, but heard from superiors that these two are unique special cases. All roast chicken, quack quack. Luo Yaman took Chen Zhou to the place where that doctor stood yesterday, introducing as they walked. Hi expert Chen, a strange thing happened at Janae Hospital last night. A corpse declared dead suddenly revived. The two looked at Chen Zhou, who was happily gnawing on the roast chicken, and also let out a long sigh of relief. Luckily our consecrator suppressed it with a soul-soothing talisman, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. That doctor rubbed his hands awkwardly, a bit unable to believe this adult was actually this appearance. Turned out to be a mental patient, mind unclear, but the ancestors said one cannot judge a person by appearance. Maybe under this frail skin hides extraordinary power. After all, the Soul Suppression Division's director is not someone who speaks without thinking. Oh my, everyone is here. The day before yesterday, this person said he felt uncomfortable and came to the hospital for a checkup. But there were no pathological features. Then body indicators became abnormal. We rescued him many times to no avail. Helplessly could only announce natural death. Luo Yaman pointed at the corpse on the hospital bed. It still maintained the posture when it was hit, hands stretched forward flatly. After a night, the corpse was already terrifyingly black. The slime flew around observing curiously, brainstorming all sorts of things. Hi expert Chen, you are knowledgeable. I want to ask you to see what is wrong with this person. After silent contemplation for a moment, the slime finally reached an amazing conclusion. This is a living dead. Chen Zhou poked the corpse's face with a chicken bone, lazy voice sounding, stupid, is not this just a common zombie? The group of people behind were stunned hearing this news. After all, zombies are just fictional images in books, news and movies. In everyone's collective memory, it is just a product of human imagination. Did not expect a real zombie to actually exist. They even faced a real zombie directly. Zombie? Could it be the kind of zombie that appeared 100 years ago has reappeared? Luo Yaman felt uneasy, heart in a mess. If so, trouble is big. According to file records, this kind of zombie is invaded by bugs from the ghost world, losing body control rights, soul gradually eaten until swallowed completely. The slime heard this news, surprise mixed with interest. Correct, did not expect you kid could still see that record. I wrote that. Chen Zhou's face darkened upon hearing this, black irises shrinking like beans. What are you saying? Luo Yaman rummaged through old memories and continued. What's more scary is this GU worm will control the host. When the host touches other living things, the GU worm will parasitize onto the other party just like this. 1 infects 10. 10 infect 100. All living things will become carriers, carrying GU worms and swallowing souls. That doctor heard this and panicked to the extreme, groaning painfully. What? Are we in Janae City about to welcome a catastrophe? Chen Zhou stepped forward, slapped the zombie on the head, knocking it face down on the hospital bed. What's there to be afraid of? Even the slime did not expect him to dare be so reckless. Hey, what are you doing? Anyone hearing about ancient monsters from centuries ago would involuntarily feel fear and trembling in their hearts. But this person did not shrink back at all. Indeed, no one can keep up with a mental patient's train of thought. Luo Yaman heard this and immediately saw the dawn of hope, hurriedly rubbing his hands, expecting fawningly. Hi expert Chen, why hit him? Do you have a way to handle zombies? His way of thinking indeed never ran on a normal track. Chen Zhou instantly erupted with a confident aura, saying loudly, just dig out the strange bug in its belly and it will be fine. This cannot stump the great hero Dong Dong Yao. The slime heard this and was scared pale, blocking frantically. Do not get the host killed. If you forcibly handle that GU worm, the soul that has been eaten to incompleteness will also dissipate with it. That is when he really dies. Luo Yaman seemed to be weighing this plan too, but immediately waved his hand to slap Nanyang's face, hesitating. Hi expert Chen, that can indeed solve the zombie problem, but this person can still be saved now. Once pulled out, it equals us killing a person. Luo believes this is not the correct choice. Chen Zhou's mind flashed with what the slime said to the little ghost. The little girl's brilliant smiling face clearly emerged. Those words like a clear spring aroused his inner power. After all, as a superhero, protecting the weak is a matter of course. I got it, then leave it to me. The great hero Dong Dong Yao is omnipotent. The slime was so scared its face turned green, mind flashing with images of turning back time to beat up its past self. A human life is at stake. Do not make random promises. Although Chen Zhou is strong, the opponent this time is probably not those small fries from before. He suddenly got interested, hopping around the sickbed like he lost his soul, hands waving wildly, chanting words: heaven spirit spirit, earth spirit spirit, answer when called, cannot see me, bug bug disperse. Just these few sentences of nonsense actually made people mistakenly think the larva in the zombie's belly was really going to be driven away. The slime was completely helpless with this mental patient. It roared angrily, "Stop messing around." Suddenly Chen Zhou reached out and violently ripped off the yellow talisman on the zombie's head. It immediately sat up, pitch black, twisted face facing him. Fingertips dyed with elusive darkness, slowly reaching out. Chen Zhou was still addicted to examining the talisman in his hand, completely unaware of the change behind him. Ah, is it this broken paper blocking the eyes making you unable to hear me call you? This horrifying scene made the two behind open their mouths wide in terror as if feeling they were being peeped at from behind by something. Chen Zhou turned around facing the pitch-black ghost claw rushing over. Luo Yaman gritted his teeth, channeling qi attempting to block this blow. High expert Chen back up quickly. This zombie moved again, but Chen Zhou did not care at all. He even calmly picked his nose, perfunctorily glancing at that black claw grabbing at him. The slime was so scared it almost smoked, eyes wide screaming, danger, really annoying, desperate. It forcibly occupied the host body to make a wise decision. Ignore it. Forcibly take over host body, make the correct choice for the host. Secret art, body and soul separation. With a poof, the space around Chen Zhou fell into pitch black mist. Only the faint light on his body remained. Like a lonely firefly under a sparse starry sky, he looked up in surprise. Colorful air currents hovered overhead. Did not expect just picking a nose would lead to teleportation, Chen Zhou muttered blankly. Ah, where is this? Another space appeared in the colorful air currents, clearly still the familiar hospital. Chen Zhou was startled this time, shrinking back. Is not that me? The first real fear surged in his heart. He stared wide-eyed at the scene before him, unable to believe it. How come Dong Dong Yao cannot control his own body? At this moment the ward was a grotesque picture. The mental patient Chen Zhou, who was just comical like a lunatic, now had an aura radiating from his body that gradually compressed the air in the room. Behind him, Luo Yaman was still struggling to resist the zombie's attack. He chuckled lightly. The smile mixed with confidence and arrogance. HMPH, a mere zombie, time to show the young master's real technique. After being possessed, Chen Zhou's tone and wording underwent a earth-shaking change. A 180-degree turn, no longer having the silliness of the mental patient from the beginning. He turned to look at Luo Yaman, who was struggling against the zombie, voice low. White-haired old man, you step down quickly. Luo Yaman did not expect his temperament to change greatly, stammering and answering hurriedly. Ah yes, with a whoosh he retracted his hand, and the golden energy dissipated with it. The zombie, free from restraint, looked up, revealing dark circles and weird pupils. It leapt up violently, opening its pitch-black mouth, larva inside wriggling incessantly. Luo Yaman did not have time to fight back, looking over there in panic only to see Chen Zhou still standing there calmly. Meaning you want to bite me? The usually innocent eyes suddenly became unusually sharp, flashing a trace of ruthlessness. Soft green gas wrapped around his fist. His eyes were also dyed with a dreamlike pale green. I am afraid you are living in a dream. With a boom, the wave of qi in his hand pierced through the zombie's body like a giant arrow, knocking it flying. The terrifying oppression scared that doctor into retreating repeatedly, until he slumped to the ground. An emerald green soul immediately separated from the corpse. The crimson GU worm stuck fast to its chest, struggling desperately. The crowd cheered. The GU worm had left the body. It wasn't over yet. The pale green qi in his hand erupted again, transforming into countless threads moving through the air like water snakes. That worm was still small. The needle tip aimed at the position of the heart suspended in midair. You dare be arrogant in front of me. Those pale green auras gathered into a sharp sword, slashing the GU worm's soul with a swoosh, lifting it into the air. The speed was so fast it was dazzling. Before the two could even blink, a ridiculous illusion appeared. The GU worm's body was severed, blood dripping down. Luo Yaman had not expected things to go so smoothly, resolved so easily, but he turned panic-stricken to Chen Zhou, who was withdrawing his qi, and said urgently, High expert Chen, the victim's soul is already incomplete. He is about to die. But that person remained calm as if he had expected this. I am not blind, why panic? His fingertip flashed with green light again, condensing into a tiny needle. No one expected his method to be so bold. They witnessed with their own eyes Chen Zhou using his own true qi to stitch up those broken soul fragments. This statement sounded reasonable, yet revealed a weird absurdity. Just sew it up? They already knew he had brain problems, but they did not expect him to be this sick. Even Luo Yaman, who had invited him, was stunned, dumbfounded. How is this possible? Sewing up a soul is unheard of. With a whoosh as the final stitch was completed, the originally huge two soul fragments transformed into a tiny soul body, looking just like a newborn baby. It smiled happily. Seeing this, Chen Zhou also smiled brilliantly. He gently stroked its head. All right, hurry back to your body. The living soul in his hand blushed shyly, revealing a mischievous smile and nodding. The other two stared with wide eyes and open mouths as they watched that wisp of soul rush into the bruised and purple body on the bed. Luo Yaman even exclaimed involuntarily. Ah, looks like he anticipated this situation long ago. Chen Zhou rubbed his sore neck, feeling uncomfortable all over. Matter resolved, I should return control of the body to him. Luo Yaman excitedly clenched his fist, turning to him with excitement. High expert Chen, your methods have truly opened my eyes. Can you teach me? The doctor behind was startled to see the corpse suddenly sit up, its expression sluggish in a somewhat comical way. Truly a miracle, he resurrected. But Chen Zhou did not care about this scene at all. He slightly closed his eyes, pale green aura gently wrapping around his whole body. Gradually handing back control, the slime suddenly appeared on his shoulder, its voice full of grievance ringing out. Sai, I just borrowed your body for a bit, was that necessary? The Chen Zhou just now was so majestic and awe-inspiring. Now looking so miserable, tears flowing like a river, acting as if you were deeply hurt by someone. Truly no justice. Mental patients are indeed hard to figure out. Chen Zhou was so angry his blood boiled, teeth grinding loudly. He pointed his finger at it, his voice shrill and full of grievance. You are the mental patient. Your whole family is mental patients, idiot. The slime was naturally not one to be bullied and immediately retorted fiercely. Bastard Chen Zhou, I helped you maintain your hero image and you still scold me? You are the idiot. Chen Zhou's hand was originally pointing at it, but it ended up pointing at Luo Yaman. He looked down at himself blankly, uttering in confusion, scolding me? Watching Chen Zhou suddenly talking to himself, a bizarre fear rose in the hearts of the other two. He suddenly pointed at the air, mouthing indistinct curses. Luo Yaman's face sank, turning to ask the person beside him, Director Sun, you are a doctor, is high expert Chen having an episode? But that person did not know what happened either. The master was so cool just now. How did he turn into a mad dog in the blink of an eye? What is going on? I do not know either. I am a surgeon. The slime finally exploded with rage. It unleashed a bolt of lightning straight at Chen Zhou. He screamed in pain, pissing me off, 1000 volts, apologize to me quickly. He hurriedly jumped up, stammering a plea for mercy. Sorry, wrong. Although the doctor beside them was confused, he could not help but giggle. He did not expect Master Chen to be quite energetic. Just then, the front door was slammed open with a huge bang. A bald doctor rushed in, face pale. Director, big trouble. Outside, zombies had formed groups, frantically chasing the panic-stricken fleeing crowd. They pounced on victims, pinning them to the ground to tear and bite. The doctor approached in panic, voice trembling. They suddenly all went crazy. The person who just entered picked up the conversation, startling the two. Not crazy. If that were the case, they must be infected by GU worms. Luo Yaman anxiously turned to Chen Zhou, tone earnest. Luo Yaman looked at Chen Zhou somewhat hurriedly and said, Hi expert Chen, you heard it too. There is more than one zombie. Chen Zhou waved his hand, slowly kicking the door open and walking out. Headquarters already sent Dong Yao to save the stupid humans. Luo Yaman hurriedly chased after him. Footsteps hurried, muttering questions. Luo Yaman immediately caught up to that person's pace, asking in confusion, Master Chen, what does headquarters mean? After a storm of beating, the hair on Chen Zhou's head was now messy like a golden bird's nest. The expression on his face became serious, voice calm. After a bout of lightning strikes, the hair on Chen Zhou's head had turned into a ball of golden cotton. He looked serious. Dong Yao is not a mental patient. Dong Yao is a big hero. Just leave this place to me. The slime followed behind happily, excitedly giving a thumbs up. The slime also followed behind, excitedly giving a thumbs up. Oh my, too proactive. Dong Yao is truly awesome. In another corner, a skyscraper was immersed in suffocating darkness, the air heavy enough to make one breathless. The people inside were silent, the room terribly quiet. Everyone looked at each other, faces ashen. The first to break the silence was a muscular middle-aged man. He leaned against the wall, clenching his fist, corners of his mouth raising in a sneer as he looked at the elder. Since the 20,000 GU worms we released are about to activate, right? The man referred to as Elder Shang had a treacherous face. He nodded. Zhan'e is about to fall into great chaos. This old man congratulates the minister's plan on its success in advance. A harsh voice suddenly came from above, immediately attracting all gazes. A harsh voice rang out from above, immediately drawing everyone's attention. Just as Elder Shang said, the Hungry Ghost Festival is coming soon. These zombies are enough to make that rabble in the Soul Suppression Division scramble for a while. When the time comes, the Ghost Gate will open wide and ghost creatures will invade. A beautiful woman with pink hair and lavender eyes that flickered with a hazy light in the darkness, her posture enchanting and charming. That was a beauty with pink hair and lavender eyes, the light in her eyes faintly visible in the dark. Her figure was absolutely that of a rare calamity-inducing concubine. Zhan'e City will be our world. Meanwhile, in Zhan'e's bustling commercial district, the atmosphere of chaos shot straight into the clouds. Meanwhile, a commercial street in Zhan'e was also in an uproar. Run quick, many people have gone crazy. Zombies actually occupied most of this area. Survivors fled in panic in all directions. Mom, help! Zhu Egu gripped the walkie-talkie tightly. Standing at the back of the team, face iron blue, Zhu Egu stood behind holding the walkie-talkie, expression becoming serious. Everyone pay attention. The opponent is not a ghost creature, so use physical methods to capture them. Do not be afraid. Attack together. His leadership talent was indeed extraordinary. The team was full of elite experts, but the situation was still completely out of control. Since this morning they had constantly received emergency alerts of people being attacked by the dead. What kind of nightmare had Zhan'e City fallen into? Zhang Yuyu stepped out of the police car, anxiety surging. His leadership talent was definitely unusual. The people in the team were all elites in ability, but this situation was completely wrong. Since morning they had constantly received similar alerts saying people were attacked and the opponents were dead people. What exactly happened to Zhan'e City? Zhang Yuyu walked out of the police car, saying full of worry, Bureau Chief, my master is not at Castle Peak Hospital. His phone has not been getting through. Zhu Eguo's mood hit rock bottom. Immediately, Zhu Eguo's emotions fell to the lowest point. Strange, at such an important moment, where could Dong Yao go? The central hospital had also fallen into chaos. The central hospital was clearly also in an uproar. A zombie's head was stuck in the wall, howling incessantly, trying to break free. Ah, damn, Chen Zhou carried a little nurse on his shoulder, kicking away the zombies blocking the way while running. Chen Zhou carried a little nurse in his hand, kicking down those zombies attempting to rush out and block the way while running. Be honest, heard me. For you little brats, the planetary warrior is not afraid at all. The slime excitedly took the lead, using its finger to guide the way. Chen Zhou, there are some over there too, do not let him run. The two quickly ran to the door where that doctor had stood at some point. Do not run. Behind was Luo Yamen chasing in panic. Hi expert Chen, wait for me, I am coming to help you. The scene outside made everyone stare wide-eyed in horror. The scene outside immediately made everyone stare wide-eyed in surprise. This is Janae's street, actually turned into a real hell on earth. Red firelight spread from this building to that building. Those zombies shambled on the road like broken robots. The bizarre scene made anyone who saw it tremble with fear. What happened? A reporter from JHV TV station was at the scene, reporting with a trembling voice. JHV TV station reporter reported from the scene. Starting last night, a group of crazy people appeared in Janae City. They indiscriminately attack passers-by, currently causing serious chaos in many places in Janae City. The female reporter and cameraman stood at the scene, continuing the report. The Exorcism Police Department and Soul Suppression Division have both issued serious warnings, reminding citizens to take shelter. But so far, neither department has given an explanation for the cause of the event. Therefore, we appeal again to relevant departments to investigate the truth of the event. Currently, Janae's citizens are waiting for a hero's rescue. Unfortunately, the female reporter was targeted by a lunatic. That ghost pounced and grabbed her. The unlucky female reporter was targeted by a lunatic. That ghost rushed over and pounced on the female reporter. Her screams attracted other monsters to approach. In the room, 4 people were watching the news on TV about the suddenly crazed crowd. The atmosphere was tense like a taut zither string. Amidst the chaos, Chen Zhou was eating instant noodles carefree. Slurping sounds echoed. 4 people sat in the room watching the news playing on TV about the crowd that suddenly went crazy. Although everyone was nervous, Chen Zhou was happily eating instant noodles. He slurped while speaking. The food in the bandits' den is not bad. Zhu Egu stood up abruptly, slamming the table and roaring, "Old Luo, we have to make a plan quickly. If this goes on, Janae City will completely fall in less than a day." Luo Yamen nodded, answering solemnly, "Bureau Chief Zhu, I know what you are saying. Our cultivators have been fighting all night." Luo Yamen used the remote to turn on the soul suppression map. Although it is said so many citizens were infected in just one night, such a large-scale outbreak must have someone manipulating it behind the scenes. Luo Yamen crossed his hands and continued, "I guess the mastermind is the heavenly demon cult." Hearing this, Zhu Egu and Zhang Yuyu were both stunned. Despite everyone being nervous, young Chen Zhou was still immersed in the gourmet food. Luo Yamen stroked his chin and continued to analyze. "I guess they are using the whole city's citizens as hostages to force us to deplete police forces." After all, just as Luo Yamen was discussing seriously, Chen Zhou choked on the instant noodles. The youth covering his neck and coughing violently. Zhu Egu suddenly realized, Hungry Ghost Festival. When the time comes, the ghost gate will open wide. The consequences will be unimaginable. Luo Yamen confirmed, "Correct. The urgent task now is to stop the rapid spread of zombies and protect the people's safety. I decided to set up safe zones in the east and south of the city, where the situation is not too serious." Zhu Egu clenched his fist, tone firm. "I understand. Leave the north of the city to the Exorcism Police Department. We will send survivors there safely." Luo Yamen patted Zhu Egu's shoulder and said, "Bureau Chief Zhu, we will go support you after solving the west of the city. And I have already requested support from headquarters. You must pay attention to safety." Zhu Egu nodded decisively, voice full of confidence. Chen Zhou could not hold back his curiosity and interrupted. Hey, where are you going? Why not take Dong Dong Yao?" Luo Yamen and Zhu Egu involuntarily lowered their heads to look at each other, then turned together to Chen Zhou, who was standing with hands on hips and a brilliant face. He shook his head helplessly, tone full of regret. "Bad news, only focused on studying zombies and forgot to arrange for high expert Chen." Bureau Chief Zhu, look, Zhu Egu sighed, analyzing carefully. "His ghost servants can only appear at night. Combat power might be unstable during the day. It would be troublesome if he got infected. Better to coax him to stay obediently and wait for orders." Luo Yamen nodded in agreement. "I think that works." Zhu Egu crossed his arms, blocking in front of Chen Zhou, persuading gently. "Dong Dong Yao, you stay here and wait for me. I heard the Soul Suppression Division's dinner is very bountiful. You must taste it well." Chen Zhou blinked his innocent eyes and asked, "Real or fake?" Zhu Egu hurriedly turned his head to instruct Zhang Yuyu. You stay to watch Chen Zhou. Remember not to let him run around." Zhang Yuyu answered blankly, "But Bureau Chief, yes I know." Chen Zhou heard it before he could figure out the situation. Wait, before he finished speaking, the two had already left in a hurry. Zhu Egu's voice was resonant. "The fate of Janae City lies in this battle. We depart." Chen Zhou glared angrily at the retreating figures of the two. The youth trembled with rage, tears streaming down his face. "Are you kidding? I am the big hero. What are they pretending for? Cannot do anything." Chen Zhou rolled on the ground, shouting miserably, pissing me off. Even Dong Dong 7 will not take me when going out." Zhang Yu comforted him in a flurry. "Not like that, master. HMPH, master, you did not rest well following Director Lua last night, right?" The slime nodded in agreement. Right, how about you go sleep for a while? Chen Zhou was aggrieved with tears in his eyes. Planetary warrior Dong Dong Yao was isolated. I am not a big hero anymore. Zhang Yuyu hurriedly waved her hands. Even less so, master. The slime glared at Chen Zhou. What is all this? Zhang Yuyu persuaded Chen Zhou gently. The bureau chief and the others went to deal with zombies. I guess they must be afraid you would be in danger, so they let you stay here. After all, you are the most important superhero in everyone's hearts. Chen Zhou was half believing and half doubting. Really? Zhang Yuyu and the slime felt guilty. They spoke in unison. Of course it is true. That is right. That is right. The youth Chen Zhou seemed to be injected with vitality. He jumped up fiercely, smiling brilliantly. That is good then. As soon as his voice fell, he dashed away, leaving those two looking blank. Chen Zhou announced confidently, Today I will let them see. Hero Dong Dong Yao does not need anyone's protection. His figure vanished instantly, his heroic shout still echoing. A bunch of small fries tremble beneath my arms. Zhang Yu only had time to shout. Master, the slime beside her sighed helplessly. Heavens, I said it before, cannot live with a mental patient. Chen Zhou rushed out the main gate, looking back at both sides of the street. Let me see where Dong Dong 7 and old white hair went. Zhang Yuyu chased up from behind. Master, how about we just wait here? Suddenly Chen Zhou discovered something. Something is coming over. Zhang Yuyu and the slime looked over blankly. A man stepping on a sword was speeding toward the three of them. The slime squinted to observe. Where did a stage 3 cultivator come from? Could it be reinforcements from the Soul Suppression Division? The youth Chen Zhou suddenly took off the slipper on his foot. Or magnificent. Wah, this bunch of small fries have not been seen for just a moment, and they already evolved flight abilities? Before the three could react, that man had already swept past instantly. The man continued rushing forward, his voice echoing. Where are you running? He turned his head to look. Before he could see clearly, congratulations to the uncle for hitting the jackpot. A slipper whooshed straight onto his face. The uncle was hit by a holy slipper, instantly losing balance and falling face first to the ground. Zhang Yuyu and the slime opened their mouths, wide eyes staring round in surprise. Chen Zhou approached angrily, knuckles cracking. Truly audacious small fry. I have not gone to catch you yet, but you ran over yourself, Yuyu stammered in panic. Master, he is our reinforcement, the slime interrupted. Hey Chen Zhou, he is not a zombie, what do you want to do? The man jumped up, blood boiling with anger, eyes about to pop out, a holy flip-flop print still on his face. He roared, Damn it, who is it? The man had a nosebleed, blood flowing like a stream. He covered his nose, glaring angrily as he introduced himself. I am Lu Benchang, a consecrator from the Soul Suppression Division headquarters, specially here to support Janae City. As soon as his voice fell, that man was rushed by Chen Zhou again, who used his legendary golden slipper to ruthlessly slap his face swollen. Chen Zhou shouted angrily, Small fry comes and still dares to be arrogant. The force of Chen Zhou's slap was so great it directly sent Lu Benchang flying to the 9 heavens. Seeing this, Zhang Yuyu, with tears in her eyes, asked Chen Zhou tremblingly, Master, he is foreign aid. Should I report to the bureau chief? The slime was sweating profusely. The Soul Suppression Division not letting him out on missions was indeed the correct choice. Unknowingly, Chen Zhou had already picked up Lu Benchang's 2 swords to examine, drooling at the corner of his mouth as he sighed. This small fry's big knife is not bad. The slime hurriedly flew over to explain, This is not a knife, these are the Yin-Yang 2 instrument swords. Chen Zhou stepped on the sword, jumping up and down, shouting, Fly, 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 fly. Why not flying, son? The slime aside was also speechless. How could someone else's thing be easily controlled by you? Zhang Yuyu was still shivering. Master, we better. Before she finished speaking, Chen Zhou stuck the swords on his back and said, Forget it. He carried the 2 swords behind his back, walking with a swagger. Even if it cannot fly, it is mine. Beloved disciple, let us go save Janae City. The slime immediately retorted, walking so firmly. Do you know where to go? On a certain roadside there were 2 old people, bodies tougher than young people, each carrying a package as big as a mountain. The old woman nagged, Old man, hurry up, the news said to go to the safe zone in the east of the city. The old man answered, Cough, cough, I know. At this moment, Chen Zhou suddenly appeared behind them, scaring the old couple. The old woman's dentures were scared off, screaming, Ooh, he said, HMPH, walking so strangely. Are you also small fries? Chen Zhou shouted fiercely. Hey, you guys do not run. Dong Dong Yao is not afraid of your scaring. The old couple ran desperately, screaming, Help. The slime knocked on Chen Zhou's head indignantly and scolded, Are you sick? Zhang Yuyu also followed, shouting, Master, stop. They are just ordinary passing old people. The scene shifted to a room. Someone was still leisurely scrubbing in the bath. Hearing the TV news broadcast, the Exorcism Police Department and Soul Suppression Division both issued serious warnings, reminding citizens to immediately go to safe zones. She said leisurely, No way, is the news real or fake? Chen Zhou and the slime both pressed their faces tight against the glass, watching, asking, Hee, did you see the small fry? Zhang Yu tried hard to pull him back from behind, saying awkwardly, Master, do not be like this. The girl bathing turned her head, not understanding what was happening yet. Then she hurriedly wrapped a bath towel, rushing out the door, screaming, Aha, pervert. The girl ran away. The slime chased after, holding that towel with a lecherous look, saying, Put on clothes, sister. Chen Zhou and Zhang Yuyu stood aside, thinking secretly, That is the direction of the South City safe zone. On the road outside, a mother and son were currently pulling at each other. The mother reminded, Hurry up and follow mommy. Lin Sheng. The child was disobedient and cried loudly, Wah, 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 I do not want to. My toy is still at home, wah, wah, wah. Chen Zhou suddenly appeared behind the little boy again, holding the sword hilt, threatening with a fierce face, What toy? Is it fun? I'll trade my big knife with you. The little brat turned back suddenly, without thinking, feeling he was too scary. The little boy was instantly scared into peeing, pulling his mother and running desperately, shouting, "Wah wah wah mom, let us go quickly to the safe zone." Chen Zhou stood dazed behind, not understanding what he did. Night fell. The three were still wandering in the city. Chen Zhou said listlessly, "Damn it, how come I have not met even one small fry all day?" The slime explained. "Although we did not meet zombies, if my sensing is not wrong, the people on these few streets were all chased away by you. No, shifted away by you." Suddenly, a notification sounded on the building's large screen. According to the latest news from this station, the riots in Zhenhe City are still continuing. The North City safe zone has fallen. Zhang Yu looked up in confusion. North City, that is. That is the Exorcism Police Department's area. She pointed in that direction, grabbing Chen Zhou and shouting, "Master, bad news. The bureau chief is in danger." Chen Zhou slowly turned his head and asked, What happened to Dong Dong 7 again?" He was furious, rolling up his sleeves and roaring at that group of small fries. "If you have the ability, come at me. What kind of skill is bullying the planet's waste?" It seemed a fight occurred somewhere. Zhang Yu hurriedly called Chen Zhou. "Master, look quickly. That is not a fight, it is a group of people in black suits running wildly, shouting, 'Quick, everyone go support North City,' watching the noisy running crowd. Hurry, hurry." Chen Zhou watched intently, then asked, If we follow them, can we find the small fries?" Zhang Yu nodded and answered, "Correct, the bureau chief is in that direction." He immediately agreed. "Then let us go too." Suddenly, an A rang out. It turned out to be Yan hovering in midair holding an umbrella. She whipped her head around to ask Chen Zhou, "Senior, why are you here?" Chen Zhou was also very surprised to see Yan. He pointed at her and shouted, "It is you, big-breasted coward," after being recognized. Yan was overjoyed. "It is me, it is me." Chen Zhou had a look of scrutiny, stroking his chin, asking, "Your clothes? I feel very familiar." "Ah." She put away the umbrella, jumping to the ground, answering, "This is the Soul Suppression Division's uniform. Senior, I am now a civil servant ghost of the Soul Suppression Division." Zhang Yu was startled and asked, "Does the Soul Suppression Division recruit ghosts too?" She explained embarrassedly. On the day of the fire they said my constitution was some 9 yin body, seemed very rare, so they invited me to join the Soul Suppression Division." The slime interrupted. "Correct, your 9 yin body can step into the immortal path in the future boundless. No wonder the Soul Suppression Division wants to recruit you." Yan lowered her head. "I am too weak. Without a backer I cannot live long in this world, so joining the Soul Suppression Division counts as having a stable shelter." Hearing this, Chen Zhou suddenly began to sob. Unexpectedly, the style changed. He shouted, "Traitor, you are a traitor. Did not you say you would forever follow planetary warrior Dong Dong Yao? Liar. I saw you were a liar from the start, so I did not agree." Yan shouted in panic, Saw him rolling on the ground throwing a tantrum. "You actually defected to the bandits and bragged that the bandits' den is a shelter." Yan stammered in confusion. "No, I did not." Hearing Chen Zhou wronging herself, Yan also lay on the ground throwing a tantrum. She shouted, "I do not like the Soul Suppression Division at all, forcing me to study every day and having to clock in for work. If Senior was willing to take me in, I definitely would not go to the Soul Suppression Division. Woo woo woo. No choice, a small ghost soul like me cannot survive at all." Chen Zhou was confused, thinking, "How come she rolls faster than me?" She cried even louder. "Senior wronged me to death. The place I want to go most is by your side. Woo woo." Chen Zhou was at a loss, thinking, why is she crying? The slime aside cursed indignantly. "Chen Zhou, is not at all your fault. Before you said she was useless. Now you scold her as a traitor. The little girl just wants to survive. Are not you too excessive? Apologize quickly." Chen Zhou turned his head aside, putting on a stink face. The slime slapped his face even angrier. "Go apologize." Seeing this, he had to squat down and ask Yan, "Do you know where the small fries are?" Yan was still sobbing, answering timidly, I know." Chen Zhou stroked his chin, thinking, "That is fine then." Then he reached out his hand, looking away awkwardly and saying, "I forgive you, giving you one more chance to be my follower." Yan immediately turned sorrow into joy, hurriedly agreeing, "Really, Senior," the slime said excitedly. "Then let us start concluding the ghost pact." Chen Zhou and Yan held hands. A mysterious white energy seemed to form a membrane wrapping the two. "Looks like the contract has been concluded." Chen Zhou watched Yan stand up abruptly. She said happily, "That is great." Yan flew up excitedly. "I really became Senior's ghost servant." She immediately took off the Soul Suppression Division uniform and threw it away. "This hindering clothes, get out." Zhang Yu held the clothes, face full of black lines, thinking the Soul Suppression Division is a legitimate unit after all. How can it be so despised by a ghost? Yan approached lightly, leaning close to Chen Zhou, saying sweetly, "Senior, then what do we do next?" Suddenly the little ghost drilled out from Chen Zhou's body, one hand pushing Yan's face away, one hand grabbing Yan's ear, warning, "Hey, pay attention," to keep a distance from Chen Zhou. Yan cried in pain, "Ouch heavens, little ghost sister, hurts I know." Seeing everyone was there, Chen Zhou said excitedly, "All right, it is dark, you are all awake." The little ghost was still angry. Big cat only meowed. All members assembled. Chen Zhou said, Go beat small fries. Big-breasted ghost, you lead the way." Yan seemed to not dare believe she was accepted yet, stammering, Okay. When the group arrived at another urban district, it was already ruins and broken walls. Everywhere was war smoke. Looks like the people of the whole block were scared away by the fire, fled to other places. At this moment, Chen Zhou and the group were still running forward. He also had a serious face as if ready for battle. Suddenly, Yan screamed, facial muscles trembling from fear as if seeing something terrible. She grabbed Chen Zhou's shoulder tremblingly. Senior, there seems to be something ahead. Woo woo, so scary. Chen Zhou squinted upon hearing this. He looked around. Where? Let me see. There was a pit on the road surface, crying coming from inside. Chen Zhou and the group all quieted down to listen. The crying became louder and louder, clearer and clearer. Seeing this, Chen Zhou turned around frowning, pointing at Yan's face. He stammered, "Tra trash, what is there to be afraid of?" Then he turned to the little ghost saying, "Little ghost, you go see the situation." The little ghost heard the order, looking at Chen Zhou with a blank face at a loss. Slime suddenly spoke up, "Are not you unafraid?" At this moment the little ghost had approached that pit. Suddenly a moan came after a while. The little ghost grabbed the little brat's leg. She held the little boy upside down saying, "Chen Zhou, it is a child." Zhang Yuyu had been hiding behind Chen Zhou. Hearing it was a child, she hurriedly poked her head out to look for a while, then asked in panic, "Master, is not this the child we met during the day?" The slime frowned suspiciously, asking in confusion, "Should not he have gone to the safe zone with his mom? How come he is here?" Chen Zhou looked blank, evidently not understanding the situation. "Oh, has Dong Dong Yao seen this human cub?" As soon as the voice fell, Chen Zhou walked to the little ghost and the little boy. "Hey kid, where's your mom?" Mentioning mom, the little boy cried loudly again. He sobbed saying, "I got separated from mom." Hearing this, female ghost Yan covered her mouth, looking at the little boy with sympathy and pity. Poor child. At this moment the little boy kept sobbing and shouting, "Mom!" Yu hurriedly ran over, stroking his head to comfort the little boy. She worriedly and comfortingly said, "Little friend, be good, do not be afraid." She opened her mouth to ask Chen Zhou, "Master, what should we do? Should we help this child find his mom? Now the whole Janae city is full of zombies, very dangerous." Chen Zhou sighed, hands on hips, looking at her and the little boy saying, "HMPH, truly troublesome. Then bring him along." Suddenly the little boy lay on the ground throwing a tantrum, crying and screaming, then shouting, "I do not want to go with you. I want to find mom myself. My mom will definitely protect me. I do not want to go with you. Get out, wild child, rude guy." He shouted for mom to save him while sobbing. The little boy's scream startled Chen Zhou. He roared angrily, "This noisy human cub is annoying to death. Dong Dong Yao does not have a mom and never cries." At this moment the little ghost discovered someone behind. She looked back for a while, saying to Chen Zhou, "Seems something is wrong." The slime also shouted in panic, "Bad news. The child's crying attracted nearby zombies. We are surrounded." Looking at a group of zombies approaching ahead, the little boy suddenly waved his arms tremblingly. But unfortunately no one noticed. Chen Zhou saw the zombie group but was high-spirited. He rolled up his sleeves. He shrugged and said, "That is great, so many zombies." Suddenly the child slowly stood up, his eyes becoming hollow. Then he started crying and ran straight toward the horde of corpses. He opened his arms as if wanting to hug someone. He cried and shouted while running, "Mom, Mom!" Chen Zhou looked in surprise at the child running toward the zombie horde, obviously not understanding what was happening, his face blank. Meanwhile, seeing the child in danger, Zhang Yu shouted in panic, "Hey little kid, do not go. It turns out your mom is among those zombies." Those terrifying creatures approached with slow steps, emitting bone-chilling groans from their mouths. But the child showed no fear, still opening his arms to rush over and hug his mom. After observing for a moment, the slime suddenly said, "Looking at the number of these zombies, he probably did not get separated, but encountered a large group of zombies on the way to the safe zone. His mom must have risked her life to protect him." At this moment, the little boy stood before a female zombie. He revealed a brilliant smile, cheering, "Great mom, baby found you." The zombie mother suddenly knelt on the ground, opening her arms to fiercely hug the little boy. The little boy still naively believed the woman before him was his biological mother. He sobbed, hugging her back tightly, whispering, "Mom, I will not run around anymore." The slime suddenly roared, "Hey kid, do not go over." Zhang Yu was worried to death. She hurriedly shouted, "Little friend, get away from her quickly. She is not your mom anymore." The little boy was still stammering about wanting to protect his mom. Before he finished speaking, the zombie mother took a bite out of his flesh. Fresh blood sprayed out instantly. Seeing this scene, Zhang Yu covered her mouth, face pale, full of horror. She screamed, "Heavens!" Yan beside her was also terrified. She retreated a few steps, asking Chen Zhou tremblingly, "Senior, what should we do?" Standing beside Chen Zhou, the little ghost glanced at the panic-stricken Zhang Yu and Yan, hands on hips, eyes scornful. Sure enough, moms are unreliable. Just then, a scene suddenly flashed in Chen Zhou's mind, a mother dragging a suitcase holding a little boy's hand walking into the distance. He stroked his chin, muttering to himself, "Dong Dong Yao seems to have a mom too." Chen Zhou fell into a vague memory. Do not know if it is real or fake. In the memory, an infant lay on a wooden board amidst a raging fire. In front was a woman fighting desperately with evil ghosts. She looked back at the child, tone firm, "Mom will protect you." Back to reality, Chen Zhou stood not far from the zombie horde, watching the little boy being bitten by the zombie mother, his face twisted in pain, hollow eyes filled with tears, mouth still stammering, Mom." Facing this tragic scene, he could not suppress his emotions, tears sliding down his cheeks. After a while, he regained his calm, wiped his tears, and looked at the slime. "What is this? Why do I feel a bit strange now? Chest hurts, eyes are hot too. What is this feeling?" The slime was a bit confused hearing this. "Kid, could it be the first time you feel sadness?" Chen Zhou did not answer the slime. At this moment his eyes were cold as frost. He charged into the zombie horde, roaring, "I do not like zombies, all disappear for me." Received, the slime responded. After speaking, it controlled Chen Zhou's body, letting him erupt with dazzling golden light. The slime gave a loud shout, waving a hand to launch a crushing heavy blow at that zombie mother and son pair. The little boy from just now had also turned into a zombie. Chen Zhou whispered, "Human cub, this is what you said. Later it is your turn to protect mom." Then he blasted a powerful strike at the mother and son, knocking the GU worms parasitic in their bodies out along with their souls. Chen Zhou moved like lightning, doing the same to the remaining guys, shouting, "And you guys." He leapt up, shuttling nimbly between various positions. When he landed safely, 5 golden silk threads were tightly wrapped around his 5 fingers. The slime continued to instruct, "Then you must sew up their souls in one go." Chen Zhou nodded. "I got it, do not run around." He fiercely pulled the thread, pulling all the souls parasitized by GU worms out of their bodies, then commanded, "All behave yourselves." The group behind Chen Zhou witnessed the whole process, everyone staring with wide eyes, surprise mixed with admiration. Yan spoke first. "Senior, is this stitching up their souls?" Zhang Yu stood beside Yan, having watched the whole process, praising incessantly. "Master is too amazing." Those victims parasitized by GU worms were hovering in midair at this moment. Chen Zhou shouted with all his might, "Go back." After completion, the slime gave a thumbs up to praise. "Beautifully done." Those people, after clearing the GU worms, gradually recovered their human appearance. They looked around blankly and at a loss. "Why am I here? My body hurts so much. What happened?" After exterminating all parasitic GU worms, Chen Zhou turned his back to them and walked toward his team. At this moment he was like a hero silently guarding Jene City. Majestic and awe-inspiring, he turned to walk forward, steps firm. The little ghost shouted in surprise. Chen Zhou turned those zombies back into normal people. Zhang Yu was equally shocked, nodding repeatedly. I did not see clearly how Master did it either." Chen Zhou ignored their words. He looked at the slime and said, "Hey, handling them one by one is too troublesome. Is there a way to gather all the zombies together?" Because only Chen Zhou could see the slime, the little ghost asked blankly, "Who is Chen Zhou talking to?" The female ghost Yan beside her shook her head. "No, not me." Suddenly, the slime flew high into the sky, muttering, let me think. GU worms feed on souls. The stronger the soul, the more it can attract them." Zhang Yu stared at Chen Zhou in a daze, feeling his serious appearance was like a different person from that lunatic. I feel Master is a bit strange today. Seems like he has not had an episode." The female ghost Yan beside her was equally blank. Stammering, "Do not know." The slime communicated with Chen Zhou after deep thought. "But this is not the ghost world. Souls are trapped in flesh bodies. Fluctuations are extremely small. How can the GU worms sense them?" At this moment Zhang Yu, the little ghost, and the female ghost Yan gathered together whispering. Yan said softly, "Look, Senior's expression looks so normal." Zhang Yu asked, "Does Master usually have this kind of abnormal looks, very normal state?" The little ghost answered, "No, never." Chen Zhou here was still discussing heatedly with the slime. It suddenly thought of something, cheering. Continuing, "Right, speaking of the strongest soul in the human world is not at you. If we amplify your soul fluctuations through a formation, letting the GU worms sense your presence, they will definitely swarm over." Chen Zhou clenched his fist, face solemn. "Okay, let us do just that." Chen Zhou and his group arrived at the top floor of a high-rise building. The slime spoke up. "This is Jene City's tallest building, Baitong Building." Looking down from above, Jene City was currently devastated, smoke permeating everywhere. No one dared to extinguish the fires because danger lurked everywhere. The slime was weighing the plan, speaking to Chen Zhou. It pondered for a moment and said, "If we set up the formation here, the soul fluctuations can cover the entire Jene." After weighing it, Chen Zhou suddenly put on a stern face. "Then cut the crap, set up the formation quickly." The 4 people behind still looked at his back blankly. Big Cat turned back and meowed once. Zhang Yu looked at Chen Zhou's back and said, "Completely cannot figure out what Master wants to do." The female ghost Yan was equally confused. She turned her head. "I heard Senior muttering about gathering zombies all along. Could it be he wants to catch all the zombies in the city?" The little ghost stared at Chen Zhou's back and said, "Does not matter. No matter what he does, I'll accompany him." At this moment, Chen Zhou held up the slime in his hand. It said happily, "Then I'll teach you to set up the formation. First, you need to cut your palm using your own fresh blood." Chen Zhou listened intently to the slime's instructions, nodding repeatedly, evidently having understood. The slime continued, "Draw a mark like this in the palm." Hearing this, Chen Zhou suddenly threw the slime flying, scaring it into trembling all over, eyes wide with surprise. A look of extreme vigilance appeared on his face, as if vigilant against some invisible threat. Seeing this, the slime froze, tone full of panic. What's wrong?" Chen Zhou began to dance comically, face carrying a trace of suspicion and annoyance, muttering, "Still want to take my blood? Too excessive, cannot use someone else's. How about that one behind you?" The slime hurriedly comforted, tone sweet like coaxing a child. "After all, we need to amplify your soul through the formation, so we can only use yours. Rest assured I'll be very gentle." After listening, Chen Zhou answered with a tone full of suspicion and determination, "Believe your ghost talk." Then he continued to jump around crazily in front of the slime, dancing while humming a self-made tune, will not listen, la la la." Chen Zhou's weird behavior made the slime burn with anger, too lazy to talk nonsense anymore. It waved its hand and slashed Chen Zhou's palm. Fresh blood instantly splashed like raindrops. The slime roared, "Stinky mental patient, be serious for me. Sure enough, cannot be normal for 3 seconds. Hand it over." Suddenly cut. Chen Zhou let out a miserable scream. He raised his palm. It turned out the slime was carving a strange symbol on his flesh. The slime pulled his hand and pressed it on the ground with lightning speed. Severe pain spread and he groaned softly. The slime shouted, "Set formation." At this moment Chenjo gradually regained his calm. He raised his hand to examine his palm, surprised. "A does not hurt," and then, it turned out the heart-wrenching pain just now was all a hallucination in his brain. The slime continued to guide tone patient. Then palm facing up, recite the incantation with me. As soon as the voice fell, the slime immediately demonstrated. It raised its hand to the sky smugly, shouting high, "With my flesh, blood, and soul as the guide, all living beings move to the south of the North Sea." Chenjo stared at the slime with effort for a while, thinking secretly, what is all this? Too tongue-twisting, cannot remember at all. Seeing his dull face, the slime frowned, asking, "HMPH, what now?" Chenjo hurriedly covered up, "Nothing, I'll try." After speaking, he immediately jumped up, raising the palm engraved with runes to the sky, shouting, "Watch me use 5 fingers to bluff, invincible in battle." Seeing Chenjo messing around, completely deviating from the process, the slime exploded in rage and roared, "What the hell is that?" Chenjo turned sharply, glaring fiercely at the slime and said, "How could I remember such a long thing? How about you do it?" The slime also glared back with sharp eyes and answered, "I am really defeated by you. I'll do it then." After speaking, it drilled directly into Chenjo's body, squeezing his soul out. It whispered to him, "Learn from this." At this moment Chenjo's body was wrapped in flickering green light. The slime controlled the body with confidence and decisiveness. It raised a hand to the sky, shouting, "With my flesh, blood, and soul as the guide, reveal the true self." At this moment Chenjo watched the slime control his own body. He hummed contemptuously. Suddenly light erupted from the slime's body. A dazzling pillar of light descended from the sky, striking the rooftop directly, making the little ghost, Zhang Yu, Ayan, and Big Cat stare with wide eyes, exclaiming in unison, "Wow!" The slime continued chanting, "All living beings move to the east of the North Sea." As soon as the voice fell, the light pillar expanded into a huge ring, shooting from the rooftop straight into the clouds. Tonight's night sky, although covered in dark clouds with twinkling stars, revealed a weird tranquility. On Bureau Chief Ju's side, being heavily surrounded by zombies, he collapsed on the ground from exhaustion, thinking, "Done for. Really cannot hold on anymore." He panted, sweating profusely, eyes closed tight, praying inwardly, begging all gods anyone will do, save Jene City. Just at the moment of despair, a beam of light suddenly shone on Bureau Chief Zhu, exactly the light pillar emitted by the slime controlling Chenjo's body. His subordinate shouted in surprise, "Bureau Chief, look quick." Bureau Chief Zhu opened his eyes, staring in confusion. Those zombies saw the light, gave low roars, then ran frantically toward that direction, abandoning their group. They roared, completely ignoring Bureau Chief Zhu's presence. Seeing this, he was stunned. The zombies scribbled to rush toward that building. The subordinate ran over to help him up and reported, "Bureau Chief, those zombies all went toward the light pillar." Bureau Chief Zhu finally breathed a sigh of relief, tone relaxed. Right, we are saved." Director Luo Yuman's side was also in a desperate situation, countless zombies swarming. Luo Yuman shouted with imposing momentum, boosting morale, "Everyone hold steady, do not slack off, hold on a bit longer." At this moment Luo Yuman suddenly discovered a green light pillar on a distant high-rise building. He watched carefully for a while, muttering to himself, What is that?" Seeing the zombies stop attacking and flocking toward the glowing building, Nanyang Si turned to Luo Yuman and said, "Director Luo, those zombies seem to have been attracted away by that light pillar." Luo Yuman hurriedly grabbed his coat to drape over himself, face flush red, anger and fighting spirit interweaving, shouting, "What exactly happened? Go, let us follow and take a look." Director Luo's subordinates responded, "Yes." Meanwhile, on the opposite building, a girl stood on the rooftop looking at that light pillar, talking to herself. Janae actually has such a figure. Indeed exceeded the data range. She drew her sword, lowering her head and continuing, but suddenly she flew up, shouting, "Absolutely will not let you ruin my plan." Below, countless zombies surged toward the light pillar. They could not climb up, only able to stand downstairs looking up. Luo Yuman and his group also arrived in a hurry. Nanyang Si looked up, pointing at the building and asking, "Director Luo, look who is on the rooftop." Luo Yuman looked up upon hearing this. After observing for a long time, he suddenly exclaimed, "It is High Expert Chen, such powerful soul fluctuations. I understand, it is High Expert Chen who attracted all the city's zombies here." Not far away, where Bureau Chief Zhu stood, he also discovered the person on the rooftop was Chen Zhou. Bureau Chief Zhu shouted seriously, "That is Dong Dong Yao." Here, seeing Chen Zhou's power was so terrifying, Luo Yuman shouted, "High Expert Chen is too strong." At this moment on the rooftop, Chen Zhou still sat cross-legged with eyes closed, surrounded by flickering green light. Seeing this, the little ghost flew close in panic, pointing below and reporting, "Chen Zhou, they are about to climb up." At this moment the zombies were already climbing up desperately, clinging to the wall, struggling to climb up to the rooftop. Looking down from above, the scene was indeed hair-raising. Suddenly a voice echoed in his mind, "Hey, wanting to expel the GU worms from their bodies and repair their souls in one go is a bit difficult." Chen Zhou asked blankly in his mind, "Why?" At this moment the slime inside his body answered, I am just a spirit body. My strength is not as good as when I was alive. If we continue to maintain high consumption like this." Just as it was speaking, Chen Zhou's body suddenly churned and fresh blood seeped out from his skin. The slime barely continued speaking, dragging on until his body also started to become unable to bear it. The slime was also running out of power now. Desperately worried about failure, it whispered, "What should we do now?" In Chen Zhou's subconscious he sat cross-legged, his expression unusually serious. He muttered to himself, "What do you mean, what should we do? Dong Dong Yao is the strongest planetary warrior. He will not be defeated that easily. His eyes instantly became sharp, revealing a confident smile as he said, not afraid, just charge directly. Just then the slime reached out to wipe the blood from Chen Zhou's face, muttering incessantly. Ha, did not expect to be lectured by a mental patient one day. After speaking, it controlled Chen Zhou's body. Hands clasped together, and the green light on his body erupted violently like a raging fire. Seeing the moment for the decisive battle had arrived, the slime shouted hurriedly, "Then let us burn together with my remnant soul." Chen Zhou was surprised in his heart, let out an "oh," and clasped his hands to cheer for the slime. As soon as the slime's voice fell, all the zombies attempting to climb onto the rooftop twitched as if electrocuted. Immediately after, GU worms flew out from their throats, detaching from their bodies. Witnessing this scene, Nanyingxi was astonished. His mouth gaped wide, unable to close it all, and he exclaimed, "Those GU worms, in order to swallow high expert Chen's soul, have all detached from the victims' bodies and absorbed a large amount of essence, having already mutated and grown wings." At this moment, GU worms covering the sky and earth circled in the night sky. They had only one target, and that was Chen Zhou's body. Witnessing this scene, the slime controlled the body, slowly standing up, assuming a posture ready to engage with this swarm of dancing monsters, then squeezed a sentence out through gritted teeth. "Fine, eat my attack." Immediately after, he roared, returning swallow destruction palm. As soon as the voice fell, a terrifying power spread from the slime, shrouding the swarm of GU worms as if to crush them into powder. Just watching, the female ghost Yan felt her heart racing. Heart filled with worry for Chen Zhou, this power indeed exceeded her imagination. Yan said tremblingly, "Is this senior's strength?" At this moment, under the starlit night sky, the GU worms had been completely cleared. After everything ended, Chen Zhou's body collapsed, gasping for air, face covered in sweat. The slime inside the body whispered wearily, "Finally solved perfectly. Just leave the rest to Dong Dong 7 and the others." At this moment downstairs, everyone looked up at those victims who were once controlled by zombies, now free-falling from high altitude. Bureau Chief Zhu pointed at them in panic. "Don't urgent. Old Luo, catch them quickly." The people around hurriedly channeled power, creating an energy cushion to catch those citizens. Hearing Bureau Chief Zhu's order, Director Luo immediately responded, "I caught them." Back on the rooftop, the slime finally left Chen Zhou's body. At this moment it was exhausted, haggard, bod thin as a bag of bones. It let out a long sigh, then said to him, "All right, it is over, returning the body to you." There, Chen Zhou listened and gave a thumbs up to praise it. But just as the voice fell, the slime began to gradually dissipate before his eyes, making him extremely terrified, unable to stop himself from shouting, "Hey, what's wrong with you?" The slime's soul finally disappeared completely. Before fully dissipating, it whispered a sentence in his ear. Too tired, the consumption this time was really too great. Chen Zhou stared with wide eyes in horror, staring dead at this scene, daring not believe this was the truth. As soon as the slime's revenant dissipated, a man with blonde hair dressed in black suddenly appeared. That mysterious man turned his back to him, walking slowly toward the illusory light. Chen Zhou hurriedly reached out, wanting to grab him, shouting, "Hey, where are you going in such a hurry?" chasing that mysterious man. But suddenly a completely unfamiliar time and space appeared in front of him, making him mutter in confusion, "Hey, where is this?" Chen Zhou looked around, observing carefully, and found the surroundings were full of countless rotting evil ghost corpses. The further he walked in, the more the stench assaulted his nostrils, forcing him to cover his nose tightly, shouting irritably, "So stinky, do these people not shower?" Walking along, Chen Zhou saw that mysterious man from just now again. He stood with his back to Chen Zhou, whole body emitting bright red heat waves like hellfire, repeating a sentence over and over in his mouth, "Kill them all, kill them all, kill them all." Seeing this, Chen Zhou spoke up to ask, "Hey, what are you muttering about there?" That mysterious man remained motionless without any reaction, just repeating, "Kill them all, kill them all." Chen Zhou walked closer, tone severe. "I am asking you, who are these people?" Before he finished speaking, the mysterious man suddenly whipped his head around to look at him. His handsome face was covered in fresh blood at this moment, a line of bloody tears flowing from the corner of one eye. He put a finger to his lips, signaling Chen Zhou to be quiet, then whispered, "Those who hurt you, I will not leave a single one, kill them all." Then, he continued, tone resolute, "No matter what others say, if I do not become a demon, who will?" As soon as the voice fell, his body erupted with immense power, emitting dazzling light, stinging Chen Zhou so much he had to reach out to shield his eyes. The mysterious man's power blasted Chen Zhou out of the illusory scene, throwing him back to reality, scaring him into trembling all over and shouting, "Awa!" The little ghost whipped her head around to look at him, swaying and falling, asking worriedly, "Chen Zhou, what's wrong with you?" Yu rushed over from the distance, tone full of concern. "Master, are you okay?" Chen Zhou sat paralyzed on the ground at this moment, rubbing his dizzy head, then answered, "I am fine, just a bit drained." Suddenly, a woman walked out of the darkness, a smile of a successful conspiracy on her face, clapping slowly. "Truly opened my eyes." The red-haired woman approached Chen Zhou, tone full of sarcasm. "The zombie plan was actually ruined by you." Hearing this strange voice, Chen Zhou's group looked back at her blankly. That woman put on a mysterious expression, asking, "Say, should Big Sister punish you?" At this moment, Yan looked at her carefully, suddenly remembering something terrible, face turning pale with fright, stammering, She is not Shi Lu Wanhei, the person in charge of the heavenly demon cult. Why is she here?" Hearing the female ghost Yan say this, Yu shouted in terror, "What? She is the person in charge of the heavenly demon cult?" Yan nodded, expression heavy and serious. "Correct. I will not forget this face even if I die." On the Soul Suppression Division's internal wanted list, she is at the top. Hearing the female ghost Yan say this, Luanhe revealed a sarcastic smile. Oh, recognized by you guys, then let us make a long story short. After speaking, she rushed toward Chenjo like an arrow. Tone brief. Make a long story short. Luwan's sudden action caused panic for the little ghost and female ghost Yan. Completely lost vigilance. Luanhe reached out to lift Chenjo's chin, tone full of probing. Hey, you were the one who destroyed the Eye of Sacrifice before too, right? Heard you were also a mental patient. At this moment, the little ghost rushed up from behind, hands burning with raging fire, face flushed red, eyes red like charcoal fire, roaring, "Get lost, ugly monster, stay away from Chenjo." Luanhe was fearless. She turned back, gently neutralizing the little ghost's attack, tone contemptuous. Little sister has no manners. Meanwhile, Big Cat also rushed up aggressively, but Luanhe raised her knee to hit hard, striking the little ghost heavily, making her scream in pain. Big Cat, with its huge body, was actually kicked several meters away by her too. After dealing with the little ghost and Big Cat, Luanhe calmly dusted off her knee, then slowly walked toward Chenjo. She looked at him, tone domineering yet full of seduction. Chenjo, alright, no one is disturbing now. How about it? Want to join our heavenly demon cult? Big sister will take good care of you slowly. Chenjo had been silent since just now. After hearing Luanhe ask, his face suddenly turned dark from anger, brows locked tight, answering with a contemptuous tone, HMPH, you are the mental patient, your whole heavenly demon cult are mental patients. It is the kind of place dogs would not go. Luanhe looked at Chenjo with contemptuous eyes. She said, "This is the first time someone dared to scold me to my face, stinky brat, truly arrogant." Luanhe raised the corners of her mouth smugly, drawing a shining sharp precious sword in her hand, raising it high to the sky, sword tip pointing straight at him, voice cold. "Go die, fool." Chenjo's eyes suddenly became firm like steel. Suddenly he roared, "Damn it, dare to bully Dong Dong Yao, want to die, then you die, I will not die, hear me, idiot?" Then he leapt up fiercely, shouting, "Iaiu!" But the trajectory suddenly deviated. Chenjo was knocked flying to the side. He stumbled forward a few steps, then fell heavily to the ground, face smashing ruthlessly onto the concrete floor. He cursed. Holy crap! Chenjo's body trembled as he slowly stood up. Luanhe kept staring at him with scrutinizing eyes. He looked at his own palm tremblingly, face full of disbelief, stammering, "Hey, what's going on? Why is not Dong Dong Yao's fist powerful anymore? That is not right, should be like this. I feel something is missing." Seeing the opponent like this, Luanhe revealed a sarcastic sneer. "Actually managed to dodge one cut of mine, do not embarrass yourself anymore." She walked slowly toward Chenjo step by step, sat there blankly, back to her, head swaying back and forth, muttering to himself, Hey, where are you?" Suddenly, the little ghost shouted from behind, "Holy crap, Chenjo," words that startled him. Luanhe laughed loudly in triumph. "Then what about this time?" She raised her move high, pointing straight at Chenjo. That guy was still foolishly unaware of everything, hurriedly turning his head to look. Suddenly a long pipe flew from the distance, making a piercing clang impact sound. Lu Benchong appeared in time, blocking Luwan's attack with that thing. The old man deftly used the long pipe to counter, forcing her to retreat a few steps. Lu Benchong spoke up to greet him. "Young man, are you okay?" Chenjo stood behind him, expression still dull. He froze awkwardly for a while, then lowered his head in contemplation, observing the opponent intently. Lu Wanhei raised one hand, a deep purple light flashed, covering the dazzling sword behind her. Lu Wanhei spoke up. "Yo, I wondered who it was. Turns out it is the undefeated Sword Saint, one of the Soul Suppression Division's 10 great experts, Lu Benchong, HMPH. She immediately rushed out like an arrow tearing the wind, rushing toward those two, shouting while running. "Coming at the right time, old lady. I is full of anger today. I'll cut you too." The sword blade erupted with dazzling light, rushing toward Chen Zhou and Lu Benchong. The old man nimbly used the weapon in his hand to block the attack. That woman kept swinging continuous moves at the two. Lu Benchong constantly used the steel pipe to resist. Lu Wanhei aimed continuous moves at Lu Benchong, sneering, "Do not you use double swords? Why use a steel pipe? Did you not bring enough weapons when going out? This guy is truly ridiculous." Hearing this, Lu Benchong answered, "Do not want to use double swords today." The old man revealed a smug face as he shouted, "The steel pipe fits brother's temperament." Ha! Swinging down with one move under Lu Wan's feet, she dodged in time. Lu Wanhei suddenly retreated backward. She said, "Dogmen, sure enough your soul suppression division has no good things." Lu Wanhei jumped high into the air, hands tightly gripping the sword flashing with purple light. Face full of excitement rushing toward Lu Benchong, she screamed, "Today old lady will gouge out your dog eyes." Lu Benchong held a cigarette in hand, whoosh, blowing out a puff of smoke. He shook his head. "Overestimating yourself." He threw the cigarette butt into the distance, saying, "Just you." Lu Wanhei looked at that cigarette butt in surprise. Raging fire instantly wrapped around her sword. A look of obvious surprise appeared on Lu Wan's face, thinking this guy is indeed rank 3. Throwing a cigarette butt has such power. Whoosh whoosh, the fierce flames forced Lu Wanhei to retreat to the distance. She slashed horizontally, dispersing the flames. "TCH," Lu Wanhei continued, "forget it. Want to kill you but cannot, plus there is an extra damn rogue." Lu Wanhei blew a flying kiss at them. "Stinky brat, I'll take your dog life another day. Bye-bye." After speaking, she walked to the wall and jumped down. Seeing this, Lu Benchong thought helplessly, ran away in the distance. The little ghost flew over to greet Chen Zhou. "Are you okay?" A Yan flew from the distance, riding on Big Cat's back. "Scared me to death." Zhang Yu also walked over. "Master, you two squat down." Lu Benchong reached out to pat his body, saying, "Young man has quite some ability, actually saved the whole Janae with just one person's strength." Chen Zhou's body swayed with the rhythm. He fell to the ground. Seeing this, Lu Benchong panicked a bit. "Ah, Master Chen Zhou," the two disciples exclaimed. Zhang Yuyu walked up holding him in her arms greeting, "Master, what's wrong with you, Master?" Yan saw this and shouted worriedly, "What's wrong with little treasure? Why did he suddenly faint?" The three formed a circle pointing and scolding Lu Benchong. They said, "Damn human, you are done for, truly sinister hearts, why did you hit him? Too excessive." The old man was rendered speechless by them. Lu Benchong was also dumbfounded. Zhu Egu walked over from the distance hunching his back. "Dong Dong Yao, you are too amazing." In the distance, Lu Yuman draped his suit jacket over his shoulder with one hand, raising the other hand to wave greeting. He also spoke up. "Master Chen." Zhu Egu was surprised by the scene before him, exclaiming, "Heavens, what happened to Dong Dong Yao? Why is he lying on the ground?" Lu Yuman spoke up, "Quickly call an ambulance. He is our big hero, absolutely nothing can happen to him." The people around appeared very excited at this moment, everyone cheering happily. The setting sun began to hide over the city. Chen Zhou was surrounded by everyone praising him. Zhu Egu praised, "Thank you for saving Zhenhe City. You are our hero." Another worshipping woman clapped, big hero, give me an autograph." Chen Zhou laughed triumphantly. Then other fans also surged up, "Big hero, I like you very much. Are you still single?" "I like you too, big hero, I love you super much." He looked toward the corner, seeing a man walking away. He said in surprise, Chen Zhou chased angrily, pointing at that person, shouting loudly, "Hey, which planet are you from?" Everyone was celebrating. Dong Dong Yao became a big hero. "Why are not you coming?" He reached out, wanting to grab him. "Hey, I am talking to you." He looked in surprise as the man's body suddenly dissipated. It turned out to be just a dream. Chen Zhou woke up in a panic, dancing with his hands and feet and shouting, startling director Li Qingshan. "Ouch, answer me." Li Qingshan asked cautiously in a whisper, Who is it? "You finally woke up. You have been sleeping for 3 days. Heard from old Zhu and the others that you saved the whole Zhenhe City." Chen Zhou curled his lip, answering, "Ah, Big Mountain, how come it is you?" Li Qingshan asked back uncertainly. Is Big Mountain calling me?" "What's wrong with you? Want to eat something?" Chen Zhou smiled gently and replied, "Nothing." Zhu Egu and the others ran in immediately upon hearing the news. Zhu Egu spoke up to greet, "Dong Dong Yao, are you okay?" Zhang Yuyu ran in hurriedly holding a lunchbox and said, "Master." Lu Yuman walked up joyfully. "That is great, high expert Chen, you finally woke up." Chen Zhou laughed brilliantly and happily. "Beloved disciple Dong Dong 7, old white hair, you all came." Zhang Yuyu ran up, opened the lunchbox and handed it to him. "Master, I made braised pork and potato chicken soup, all your favorites. Taste it quickly." Chen Zhou looked around absent-minded, wondering, "The teacher has no appetite right now." Only you guys came?" Zhu Egu immediately answered. "Yeah, otherwise who else?" He pondered for a while. Why did he always feel something was missing? Suddenly remembering something, he ran away hurriedly, Chen Zhou shouting while running, "That guy, where is he?" Zhu Egu turned his head and shouted, "Dong Dong Yao, where are you going?" Chen Zhou searched around the stone chair of Optimus Prime. "Hey." Optimus Prime turned his head helplessly and asked, "What are you doing? I'll blush if you take off my pants." Pulling at his pants to search, "Where are you?" Optimus Prime shouted, "Oh my Gatling gun cannot be exposed outside." Unable to find the person, Chen Zhou groped into the restroom again. He climbed up the door to look inside, looking at the security guard uncle who was relieving himself, and said loudly, "Do not hide, speak up." Then Chen Zhou took a broom to find Dr. Ah Yuan and threatened, "Ah Yuan, monkey says, where did you hide it?" Ah Yuan immediately countered, "Chen Zhou, you want an injection again, right?" He was helpless and at his wit's end, saying, "Annoying, sure enough there are no good people in white coats." Late at night, Chen Zhou sat on the roof of his room, staring blankly at the sky. His ghost-packed partners also appeared to congratulate him. The little ghost spoke first. "Great, Chen Zhou, you finally woke up, finally someone to play with me." Yan interrupted with a smile, "Senior." Chen Zhou looked back absently. "It is you guys?" The little ghost walked closer, observing him with worry in her eyes. "What's wrong with you? Look like a sad face." Yan hurriedly interrupted, tone full of confusion. "That is right, Senior, have not you become a big hero? Why are you still unhappy?" Chen Zhou was silent for a long time, then spoke softly with contemplation. "Big hero?" He placed his hand gently on his chest, turned around, tone carrying a trace of confusion. "I am not clear either, just feel a bit stinging here." Sadness suddenly surged in his heart. He dazedly recalled the days fighting side by side with that slime, then continued with a distant tone, "Seems like something cannot be found." The little ghost crossed her arms, expression serious, tried to comfort. "It is okay, we'll help you find it. Big Cat's nose is the most sensitive, let it handle it, we'll definitely find it." Big Cat seemed to understand the thought, immediately lowered its head, sniffing incessantly, meowing. Chen Zhou laughed heartily, sorrow dissipating a bit. "Ha ha ha, good, it is good to have you guys." Suddenly he looked into the distance, tone surprised. At this moment in the hospital yard, Li Qingshan was busy distributing exorcism talismans to everyone, even plastering a corner of the wall full, fearing someone might be missed. A little ghost crossed her arms, tone calm. "You have been sleeping for the past 2 days, so you do not know. Today is the Hungry Ghost Festival. They are using the protective talismans you drew before to keep safe." Chen Zhou froze, hurriedly asking, "Keep safe? Why?" Yan hurriedly explained, tone mixed with fear, describing the scene of ghosts surging like a bursting dam. "Because every Hungry Ghost Festival, the ghost gate connecting the human world and ghost world opens, and countless ghost creatures enter the human world." She described with fear the scene of ghosts surging like a pot of exploding bees. In past years, the Soul Suppression Division and Exorcism Police Department would block the ghost creatures behind the ghost gate from invading the human world, but this year is different. The heavenly demon cult consumed too much of the Soul Suppression Division's power. Jian'ei City very likely cannot withstand this ghost gate opening wide, so the people in the city are very worried. Chen Zhou suddenly remembered the scene of Zhu Egu and Luo Yaman leaving in a hurry. At that time Zhu Egu hurriedly said goodbye to him. "We'll come see you another day." "Dong Dong Yao, old Luo and I have something to do, you rest first." He gradually realized the problem, thinking no wonder Dong Dong 7 left so hurriedly today. Suddenly he sat up abruptly, waving his hand indignantly. Where's the logic in this? Do they want to isolate planetary warrior Dong Dong Yao again? Such a big matter. If Dong Dong Yao does not act, they cannot solve it. His ghost-packed partners stared with wide eyes, looking blank. He nimbly climbed onto Big Cat's back, shouting heroically, "Let us go, we'll go look at that ghost gate too." Yan blocked in panic, voice trembling. It is very dangerous over there. Senior, do not go." The little ghost frowned in confusion. Then are not you looking for the thing anymore?" Chen Zhou's tone was serious, expression determined. "Not looking anymore. Dong Dong Yao still has to protect the foolish humans. Let the past be the past." The little ghost nodded in agreement. "Okay." Yan shivered, trying to find an excuse to escape. "Say, Senior, can I not go?" Big Cat carried Chen Zhou rushing into the clouds. He shouted excitedly, "Charge!" Big Cat also gave a loud cry. Meow meow. Yan had already been grabbed tightly by the little ghost at this moment, dragged behind, voice begging for mercy, full of fear. I'll go, little ghost sister, let go of me." Woo woo. The sky was shrouded in darkness, thunder rolling. Today is the Hungry Ghost Festival, a once-a-year festival. Ever since ghost energy revived, a ghost gate appears every Hungry Ghost Festival. Could it be? The nurse beside screamed in panic. Director, where are the protective talismans?" The director hurriedly urged her. Quick, go find the ghost-drawing talismans Chen Zhou drew." "No, go find Chen Zhou to draw 2 more strokes quickly. Once it reaches the hour of the rat, the ghost gate will open and countless ghost creatures will flood into the human world." The director's face revealed extreme anxiety. This could be said to be a catastrophe for the human world, every year accompanied by slaughter and death. Not only that, this year the Soul Suppression Division's police force is severely depleted, afraid they cannot be counted on. The only thing to rely on right now is those small protective talismans. Li Qingshan held the talisman paper high, tone helpless. "Are several thousand human lives going to depend on these papers again?" The nurse ran over, panting. "Director, Chen Zhou is not in the room, he disappeared." What did you say?" What did you say?" Li Qingshan was so shocked his jaw dropped. "Where is he when needed, really?" The camera turned to the street. People were evacuating in a hurry. "All units attention. Evacuate in line. Do not push or cut in line." Zhang Yu reported urgently to the bureau chief. "Bureau chief, bad news." Director Li called, saying, "My master is missing." "What? Why at this time of all times on the street?" Group A cultivators had assembled. They nervously arranged formations waiting for the enemy attack. District B and District C had also completed deployment. Director Luo Yaman stood on the roof, saying to the person beside him, "Uncle Master Lu, this year Jian'ei's defense force is too weak. We can only rely on you. Rest assured everything is under control, but I heard you have a good relationship with that silly kid, right? Introduce us some other day." "Silly kid, Uncle Master, you mean high expert Chen. Is there something you need him for? Get back my great precious sword." He took a puff of strawberry cigarette while speaking. Behind him in the sky a huge roar echoed, tearing through the long sky. Chen Zhou rode Big Cat, taking the little ghost and Yan. "Where exactly is it? I order you two to find the ghost gate within 1 minute." The little ghost pointed to the right. This way, definitely this way." "No, should be the left. There are more cultivators over there." Big Cat, go over there quickly." Which way do you actually want me to go?" "Two sisters." Big Cat was hovering. A bolt of lightning struck in front with a clang, scaring it because something suddenly appeared. Chen Zhou cheered. "Something fell down." The little ghost hurriedly pointed over there. "That super huge thing, is it the door?" That colossus suddenly appeared majestically, making Chen Zhou stare with round eyes and open mouth in surprise. Below, the bureau chief sat in the command vehicle. "The ghost gate has descended, comrades. The ghost creatures are about to attack. Hope everyone is mentally prepared." The director spoke through the walkie-talkie. "All cultivators, listen to the order. Defend the homeland, protect the people, fight to the death. Everyone in position." Woo woo. The director shrank in the corner, also seeing that huge door through the door crack. "Chen Zhou, woo woo woo. Where exactly did you go at the critical moment? That door was wide and long." Big Cat hovered along the edge of the door. Everyone could not help but marvel. Too domineering. When shall we go visit this ghost gate together?" After a while, they saw something rushing toward the ghost gate. "Director, someone wants to rush into the ghost gate. It is Chen Zhou. Shit, it really is him." Luo Yaman dared not believe it, hurriedly magnifying the telescope to confirm. Heavens, Uncle Master Lu was so shocked his scalp went numb, voice trembling. "Could it be I have to say goodbye to my baby? My ancestors, my great precious sword, cannot let them go in." Finishing speaking, the two sped away. Chen Zhou was already standing in front of the gate, knocking bang bang nonstop. Ding dong, is anyone there? Open the door." The planet's noblest warrior came to knock. Or could it be no one is home? "Senior, let us go back. There seem to be ghosts here. They seem very afraid of ghosts." "Impossible. I know someone is home. You have the ability to hide inside. How come you do not have the ability to open the door?" "If you do not open the door for us, I'll go in myself." Huff, ate too full tonight. Cannot use strength. What are you guys staring for? Come give me a hand quickly." "Oh, coming, okay. Add oil, heave ho, push this door open together." Woo. Charge, open quickly." Sure enough, the door opened a crack, smoke billowing. Those two were a step too late, just a little bit short of catching them. Holy crap, really opened. The two hurriedly turned around and ran, disregarding standing before the entrance where 10,000 ghosts might pour out. Saving life was the priority. Slip away quickly, quick, quick, quick. Chenjo pushed the door open, leaning his eye close to look inside. HMPH did not expect it to be so big behind this door. Is this the ghost world? Let me see, then let us go in together. Cough, we can enter ourselves. Hey, have not come out to welcome yet. Just as they stepped in, the door closed, attracting Chenjo's attention. But he was quickly called by the little ghost. Chenjo, come quickly. The director and Uncle Master Lu outside saw the door closed, toned surprised. What happened? Seems like it closed again. Again, what happened? No need to run. Inside, after passing through that door, they were lost in a completely unfamiliar world. Yoho did not expect it to be so big behind this door. Is this the ghost world? All pitch black, but cannot say for sure. Do not know, I am here for the first time too. Chenjo was full of interest in this ghostly place. He took big strides excitedly. Let us go quickly. Let us go look ahead. Definitely has something fun. Suddenly, Ayan seemed to discover something strange, hurriedly waving to point ahead, voice trembling full of surprise. Say, Senior, look, what is that over there? Instantly, a huge thing stood majestically before their eyes. New stuff surrounding fierce ghost hordes surged gloomily from all directions. They crawled slowly, yet approached this group of people full of threat. Heavens, really have ghosts? Looks like everyone was surrounded on all sides. Roar, roar. Those ghosts jumped over frantically, looking like they wanted to tear Chenjo and companions apart to swallow. We were discovered, too scary. Ah, you guys are too arrogant. Let you taste my power. He moved his hands and feet, ready to kick butt. Although exposed, the situation was indeed terrifying, but they were fearless, ready to fight everything. So many ghosts, but refused to open the door to welcome Dong Dong Yao. Truly no manners. Looks like they completely do not understand rules. Watch me give you some color to see. Suddenly everyone thought he would punch the leading ghost directly in the face. A thought he would punch that ghost's face directly. How come he got beaten back instead? Hey, painful screams echoed. Looks like a painful fall, right? Fell far away. That fall wasn't light. Chenjo fell on the uneven ground, rolling a few times. The little ghost was a bit worried, not knowing if he was seriously injured. Damn it, ouch, too painful. This guy actually ambushed me. He rolled, covering his face, expression twisted in pain. Seeing that appearance, the little ghost suddenly doubted, although not knowing the reason. It seemed his unique power had disappeared. Sure enough, Chenjo at this moment looked much weaker. The ghost horde took the opportunity to surge up, attacking them frantically. Roar, roar, quick. Protect Chenjo. Dare to hurt him. We definitely will not let you off, the little ghost shouted, simultaneously unleashing a ruthless move. Just with a light wave of that small hand, a force erupted, hitting until flesh and blood flew, instantly eliminating that troublemaking ghost. Suddenly, dazzling light flashed on her body as if injected with abundant energy. Seems like every time I kill a ghost I become a bit stronger. She glanced aside, seeing Big Cat also rushing into the battlefield with hot blood. Tearing and biting nonstop, its power also seems to have increased a bit. She cheered excitedly. Big Cat, you also became stronger? Sure enough, I did not guess wrong. After taking the counterattack, Chenjo froze in place, face blank. Why could not he fight back? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Must be because the posture just now wasn't standard. Noah Yan stood aside, scared stiff, daring not move. The little ghost hurriedly urged, Heavens, big-breasted woman, do not be afraid of them. Kill monsters to level up quickly. I will work hard. Although she said so, she still revealed extreme fear. In the void, an evil ghost suddenly drilled out and rushed straight at Yan, scaring the wits out of her. This is bad. She was forced to strike back in self-defense. Ghost domain boost, who are you trying to scare? Hurry up and attack, go die, you ghost. The move erupted like thunder and lightning, and that evil ghost was instantly stunned in place, unable to move. Ah, you were the one who hit me just now, right? Chenjo recognized it at a glance. This familiar face flashed through his memory. Now I want revenge, take this. Damn it, I gave you face, did not I? Take this. As he spoke, he swung his fist straight at the evil ghost's face. Seeing the evil ghost knocked down, Yan secretly rejoiced. Success, Senior, rest assured we will definitely protect you well. HMPH, how come I hear you saying this Dong Dong Yao needs your protection? Should be killing them, that is right. Outside, Bureau Chief Zhu and Uncle Master Lu were still guarding their original spot. Bureau Chief Zhu said, full of suspicion, the hour of the rat has passed. The ghost gates in other cities have all opened. How come there is no movement at our ghost gate? It is really strange. Could it be High Expert Chen killed all the ghost creatures behind the gate? That would be too domineering. Lu Benchong shook his head in rebuttal, looking skeptical. How is that possible? Even if he is strong, how could he possibly fight against thousands of ghost creatures? We still have to prepare for the worst. But old Lu, I still do not understand how that fool could enter the ghost world. That is right, usually he cannot even touch the ghost gate. Chen Zhou did not understand our Soul Suppression Division's secret arts to begin with. This Hungry Ghost Festival headquarters sent Little White to the ghost city, hoping they could meet up, look after each other, and protect everyone. Back inside, Chen Zhou was still brooding over that evil ghost from earlier. That ghost, if you have the guts, gut up, let us fight another 300 rounds. Yan hurriedly interrupted, her voice a bit stuttering. Yan is only at severe ghost level, but Little Ghost and Big Cat have become stronger. Are they ghost generals now? What sauce? Soy sauce? Chen Zhou did not hear clearly. Muttering, Chen Zhou did not hear clearly. Just walked forward to take a look. They stopped in front of a strange bridge. Bridge of helplessness, then this is the river of forgetfulness. Heard that only after crossing the river does one truly arrive in the ghost world. Hearing this, Chenjo could not hold back the excitement in his heart. Then what are we waiting for? Cross the bridge. Wait a minute, senior, I heard the bridge of helplessness does not ferry the living. Despite this, they decided to proceed. But this bridge looked very eerie, twisting incessantly as if deliberately trying to throw them off. Even so, they set off, but why was this bridge so strange, twisting back and forth as if to push them down? Bad news, this bridge eats people, hold on to me quickly. Chenjo was suddenly swallowed, miserable screams echoing. Chenjo was howling as if being devoured. Oh my, why is it so heavy, like something is working against us? Add oil, add oil. The little ghost used all her might, gritting her teeth unwillingly. The little ghost exerted herself to the limit, refusing to believe she would fail here. Damn it, I do not believe it. The two girls struggled together to pull Chenjo out of the bridge's envelopment. Finally, he was flung into midair. A shrill scream came. The two girls were exerting force trying to help Chenjo break free from that bridge. Then he was thrown high into the sky. He screamed, probably flew too far. Chenjo, Senior Chen, woo woo woo, wonder if he is okay. They hurriedly ran over to search. They quickly ran in that direction to find him. He spoke while drilling out of a sea of red-dyed flowers. Heavens, where is this? A sea of flowers? Wow, the flowers are so beautiful. Is this the legendary flower of the other shore? Senior, look quick, look quick. How is this wreath I just made? Quick, make a fiery red one for me too beautiful. Chenjo wore it on his head, face beaming. Chenjo wore it on his head, asking if it was beautiful, extremely beautiful. Hee, Chenjo is the most beautiful person in the world, ha ha ha. He felt satisfied with the little ghost's praise, heart full of joy. Chenjo was content with Dong Yao's praise. I am the most beautiful person in the world, just as he was immersed in dancing among the flowers. Suddenly a figure slowly appeared in the distance, attracting everyone's gaze. Suddenly someone appeared in the distance, drawing attention. Yo, look who this is, smelly brat. We meet again. Behind that woman followed two lackeys. What a coincidence meeting again. Lu Wanhei spoke up to welcome. Hee, Minister Lu. Is he that mental patient you mentioned? What a coincidence, he actually came to the ghost world too. Should we kill him? The two subordinates began to provoke and launched an attack. Big Cat let out a fierce low roar and rushed up to protect its master, but Chenjo just could not remember. Smelly woman lingering like a ghost. Perhaps the little ghost could not forget this face, so she roared low. Smelly brat's memory forgot big sister so quickly. Lu Wanhei took out her weapon as she spoke. Sure enough, men are all of this virtue. Then how about dying under big sister's blade today? As soon as the voice fell, Big Cat and the little ghost charged simultaneously. Those two subordinates also stepped forward to engage. Haha, animal, I'll play with you. The two sides fought in a melee, blades and swords flashing, the scene spiraling out of control. The two sides rushed together, slashing and killing, moves flying wildly, evenly matched. Everyone is busy. Since it is like this, then I'll go kill that smelly brat. That woman gripped her weapon tight, flying toward Chenjo. The little ghost hurriedly rushed out to block in the middle. Those subordinates also suffered from this little one's attacks. Those subordinates also took heavy hits from this little girl. The little girl smashed down with a move, old hag, go to die. But this woman dodged it. Yo, little sister became stronger but still as rude as before. One of them, Elder Shang, saw she seemed to have an opponent. Then let this old man meet this mental patient. What did you say? Actually dare to scold Dong Yao's companion, meaning looking down on Dong Yao, this mental patient. Before he finished speaking, Yan had already rushed up at high speed and kicked the old man, beat you to death. This damn girl, ha, a mere small ghost, overestimating yourself, daring to hit this old man. Old man really talks too much nonsense, ghost domain. Yan unleashed a move, the erupting light dazzling and blinding, shaking everything around. Yan unleashed a move to expand, the exploding light blinding the scene before eyes. This magnificent scene seemed to freeze Chenjo. He stood motionless. He was alone below, seemingly enjoying their battle. HMPH as expected of Dong Yao's teammate. All very capable, let me see. Which side should I help? Elder Shang fought against Yan. Weak female ghost, not even worthy of being food for my baby. You still stand there arrogantly declaring war on me? He spoke while taking out a jar containing a treasure from his bosom, a bizarre worm. Suddenly a laser-like beam shot out from the jar, piercing through Yan's body, catching her off guard. Realizing the situation had reversed, Chenjo trembled with anxiety. She was poisoned, her body swaying as she fell, rolling in the bright red sea of flowers. There is a big hole in your chest, bigger than the chest on your side. The little ghost flew over, hugging her tightly, voice trembling with despair. Finished. Why did you lose your heart too? Senior, careful. He can control GU worms, he is the one who created the zombies. Elder Shang stood aside, wrinkles on his face piling up into a smug smile. Correct, it is this old man. Do you know how much effort was wasted to cultivate those GU worms? This old man still has to settle this score with you. Senior, run quickly, I will definitely protect you. Heavens, do not move around, the hole in this chest is bigger than the chest over there. The little ghost whipped her head around to engage Lu Wanhei, but seeing the critical situation on Chenjo's side, her heart fell into chaos. Bad news, just this split second of distraction caused her to lose focus on the battle. Hey, dull-witted little girl. What? Already distracted, the little girl only had time to raise her hand to defend against that ferocious blow. Oh, she is too strong. Stage 3 smelly woman. Get lost. The little girl tried to counterattack, but the situation seemed to tip completely to the disadvantaged side. Weak thing, even the counterattack is so laughable, that woman said, hand already grabbing the little girl's hair, then ruthlessly kicked her, making her spit out quite a bit of fresh blood. Ah, the little ghost was thoroughly defeated, body lying prone on the ground, feet sinking deep into the wet soil. This posture still suits you, Lu Wanhei said, stepping viciously on the little girl's head, then laughing loudly to celebrate victory. On the other side of the battlefront, Elder Zhang's Jiu worm was strangling Chen Zhou's neck tightly, refusing to let go at all. Ah, let go of me. He seemed to be suffocating, about to die. Ah Yan behind could only look up as her senior was tortured to exhaustion, pain spreading to the bottom of her heart. Senior, woo woo, someone save Senior, little ghost sister and big cat, but everyone is injured. Woo woo, everyone stand up quickly, Senior is about to be killed by them. Damn it, if I could be a bit stronger. Elder Shang laughed happily, smug laughter cackling and echoing. Just this bit of ability after all. This old man will tear you to pieces, make you food for my baby. Lu Wanhei watched the show from the side, finally getting bored. Alright, Elder Shang, do not torture him anymore. Finish it quickly, we still have to go to the ghost city to give gifts, that woman urged, tone anxious, wanting to settle things quickly. Alright, let him off easy, she spoke sarcastically again. Bye-bye, smelly brat, this time no one can save you. Chen Zhou's face was pale, mind unclear, only able to emit weak moans. Aha. Already unable to resist, Elder Shang unleashed a fatal blow. Die, mental patient, go to die. Unexpectedly, a gust of strong wind suddenly hit, surprising everyone and distracting them. What thing? Suddenly discovered one of the old man's hands had been frozen stiff. Hand, this old man's hand. He was terrified, miserable screams echoing. Freezing, he howled frantically. Lu Wanhei on the other side did not understand what happened either. What exactly is going on? A fantasy like light? What exactly is it? That was Ah Yan. It completely transformed, hair turned dazzling blue. The hole in her chest seemed filled, expression becoming terrifyingly hideous. Old thing, let him go for me. Lu Wanhei stepped forward, scanning Elder Zhang's expression while he was secretly checking something through magic. Then his face crumpled and he shouted directly, suddenly awakening, this female ghost talent is the 9 yin body. Immediately after, a body fell straight from high altitude into the bright red cluster of flowers of the other shore. The blue-haired woman had a serious face, releasing frost magic forward, huge ice blocks formed one after another, attacking the enemy camp violently. Seeing the situation was bad, Lu Wanhei hurriedly shouted to remind her cohorts, bad news, retreat quickly. At this moment, ice blocks formed a protective circle around Chen Zhou's body, shielding him within, while forcing the 3 enemies to jump back. The blue-haired woman hurriedly picked up Chen Zhou's weak body, asking anxiously, Senior, are you okay? Lu Wanhei over here observed for a while, then asserted confidently, good, it is not my first time seeing a 9 yin body either. Heard the 9 yin body has infinite potential, let me see. Finishing speaking, she flew forward wholeheartedly, holding a sharp precious blade in hand, then provoked arrogantly. Come on, let me play with you, pray. Lu Wan's target was exactly the blue-haired woman. At this moment she was sitting on the ground, one hand holding the unconscious Chen Zhou tight, the other hand assuming a posture ready to strike at any time. Just then, the blue-haired woman seized the opportunity, summoning thousands of sharp ice blocks shooting straight ahead. Stop! Ice blocks attacked Lu Wanhei like a storm, but this woman was agile, skillfully dodging that terrifying attack. She thought this was cool. Evaluating smugly. Haha, speed is a bit slow, force is not bad though. Saying this, Lu Wanhei turned and flew over, conjuring countless deep purple energies from the magic blade. Borrowing inertia to charge up, prepared to knock down the opponent with one blow, Lu Wanhei mocked smugly, is this all you have got? The blue-haired woman remained silent, the expression on her face obscured by a shadow. Then Lu Wanhei slashed heavily toward the ground, clumps of mist floating in front of her, making Lu Wanhei feel puzzled, could not help exclaiming, turned out that blow just now did not hit the target at all. Lu Wanhei looked at the opponent in astonishment, moved to a place further away, clicking her tongue in praise. Haha, ran quite fast. Lu Wanhei stood with hands on hips looking at the enemy, secretly calculating something in her heart. Wu Zhang saw this, hurriedly pointed to inform. Hey, you guys, look behind her. The blue-haired woman still held Chen Zhou's body tight with one hand. She stared at the 3 enemies resolutely with eyes mixed with coldness and anger. Elder Shang over here stated his view clearly. Turns out this female ghost has the ghost domain ability affecting the range just inside. Forget it. As long as we pull her out, she is ultimately a plaything in our hands. Thus the 3 split up to pincer attack the enemy. The blue-haired woman's will was firm and unyielding. She blocked in front, resisting the enemy's attacks to protect Chen Zhou. Just then, a cyan jade-colored aura shrouded the entire space, a voice sounding firm and tough. Stop dreaming. It turned out to be the little ghost. That small body stood aggressively in front of Elder Shang, announcing toughly, wait to die, bastard. Immediately after, Big Cat also appeared. It desperately tore and bit at Wu Zhang, making him scream in pain. Ayaha! Lu Wanhei looked left and right, seeing her companions were all surrounded. Sighing in exasperation, all messed up, she stood in place, contemplating and deducing. Those 3 ghosts formed a defensive formation, plus the female ghost cold air is still encroaching, my sword is also suppressed, looks like we cannot end the battle quickly. Thinking this, Lu Wanhei suddenly proposed, time is tight, let us do the main business first. Wu Zhang was busy dealing with Big Cat. Hearing this, he turned to question. Just let them go like this? Lu Wanhei revealed a treacherous smile, asking back. He who said let go. Chen Zhou was still unconscious, Lu Wanhei explained smugly. Mental attack. Although his magic is high, his current body cannot resist yin energy, will not live long. Wait for him to die. Those 3 wheels will not need us to act. Lu Wan's words were persuasive enough to shake Wu Zhang. He gave Big Cat a heavy punch, then sighed in agreement. Also true, let us go. 2 out of 3 had already decided. Lu Wanhei turned to call Elder Shang in confusion. Just then the expression on the old man's face was very ugly. Elder Shang revealed a cunning smile to express, "Leader Lu, you guys go first. This female ghost 9-yin body is very useful to me." Immediately after, those two turned and ran desperately, Wu Yang's complaint still echoing in the air. What, did not expect Elder Shang to have this taste? Lu Wanhei immediately raised her voice to remind, "Then wish Elder Shang a good time playing. Do not underestimate the enemy." Elder Zhang's face was gloomy, affirming in a low voice, "He, rest assured." Finishing speaking, Elder Shang leapt into midair, whole body absorbing rolling black energy like a magnet. Elder Shang hurriedly explained, tone full of excitement, "This old man does not use flesh and blood to raise GU but with your bit of." He was still tirelessly absorbing a large amount of black energy, his body shape gradually undergoing obvious changes. A pair of fly wings grew on his back, buzzing loudly. The transformation was complete. His eyes turned into black and green mottled compound eyes, and his fangs glinted with cold light. Elder Shang was full of confidence, provoking arrogantly, "Unforgivable, this old man will make you suffer." After speaking, he flew out like a fly, pointing straight at the little ghost, hiding no intentions. "After seizing the 9-yin body, I'll feed you to them." The little ghost showed no fear, immediately meeting him head-on, sneering, truly vicious. Just then, Big Cat rushed out of the darkness, biting onto Elder Zhang's body in one go, roaring ferociously, "Get lost, animal!" Elder Shang showed no weakness, baring his fangs to intimidate fiercely. Big Cat was a bit confused by his bizarre behavior. Green spots sprayed out from that abyss-like maw. Big Cat threw him flying, and the little ghost immediately rushed up to attack, not forgetting to add a verbal jab. "You are the one who should go reincarnate, old monster." Elder Shang was consumed by rage, eyes about to pop out. Flying into a rage out of humiliation, Elder Shang sprayed poisonous gas from his mouth, pressing straight at Big Cat, forcing it into a wretched defense. Then Elder Shang flapped his wings and flew to the other side to make his move more conveniently. He gritted his teeth to suppress his anger, immediately waving his hand to summon spells to attack Big Cat and the little ghost. On the other side, the blue-haired woman was burning with anxiety, her gaze scanning the chaos before her. Elder Shang rushed high into the sky, casting spells overhead. A giant rock continuously shot green light downward, aiming at the little ghost and her group. The little ghost group was surrounded by a thick green aura. The little ghost gritted her teeth, staring at Elder Shang with eyes full of hatred. Elder Shang in the sky sneered, "Jia, go die." The green light pierced into the protective ice layer, and the surrounding red flowers of the other shore bloomed into a patch. The light spots in the sky continuously spewed green gas, falling like poisonous rain. Yan's cold air built a high wall but could not stop those light spots. Yan cursed in exasperation. "Damn it, the old monster opened a ghost domain, cannot touch him." The green energy struck. Yan raised both hands to prop up a pale blue barrier, struggling to resist and prevent it from hitting. Chenzhou gritted his teeth. Yan whispered, "Protect Senior first." With white hair, disheveled face pale and eyes red, her hand passed through the green gas. The little ghost shouted, "Smelly old man still wants to trick me." In midair, Elder Shang kept attacking with green gas. The little ghost not only dodged, but also turned her left arm fiery red, expanding instantly, and smashed it fiercely toward Elder Shang. The little girl gave a loud roar. Elder Shang was hit by the little ghost's red aura, shocked to find the wings on his back torn to shreds, arms returning to normal. The little ghost clenched her fist, dispersing the smoke from the attack. She danced in the air, white hair fluttering in the wind, shouting, "Big Cat." Big Cat's huge black shadow appeared fast as lightning, dragging out a long tail of green light. Big Cat flew behind Elder Shang. This sudden appearance made his crisscrossed green eyes widen in horror. He secretly wondered in surprise, this animal can still move. The space was dyed a hair-raising blood red. Big Cat unleashed the ghostian claw, sharp claws tearing at Elder Zhang's back, making him scream in pain. Attacked by Big Cat, Elder Shang in the air fell into the iceberg area covered by Yan's cold air. Yan immediately rushed up, shouting while running, "Watch this smelly old man." She clenched her fist, wrapped in ice condensed from cold air, her black eyes indifferent and ruthless. Yan roared, "Go to hell." A close-range blow blasted out. The cold air froze into a huge block of ice, naturally sealing Elder Shang tightly inside as well. The powerful blow stirred up rolling smoke and dust. Yan shouted, "Remember this." Locked inside the ice block and during Yan's blow, Elder Shang opened his mouth wide and stammered, "How could this old man?" Standing in the sea of blood-red flowers of the other shore, the little ghost added a punch to the ice block. The ice shattered instantly, and Elder Zhang's corpse was also blasted into fragments. The little ghost said coldly, "Shut your stinking mouth." The battle ended, and the ice block slowly melted. Bright red flowers of the other shore bloomed, red light spots dancing like fireflies. Yan ran toward the little ghost, cheering happily. "Little ghost sister, you are all okay, that is great." The little ghost also ran toward Yan, shouting excitedly, "Big-breasted woman." Big Cat also cried out, "Meow." The flowers of the other shore were dazzlingly red. Yan ran to hug the little ghost. Amidst the surprise of the little girl and Big Cat sat watching the little ghost and Yan. The little ghost called out, "Little ghost sister." Yan stammered, Yan." Suddenly she wailed loudly, tears flowing down her cheeks. Yan choked with sobs. Yan protects Senior. Yan is useless. Patting Yan's head, the little ghost smiled mischievously and comforted, "It is okay. Yan is our good friend." Big Cat beside them also meowed twice in encouragement. Meow meow, Ah Yan still cried while speaking. Meow yeah, the ghost world is so scary, sister hug me. Ah Yan was just about to pounce to hug the little ghost, but the little girl was quick-eyed and deft-handed, kicking Ah Yan in the face to stop her, looking disgusted. Your snot. A scream resonated through the sea of red flowers of the other shore. Chenjo was so angry his face scrunched up into a ball, then he roared. Annoying, what is that guy hugging for? Seeing him, the little ghost called out, Chenjo. Ah Yan beside her cheered happily. Senior, you woke up in the sea of red flowers. Chenjo huffed and puffed, rolling up his sleeves and cursing, hateful guy, where did you hide? Let me drag you out and beat you up to relieve my anger. Ah Yan and the little ghost, Big Cat, sat watching Chenjo lose his temper. The little ghost asked, is he talking about the heavenly demon cult, with noses growing long? Ah Yan and the little ghost boasted confidently. Ah Yan hands on hips, patting her chest. The old monster is dead, little ghost sister, and I defeated him. The little ghost, hands on hips, said, hee hee, we three are truly mighty, just a pity we let that woman run away. Big Cat behind puffed up its muscles, meowing once. Meow. Chenjo beat the three until their heads were full of bumps, pointing and saying, do not brag, how could it be possible to win relying on you guys? Adoring eyes, Ah Yan said. Really is senior's credit. The senior in the dream granted us power. The little ghost scratched her head, turning to look at Ah Yan in confusion. Under Chenjo's gaze, Ah Yan continued. Senior is the most powerful person in the world, guiding the way for us. Chenjo, hands on hips, giggling. Haha, knew it was like this. Haha, Dong Dong Yao can kill enemies even while sleeping. The little ghost turned to whisper to Ah Yan. Who did you learn these bootlicking skills from? Ah Yan looked innocent. Learned from the bureau chief of the exorcism police department. What's wrong, sister? The little ghost said helplessly. Nothing as long as Chenjo is happy. Chenjo skipped happily with small steps, saying while walking, alright, let us go back to sleep. Want to eat meat? Ah Yan chased up, asking, back to the human world? Senior, that is great. This place is deadly dangerous. The little ghost and Big Cat also flew to follow. Chenjo walked for a while. Ah Yan asked, hey senior, did we take the wrong road? Chenjo knocked heavily on Ah Yan's head. How is that possible? Are you doubting me? Ah Yan held her head. Ouch, it is nothing, I'll go wherever you go. The little ghost and Big Cat looked at the two and laughed out loud. Suddenly Chenjo called out, oh, a city appeared in front of the three. Atmosphere gloomy, ghosts drifting, some headless, some without bodies, only legs walking. One said, this place is not bad either. Quite imposing, Big Cat spoke up. This is the ghost market. Ah Yan screamed. Sure enough, they were lost, and she hurriedly grabbed Chenjo's hand tight, face full of horror, persuading, no senior. Ah Yan heard people from the Soul Suppression Division say, the ghost world has an independently existing ghost market. There are many treasures there, but countless powerful ghost creatures eating people without spitting out bones. A light of excitement flashed in Chenjo's eyes, asking, treasures? Ah Yan urged, let us leave quickly. Hey, she turned her head sharply. But those two and Big Cat were gone. It turned out the three had already slipped to the ghost market city gate. Chenjo skipped with small steps, face glowing with radiance. The little ghost turned and waved, let us go, big-breasted woman. Ah Yan was startled. I'll wait for me. Together with the three, they passed a guard, face only mere white bones, holding a spear, head lowered in deep sleep, then passed another guard, head hanging on the city wall, also dreaming. A notice hung on the wall, mortals entering the market take note, no noise, no forced buying or selling, no fighting, otherwise go to the Ghost King's manor for tea. The group suddenly stopped, the little ghost and Big Cat dazed, Ah Yan scared pale. Chenjo spoke, oh, inside the city, countless ghosts drifted and wandered wearing all kinds of clothes from gorgeous ancient costumes to fashionable modern outfits. Of course, since it was a ghost market, the atmosphere was shrouded in gloomy chill. The ghosts turned in unison, gazes focusing on Chenjo's group. Chenjo asked, these guys look really weird, like a costume party. Ah Yan hurriedly explained, stop senior, you are too rude. Because they died too long ago, coming from different dynasties, so their dressing is different. A sharp voice rang out, this little brother. Chenjo turned back. A ghost with a face like withered bones, face covered in ash and dirt, draped in a tattered black robe with a candle emitting green smoke on the table, spoke up. That ghost said, this little brother. Chenjo looked at that ghost. The insidious smile and cunning eyes made him shiver. Did that ghost say living person? Ah Yan, the little ghost, and Big Cat's faces immediately tightened, highly vigilant. Chenjo waved his hand, face full of disgust. Do I know you? Seeing your old age, stay away from me, old woman. The ghost emitted weird green gas all over, one hand reaching into the robe, rummaging, other hand pointing out. The ghost laughing, hee hee, little brother, do not rush, old woman, I have treasures to show you. She took out a box and opened it, inside flickering with 3 black pills emitting foul black smoke. The ghost tempted, this is ghost grass pill, can boost strength for a short time, only effective on living humans. Hee, seeing little brother is extraordinarily handsome. I only charge 5 wen for each. The black pills in the box emitted a foul smell. Big Cat rolled its eyes, smelling it, opening its mouth, wanting to vomit. Chenjo took a breath. Looks quite delicious. The little ghost covered her nose. Chenjo, do not get excited. Stinks to death. Do not eat. Ah Yan also covered her nose, persuading. Right, and where do you have money? The old woman spoke. No, money does not matter. We can barter. The old woman revealed a cruel smile, eyes flickering with weird green light. She said, living person's heart, liver and lungs, old woman, I accept all. The old woman poked Chenjo's chest and pointed at the black pills in the box. Watching Chenjo pick up the box, her fingers suspended in the air, smiling and saying, how about it, little brother, decided? Ah Yan whispered to Chenjo from the side. This color. Senior, we better not. The little ghost looked vigilant. Chenjo, do not listen to her. Let us go. This old woman has no good intentions. Chenjo looked at the things in the box and gave an hum, picking up the box, expression a bit conflicted. Chenjo said, I get a stomachache easily eating street food, better forget it. The old woman waved her suspended hand, putting on a look of regret. She said, all right, ghost grass pill is a huge opportunity. Looks like you have no fortune to enjoy this opportunity. Chen Zhou asked in surprise. Opportunity, hand grabbing the box. Chen Zhou slapped the old woman's hand, saying excitedly, good, I'll swap with you. This is my heart and liver. The old woman looked at the red flower wreath in her hand, confused. Chen Zhou's group turned and walked away. Chen Zhou said happily, haha, everyone taste it quickly. Yan refused. No, I am also afraid of stomachache. The old woman held the flower wreath in one hand, waving the other, shouting, hey, wait, this is a flower of the other shore, do not go. She knelt on the ground, shouting, stop. Actually dared to trick old woman me, simply robbery. Return the ghost grass pills to me. Chen Zhou turned back. Bent down to pick up the flower wreath and put it on the old woman's head. Chen Zhou laughed. Is not it treasure for treasure? This is my little heart sweetheart, just picked, still fresh. Wearing the flower wreath, the old woman screamed in anger. Bullying ghosts too much, are you a mental patient? All ghosts on the street turned to look upon hearing the shout. The little ghost also turned back with sharp eyes. Chen Zhou shouted angrily, who are you calling a mental patient? The little ghost, Yan and Big Cat also assumed postures ready to fight anytime. The old woman looked at Chen Zhou's group, trembling all over. Holy crap, it is a ghost general. This is the ghost market. What do you want to do? Want to fight? Clenching his fist and rotating it, Chen Zhou said, HMPH, today you provoking me is kicking an iron plate. Suddenly a hand rested on Chen Zhou's shoulder, a voice sounding, fellow Taoist, calm down. Chen Zhou and the little ghost turned to look at the newly appeared person, the black-haired man wearing an elegant black suit, tying a red striped tie, smiling friendly. Chen Zhou's group stared blankly at the man. Chen Zhou thought to himself, fellow Taoist, this guy can actually see my hidden identity. Looks like a person of the Jianghu. As soon as the man appeared, he raised his hand. Is fellow Taoist here at the ghost market for the first time? Do not cause trouble here. The man walked closer, smiling. Meeting his fate, how about leaving this matter to me to handle? The little ghost stared blankly at the handsome guy. Yan whispered in Chen Zhou's ear, Senior, that person is not a ghost, he is a living human. Chen Zhou giggled and answered, I know, he is not simple. He is Dong Yao's fellow Taoist. Reaching into his inner pocket, the man looked at the old woman, smiling. Sorry, Granny, my friend does not quite understand the rules here. Maybe a little misunderstanding. How about I help him pay? The old woman pondered. Actually, someone helping, truly nonsense, absolutely cannot let them settle privately. The old woman suddenly held the flower wreath in her hand, smiling happily in the man's surprised gaze. No need, a young man's transaction with old woman me has no problem, do not take it to heart. While confused, the man turned to smile friendly at Chen Zhou's group, wondering in his heart about the old woman's attitude. Why suddenly so easy to talk to, revealing a brilliant smile. The youth said, is that so? That could not be better. The youth and Chen Zhou's group turned to leave. The youth asked Chen Zhou, how should I address you, fellow Taoist? I see you guys do not seem to understand the ghost market's rules. Chen Zhou immediately chimed in. This poor Taoist is surnamed Chen. Tell me about the rules. The old woman watched their backs, thinking, HMPH, bullying an old woman will not end well. I am going to report to the Ghost King's manor. There are living people robbing in the ghost market. Chen Zhou's group sat in a remote corner, talking, pointing serious expressions. The youth in the suit said, so the ghost market's rules are no loud noises, no forced buying or selling, and no fighting. Violating the rules will anger the Ghost King, and the consequences are severe. Chen Zhou's trio started discussing. The little ghost crossed her arms. So that is how it is? That old woman just now wanted 2 more flower wreaths. Yan's eyes lit up. It really was because she felt Yan's craftsmanship was very good. Chen Zhou, hands on hips, nodded. Correct, that is it. Dong Yao even mistakenly thought she wanted to bully Dong Yao. Watching the heatedly discussing trio, the youth thought secretly, oh, they understood. Chen Zhou happily ran over and grasped the youth's hand, saying, fellow Taoist, thank you. If not for you, Dong Yao would have fought that old woman just now. The youth also happily held Chen Zhou's hand. Fellow Taoist, Chen is too polite. When away from home, one more friend means one more path. I am Bai Zhengcheng. If you do not mind, just call me Little Bai. Chen Zhou said, mind. Dong Yao will still call you fellow Taoist Bai. Bai Zhengcheng nodded, silently observing Chen Zhou's group, a thought flashing through his mind. Looking at this person's innocent heart, he should not be a treacherous villain like the heavenly demon cult. He is clearly just an ordinary mortal, so why are there so many high-level ghost creatures surrounding him? He must be hiding some big secret. If I can befriend him, it might be of huge benefit to the Soul Suppression Division. Suddenly, Chen Zhou whipped his head around, asking curiously, what are you doing here? Looking at Chen Zhou's brilliant face, Bai Zhengcheng stroked his chin and thought, every year when the Ghost Gate opens wide, headquarters sends people to the ghost market to purchase treasures and magical artifacts. With good luck, one can encounter great opportunities. As far as I know, rogue cultivators usually do not like the Soul Suppression Division, so it is best not to reveal too much. He revealed a warm smile and answered, haha, fellow Taoist, Chen may not know, but the merchandise circulating in the ghost market are treasures without exception. I came this time just to hunt for a few treasures suitable for myself. Chen Zhou stroked his chin, a face full of contemplation, leaving Yan, the little ghost, and Big Cat dumbfounded. Done for, this guy is also here for treasures. What if he likes the same one as me? I have to keep an eye on him, Bai Zhengcheng asked. Fellow Taoist, Chen, what's wrong? Chen Zhou suddenly grabbed Bai Zhengcheng's hand tightly, saying heroically, fellow Taoist, Bai's business is my business. Then he dragged him along and continued walking, saying, follow me, I'll help you find treasures. Being dragged by Chen Zhou, Bai Zhengcheng was startled. "Hey, what's wrong?" Suddenly the two stopped in front of a red-clothed boss's stall. Chen Zhou turned his head and said excitedly, "Fellow Taoist Bai, look at these, do you fancy any? Tell me if you like any, I'll give them to you." Seeing customers, the stall owner immediately beamed with smiles, waving, "Oh, what would the honored guests like to buy? Feel free to look, feel free to look." Bai Zhengcheng pointed at the things on the stall, his tone a bit hesitant. This is not quite appropriate, right?" Chen Zhou waved his big hand. Children of the Zhonghu must repay kindness. Pick whatever you want, all costs are on Dong Dong Yao." Bai Zhengcheng scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Then I'll respectfully accept." Yan turned to whisper to the little ghost, "Little ghost sister, where do we have money? What do we spend?" The little ghost answered crisply, "Do not know, it does not matter. Chen Zhou will have a way." Looking at the magic treasures on the table, Bai Zhengcheng cheered excitedly. Soul-hooking melon, bloodblade knife, netherworld drum, too amazing. These are all stage 4 magical artifacts. Stall owner hurriedly followed the conversation. The honored guest truly has good eyes. These are all good treasures." Chen Zhou stood to the side, his face darkening a few shades, arms crossed in thought. He likes this kind of trash too. Sure enough, his brain is like wood. Could it be fellow Taoist Bai only likes waste products? Then I have to help him. Chen Zhou reached out his hand, tone decisive. "Wrap up everything my fellow Taoist looked at just now." The stall owner's eyes lit up, agreeing hastily. All right, right away. Guest, that is a total of 30,000 ghost coins." Bai Zhengcheng was stunned. "Fellow Taoist Chen." The boss handed the wrapped items to Bai Zhengcheng to hold. Chen Zhou rummaged through Big Cat's bag while saying, "What does this count as, fellow Taoist Bai? No need to be polite with me, take it." He threw a pile of flowers onto the table, leaving both Bai Zhengcheng and the shopkeeper stunned. Chen Zhou said no need for change. Then he told Bai Zhengcheng to go somewhere else. Looking at the bulging package in his arms, Bai Zhengcheng's face turned pale, cold sweat streaming down, whispering, This package is too heavy, right? Too heavy, too heavy." Bai Zhengcheng thought in panic. The development of matters was completely beyond his control. Really cannot figure them out. Daring to rob even evil spirits, where do they get the nerve? The more he thought about Chen Zhou's group, the more uneasy he felt. Fellow Taoist Chen ignored the merchant's objection and forcibly used flowers of the other shore to trade for their treasures. If anyone resisted, he would not even leave the flowers, and I could not stop him. Thinking this, he carried the package on his back. Although heavy, he could only endure silently, muttering to himself, "The merchants are already mad. Someone definitely went to report to the Ghost King's manor. I have to find a way to escape quickly." Then Bai Zhengcheng spoke up. "Chen, fellow Taoist Chen, are we still going to stroll? Of course, I have to help you find satisfactory treasures." Chen Zhou answered immediately. Actually, I do not want to find any treasures anymore," Bai Zhengcheng answered hurriedly. Chen Zhou turned around immediately upon hearing this. "Fellow Taoist Bai, no need to be polite with me. Tell me whatever you want." Bai Zhengcheng smiled bitterly. "Oh, okay, but senior, no shops are open anymore. Why are we still here?" Yan spoke up. "The small vendors nowadays really like to slack off. Clearly there are still customers. Why close the door?" Chen Zhou asked. Exactly. Yan nodded repeatedly in agreement. Bai Zhengcheng raised his middle finger to the side, a sinister smile on his face, thinking, who is the reason they closed their doors? Suddenly Chen Zhou had a flash of inspiration, clapping his hands. "I got it. Let us set up a stall, restore this street's prosperity." The surrounding people were stunned hearing this. Yan doubted. "Does senior know how to sell things?" "Of course. Dong Dong Yao is the universe's #1 capitalist. Look how many useless treasures we have." Chen Zhou patted that big package and said. Bai Zhengcheng held that bag of treasures speechless. "Weren't these bought for me?" Chen Zhou pointed at the small vendors behind and muttered, "And I see they seem to want treasures very much. Great, we can definitely make a big profit." Hearing Chen Zhou say this, everyone cheered. Bai Zhengcheng stood in the corner at this moment, thinking he could not delay any longer. "Fellow Taoist Chen plays too wild, better not mess around with him." Looking at the weapons and treasures laid out in front, the little ghost gestured and asked Chen Zhou, "Can this be sold too? Seems useless, all a bit broken." "Do not care, just lay them all out," he answered. Bai Zhengcheng saw 2 great swords and stammered, "Fellow Taoist Chen, I remembered I have a little." He thought, "Are not these Uncle Master Lu's yin yang 2 instrument swords? How are they here?" He hurriedly picked up the 2 swords and asked fellow Taoist Chen, "Where did you get these swords?" "A smoking ghost gave them to me." Chen Zhou answered, "The smoking ghost must be Uncle Master Lu. Uncle Master Lu is so strong, yet he gave the swords that accompanied him for years to someone else. Could it be?" Bai Zhengcheng thought for a while, looking at Chen Zhou, thinking secretly, he is a peerless expert. "Fellow Taoist Chen, these swords are of extraordinary significance to me. I wonder if you could bear to part with them and transfer them to me." Bai Zhengcheng picked up the swords and said excitedly, "So fellow Taoist Bai likes these swords, then what to do?" Chen Zhou stroked his chin and said, "Rest assured, I definitely will not let fellow Taoist Chen suffer a loss. Just name your price for how many ghost coins you want." Bai Zhengcheng shouted. Chen Zhou thought again, "Ghost coins?" Then he turned to shout at Yan, "What, 50,000? How can that be?" "Fellow Taoist Bai is our good fellow Taoist." Yan sat to the side, startled by his words, eyes wide and face blank. 50,000 back then. Uncle Master Lu bought this set of swords at the ghost market too, seemed to have spent over 1,000,000. Bai Zhengcheng thought silently, then closed the deal. He took out a bag of money, carried the 2 swords on his back and said, crying, "You are not allowed to go back on your word." Watching Bai Zhengcheng crying and sniffling, Chen Zhou panicked. Why is he crying? Could it be I took too much? Must be. 50,000 might be a bit too excessive. Yan muttered. Then what to do? Should we refund him a little? No, senior keeps his word, we cannot go back on it, better think of another way. All right, do not cry. Chen Zhou patted Bai Zhengcheng's shoulder to comfort him. The money cannot be refunded, but take all these things. Chen Zhou pointed at that pile of treasures and added, "What do you mean?" Bai Zhengcheng asked blankly. Finishing speaking, Chen Zhou packed up that pile of things and stuffed them into Bai Zhengcheng's hands. Dong Dong Yao keeps his word, so you do not need to feel bad. These are all yours, you go. Looking at the things in his hand, Bai Zhengcheng stared with wide eyes. My task this time was to purchase treasures at the ghost market. Now the ghost coins are spent and the things all belong to me? Suddenly a group of people appeared in the distance. My lord, it is them, my lord. They robbed my things and broke the ghost market's rules. You must seek justice for us. The old woman was aggressive. Exactly. Now they are even setting up a stall selling our things to make money. Someone shouted. Seeing this group of ghosts surrounding them, Chen Zhou's group hurriedly retreated. Mortals are truly bold, daring to cause trouble in the ghost market. Tired of living? A guy shouted loudly. Bai Zhengcheng worried in the back, thinking, bad news, the people from the Ghost King's manor came after all, absolutely cannot have a conflict with them. Look at that bulging bag in his hand, it must be the illicit money earned from selling the swords. The old woman spoke up. Screw your grandma, daddy's money was earned selling those swords, what does it have to do with your trash? Chen Zhou immediately chimed in. Tone excited, these bastards spitting blood to frame people, you guys go. Dong Dong Yao is not afraid of you. Chen Zhou retorted aggressively. My lord, did you see he is so fierce and says he did not rob things? Do you think that is okay? You are talking nonsense. Dong Dong Yao never robs other people's things, Chen Zhou added. Audacious, cut the crap. He said he sold those 2 swords, then whose goods were those double swords? No one claimed them. Very well, mortal, I ask you one more time, are the things robbed from these merchants in your hands? That ghost official asked with a dark face. No, those are all fellow Taoist Bai's things. Bai Zhengcheng was at a loss hearing this. Heart in a mess, thinking secretly, why do I feel something is very wrong with this matter? Did I fall into a trap? Bai Zhengcheng stammered. Fear in his heart surging, suddenly a treasure rolled out of his hand, startling him. Seeing this scene, that group of ghosts immediately pointed at his face. It is this is my family's treasure vase, now stolen by this guy. Ghost officer, my lord must catch him. Facing this group of angry evil ghosts, Bai Zhengcheng hurriedly waved his hands trying to explain. Wait, everyone, listen to my explanation. Explain what? What are you doing? Want to rob my fellow Taoist things? Chen Zhou shouted. Then turned to comfort Bai Zhengcheng gently. Fellow Taoist, yours is yours, take it. But Bai Zhengcheng answered, stammering, I see, I cannot wash myself clean even if I jump into the Yellow River. The task this time was to acquire the ghost market's treasures. Now my task counts as overfulfilled, better hurry back to the human world, Bai Zhengcheng thought, then hurriedly hugged the treasures and slipped away. Ah, ran away, he ran away, the ghost horde shouted. Anger erupted, they shouted while chasing. Damn it, audacious mortal, still dare to run, everyone chase quickly. You dare to break the ghost market's rules, we'll chop you into pieces to make soup. Chen Zhou stood in the angry ghost crowd, pushed until dizzy. Do not you guys rely on numbers to bully my good fellow Taoist. The little ghost said worriedly from the side. Chen Zhou, are you okay, fellow Taoist? Do not be afraid. Dong Dong Yao will protect you. Chen Zhou said while rushing in Bai Zhengcheng's direction. Senior, it is this way. Yan hurriedly pointed in the opposite direction. Do not run, stand still. The ghost horde chased Bai Zhengcheng. Bai Zhengcheng ran while waving his hand at this moment, muttering, Soul Suppression Division, Secret Art, Godly Travel Step. At this moment in the town, a ghost drew a wanted poster. He drew Bai Zhengcheng's face, writing, This person and dogs are forbidden from entering the market. At this moment, Chen Zhou's group chased for a long stretch, panting heavily. Exhausted to the point of falling apart, dying of tiredness. How come after chasing for so long we have not seen fellow Taoist Shadow? Maybe that guy was already caught. The little ghost answered, Did we run the wrong way? Yan screamed, How is that possible? Chen Zhou was surprised. Shish, do not speak. Chen Zhou, something is coming, the little ghost signaled. Ha, what thing? Why did not I sense it? Yan said. At this moment a lively celebratory procession appeared in front of everyone, accompanied by ear-piercing music echoing, Ghost King welcoming the bride, idlers make way. These words resounded through the street corner. Chen Zhou looked in surprise, eyes flashing with excitement, majestic. Truly majestic, what are they doing? Looks like a wedding, tisk, not resting even after death, the little ghost spoke up. Senior, I am a bit afraid, they said it is the Ghost King. A stage 7 ghost cultivator powerhouse. Yan trembling said, Ghost King welcoming the bride, idlers make way. Those ghost puppets said. Chen Zhou pointed excitedly and shouted, Hey everyone, look at that, too fun, I want to ride too. Ha, is that for the bride to sit or for wedding guests to sit? The little ghost said helplessly, No, only the main character of the wedding can sit there. Yan hurriedly stopped him. We should not trouble everyone to begin with, watch me. Chen Zhou laughed loudly and rushed over, leaving the people around confused. What are you doing? Scouting the path for Senior. Chen Zhou raised his hand to stop them. Stop, everyone stop. Let me sit in the sedan chair, I really want to sit. The group of ghost puppets continued to sway. Ghost King welcoming the bride, seeing him rush over, they shouted, audacious. Idlers make way, but Chen Zhou continued to swagger and push the ghost puppets to the back, then rushed toward that ghost. At this moment the ghost became hideous and terrifying, violently bending its head backward trying to scare him off. But before it could even touch Chen Zhou's body, it stiffened. Yan stood to the side, tone calm, activating her ghost domain for deterrence. The little ghost breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily we made it in time. Big-breasted woman, your skill is really useful, teach me when you have time. Chen Zhou laughed loudly and lifted the sedan curtain. Seeing that inside was actually a male ghost, he froze. Ha man, no way, the little ghost said. Is the bride inside? Then he violently shook that male ghost. Hey, did you marry someone to be a bride? Let me try sitting in the flower sedan chair. This outfit looks pretty nice too. That ghost was already controlled by Yan at this moment. Chen Zhou shook him violently, but he had no reaction. He said, "Speak up. If you do not speak, I'll beat you, believe it or not." "Senior, is the bride pretty?" Yan asked hurriedly. "Chen Zhou, what happened inside?" The little ghost joined in. Chen Zhou answered, "Nothing." As soon as his voice fell, he pushed the male ghost out of the sedan. He put on the wedding clothes and said with a smile, "Let us go. Does anyone want to experience it?" Then he looked at Yan and the little ghost in surprise. "Why is no one talking? What are you spacing out for?" Yan and the little ghost were stiff at this moment. A ghost woman had appeared in the sky, rendering them speechless. That ghost woman was exactly Tantai Mingyue. She reached out to Chen Zhou and asked, "Little gentleman, do you like sitting in flower sedan chairs that much? Do you want to go to my Ghost King manor?" Chen Zhou was blank at this moment, thinking, who is this woman? She can fly. Does she worship me? Oh, let us play together then. Chen Zhou smiled and said, "Go, let us go." The Ghost King gave an order, taking Chen Zhou to the Ghost City. "Lift the sedan." Yan and the little ghost were unsealed at this moment. She panted heavily. "Can move now, little ghost sister." That was just the Ghost King. "Big trouble now." The little ghost said, "Hey, where did she go? I have not asked her name yet." "Big-breasted ghost, big cat, you guys get on the sedan quickly," Chen Zhou shouted. He laughed while walking. "Fun, so fun." At the Ghost King manor, the flower sedan arrived. Everyone knelt in worship. Chen Zhou said loudly, "This place is too fun. Did not expect that if you guys cultivate well and ascend, you will also have so many worshipping people in the future." "Little ghost sister, why do I feel a bit weird?" Yan said with her arms crossed. "Little gentleman, why not get off the sedan?" The Ghost King reached out to Chen Zhou, then helped him down. "Is this your home?" Chen Zhou asked blankly. "Yes, as long as you marry. From now on this is your home too," the Ghost King answered. At this moment Chen Zhou froze. "Marry? Wait a minute, what is marrying?" "It is getting married," the people around answered. "It is a man and a woman doing that kind of shameful thing, so she wants that. Makes sense. With my cultivation there are lines of girls wanting to marry me." Chen Zhou frowned and thought, "Little gentleman, are you done talking?" The Ghost King reached out, holding Chen Zhou's hand and leading him. "All right, I'll fulfill your wish," Chen Zhou said. What is little gentleman's name?" the Ghost King asked. "Me, this is like a fairy playing chess. Senior, you cannot tell her," Yan whispered. "Chen Da-Zhou." Before Yan could finish, Chen Zhou had already answered. "Good, Da-Zhou, come with me quickly," the Ghost King said with a smile. The ghost gate opened wide and the ghost puppets shouted, "Ghost King marrying, cross the fire basin." "Little gentleman, this is to ward off evil." Hearing her finish, Chen Zhou jumped over the fire basin without a second word, even turning back to ask, "Handsome or not?" Suddenly flames caught onto his hem. Chen Zhou ran around screaming, "Fire, fire." Everyone stood outside watching, faces helpless. In the hall, people were discussing animatedly. "The wedding is starting soon. I wonder if Elder Shang has arrived. Who cares about him? Maybe he went to play somewhere again. Us coming here to witness the Ghost King's wedding is the major event," Lu Wanhei said. "There are only 10 rank 8 ghost cultivators in the ghost world. She is making such a grand scene because she is about to advance to Ghost Emperor. If she succeeds in breaking through, the situation in the ghost world will change. If such an expert can stand on our side," Lu Wanhei added. "That bunch of rank 8 cultivators in the human world has not even reached 10. How did this master of the Soul Suppression Division improve cultivation?" a person beside asked. "That is the theme of today. Look, every year she chooses a groom with a different fate, then puts him into the spirit locking array, refining the soul for a full 360 days. This is called the Soul Erosion Array. After the array is completed, strength doubles, realm approaching Ghost Emperor. This year happens to be the last year." Lu Wanhei continued, softly, tone solemn. "This is the critical moment. Of course we have to take the lead to congratulate the new Ghost Emperor." In the corner a figure stood quietly, only sighing lightly in helplessness. "Ghost King wedding, groom arrives." Everyone waited. "Coming, coming." At this moment Chen Zhou walked into the hall holding the Ghost King's hand, causing the people around to be astonished, exclaiming out loud, "Why is it him?" Chen Zhou held Tantai Mingyu's hand tight, smiling brilliantly, taking her inside, laughing loudly while walking, even waving to the guests with a trace of ceremonial sense. This bizarre scene made Lu Wan's group stare with round eyes in shock, unable to believe everything before them. Wu Yang's face twisted, expression full of suspicion, corners of his mouth twitching nonstop. How can this brat appear here? Could it be Elder Shang was killed? He rolled up his sleeves aggressively, wanting to rush up, looking like he wanted to tear the other party apart. It was Lu Wanhei who was thoughtful. This guy with developed limbs but a simple mind rushing up would only ruin things, even causing trouble for their side. "Wait, this is the Ghost King's territory. No need for us to act personally." Tantai Mingyue glanced at Chen Zhou, seeing him still naively staring blankly at the 2 cups of wedding wine in front of him. She said gently, "Little gentleman, today is our big day." She revealed a cunning smile, eyes flashing with a trace of weird intent, cheeks flushing red, radiating charming allure. "Come drink this nuptial wine. Then we are husband and wife." But Chen Zhou did not understand the atmosphere at all, seeing him lift the wine cup to sniff for a long time, immediately frowning, face full of disgust. "What is this? No happy water? I like drinking happy water." Tantai Mingyue finally lost her patience. She used her hand to pinch his cheek, forcibly pouring the wedding wine in. She smiled with narrowed eyes, but her tone was full of irritability. "Be good, drinking this cup of wine will make you very happy." Chen Zhou was force-fed the wine and could not react in time, only able to passively open his mouth wide to swallow that spicy and pungent liquid. The expression on his face turned pale instantly. "Woo, ouch, 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 ouch." The bronze wine cup fell on the red stone slab with a clang, the sound crisp and weird. Chenjo fell to the ground rolling, covering his throat desperately, trying to vomit that disgusting thing out. He shouted while rolling, "Cough cough, too spicy, tastes awful." Tantai Mingyue stood behind, clenching her fist, secretly rejoicing as if a conspiracy had just been completed. "Drank it, great, he drank it." She waved her hand, expression mysterious, looking up into the air without saying a word. Several poof sounds rang out. The red lanterns beside suddenly lit up with bizarre green ghost fire. In front of the crowd, a wooden altar appeared at some point, standing majestically opposite everyone, as if it had existed long ago. Yet no one had noticed the anomaly all along. The surrounding air instantly became gloomy, heavy, and suffocatingly oppressive. A strange wind blew past, lifting the two white cloths at the rear, revealing the scene behind. Those were layers upon layers of wooden memorial tablets. Only one tablet on the altar was particularly conspicuous, carved with exquisite patterns different from the rest. "Ha ha ha, done." Tantai Mingyu's face changed instantly. The originally beautiful eyes now sank deep into the sockets, thoroughly dyed terrifying pitch black. She looked up to the sky and laughed, black nails growing long weirdly. Red-dressed bride from just now turned into a terrifying female ghost at this moment. 361 years. 361 years of the soul erosion array reversing yin and yang. Finally built by me, Tantai Mingyue. Then she roared like a madwoman, yin wind striking, blowing the red skirt to dance in the air. 361 souls with different fates marrying once a year. Every tablet above is my former husband, your predecessors. Heaven does not disappoint the determined. Did not expect to meet a living person in this last year. A living person's soul quality is much stronger than the wild ghosts outside. Tantai Mingyue turned back, looking coldly at Chen Zhou, who was still sitting on the ground, slowly saying, "Being used by me is truly your blessing." Lu Wan's group nearby seemed satisfied with this situation. Anyway, Chen Zhou dying only had benefits for their plan, no harm. Everyone thought Chen Zhou was dead meat this time. Originally thought it was a blind cat meeting a dead mouse. Pure luck, turned out to be a straight road to hell. Only one person thought differently. He lowered his head, face darkening a few shades, scratching his head helplessly. The ghost world situation is finally going to change. The stupid woman's proud voice still echoed in his ears. Everyone present, thank you for coming to witness. The demons and ghosts below kowtowed immediately. Hands clasped respectfully, shouting in unison, "Congratulations, your highness." Everyone looked at the Ghost King standing steadily on the steps. She turned, one hand grabbing Chen Zhou's head, expression as if anticipating everything that was about to happen, chuckling sweetly. "Little gentleman, do not be afraid. A soul-melting wine you drank just now will make you suffer a little less when being refined." Having drunk the wedding wine, Chen Zhou's cheeks were red, eyes blurry, corners of his mouth raising a slight arc, looking already drunk. Purple aura spread from her palm, like sharp steel needles piercing into his brain, but immediately bounced off and turned into dust scattering. This bizarre scene made her panic-stricken. "Ha, what's going on?" Refining failed. The air froze for a few seconds. The surrounding ghosts began to whisper. Whispering and chatting, noisy sounds rang out behind Tantai Mingyue, making her face gloomy. "What's the situation?" "Do not know." Recalling the things that happened recently, Chen Zhou's strange ability, she suddenly realized she had underestimated the enemy a bit. Heart in a mess, Tantai Mingyue muttered in a low voice. Strange. Entering the array and locking the spirit were both very smooth. Why unable to refine, she rested her chin in her hand, thinking seriously this troublesome array would fail halfway with just a little error. Just then, the body on the ground suddenly trembled violently. Chen Zhou laughed like crazy. "Ha!" laughing wilder and wilder, whole body shaking violently, attracting her attention. HMPH, his face was flushed red, eyes blurry and wandering, voice trembling and weak. "Chen Da Zhou or Long He?" Note, drunken talk. At this moment, two Tantai Mingyus appeared in his eyes, his doubtful voice echoing in his ears. "Who is that?" He reached out to grab that red skirt, but was dodged, his hands groped around, mouth muttering to himself incessantly. "Yeah, you even know cloning." He stood up, swaying, stumbling east and west for a good while before standing steady. Chen Zhou danced with hands and feet, pressing forward, muttering while walking. "Is it Chen Da Zhou or Long He?" This scene left Tantai Mingyue speechless. The first time encountering such a difficult situation, too painful. First time encountering this situation in 361 years. The soul-melting wine is actually useless. Where exactly is the problem? Chen Zhou grabbed a nearby wooden memorial tablet and held it tight, looking for a long time, suddenly raising his voice angrily. "What are you looking at?" Hand waving like shooing flies, Chen Zhou grumbled unhappily. "Try looking at me again." Tantai Mingyue was very suspicious of this scene, but thinking about it, let it go. Anyway, like a dying fish with one foot in hell. Can he still escape? HMPH, the grand array is formed, tablets are fixed, it is useless whatever you do. He immediately exploded, channeling chi to swing his fist and smash those wooden tablets violently. "Look at this, look at this, look at this, look at this." This made her eyes stare round in horror, eyeballs about to fall out. The thing that happened next shattered her worldview. How is it possible? The array actually failed. The person opposite threw the wooden tablets around like crazy, shouting while throwing. That group of bullheads and horse faces seemed to smell the dangerous aura, hurriedly covering their faces, pushing and shoving each other to retreat. They squeezed in chaos, surging out the door like a nest of exploding bees. "Your Highness Tantai, I remembered I have something to do. I am leaving first." "Run quickly." The sacrifice groom this time, the only mental patient with divergent thinking, still stood in place. He crossed his arms, revealing a sarcastic smile, watching that group of ghosts squeeze out the door. HMPH, seems this ghost city's owner cannot break through. The big shots in Fengdu should be very happy. Wuzhang, this pig brain, even if he racked his brains, he could not guess what the hell happened. Minister Lu, what is going on? That Ghost King not only failed the breakthrough, but the array was also destroyed. But Lu Wanhei wasn't panicked at all. She hugged her arms tight, tilting her head as if in deep thought. Suddenly, red lips raised an imperceptible cunning arc. Hee, I know what happened. She strode to the side of the red skirt bride, whispering with a tone full of conspiracy, Your Highness Tantai, are you wondering why the painstaking effort of more than 300 years was destroyed in an instant? Tantai Mingyue obviously had no time to pay attention to this group of people. She did not even turn her head, answering coldly, What do you want to say? That person bowed in greeting, eyes flashing with treachery, mixed with ambition. What a coincidence. I have met that man a few times in the human world. This sudden news made Tantai Mingyue's face flush with panic for an instant, then immediately turned grim at a speed visible to the naked eye, so dark she could not say a word. She whipped her head around to look at the fool who was still playing with the tattered memorial tablet like a naive child. Ha! Goosebumps instantly crawled all over her body, a chill rushing up her spine, body trembling involuntarily. This cowardly little man actually dared to use a fake name. She spun around violently. The bride, who was just beautiful and moving, instantly turned mad. The bottom of her eyes red like hellfire. She opened her arms and pounced on him. The surroundings were shrouded in terrifying purple energy. You ruined my plan of over 300 years, Chen Zhou. Yan and Big Cat were waiting for Chen Zhou outside. Behind him, the little ghost was pouting aggrievedly, squatting on the ground drawing circles. Just then, a group of ghosts surged out of the building in panic. I'll run quickly. This chaotic scene stunned the two at the door. Why did so many people run out? Is the wedding over? But the person on the ground was still poking his fingers gloomily, not caring at all about what he was thinking. The scene of Chen Zhou bidding farewell to the three just now echoed in her mind. There was actually not a trace of reluctance or attachment. Clearly a heartless, cold-blooded animal. You guys wait for me here. These words made the little girl's eyes turn red. Did not take me to the wedding, did not take me to get married either. A majestic black energy suddenly erupted from the building ahead, blowing Yan's skirt to flutter wildly. Even the little ghost was startled into standing up abruptly, having to struggle to stabilize her body to avoid being blown away. An anxious look immediately appeared on the little girl's face, and she called out softly, Chen Zhou. The black energy became thicker and thicker, surging out like thousands of entangling silk threads. Tantai Mingyue had clearly gone mad. She covered her face with both hands, roaring frantically and ceaselessly. Black energy spewed from her body, filling the entire empty room. Bizarre patterns wandered on her beautiful face, black energy spilling from both corners of her mouth. My pure yin energy. The black energy flew along the walls at a speed hard to catch with the naked eye, pouncing straight at those wooden memorial tablets above. Loud rumbles continued one after another, the commotion so great it seemed the house was about to explode into hundreds and thousands of pieces. Wu Yang's huge body shrank behind a wooden pillar, saying timidly, The Ghost King's state is not quite right. What happened? Conversely, Lu Wanhei appeared indescribably calm. Cannot you tell? Chen Zhou messed up her grand array, absorbing all the pure yin energy she accumulated for 360 years. The Ghost King has gone directly into chi deviation. Purple-red flames wrapped around Tantai Mingyue, her eyes flickering with angry firelight. She raised her hand violently, the flames in her palm pointing straight at Chen Zhou's position. I will tear you into 10,000 pieces. Chen Zhou was still a bit tipsy, staring blankly at the whistling flames, unable to recover his senses for a long time. Go die, that guy is dead meat. Tantai Mingyue obviously thought so too. After all, she was the unique Ghost King in heaven and earth. But the scene before her eyes made her expression change drastically. Her outstretched hand freezing in midair. Opposite her, a huge bloody hand suddenly appeared, grabbing Chen Zhou and blocking the attack. Just now, the little ghost stood in the pool of blood she created, corners of her mouth pressed tight in a serious face, staring dead at the woman in front of her. Her movements were agile as flight. The little girl immediately picked up Chen Zhou, turned around, and rushed outward. I know this woman, listening to that guy still talking nonsense. She shouted in panic, What is going on? Why does your wife want to kill you? Tantai Mingyue turned around violently, purple fire igniting in her hand again, the surrounding purple light spots becoming denser. What? Annoying ghost servant. Countless purple fires shot toward the two instantly like arrows leaving the string, sealing off all directions. Let us see where you run. The little ghost used a blood shield to block the attack, kicking off under her feet to rush forward, but still appeared a bit struggling. After all, she still had to carry Chen Zhou, this constantly squirming caterpillar. Easy to carry away, hard to control. HMPH. The two struggled to rush toward the main gate. However, Tantai Mingyue remained motionless, a deep voice sounding, staring dead ahead. Damn it, soul body damaged too severely, cannot stabilize the soul form, forget it. Immediately, she channeled power under her feet, accelerating to rush forward. Anger burned blazingly in her eyes, purple fire becoming increasingly intense. I will chase personally. Yan watched the two rushing out like a human pyramid, involuntarily freezing in place. Big Cat tilted its head, staring confusedly at Chen Zhou, who was being dragged on the ground. Junior, what happened? The little ghost ran in front, shouting at the two. Quick, keep up. Quick, block that mad woman. Yan hid at the door, peeking timidly into the room. What? Saw the Ghost King rushing toward the door like crazy, the expression on her face shrouded in black mist, purple fire wrapping her body, magnetic field constantly spreading to the surroundings as if to compress the air until it was suffocating. The huge but timid as a mouse big cat meowed in terror. Yan got goosebumps all over, terrified into disappearing at extreme speed before she could react. Big cat was dumbfounded again, rolling its eyes. I cannot do this. Lu Wanhei walked out with Wuzhang. The expression on her face was both smug and gloating. Yo, all still alive, looks like Elder Shan left quite a lot of trouble. Conversely, Wuzhang was a bit unhappy seeing this group of people. This scene made Yan freeze in surprise. Done for, they are here too. Big cat also meowed blankly twice. Meow. Lu Wanhei immediately squeezed past the two forcefully, shouting back before leaving, leave them to you, I am going to chase the Ghost King. Yan clearly did not keep up with the rhythm. By the time she reacted, that person had already run far away. She looked solemnly at the person in front of her. After all, that guy is also one of the key members. Afraid it is hard to even draw. What are the chances of winning? Meow, prepare for battle. Saw white smoke rising from the corner of Wu Yang's mouth, eyes rolling back, muscles on his body bulging terrifyingly, gnashing his teeth. The laughter emitted accompanied by ear-piercing cackles. Big cat was also scared into dripping a drop of cold sweat, giving a soft meow woo. Just then a noise rang out on the small path of the ghost town. Running at the very front was the little ghost. As worried as she was just now, she was that helpless now. Chen Zhou behind was still giggling without proper form. Come catch me, see if you can catch me. Only Tantai Mingyue followed at the very back, shouting incessantly. Chen Zhou, stand still for me. Just running to the sea of flowers of the other shore, her words turned into indistinct curses. Only Chen Zhou remained excited, pointing incessantly. Quick, over there, that one over there, being dragged by the little girl. Chen Zhou suddenly darted to the front, gave a tisk with a face full of unhappiness, looking back with extreme disgust. Annoying, truly like superglue, cannot shake off. Chen Zhou seemed to have thoroughly sobered up, sticking his tongue out playfully to tease Tantai Mingyue. Dark clouds over her head became thicker and thicker. Naya, the little ghost's face was covered in black lines, speed also obviously slowing down. Chen Zhou, did you get fat again? I cannot fly anymore. Chen Zhou curled his lips unhappily to retort. I have not gained enough fat yet. The person in front suddenly stopped moving, making him blank. The little ghost held Chen Zhou suspended in midair, the two looking back simultaneously at the huge object that suddenly appeared. There is a house, how about we go inside to hide for a while? He immediately nodded in agreement. Okay. The two poked their heads in to look simultaneously, seeing only pitch black inside, even revealing a trace of gloomy horror. Hey, anyone home? The little ghost cursed this idiot silently, replying, This is the ghost world, where would people come from for you to call? The room opposite was black as an ink tank, faintly visible were weird photos hanging on the wall. The corridor was bottomless, as if to pull one's mind into the abyss. Oh ho, any ghosts interrupting. The little ghost suddenly remembered something, muttering, this place seems to be a photo studio. Just then a sweet voice rang out, attracting Chen Zhou and the little ghost's attention. Welcome. A pretty girl suddenly walked out from the wall, squinting eyes smiling gently, corners of the mouth raised in a charming arc. Welcome to Happiness Photo Studio. Do you want to take photos? At this moment outside the house, Tantai Mingyue was shrouded in suffocating pressure and erupting anger. She seemed truly crazy, corners of her mouth wide open and twisted, eyebrows crowded with anger. Those guys' aura disappeared here. Looking at the signboard in front of the door, she searched her memory for a long time but could not find traces of this place. Happiness Photo Studio? How come I did not know there was such a place in the ghost world? Purple fire burned blazingly in her palm, the surrounding air becoming increasingly gloomy and heavy. Since it is like this, I must catch them and tear them to pieces. Heavy footsteps immediately rang out behind. Finally, Tantai Mingyu's figure appeared in front of her, flickering in and out of sight then vanishing instantly. Lu Wanhei finally caught up, but this scene confused her. Aha, are my eyes playing tricks? In front was actually just a pile of tattered old items, looking like a building destroyed beyond recognition. When was this area razed to the ground? Those three's aura disappeared here. What is going on? A pink-haired ghost servant led Chen Zhou, voice sweet and cloying. Yes, please walk this way. Definitely will take a satisfactory photo for you. He nodded repeatedly. Okay, the little ghost became suspicious, hurriedly grabbing Chen Zhou. Wait a minute, Chen Zhou seems a bit wrong. He turned his head, asking in confusion. Oh, the little ghost explained while casting spells, tone revealing a trace of anxiety. Cannot condense ghost energy here. Too strange. Just then, that butler ghost suddenly appeared to interrupt her. Welcome. It pointed in the direction of the door, smoothly picking up the conversation. Guest, please walk this way. We still have many clothes suitable for you. Chen Zhou looked around in confusion, searching. Hey, where did that old man pop out from? Clearly was a girl just now. The little ghost pondered. That ghost appeared at this moment, half maid, half butler, answering, looking for me. Is there anything I can help with? Tantai Mingyue stepped into the forbidden ground. Surprised, she blurted out, this is a spatial domain restriction. She looked at that house, full of suspicion. Cultivation becomes ineffective here. Did Chen Zhou do it? Could he have this ability? Tantai Mingyue suddenly paused, staring with wide eyes in horror, looking around. No, looking at his silly appearance, definitely not him. This place is a bit odd. She walked toward the house, muttering casually. Whatever, came already. Can a mere restriction stump me? She pushed the door to enter, but was stunned by the scene before her eyes. Chen Zhou was grabbing that half-man, half-woman ghost's collar. Threatening angrily, spit it out quickly. He clenched his fist, shaking all over from anger, teeth grinding loudly. You dead old man, how could you have the heart to swallow that girl? Chenjo wanted to rush up to beat that ghost, roaring, damn guy, I'll beat you up, see if you spit it out, but was helplessly blocked by the little ghost. Chenjo, calm down, she wasn't eaten. They were originally a ghost without a fixed face, sometimes an old man, sometimes a girl, sometimes a child, stammering to beg for mercy. So, sorry, I definitely can take a happy photo. Finishing speaking, it dissipated like smoke. Tantai Mingyue walked up, revealing a treacherous smile. So that is it, sure enough there is a spirit here. Legend says if dead objects are tainted for a long time, they will produce intelligence. Chenjo and the little ghost turned to look at her in surprise. This spirit looks like it just formed, having no humanity yet, probably imitating the ghosts existing here. The little ghost was nervous, sweating cold sweat, hurriedly turning to whisper to Chenjo, your wife chased here, what to do? Chenjo chimed in panic. No, impossible for me to have a wife. She must be transformed from that dead old man just now. He rushed up stubbornly, wanting to have a big fight, shouting, that old man just finished eating, hit him. The little ghost was helpless but had to go along with him. She actually ran away, protecting him is the most important. Tantai Mingyue still stood at this moment muttering, but what spirit is it? Immediately after, sounds of punching and kicking rang out. Chenjo was already paralyzed on the ground. The little ghost was also knocked by her until head was full of bumps. She said angrily, can you guys listen to me finish speaking? The little ghost held her head, screaming in pain, hurt. Chenjo was also in so much pain he could not speak. Tantai Mingyue glared at Chenjo, thinking, I cannot use ghost arts here, although very angry, better wait until getting out to fix this kid. She grabbed the little ghost's hair, stepping on Chenjo, threatening, listen clearly to me. We are about to be trapped in this spirit's spatial domain, but all domains have a cracking method. You guys came in earlier than me. Did it say anything to you? The little ghost struggled, shouting, Aya, this vicious old hag, let go quickly. Chenjo trembled, screaming miserably, ouch ouch. Wah wah wah. Subsequently, the two were thrown into the corner by Tantai Mingyue, Chenjo shouting, Aya. A photo suddenly fell on the little ghost. She picked up the photo in contemplation, watching Chenjo dissatisfied and aggrieved to the point of crying. Damn it, finally caught by her. The little ghost said in surprise, so that is it, after we came in this spirit wanted to take photos for us, but we had not had time to take them yet. Does taking a photo satisfy the condition to leave here? Tantai Mingyue tilted her head, asking in confusion, what is a photo? You are an ancient ghost, died for several hundred years. The little ghost pointed at the photos hanging on the wall, explaining, these things are called photos. Photos can keep the appearance of scenery and items on paper. Tantai Mingyue answered, so that is it, not much different from painting. Chenjo laughed loudly. How is that possible? Do not know taking photos, right? Where do you live? Above the wall was pasted a line of words, happy moment. Directly below there was a small empty spot mixed in the artworks. The little ghost pointed there, saying, I got it, look at this. There is still an empty spot here. Maybe we take a photo and hang it there. That is the way to leave this place. Tantai Mingyue had just given Chenjo a beating. Hearing this, she chimed in, makes sense. Chenjo held his head in so much pain he wanted to cry, wailing, wah wah, so painful. The little ghost crossed her arms and started thinking, this spirit has also been emphasizing happy photos. Then ordinary photos definitely will not work. She stroked her chin, hesitating. Then what can we do to meet the standard? Do newlyweds count as happy? Tantai Mingyue froze, looking at her, but Chenjo jumped up excitedly. Hey, I want to take a photo. Tantai Mingyue rubbed her hands, answering stammeringly, okay. The little ghost patted her chest and boasted, rest assured, I used to like photography very much, my skills are very good. After speaking, she ran around fiddling with the camera. Then she waved to Chenjo and Tantai Mingyue, smiling and saying, come, listen to my countdown. 3, 2, 1, cheese. Chenjo also followed the pose, smiling brilliantly and shouting cheese. But Tantai Mingyue dodged and turned her face away. The little ghost immediately reminded, wait a minute, bride, lean a bit closer to the groom. A bit closer. Chenjo jumped up and down, receiving quite a few lectures. Groom, no looking around, look at the lens. The two faced the lens with stiff expressions, continuously criticized by the little ghost. Smile a bit. Can you two smile? How can this count as happy? Tantai Mingyue barely forced a trace of a smile at the corner of her mouth, while Chenjo pulled her closer in one go, revealing an arrogant and self-satisfied smile. The little ghost nodded with satisfaction and started to press the shutter. Good, stay like this. 3, 2, 1, cheese. Before the camera had time to flash, Tantai Mingyue had already swung her fist, smashing it onto his face with a bang. Chenjo howled, not knowing how many times this had happened. Ouch. Subsequently, the two grappled together, a chaotic mess. The little ghost hurriedly ran over to mediate. Stop fighting, you two stop. Chenjo happily grabbed Tantai Mingyue's hair, and she did not show weakness, pushing him fiercely. The little ghost squeezed in the middle, shouting in panic, enough, stop fighting, did not you hear? She roared helplessly, voice full of despair. Our current goal is consistent, which is to escape. Tantai Mingyue crossed her arms, unhappily turning her face to the side. Chenjo looked disdainful, tidying up his messy clothes. The little ghost said loudly in a huff, exactly, why will not you guys complete the mission properly? Tantai Mingyue chimed in unhappily. What? This mission is truly too troublesome, might as well just catch that spirit and force it to undo the domain, the little ghost shouted in surprise. You know how to catch it? Chenjo interrupted with a blank face. Oh, catch who? Playing hide and seek and the Great Joe. The Great Joe is a super amazing expert at finding people. Tantai Mingyue was silent for a while before speaking. Spirits must have a vessel. There must be an item here that is its vessel, she continued, tone serious and full of decisiveness. As long as we destroy that item it will definitely appear. As she spoke, she fiercely picked up a chair and waved it wildly. Under the surprised gazes of Chen Zhou and the little ghost, she smashed all the furniture here into powder. Chen Zhou pointed angrily at the smashing Tantai Mingyue, shouting, "Hey, are not we catching someone? Why destroy public property like this?" The little ghost chimed in. "If that is the case, that old man who eats girls is hiding in a certain item here." As soon as the voice fell, Chen Zhou also turned and started smashing things. "Let me do it. If I cannot catch him, I'll praise him 800 times, Tantai Mingyue pondered while turning to look at him, thinking, "This kid is silly but has an inexplicable kindness." Just then that ghost creature drilled out of the chair in Chen Zhou's hand. The little ghost shouted, "It is out!" Chen Zhou chased after. "Stand still, do not run." That ghost transformed into the appearance of an old man, turning back to point at himself in confusion. "Are you looking for me?" Chen Zhou reached out trying to grab it, cursing, "Damn it, stand still." The ghost creature ran in circles for a while. The little ghost rushed over from the opposite direction. "Chen Zhou, I'll catch him." Tantai Mingyue shouted a reminder from the distance. "Attention, force it to a place without items, otherwise it will escape through items again." The little ghost closed in on that ghost, gesturing to Chen Zhou. "Chen Zhou, this way." Chen Zhou let out a sinister laugh. "He caught you." Just as Chen Zhou and the little ghost were in hot pursuit, the ghost creature suddenly changed direction and jumped into the wall, causing the two to collide. Chen Zhou crashed into a vase and bounced back, shouting, "Ouch!" The little ghost was also bounced away, shouting, "Wah! So painful." Chen Zhou rubbed his head, face full of grievance. Truly annoying. The ghost creature transformed into a maid's appearance at this moment, holding a camera, snickering, drilling out of the wall, pressing the shutter, click click. "Look at the lens, smile." Everyone turned to look in surprise. Tantai Mingyue thought nervously, "Wait, something's wrong. This spirit's vessel is not an item." Chen Zhou and the little ghost scrambled to jump up and catch the ghost. He shouted angrily, "Damn it, come down for me." The ghost creature was still taking photos. Tantai Mingyue thought in horror. "But the whole building," she shouted, "Hey, that spirit." Everyone stopped their movements to turn and look at her. She frowned and threatened, "If you refuse to undo the domain, then I'll have to smash this place to pieces." The ghost creature was scared into revealing its half-man, half-woman original form, saying tremblingly, do not do that. Must take a happiest photo first, please smile." Tantai Mingyue recalled, thinking secretly, "Logic so chaotic proves this spirit is mentally unclear. How to communicate with it now?" Chen Zhou rushed up and gave the ghost creature a punch. "Ha, take that." He grabbed its clothes, then roared, "See where you run. Actually dared to eat that girl. Spit it out quickly." Finishing speaking, he lay on the ground prying its hand. "Bad egg, I absolutely will not let you off." The ghost creature cried out in pain. "Woo-ah, woo-woo." The ghost creature's face began to change unpredictably. One moment an old man, one moment a girl, one moment a child again. Suddenly it burst into loud crying, "Wah-ah!" Chen Zhou was startled. He let go and retreated a few steps, shouting, "Hey, a fight is a fight. What are you crying for?" The ghost creature cried incessantly. "Wah-ah!" Little ghost looked at him grumpily. "Is not it because of you pinching people while hitting?" Tantai Mingyue chimed in. "It has not developed sentience yet. Hitting it is useless." Chen Zhou stroked his chin, looking at that half-man, half-woman crying ghost creature. "Ha, no sentience, are not you a fool?" The ghost creature suddenly froze and stopped crying. Chen Zhou looked serious. "Speak, are you a fool?" The ghost creature suddenly hugged itself tight, screaming as if releasing something. "Hoo-ah-ha." Chen Zhou was scared into retreating. The little ghost spoke up. What's wrong again?" Tantai Mingyue thought for a while, suddenly shouting in terror. "Bad news, it received strong stimulation and wants to self-destruct." A strong light accompanied by huge suction force swept everyone in. Chen Zhou, the little ghost, and Tantai Mingyue were gradually sucked in. The suction became stronger and stronger until the three's vision went black. Suddenly a loud bang, the three were brought to another space. The little ghost asked, "Are you okay, Chen Zhou?" Chen Zhou looked around, answering, "I am fine." This is." Tantai Mingyue stood in the corner thinking, "So that is it. This is the ruins of the photo studio. That spirit's spatial domain can create layers of illusions. Once entered, one will sink deep into it." On Chen Zhou's side, the little ghost raised her hand. "Chen Zhou, look, I can condense yin energy again." Chen Zhou answered, "Very good, but why do I feel my back is chilly?" Suddenly, a palm-carrying power reached toward the two. The little ghost quickly sensed the anomaly, hurriedly shouting, "Careful," then pulled Chen Zhou to dodge that hand's blow. After escaping danger, Chen Zhou immediately roared, pointing at Tantai Mingyue. "Hey, what are you doing? We were taking wedding photos together just now, you two-faced person." Tantai Mingyue did not care at all, continuing to cast spells, creating countless bizarre palms around. "That was out of necessity just now, otherwise you would have died." "Chen Zhou, you dared to use a fake name to steal my efforts of several hundred years. I will burn you to ashes." Finishing speaking, she rushed toward Chen Zhou fast as lightning. The little ghost reacted quickly, shouting, "Ah, dangerous. Run quickly." Then dragged Chen Zhou and ran. Chen Zhou was still roaring angrily. "What fake name? How dare you speak like that about the planet's bravest and most honest warrior?" "Little ghost, you let go of me quickly. The great Zhou wants to have a big battle with her." The little ghost said in panic, "No, this bad woman's strength is far above mine, cannot fight head-on." Tantai Mingyue shouted with a hideous face, "You two cannot escape." Suddenly a force descended from the sky, separating Tantai Mingyue and Chen Zhou, startling both of them. That force gradually transformed into a human shape. Chen Zhou and the little ghost said dumbfounded. This is, Tantai Mingyu's face was dark. That is that spirit, was it reborn? The light gradually revealed a face exactly the same as Chen Zhou, wearing the same clothes as Chen Zhou, also stepping on the same style slippers as Chen Zhou. That light turned into a replica of Chen Zhou standing before Tantai Mingyue. Chen Zhou shouted in astonishment. Ah, another me, the little ghost said equally flustered. This spirit has not opened its mind yet, can only imitate people it knows. It is Chen Zhou now? Tantai Mingyue looked at the ghost creature before her thinking, is this kind of spirit immortal and indestructible? She said, truly troublesome, just as she prepared to act to destroy the thing before her eyes. Unluckily, this spirit had completely learned Chen Zhou's shamelessness. When she gradually regained consciousness, the little ghost immediately turned to that pretty female ghost, tone full of curiosity. You finally woke up? Upon hearing this disparaging remark, the graceful ghost king's anger exploded instantly, face flushing red. She roared angrily, are you human? How can you be so annoying and still dare to sneak attack? This king will tear you to pieces to vent anger. The little ghost pointed ahead, face surprisingly calm. No need, Chen Zhou is helping you vent anger right now. The female ghost king looked back, eyes widening, face full of astonishment, her mouth gaped wide, feeling extremely shocked by the scene before her eyes. How is it possible? In front of her, Chen Zhou was sitting steadily on top of a huge stone giant engaging in a fierce battle with Lu Wanhei. That burly stone monster shook the earth violently. Lu Wanhei had to wretchedly dodge those ferocious attacks. She muttered to herself in her heart. Stinky brat, you possess such amazing power, why always hide your strength and refuse to go all out? Chen Zhou nimbly controlled the stone giant, swinging an earth-shattering heavy punch. Lu Wanhei luckily dodged sideways, avoiding the fatal blow. Chen Zhou did not care about the battle below because on top of the stone giant he and the slime were arguing nonstop. The slime complained chatteringly, this guy, why do you only use half strength every time you attack, planning to save the remaining half move for next year? Chen Zhou immediately retorted, this move is not as good as that move, I want to use this move. On the ground, Lu Wanhei was speechless from anger, but she quickly seized the opportunity, injecting all energy into the sword body. Haha, better try this move. Wind and thunder rolled, recognizing the situation. Arms crossed, sneering arrogantly. Hee, actually able to control the blade sword while adding attributes, truly wonderful, the slime signaled to Chen Zhou. Hearing the order, Chen Zhou shouted excitedly, go eat my super invincible palm. As soon as the voice fell, the stone giant began to condense energy on its huge fist, swinging an earth-shattering blow, rushing straight at Lu Wanhei. She remained calm, leaping up, sword edge cutting through everything the monster's arm swept past. Subsequently, Lu Wanhei rushed toward the sky at extremely fast speed, startling Chen Zhou. She injected energy into the long sword again, preparing to unleash a sure kill strike. Chen Zhou below became dismissive just after being surprised. Seeing him miss, the slime scolded severely, so stupid, how can you hit like this? Chen Zhou scratched his head, giggling. Haha, Dong Yao wants to give that bad guy a chance to turn over a new leaf, then hit her. Just as the slime was scolding nonstop, Chen Zhou, you are truly a sinner. Suddenly, Lu Wanhei appeared silently behind, preparing to sneak attack Chen Zhou, but her sword edge could not touch his neck because he seemed to have anticipated it long ago, erecting a sturdy barrier, behaving unusually calm. The sound of sword and shield colliding was thunderous, emitting a terrifying explosive sound. Lu Wanhei was panic-stricken, face dark, thinking, sword broken, how is it possible? Chen Zhou looked blank. Actually, he did not predict it, but the slime was quick-eyed and deft-handed, helping him block it. The slime laughed provocatively. Hee, still want to sneak attack. Snap. Lu Wan's sword broke into two pieces. Attacked by surprise, Chen Zhou was so angry his face turned purple, roaring, bad guy actually showed up herself, just right to let you taste Dong Yao's super face-slapping palm. Finishing speaking, he immediately punched straight at Lu Wan's face, knocking her flying to the ground. He roared disdainfully, get down. Although the attack was fast as lightning and power-dense, the lethality was almost zero. Lu Wanhei thought suspiciously, no, not painful at all. How come this kid is suddenly strong, suddenly weak? After landing a punch on her, Chen Zhou showed off triumphantly. See, no one can dodge Dong Yao's attack. Dong Yao is the most powerful, the slime also echoed happily. Right, is Dong Yao satisfied? Next it should be my turn. After echoing, the slime suddenly felt worried about the opponent in its heart, thinking secretly her speed was too terrifying. After all, this is the ghost world. If we let that guy discover we are here, it will be very troublesome. The slime immediately borrowed Chen Zhou's body. It said, to defeat her, lend me your body first. Chen Zhou jumped up angrily, splashing and rolling, causing a scene. Hey, what are you doing? I have not played enough yet, he continued, asking. But how long is a while? The slime's eyes were serious, answering affirmatively. Ah no, 3 seconds is enough. The slime inside Chen Zhou began to channel chi. A powerful green aura shrouded the stone giant's whole body. Lu Wanhei just landed, heart uneasy, thinking, damn it, his aura exploded again. Where do you think you are running? It gave a loud shout, speaking seriously. How could it be that simple? The same green energy also spread over the stone giant's hand, forming a massive pressure that rushed toward Lu Wanhei. With a loud boom, the monster smashed down a fist, shaking the earth and filling the air with smoke and dust. Lu Wanhei luckily dodged, sighing secretly, so fast. But this wasn't over. That move just now was only bait. The slime suddenly appeared in front of Lu Wanhei, preparing to kick. I already said. Lu Wanhei was caught off guard. The slime gathered its full strength into its foot and delivered a fatal kick to her waist. It shouted, you cannot escape. This terrifying kick directly made her spray a mouthful of fresh blood. Fainting on the spot, she crashed heavily from the air to the ground, triggering a huge explosion, dust soaring to the sky. When the smoke cleared, a deep crater appeared on the ground. Lu Wanhei lay there motionless, then struggled tenaciously, trembling as she tried to crawl up. How could I lose to him? At this moment, the slime drilled out of Chen Zhou's body, saying smugly, 3 seconds, just right, your turn. Chen Zhou cheered excitedly. Roar Dong Dong Yao feels full of power again. Lu Wanhei could no longer hold on, her consciousness gradually blurring. How could it be like this? Her eyes rolled back, spitting blood. Her memory pulled back to a year ago. On a skyscraper piercing the clouds, cheers rang out. Minister Lu, Granny, and the others succeeded. Lu Wanhei whipped her head around to confirm with her subordinate. Ha, for real? The subordinate cupped his fist, tone firm. It is true, the sacrificial eye they buried in Yuanqing City caused massive casualties. Granny was even praised by the cult leader. Lu Wanhei revealed a look of unconformity. TCH, that old immortal really has good luck. The subordinate was sweating profusely from worry. But I do not understand. A cult leader clearly asked everyone to keep it secret. This way the Soul Suppression Division will definitely pay more attention to us. Lu Wanhei smiled and patted the subordinate's shoulder. Do not worry, that bunch of good-for-nothings at the Soul Suppression Division is just a disorderly mob. The subordinate finally relaxed. He answered, Oh, that is true too. She turned to leave, smiling sinisterly. That lord's plan no one can stop. Back to reality. Before her eyes was Chen Zhou celebrating victory with the little ghost. The little ghost ran in circles happily. Hey Chen Zhou, are not you two amazing? Chen Zhou laughed heartily, hands on hips looking down on the world. Dong Dong Yao is the most powerful warrior on this planet. Lu Wanhei, with only a shred of consciousness left, thought resentfully, you guys cannot stop it either. Covered in blood, she trembled, unable to speak. Chen Zhou was extremely excited, smiling as he said, there is nothing this Dong Dong Yao cannot solve. Chen Zhou and the little ghost held hands, cheering in celebration. The little ghost smiled brilliantly. Chen Zhou, that control technique just now was so amazing, I want to learn it too. Chen Zhou immediately answered, okay, I'll teach you, read after me. Before he finished speaking, the slime aside felt its credit was being stolen and roared in exasperation. Do not lie to people, you stinky brat. Chen Zhou did not pay attention at all. He did not pay attention to the slime either, starting to continue spouting nonsense. Earth all water all quack quack come from all directions to help me. The little ghost aside was a bit doubtful but still stammered to imitate. Earth all water all quack quack from all directions. Before she finished, the female ghost king stumbled over from behind. She called out, Chen Zhou? The female ghost king complained shyly with a flushed face. You ruined my good deed. I originally wanted to capture you to refine, but, she continued with hands on hips, since you have such strong power, this king orders you to help me break through to Ghost Emperor. You definitely have a way, right? Chen Zhou, the little ghost, and the slime turned their heads in surprise, eyes full of dissatisfaction. The slime stroked its chin, thinking secretly, HMPH, it is indeed not easy for this female ghost to cultivate to stage 7. The main reason she is stuck is still because of me. Asking for guidance now is not unreasonable. But breaking through to Ghost Emperor. Chen Zhou glanced at the slime's movements, suddenly realizing that this guy was the culprit hindering her progress. After recognizing the situation, he immediately assumed a heroic posture, striding forward, tone heroic. Do not worry, since you are my bride, I definitely will not mistreat you. Hearing this, a trace of suspicion flashed across the female ghost king's face. Seeing Chen Zhou agreeing randomly without using his brain, the slime immediately roared in anger. Hey, why did you agree to someone casually again? Breaking through to rank 8 Ghost Emperor is very troublesome. The female ghost king suddenly beamed with joy, surprised by Chen Zhou's determination to help. Her voice was sweet, putting on a cute appearance. Really? You really agreed? Then she hurriedly grabbed Chen Zhou's hand, the two getting clingy. The female ghost king looked at him affectionately, tone gentle. Good, then let us pinky swear it is a deal. Chen Zhou watched this scene, smiling as he answered. A deal what? The slime rushed over to intervene. Hey, oaths in the ghost world cannot be made randomly. I'll forget it as long as you are happy. Suddenly behind the three, an orange soul slowly rose. That soul looked exactly like Chen Zhou. It walked closer, also clamoring to pinky swear, then spoke. The deal what? The three were all stunned by this strange soul. The little ghost looked at this scene, only able to shake her head helplessly. That Chen Zhou came alive again. The slime saw a soul exactly like Chen Zhou suddenly appear, flying around excitedly. The soul looked around curiously, then blurted out in amazement, unexpectedly, is not this a spirit? It is that guy who possesses the God-given skill. Wow, Chen Zhou, it can copy exactly like you. Looks like it is very close to you. Suddenly that soul whipped around to face the female ghost king, revealing a mocking smile. Are you a fool? The slime listened, shocked by its rudeness. The slime immediately cursed. How come this guy has no manners at all? Who did it learn from? Chen Zhou stood aside watching, still looking blank and unable to figure out the situation. The female ghost king, being humiliated by this guy, burned with anger. She swung a fist and knocked the soul's head flying. With a crisp smack, the soul's head and body separated. She roared angrily, dare to come again? Chen Zhou was startled by this scene, screaming in terror. Head my head. The soul immediately grew a new head, even imitating the movements. Head my head. The slime discovered this soul seemed to be immortal, cheering excitedly. Wow, undying and indestructible. Looks like this spirit's skill is also very high level. The slime pointed at the soul's face, saying to Chen Zhou with great interest, Chen Zhou, this guy is very rare. Its vessel has been destroyed, now it is free. Quickly accept it as a ghost servant. Chen Zhou revealed a treacherous smile, tightly holding the soul's hand, starting to play psychological manipulation again. Now you have no home, right? Then do you want to hang out with me? But with the brave and handsome great Zhou here, you can only be second Zhou. The soul looked at Chen Zhou with contempt. Are you a fool? Chen Zhou exploded immediately upon hearing this. The two wrestled together, arguing incessantly. Chen Zhou roared angrily while fighting. You are the fool, you are a big fool. The people around were completely speechless watching these two guys. The slime muttered helplessly, damn it, I can probably guess who this spirit learned this behavior from, at the ruins of an ancient church. It seemed to have just experienced a tragic battle with only ruins remaining around. Yan and Big Cat relied on each other, exhausted. Yan was covered in injuries, yet still asked Big Cat worriedly, Mimi, are you okay? Can you still fight? Big Cat beside her also groaned while holding on. Meow woo woo. From the rolling smoke and dust a tall and burly man's figure appeared. He walked out of the smoke, face hideous, voice full of pleasure. Satisfying, truly satisfying, but you guys only have this much ability. He rushed toward the two like an arrow, smiling smugly. Haha, Elder Shang, you can rest in peace, I will avenge you. Yan and Big Cat tried to stand up to counterattack, but to no avail. He swept past the two, knocking them flying far away with just one punch. Yan screamed in pain. Ah! Big Cat showed no weakness, screaming repeatedly. Meow meow meow. Yan and Big Cat fell to the ground, seeming to have exhausted their strength, unable to continue fighting. Yan coughed violently. Cough cough cough. She barely propped up her body, full of anxiety, thinking secretly, what to do now? I am completely not his match. Yan trembled all over, praying inwardly, if only little ghost sister was here too. Before she finished thinking, a figure rushed over looking like Chen Zhou. He ran over with amazing speed, heading straight for that muscle man. Yan shouted in panic, say senior. It turned out to be the soul, not the real Chen Zhou. The soul rushed toward the muscle man at dizzying speed. That man shouted in panic, Chen Zhou, how is he here? The muscle man assumed a defensive posture. Suddenly the soul stopped abruptly, speaking, you. He put his hand on his neck, tilting his head, asking, are you a fool? The muscle man had not reacted yet, mouth opening wide. Suddenly the real Chen Zhou flew in, punching that soul, impersonating him right in the face. He laughed loudly. Haha, caught you. Seeing this scene, the muscle man was also stunned, completely unable to make heads or tails of it. Not only him, Yan and Big Cat were also blank about this bizarre event. The real Chen Zhou roared, idiot second Zhou, ran so far and tired me to death, now go be a ghost to catch us for me. The slime turned to Chen Zhou and said, looks like a fierce battle happened here. That soul took a punch, lying prone on the ground, four limbs facing the sky. At this moment Yan asked loudly, how come there are two seniors? Big Cat also shook its head in confusion. Meow meow. Yan cried with pear blossom rain profusely. Senior, little ghost sister, that is great, you guys finally came back. Woo woo, sorry senior, I am too weak, simply not this Wu Yang's match. Chen Zhou suddenly whipped his head around to look at the two. A big-breasted woman. Fat cat, why are you injured like this? The muscle man thought secretly. Minister Liu did not follow, how did he come back and brought two people back? Forget it, even if 10 come, they are not enough in front of me. This muscle man was also single-minded. Seeing them reuniting, he did not let up. He gathered strength in his arm, rushing over smugly. So since you dare not make a move, then I'll have to strike first. Chen Zhou only glanced contemptuously. The slime crossed its arms, laughing smugly. Not dare, but do not need us to act. Suddenly his whole body froze, unable to move. He gritted his teeth. What's going on? Why cannot my body move suddenly? The female Ghost King's hand ignited with dazzling purple fire, speaking slowly, for several hundred years this is the first time someone dared to run wild in my Ghost King manner. The female Ghost King flew angrily toward the muscle man, tone threatening. Human, are you tired of living? Tantai Mingyue was furious. Even if this king's strength is damaged, the Ghost King manor is not a place where random cats and dogs can run wild. That man was scared, pale, stammering. Bad news, gotta escape quickly. The slime secretly admired this momentum. Aya Chen Zhou's bride is quite fierce, she continued. Great Zhou, let us go, we are going home. Subsequently the group set off. Yan shouted from behind, little ghost sister, wait for me. But unexpectedly, little ghost sister was actually proficient in the advanced ghost art paper cut soldiers. Surprising everyone, that scar-faced one was crushed into paper pieces, drifting down with the wind like fallen leaves. Chen Zhou praised, that move of yours just now was really amazing. I feel I can do it too, real or fake. At the same time that guy dissipated with the wind. The slime muttered aside, stop bragging, I really do not know that move. Rest assured, he is already thoroughly cold dead. Chen Zhou looked back at her. She suddenly spoke, now no one can disturb Great Zhou. You should also fulfill the promise. Is there some misunderstanding? Is there something to eat soon? Do not know if there is a problem with your ears. Do not know if he picked his ears. How come he does not hear anything accurately? The Ghost King saw he was hungry and hurriedly said, I was too hasty, you guys must be hungry from the journey, right? I'll order people to prepare a rich and delicious meal right away. Everyone cheered and jumped for joy. That is great, I want to eat meat. I want to eat meat. Yan froze slightly, not understanding why two identical Chen Zhous appeared here. Little ghost sister hurriedly explained to senior, that is not Chen Zhou, that is Chen Zhou's new ghost servant. Suddenly she whipped her head around, seeing Chen Zhou kicking that guy. Ling, you dare to snatch my meat? Want to eat meat? Let me see if you still want to eat first. They were seated very quickly. The Ghost King's voice was gentle, although there were many unpleasantries before. But ultimately Chen Zhou was willing to help me once. This king will definitely repay him. The tempting dishes made Ah Yan swallow saliva nonstop, voice full of craving. Ah, the food looks so fragrant, Senior. Can we start eating? Ah Yan seemed about to be flattened by hunger. If you guys are really Chen Zhou's ghost servants, as if telepathic they spoke in unison, can't eat now, eat, you guys can treat the Ghost King Manor as your own home. As soon as the voice fell, they buried their heads in work, sweeping away the delicacies like a whirlwind scattering clouds. Mingyu's face was gloomy, shouting loudly at the slime standing aside. Truly, do not you guys understand rules? Have to wait for the host to finish speaking before eating? After that rich banquet, their bellies were round and bulging, extremely uncomfortable. How do you feel? Is the Ghost King Manor's food to your liking? She asked, eyes flashing with expectation and anxiety. Then next we men quickly go tidy up rooms to let them rest well. She looked at Chen Zhou. That guy was sleeping soundly, surprisingly deep. She gritted her teeth, whispering, asking a mental patient to do things is indeed full of obstacles. A servant hurriedly carried Chen Zhou on his back to return to the room. Another servant politely said to the spirit, "This gentleman, please follow me back to the room to rest." Mingyue thought to herself, lack of patience might ruin the big plan. That guy's strength is unfathomable. Anyway, the agreement is set, so it does not matter. After finishing, she looked back at the spirit, just in time to bump into him, imitating Chen Zhou's stupid look, gnawing non-stop there. She immediately swung a palm without defense and without giving face. That blow knocked him flying far away. Night fell. The spirit was sleeping, leaning against Big Cat. Suddenly a voice rang out, waking them up. Yan rubbed her sleepy eyes. "Senior, are we leaving?" The slime also nodded in agreement. "Middle of the night, what else do you want to do?" "Shish, lower your voice, do not let people hear." He dragged the little ghost while speaking. Only when everything was settled did he whisper, "The bed here is not as comfortable to sleep on as my coffin board. We should go home." Back to the human world. At this moment they froze like a big question mark. Yan stammered, Then should not we tell Highness Tantai?" The slime raised its voice because of this. "Hey, did not you already agree with me?" Section. "Hey, no matter what, I will fulfill your agreement. Saving trouble is better than making trouble, and running a bit faster is not wrong." Chen Zhou climbed onto Big Cat's back and hushed, "If we wake her up we will not be able to go back and sleep on the coffin board." "Oh, does sleeping on a coffin board mean dying? If we do not run fast, it is uncertain who will die. Going home to sleep." "Meow meow," Chen Zhou cheered happily, and Big Cat also gave a loud cry. "Heavens, shut up, keep it down." He knocked it on the head. Together they returned to the human world. Bureau Chief Zhu was burning with anxiety. Old Luo muttered, "It has been 3 days since Dong Dong Yao entered the Ghost Gate. The Ghost Gate seems to be disappearing soon. He has not returned yet. I wonder if something happened." He swallowed a mouthful of saliva. With high expert Chen's strength he should be fine. Luo Yuman comforted the two. They all looked worriedly at that huge door. Director Luo spoke again. "This Hungry Ghost Festival, ghost gates all over the country opened. Headquarters also tallied the death toll. Only our Janae city remained calm and tranquil. I am still worried accidents might happen. Once the Ghost Gate disappears, the human and ghost worlds cannot communicate. At least the Soul Suppression Division has no way to open the door to the ghost world. When that time comes, how will High Expert Chen return?" Bureau Chief Zhu stood aside, swallowing in surprise. "Is this true or false? If it is true, that is terrible. If Chen Zhou cannot come back, I lose another comrade in arms." Bureau Chief Zhu was full of worry. "The ghost world is full of danger, but High Expert Chen should not encounter trouble, right? Then old Luo, should I show off a bit here?" Seeing the Ghost Gate was closing fast, the surrounding people started heckling and cheering. "Quick, the Ghost Gate is closing, that is great. The Ghost Gate is closing," but no one knew the hero was still trapped inside. "Really, old Luo, I am very worried about Dong Dong Yao. I have to go to the ghost world to take a look." "Heavens, Bureau Chief Zhu, it is useless even if you go with your strength. Leave this matter to me." "But the door is vanishing too fast, it looks like we will not make it." "Damn, it seems too late. Need to be faster." The two pounced on empty air. It was already too late. "It is over. The Ghost Gate disappeared. Woo woo. Then what about Dong Dong Yao? Can he never come back?" "That is unclear. Although you and I cannot push open the door with our own strength like High Expert Chen, we did not even have the chance to try." Director Luo looked blank. "Is there really no other way? Forget it. Staying here will not help." "Luo Yuman, I will report to the General Bureau and think of a way to save Chen Zhou." Before he finished speaking, lightning and thunder suddenly flashed in the sky, startling the two. A large hole appeared in the sky. "What's wrong? What happened?" Speeding through the sky like a rocket. "Ha ha ha, we are home." That was Dong Dong Yao's voice. "Second Zhou, that cannot be eaten." Meow meow. Yan seemed about to explode. Big Cat flew in the air and the spirit suddenly fell down. Below, Bureau Chief Zhu worried. What happened? Did Chen Zhou fall down? Suddenly, with a loud bang, he smashed onto the ground like an explosion. The two could only cover their faces and stand on the spot. Bureau Chief Zhu wondered, is that Chen Zhou? Director Luo beside him could not help but worry. High Expert Chen, are you okay? The spirit suddenly appeared neatly, then reported, "I discovered 2 idiots," with a face full of contempt. Hearing this, the two did not understand what happened, only able to open their mouths wide. Chen Zhou was missing in the ghost world. Tantai Mingyue crushed a stone in anger. That man named Chen Dezhou is indeed not a good thing. She was furious, as if wanting to kill him. "Ate mine, drank mine, slept in my bed, turned around and ran away quietly. Dare to break the contract in my ghost world, you will go to hell." Her angry voice made the attendants beside her feel afraid. "Men, listen to my command. Gather forces. We are going to the human world to tear this little thief into 10,000 pieces to vent my anger." Yes, Your Highness. Your Highness, July has passed and the ghost gate has closed. If we open the human ghost channel ourselves, I am afraid it will be hard to explain to Fengdu. She was so angry she lost her reason. Shut up, saddle the horses. Yes, yes. Seeing her terrifying expression, the attendants could only obey orders. Switching to the human world, the spirit shouted on the ground, "What are you still standing there for? Quickly state your names." Bureau Chief Zhu did not seem to understand what was happening. Dong Dong Yao, do not you recognize me? Director Luo also wondered. High Expert Chen's appearance seems a bit off. Could it be something bad happened in the ghost world? The spirit clenched its fist. Since you say so, then do not blame me. Suddenly a light descended from the sky, piercing the spirit's body. Fool, stop causing trouble for me, stirring up a layer of dense fog. Exactly, Second Joe. Can you not run around? Yan could only shake her head in admiration while the little ghost beside her rolled her eyes. Wasn't he the one who fell to the ground himself just now? Now he is being wrongly accused of being the troublemaker? Chen Zhou hurriedly interrupted to explain. Suddenly in the chaotic scene the figures of the group appeared clearly. Big Cat was hovering, the little ghost and Yan squeezed together. Chen Zhou and the spirit lay prone under Big Cat's belly. Director Luo stared with wide eyes at the strange scene before him, stammering, "How come there are two Chen Zhous, true and fake Dong Dong Yao?" Yan hurriedly spoke up to explain. "This is not Senior, it is the ghost servant Senior newly accepted. It is a spirit." Director Luo froze. Countless questions flashed through his mind. What exactly is a spirit? He, the dignified director of the Soul Suppression Division, had actually never heard of such a thing. Bureau Chief Zhu beside him suddenly nodded as if understanding something, his tone relaxing a lot. "So that is how it is. Good that Dong Dong Yao is okay. Worried us to death. Did you encounter any danger going to the ghost world?" Chen Zhou rubbed his sleepy eyes, answering lazily. "What danger? In front of Dong Dong Yao, where is there any danger? Sigh, too sleepy today. I am going home first. See you another day, ha." At this moment the little ghost interrupted and proposed, "Let us just do that." Okay. The little ghost finished speaking, hurriedly carrying the still dizzy spirit, and climbed onto Big Cat's back. The group immediately rushed into the clouds. "Big Cat, we fly." Luo Yuman waved from below, voice full of reluctance. "High Expert Chen, be careful on the road. I'll visit you another day. I am leaving too." Bureau Chief Zhu also said goodbye. Suddenly Lu Benchong appeared behind the two, tone deep. "This melon truly is not simple. What's wrong, Uncle Master?" he asked. Then hurriedly explained, "Just have not seen him for a few days. The weakest ghost messenger beside him is at severe ghost level. Big Cat is a rank 5 ghost general. The little ghost is the same level. Yan is a rank 4 severe ghost, and that spirit is still an unknown number." Director Luo opened his mouth wide in surprise. "How is that possible? I did not notice just now." Bureau Chief Zhu sneered. "Of course you did not notice, because your level compared to them. Director Luo is only rank 5. These words were like a sharp knife piercing into the heart, leaving Director Luo speechless. "Old Luo, you have to practice diligently, otherwise one day Dong Dong Yao teaches me 2 moves. Maybe I can surpass you too." Bureau Chief Zhu smiled slyly. Then the two wrestled together. Keep dreaming, they fought in a bundle. Lu Benchong observed quietly from the side, thinking secretly, "That red-clothed female ghost is really strong. I am afraid my great precious sword will be hard to get back." Suddenly he spoke up to interrupt. "Hey, what are you doing? Stop fighting." High Expert Chen worked non-stop, solving the matter of the corpse people and the ghost gate descent alone. "So we have nothing to worry about. That is great. With him here, our Janae City will be peaceful in the future." Thoughts suddenly interrupted. Maybe Lu Benchong was just conflicted about the precious sword. Should he ask headquarters to intervene to get it back? Transition. The director stood quietly at the door of Chen Zhou's home. He stopped for a long time, thoughts racing. Heard from old Zhu that Janae City being safe and sound this time was all thanks to Chen Zhou. He did not even have time to see when that brat came back. He remembered the bureau chief's phone call. "Notify me the moment he wakes up. I want to treat him to a meal," the director hurriedly shouted. "Chen Zhou, are you awake yet? The sun is scorching the butt. It is almost mealtime." He secretly breathed a sigh of relief, cold sweat streaming down. Luckily it wasn't too late. Looks like he has to treat this brat better in the future. Suddenly the spirit passed through the door, voice severe. "Who is it?" The sudden collision shattered the director's glasses. He coughed violently. Cough, who are you? Are you stupid? Did you not hear me asking?" The director froze, completely unable to understand. This guy walked through the wall as if it were nothing, truly a little immortal. But why is this magic so strange? He stammered in answer, "I am your director, No, I am Big Mountain, you forgot," he thought to himself. "Have to make this brat give some pointers. Maybe the director mistook the spirit for Chen Zhou. I heard you came back from the ghost world, specifically prepared a super rich feast for you. All delicious food to welcome you, just delicious food. Come Chen Zhou, let me tell you, old Zhu has not prepared for you yet. From now on you follow me." Hearing delicious food, the spirit immediately nodded. Only then did the door of Chen Zhou's home creak open. "I am so hungry." The slime stood aside, interjecting with a tease. "Calculating from the time you ate your wife until now, it has been quite a while. Now you have returned to the human world. I guess Dong Dong 7 and Big Mountain definitely prepared lots of delicious food for you." "Haha, that is of course. They will definitely try to curry favor with me, but I will not give them the chance. Dong Dong Yao is a big hero. A big hero should have many people coming to beg for an audience." "Oh, you are not going to find them. Then what do you want to do?" The two strode toward the hospital cafeteria. The nurse was over there, anxiously shouting, "No cutting in line." Chen Zhou clicked his tongue in praise from afar. Not bad it is here, but is something missing?" Suddenly he shouted. "Everyone quiet, eyes on me." The surrounding patients froze as if frozen. Chen Zhou continued clamoring. "That is right, I am Chen Zhou, the Earth's great warrior Dong Dong Yao. I just saved you bunch of muggles from the super dangerous ghost world," the slime thought secretly. Turns out he slept enough and is hungry, now wants to find people to show off to. Now everyone seemed to realize. Chen Zhou still shouted, "Who among you wants to thank the great Zhou? Hand over all the meat. Whoever hands over the most next time I will protect them." The patients looked at him like looking at a madman. The slime whispered aside, "I see their appearance seems like they did not understand." A patient mocked. "What is he saying? Warrior defending Earth? No, he is talking about that pile of shit. Did he poop his pants? Haha." Chen Zhou burned with anger, roaring, talking what nonsense. "I, Chen Zhou, never pooped pants. What the hell?" He frantically smashed bowls and chopsticks. Optimus Prime suddenly appeared, speaking with a shrill voice. "Do not bully great Zhou, I slept with him. Heard he has mental illness. Ha, artifact what? No one has that, right? He looks like a fool." Hearing bad words spoken about him, Chen Zhou rushed over like a beast. "You are the fool, your whole family are fools, someone come quick. Chen Zhou is hitting people. He is hitting people again. Do not fear, everyone beat him together. Quick, beat him. Beat him." Sigh, the slime sat helplessly aside watching the melee. "I said before I will not help you fight with ordinary people." The slime clicked its tongue. "Wait a minute, this kid's aura sounds so strange. Do not assume I can use both spirit chi of the human world and yin chi of the ghost world, but there is no rejection in his body. And his mental power is very strong, looks like previously. Even burning the remnant soul could not exert power simply because his foundation was too weak. He was originally an ordinary person, not some cultivator. If I can make him become a cultivator, not only can he use more power, but also prevent him from encountering danger." Finally, the slime proposed, "Hey Chen Zhou, do you feel you are very good at fighting? Do you want me to teach you immortal cultivation?" Chen Zhou listened to the suggestion, having just defeated that group of people, answering, "Sure, how come you agreed so fast? You were never like this before." Chen Zhou turned his head, face cold. "That is because if I do that you will not disappear, right?" A face of deep coolness returned to the familiar place. Chen Zhou sat leisurely in the yard, chatting with the slime. The difference between cultivators and ordinary people lies in that they can perceive and control spirit chi energy that ordinary people cannot detect. Spirit chi and ghost chi are both parts of the world, just that spirit chi is more suitable for humans to cultivate, the slime explained patiently. But in today's human world, spirit chi is not as abundant as the ghost world. That is because the human world is sealed by boundary stones. Sai saying these you will not understand either. Anyway, in spirit form you can better feel the existence of spirit chi. It continued to lecture incessantly. However, Chen Zhou hung his head, falling into a deep sleep. "You bastard, did not you agree to cultivate properly?" The slime complained while pressing its face against Chen Zhou's face to suffocate him. Startled awake, "Phew, is cultivation over? Dong Dong Yao successfully grasped powerful strength. Just wait," the slime roared in anger. "How is that possible? Where do results come from without studying? Ha ha ha, foolish earthlings, prepare to welcome the great warrior Dong Dong Yao." Chen Zhou ignored the slime's words, laughing loudly as he ran off. Woo woo. The slime sobbed as if about to cry, sighing inwardly, "I am going to go crazy too. How could this fool possibly become a cultivator?" Suddenly the spirit returned, interrupting its thoughts. The slime was still letting its imagination run wild, thinking the spiritual energy in the human world was so thin it could not teach him ghost arts at all. Just then it saw the spirit holding a chicken leg, eating with great relish. "Chen Second Zhou, where did you get that meat?" Chen Zhou pointed at the spirit's face, roaring, "Hand it over, you really have guts, actually daring to eat alone?" But this is mine." Although the two were arguing fiercely, the slime continued to think quietly. The God-given skill the spirit utilized is a special power, completely different from the acquired techniques of cultivators. God-given skills and acquired sects are totally different. It also depends on the individual. Even when I first started learning, I failed many times. Finally, it concluded, "Chen Zhou, I know what to let you cultivate, what to teach you now. This is a cultivation method I spent a lot of effort to comprehend. At first, even I could not learn it. Maybe your mental illness will actually help you succeed," the slime announced proudly. Meanwhile, Chen Zhou and Second Zhou were already wrestling in a ball on the ground. Eventually, the chicken leg fell into Chen Zhou's hands. Night fell. Big Cat, Yan and the little ghost gathered in a corner. It turned out Chen Zhou and Second Zhou were hanging upside down from the ceiling. "Chen Zhou, how about we go out to play today?" the little ghost proposed excitedly. Yan was also blank. "What are they doing, eh? What is Senior doing?" the slime hurriedly interrupted. "The fool is cultivating, no one disturb him." "Hey Second Zhou, you were being naughty again, right? No wonder the rope has you wrapped up so tight." "So that is how it is?" Suddenly Chen Zhou jumped to the ground. "Hey, you guys are all here, that is just right. Come exchange 2 moves with me." Chen Zhou easily broke free from the ropes, landing steadily. The slime stood aside, smiling with relief. "Truly did not expect you to be able to comprehend this kind of God-given skill as expected of the person I chose, indeed living up to the reputation." "Chen Zhou seems different from before," the little ghost muttered suspiciously. "Little ghost sister, is Senior challenging us?" "Little ghost, roll over here, remember to use full strength." Chen Zhou's proposal surprised her greatly. The slime stood in the middle like a referee. "I have not seen what a God-given skill looks like when unleashed yet. Using the little ghost's power as a test standard is simply perfect." It praised excitedly. A few minutes later, Only this once, for the sake of the little ghost standing so steadily, let us call it even." She scratched her head in embarrassment while speaking. "Are we still going out to play today?" Meanwhile, opposite her, Chen Zhou's body went stiff and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Yan hurriedly stepped forward to ask, "Senior, are you okay?" Chen Zhou immediately bounced up, arguing stubbornly. "Just now Dong Dong Yao was merely careless, did not use the new move. Let us try again." "Oh okay," the little ghost immediately agreed. The slime thought to itself that it had expected too much of him, actually fantasizing he could unleash some god-given skill. TCH, Yan finally realized. So Senior let little ghost sister act just now to test his new move. If Senior wants to find an opponent, why not go to the cultivator place? Cultivator place, what is that? Is it tasty? Big Cat also meowed with interest. The Cultivator Place is an app released by the Soul Suppression Division, containing tasks regarding ghost creatures. When I was in the Soul Suppression Division before, they relied on accepting tasks inside to cultivate and become stronger. Rogue cultivators can also register and use that, the slime explained very clearly. It seemed to have a sudden epiphany. You failed to unleash the god-given skill just now because you have not completely mastered it yet, but you can slowly familiarize yourself with it through this method. Chen Zhou felt it made sense, praising repeatedly, "Good big-breasted woman, quickly take me to that whatever place with lots of dirt." "Okay." Seeing them surrounding the mobile phone, someone asked, "What are you doing with my planetary signal receiver?" "Senior, I am helping you register to use it. What name do you want to take?" Cough cough. "Great expert Chen." "No, great expert Chen Da Zhou." Meanwhile, second Zhou could not take it anymore. "Quickly let this great Zhou down, who can stand being tied so tight." The camera turned to another city. Everyone was still working hard to fight against ghosts and monsters. Huff huff. "Damn it, why is this guy so hard to catch? Hateful. This water monkey has at least the strength of a rank 4 evil spirit. We are not its match at all." "Then what should we do?" I sent out a distress signal on the cultivator place, hoping free cultivators nearby can see it and come to support. "Now all we can do is fight to the end." As soon as the voice fell, that ghost creature rushed toward the two to launch an attack. "Bad news, it is rushing over again. Are we really going to die here today?" One of them raised his hand as if waiting for death, waiting for a long time but no movement, only daring to open his eyes after a good while. "I am fine." That is Chen Zhou. "How is he here?" "Big-breasted woman, are you sure? Is this guy my opponent?" Yan then said. "Correct, Senior, this is the first task we just accepted." "Good, then trouble you to help this great Zhou test new moves. It is time to eat meat." Then he started the battle full of confidence. Chen Zhou strode forward. Yan cheered from behind. "Senior, please be careful, that guy is very strong." Chen Zhou seemed to have victory in his grasp, turning his head back. "No matter how strong, planet warrior Dong Dong Yao is here." The consequence of turning his back to the enemy was that the guy had already jumped up, charging an attack. Yan was panic-stricken. Senior careful coming from the front. As a result, he was hit by that ghost creature, knocked flying very far, seeing the master being beaten. Big Cat could not stand by idly either. It gave a low roar of anger. Yan was the same. They wanted to rush up to counterattack that bastard, actually daring to hit Senior, but the little ghost opened her arms to block them. "Do not move," she continued. "Do not you remember how Chen Zhou instructed when he came? He said he wanted to fight himself, forbidding anyone from interfering." "Oh, seems there was such a thing. Woo-woo. Yeah, so everyone better not help him." The two people from the Soul Suppression Division were very afraid. "Do not joke around, that guy is very strong. Are not you guys ghost pacts? Quickly help him." "Exactly, he took such a heavy hit. Afraid he already." The slime immediately comforted. "You guys rest assured, I have a way to help him weaken the attack. This does not count as cheating. Who told him to have no sense of crisis at all?" That guy did not understand why his fist seemed a few points weaker either, only making Chen Zhou squat there clutching his stomach. "Senior, are you okay?" Chen Zhou's face was originally white, now even more black and blue, aching all over yet still stubborn. No, this attack is weak, like scratching an itch." The little ghost gave a thumbs up. "See, we should have believed him." The slime suddenly revealed that the guy was a rank 4 water monkey evil spirit, with an attack method exactly the same as the ghost that caused the drought before. If it was an opponent before, then now it is truly a strange coincidence. "What? He is all you on monkey transformed?" That ghost launched an attack again, spewing a green liquid like poison. "Come quick, dodge quickly. Once stained with that dirty water, you cannot move." Chen Zhou did not take its words to heart at all, still standing on the spot like a rock, raising both hands high to block the poison water. "I will not dodge." The other three stood aside observing, faces revealing extreme anxiety and unease. "Senior Chen Zhou, what is he doing?" Chen Zhou was steady as Mount Tai, sweating like rain. Yuan monkey is not Dong Dong Yao's match." The slime gradually became curious. "What exactly did Dr. Yuan do to you to actually be regarded as a mortal enemy?" But ultimately it counted, as the moment the god-given skill dissipated into nothingness. Just in an instant a ray of light flashed, accompanying rolling thick smoke. In that short time all attacks were thoroughly nullified. Suddenly, this kid is actually quite capable. Actually mastered a move even I do not know. The little ghost over there was also so shocked her jaw dropped. "Is that Chen Zhou's new move such great power?" Sounds of admiration rang out. Chen Zhou was expressionless, feeling the power continuously surging out in his body. That is a god-given skill, but with your current strength this move can maintain for at most 1 minute. Quick, end the battle fast." Hearing this, Chen Zhou immediately rushed toward that guy standing still. "I got it, returning that punch from just now to you." exploding planet punch, you actually sneak attacked me. That ghost after being hit could only curl into a ball to take the beating, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. Heavens, what move name is this long? That ghost was thoroughly defeated after all. Ha ha ha, Ah Yuan monkey sure enough is not Dong Dong Yao's match. Cultivate another 100 years before coming to challenge me. You guy, the slime already said it is not Dr. Ah Yuan, and it has no chance to cultivate anymore. Outside, Chen Zhou even had cheerleaders. The camera turned to the hospital entrance. Zhang Yuyu and the disheveled bureau chief Zhu were coming to visit Chen Zhou. The bureau chief, I heard the Soul Suppression Division headquarters sent people to Janae to inspect. Is it because of my master? Of course. Chen Zhou is someone who can enter and exit the ghost world at will. Old Luo dreams of letting him join the Soul Suppression General Bureau. Then we absolutely cannot let him succeed. The two walked into Chen Zhou's home. Dong Dong Yao, I came to see you. You made a lot of dishes you love, master. But there seemed to be only the spirit at home, and he was tightly tied to the ceiling. Heavens, master, why are you tied up like this? Bureau Chief Zhu Egu hurriedly explained, tone comforting. Sai, you do not be nervous, this guy is not Chen Zhou. He continued, I am not clear about the specific situation either, but he is just a little follower Chen Zhou brought back from the ghost world. Seems to be called spirit or something, such a thing. How come he looks exactly like master? The bureau chief and Yu untied him. The bureau chief asked, I remember you are Second Zhou, right? Who tied you up? Chen Zhou. Second Zhou stood up, stretching his limbs, too lazy to pay attention. He turned to Yu, saying, Are you that fool? Great Zhou died over there. Oh, my master died. She was panic-stricken. You mean Chen Zhou is sleeping or what? Second Zhou let out a big yawn. Last night I was tied up by that guy. Then he went to play at that whatever garrison, only took the girls, did not take me. Oh, this guy is even crazier than Chen Zhou. Girls refer to the little ghost and Ah Yan. Yu still tried hard to question. Second Zhou, what garrison are you talking about? It is on that Kacha Bibi thing. Sounds like the sound of pressing a mobile phone. He is acting. They buried their heads to look at the phone again. It turned out to be that cultivator place app. Just like this, Second Zhou went to play freely, leaving the two sighing at the mobile phone app in the underground garage. Chen Zhou and Yu walked together, the two talking and laughing. Suddenly the lights went out, darkness swallowing the passage. Suddenly a figure flashed behind, lights lit up again. The two were a bit flustered. Taking advantage of Chen Zhou's inattention, a long-eared demon roughly grabbed Yu away. But luckily, Chen Zhou still discovered it in time. He whipped his head around. Little Chu was grabbed by the long-eared demon, 2 lines of tears flowing down her cheeks, the bald head locking Zhang Yuyu tight, making her unable to move. He even laughed pervertedly, leaning close to her ear, affirming, hee hee hee. Little sister, do not be afraid, uncle will play with you. Zhang Yuyu was scared, pale, trembling as she stammered, Woo woo, do not do this. On the other side, Chen Zhou hurriedly rushed over, ordering aggressively, quickly release my precious disciple. The anger in his body erupted. Chen Zhou danced with hands and feet, rushing up at flying speed, shouting, Little ball, do not be afraid, master is coming to save you, this bastard is absolutely unforgivable. As soon as the voice fell, the bald head hurriedly cleared his throat to threaten, do not move if you dare to step forward 1 step. I'll strangle her immediately. Hearing this, Chen Zhou instantly flew into a rage, stomping and clapping, shouting angrily, you dare to threaten me, see if I do not deal with you. Just then, the slime beside spoke up to soothe, mental patient, you wait a moment. The camera returned to Zhang Yuyu's state of mind. At this moment she was in a mess, unable to understand, closing her eyes, asking herself painfully, why did things become like this? Zhang Yuyu tried hard to recall the past. Scenes from that time appeared in her mind like a tangled mess, images of Big Cat and the little ghost fighting with strangers. Zhang Yuyu was extremely lost, secretly asking herself, why am I always a weakling who needs others' protection? Then the image of Chen Zhou yawning floated in her memory. Zhang Yuyu secretly blamed herself. Clearly it was a cultivator's task. Not only did she not complete it, she even implicated Master. Thinking this, she involuntarily shed tears. Zhang Yuyu stated angrily, I really hate this feeling very much. The anger accumulated at the bottom of her heart erupted at this moment, releasing a huge force, actually knocking that bald head flying. He shouted in panic. What? Chen Zhou and the slime witnessed this unbelievable scene, all dumbfounded, faces blank. Even Zhang Yuyu did not expect she would become like this. She stopped, her footsteps freezing, blurting out, this is... Chen Zhou looked at this scene and could not help clicking his tongue in wonder. Wow, disciple is actually glowing. Relying on extraordinary intelligence and keenness, the slime hurriedly reported, it is the 100 Ghost Spirit. The disciple's state fluctuated, triggering the 100 Ghost Spirit's passive protection mechanism, but suddenly the slime stopped. Chen Zhou, who was listening attentively, was interrupted. Immediately turned his head to question closely. But what? The slime continued with difficulty. But the 100 Ghost Spirit can only dispel ghost creatures with cultivation lower than oneself. The disciple is only a star-crowned cultivator. Just then, that bald head turned into a ghost monster appearance, spreading legs and raising hands high, preparing to jump down, speaking up to blame. Little sister cheated. Uncle played games with you, yet you played tricks on Uncle. As soon as the voice fell, the slime reported in panic, and that bastard is a rank 3 severe ghost. Zhang Yu still stared at the sky with wide eyes, unable to speak. Just then, Chen Zhou rushed over like flying. Blocking in front of her, he proposed seriously, if you want to play a game, then let Dong Dong Yao play with you. As soon as the voice fell, Chen Zhou decisively gave that bald head a flying kick from the sky, kicking him flying for 1,000 meters. Zhang Yu screamed, Master. After succeeding in one hit, Chen Zhou walked out arrogantly, confidently expressing his feelings. How was it? Did Dong Yao play this game well, cool or not? Zhang Yuyu looked adoring, happily encouraging. Too amazing, master, it was the coolest. Master seriously crossed his arms, scrutinizing that bald head, evaluating, out of sight, out of mind. HMPH, a mere small severe ghost, actually dared to touch my disciple. Just then, Zhang Yu walked up aggressively, acting spoiled, saying, Master, although you were very handsome just now, it is better not to save me in the future. Chen Zhou pulled a long face hearing this inexplicable proposal, while the slime asked in confusion, why does the disciple say this? Waiting for this sentence, Zhang Yu affirmed aloud, I also hope to be like Master one day. I also want to stand in front to protect others, so Master, please teach me the move from today. Hearing this, Chen Zhou shook his head helplessly, turning to walk away, not forgetting to advise, silly disciple, stop thinking about it. That move of Dong Yao took hundreds of millions of years of cultivation to succeed, you cannot learn it. Ruthlessly rejected, Zhang Yuyu retorted in a huff, Master, how do I know it will not work if I have not tried? Even the slime opposed Chen Zhou's opinion. That is right, if you do not teach, hand over the body, I'll teach her. Then Chen Zhou took to his heels and ran, shouting with a giggle, not listening, Dong Yao is going to execute the next mission. Zhang Yuyu was suddenly left behind, chasing and shouting, Master. The slime also chased up, angrily roaring, you guys do not change the subject. After a while, the three gathered in a place. Chen Zhou held the mobile phone to announce the task. Zhang Yu leaned over to look at the screen, then read the task aloud. Master, it is the vanishing 14th floor. Chen Zhou froze, blurting out in surprise. The slime hurriedly interrupted to explain, tone a bit rushed. That is not what it means. At this moment in the narrow elevator, Zhang Yuyu held the phone displaying the task notification, clearly conveying the details. The task description said the residents here mysteriously disappeared on the 14th floor, waiting for someone to discover. Before finishing listening, Chen Zhou crossed his arms, announcing with a face of arrogance and confidence, 14th floor, rest assured I will definitely rescue you. Misunderstood repeatedly, the slime's anger erupted, roaring, already said that is not what it means. Suddenly, Zhang Yuyu shouted in panic, voice trembling, Master, look, turns out there is no button for the 14th floor on the control panel at all. Hand faster than brain, Chen Zhou hurriedly pressed the 4 key, then naively counted wrong. Let me count. 1, 2, 3, 14, not here, it is here. The slime vomited blood from anger, cursing frantically. Did Li Qingshan teach you math? Immediately after, Chen Zhou had a flash of inspiration, announcing excitedly, if we cannot find it, then let us search floor by floor, will not that do? Zhang Yu also agreed with this point of view, nodding with a sigh of relief. So that is it. Maybe this is the condition to open that non-existent space, the slime immediately retorted after hearing, full of suspicion. Hey disciple, do not be deceived by this mental patient. Where is there such a strange condition? Finishing speaking, the slime waved its hand lightly, summoning a mysterious green circle, proposing confidently, HMPH, let me lend a hand, sense if there is any mysterious ghost domain. Open sesame. Thanks to its spell, the elevator originally missing the 14th floor instantly displayed that floor on the screen. Zhang Yu cheered in surprise. Oh, we arrived, Chen Zhou interrupted arrogantly again, triumphantly. See, following Dong Yao is definitely right. The slime was so angry its face turned purple, cursing, what the hell does it have to do with you? The three continued to explore deep into the 14th floor. The slime shared information enthusiastically, full of confidence. The yin energy here is not heavy. Looks like the ghost creature should not be very powerful. Chen Zhou at this moment was like a curious child looking around, sizing up every corner, then shouting at the top of his lungs, Hey, anyone here? The planet's greatest warrior has graced you with his presence. Why is no one coming out to welcome? Immediately after, a blurred figure appeared in the distance. Zhang Yuyu shrank her body seeing this, whispering worriedly, Master, there seems to be some sound over there. Chen Zhou immediately glanced over, then nodded confirming, Just then an old man with a white beard walked over trembling. Chen Zhou shouted upon seeing face full of dissatisfaction. What, just an old man? Zhang Yuyu was equally surprised, doubting. Is he the target of this mission? Heard that the missing residents became listless when discovered. Then Chen Zhou and Zhang Yuyu stood still, watching the old man approach. Suddenly he fell to the ground, screaming miserably in pain. This sudden fall scared Chen Zhou and Zhang Yuyu into retreating. I was staring dead at the old man lying prone on the ground. Zhang Yuyu asked anxiously, this what to do, master? Should we help him up? Chen Zhou analyzed calmly, tone peaceful. To help or not to help, that is a question. The slime evaluated suspiciously after observing carefully. This guy could not be specializing in racket scams, right? Just then the old man trembled, begging, Aye, stranger, come give me a hand quickly. In his calculating brain, the old man had already made his plan, thinking secretly, wait for you to get close, I'll spray a mouthful of bewildering gas. Ha ha ha, then I can enjoy the unique essence deliciousness of these strangers. Chen Zhou was always ready to help for a just cause. Seeing someone in trouble, he ran over happily, declaring heroically, Dong Yao is the embodiment of justice, can absolutely not turn a blind eye to this kind of matter. The old man waited for this moment, cheering in his heart, right, come quickly. Suddenly, Chen Zhou was tripped by the cane in front, seeing he was about to fall, mouth still shouting wildly, Ouch, my mother! The old man also climbed up, heart full of calculation, ready to spray ghost gas. But just then, Chen Zhou's head smashed heavily onto the old man's face, scaring him into screaming in terror. Zhang Yu, standing behind witnessing all this, hurriedly shouted, Master! Chen Zhou rolled on the ground in pain, wailing, "Ouch, my mother hurts me to death." Zhang Yu ran over, asking with concern, "Master, are you okay?" The old man was also in considerable pain. He struggled to screech blame. "Oh hey, you stinky brat, why do not you watch where you are walking?" Chen Zhou was furious, jumping up abruptly, pointing at the old man's face, roaring, "Stinky old man, clearly your cane hit me. Speak, how do you plan to compensate me?" The old man's jaw dropped hearing this, blurting out, "Ha." The camera suddenly switched. It was late at night, but a certain angry voice still echoed in the ears. "What the hell, those sentences clearly should be said by me." In Janae City, the heavenly demon cult branch's huge tower stood majestically in the dark night. Feng Bao rested his feet on the table, flipping through reports, could not help praising, truly a fertile and rich land." Then he thought secretly, tone self-satisfied, truly a fertile and rich land." Feng Bao threw the report on the table, deducing alone, "That bunch of high-level officials suddenly disappeared. I have to take the opportunity to expand the heavenly demon cult's influence." On the table lay materials regarding Chen Zhou. Feng Bao calculated secretly, "The urgent task now is to first eliminate those guys opposing the heavenly demon cult. This way the days of controlling Janae City are not far." Transition to another residence. Chen Zhou sat cross-legged, eyes closed tight, whole body emitting strange fantasy light. He blurted out excitedly, "Am I not very happy right now? Because I have waited for this day for a long time." Just then a doctor carried appetizing food over, proposing happily, Okay, party time, party time. What's the rush for this supper?" Chen Zhou raised both hands above his head, celebrating victory, elated. "Yay, finally done eating so little?" But outside the window 2 strangers' figures appeared faintly, one of them signaling, "Found him." The fatty appeared saying, "Chen Zhou." Suddenly 2 strangers pushed the door to enter. The fatty called out softly, "Chen Zhou ah." Immediately after that, man wearing glasses proposed softly, "Come with uncles for a trip." Their sudden appearance stunned Li Qingshan. Staring with wide eyes, Chen Zhou still lowered his head, eating wolfishly. He looked up at them while chewing, expressionless. Only then did Li Qingshan question severely, "Who are you? How did you get in?" The 2 strangers walked straight to Chen Zhou as if nothing happened. The glasses man smiled treacherously, announcing confidently, "Fatty, what nonsense, take away directly." The fatty nodded in agreement, saying, "All right." Then the 2 rushed up violently to attack Chen Zhou. At this tense moment, Chen Zhou still tried hard to reach for the last piece of meat in the plate. Li Qingshan tried desperately to protect him, but to no avail. He questioned strictly, "Who exactly are you? What do you want to do to Chen Zhou?" "Blocked," the glasses man ordered in exasperation. "Damn it, fatty." Immediately after, even he was beaten by the opponent's dense attacks until captured without resistance. Chen Zhou, unable to resist, was tied up by the fatty with ropes. Li Qingshan wasn't any better off. He was held down dead by the glasses man, unable to move, but Li Qingshan still used all his skills to shout, "Chen Zhou, run quickly, run quickly." Chen Zhou did not listen at all. He struggled desperately, tone full of regret. "Meat, my meat is not finished yet." The glasses man hurriedly ordered the fatty to tie tighter. "Do not let him run." Forced into a desperate situation, Li Qingshan had a flash of inspiration. "Have to notify old Zhu that something happened to Chen Zhou." He secretly took out his phone to dial and transmit a signal. Subsequently, Li Qingshan and Chen Zhou were dragged away. At this moment his phone connected, a beeping sound coming through. Li Qingshan shouted desperately, "Hey, that child has not eaten full yet, let him eat a few more bites. Cannot we go after eating?" The ward was empty, people gone, but the phone still transmitted sound. "Hey old Li, what's wrong old Li? Speak." On the wind-whistling highway, those 2 strangers' trucks sped away, engine roaring echoing all around. One person laughed loudly, full of complacency. "Ha ha ha, Chen Zhou is just so-so. We 2 are really capable, making him honest just like that." The other person frowned slightly, tone half believing, half doubting. "Strange, at any rate he is a mage. How come he was caught so easily?" The fatty held the steering wheel tight, speaking up to comfort. "Forget it, thinking so much for what? Anyway, it is done. Going back this trip, maybe we can make a fortune." The glasses man gradually relaxed, nodding in agreement. "True too." In the pitch-black carriage behind, Li Qingshan asked hurriedly, "Who exactly are they? Why kidnap you?" Chen Zhou did not care at all. Actually lying down directly to sleep soundly, snoring like thunder, Li Qingshan looked at him helplessly, begging earnestly, "Even if you are willing to go with them, can you get me out first? Pity my old bones. I do not want to suffer in my old age." Suddenly, Li Qingshan urged in panic, voice trembling. The car stopped. "Could it be they want to kill us to silence?" Chen Zhou, "No time, think of a way quickly." Chen Zhou. He woke up suddenly, casting a spell to disappear out of thin air, not forgetting to say, "Are you looking for Chen Zhou? Then you look, I am not playing anymore." Li Qingshan shouted in loss, "Hey!" Just at this moment the 2 strangers opened the trunk to check, faces revealing indescribable confusion. The glasses man rushed in, shouting in a flurry, How come only one? Where is Chen Zhou?" Li Qingshan was equally flustered, hurriedly explaining, "I do not know either. He went whoosh and flew away." Looking at the empty rope, the fatty panicked for a moment, voice fearful. "This can be done. Missing one, how to explain to Brother Bao?" The glasses man habitually pushed his glasses, answering calmly, "Do not panic, fatty. Is not there still one person here?" The fatty held his head, saying irritably, "What use is there having a person? He is not the Chen Zhou Brother Bao wants." The glasses man hurriedly argued, "Brother Bao never saw what Chen Zhou looks like, so shut up. He is Chen Zhou." This eloquence left Li Qingshan dumbfounded, countless question marks instantly popping up in his brain. The camera switched suddenly. At this moment Chen Zhou was facing that stubborn old man. He hugged Chen Zhou's leg tight, crying and scamming, "Young man, pay me money quickly, otherwise do not think of leaving." Chen Zhou was so angry his face turned purple, shaking his leg, roaring angrily. "Ha, exactly who hit whom?" Burning with anger, Chen Zhou gripped the cane tight, questioning seriously. "Just now it knocked down Dong Dong Yao, so I ask you, is this thing yours?" The old man was scared by his terrifying pressure, answering, stammering, "N number, this cannot be reasoned with." Chen Zhou's hot blood surged and he rushed over, punching and kicking the old man, cursing while beating. "Dead old man, do not even think of keeping that only remaining good leg." The old man still acted humble, persuading to beg for mercy. "Aye, young man, why have no martial ethics?" Standing aside witnessing, Zhang Yuyu could not help shouting worriedly, "Master, do not be impulsive." She hurriedly grabbed Chen Zhou's hand, wanting to stop him from acting, but Chen Zhou had already lost his reason. Annoyed and dancing with hands and feet, "Why are you blocking me, little ball? Ah, today I must educate this liar properly." The old man was beaten black and blue, turning his back in overwhelming shame, secretly blaming himself. "Preposterous, it has always been me scamming others, did not expect to lose all face today." Lose all face. Thinking this, he immediately transformed his body shape, muscles bulging block by block, bursting through his clothes. The old man lowered his voice. "This is called holding a grudge, smelly brat. It does not matter who I bumped into anymore." Chen Zhou, Zhang Yuyu, and the slime froze on the spot, facing the old man's terrifying transformation as he continued to declare smugly. The key point was that at this moment he had already completed his transformation. His body at this moment was like a strong giant. He announced seriously, "No matter what, this old man will suck your essence dry." Hearing this, the slime remarked sarcastically. This was mockery. "Oh my, this old guy's self-destructed." The old man decisively clenched his fist to launch a move, not forgetting to provoke. "Obediently raise your hands and surrender. Your spirit, energy, and spirit are all highly nutritious supplements." Subsequently, a heavy punch fell. Luckily, Zhang Yuyu was quick-eyed and deft-handed, pulling Chen Zhou back to dodge in time. She shouted a reminder, "Master, careful." Immediately after, Zhang Yu unleashed the 100 Ghost Spirit spell to fight against that stubborn old man. Golden light gathered into a circle, rushing straight at him. While attacking with full force, Zhang Yuyu asked with concern, "Master, are you okay?" Chen Zhou held his still trembling hand tight, full of confusion. "Strange, why does Dong Dong Yao's hand have no strength?" Seeing this, the slime reported with worry. "Looks like with your current body you cannot continuously unleash the god-given skill." Zhang Yuyu's protective barrier was being worn down, likely to shatter at any time. She spoke with difficulty. "Master, think of a way quickly. I cannot hold on much longer." As soon as the voice fell, the protective shield was instantly blasted to pieces by the old man's punch. He cackled loudly, declaring smugly, "Go to die for this old man." Accompanied by the force and inertia, Zhang Yuyu fell backward. The slime shouted in terror, "Bad news!" Suddenly, the little ghost appeared out of thin air, a fierce flying kick hitting the old man right in the face, making him spray blood in pain. "Peef!" the little girl roared sternly. "You old thing, get lost, Chen Zhou." Look! The magic on the old man's body gradually dissipated. His body at this moment only remained a withered skeleton. The old man shrank into a ball, screaming in terror. "This little girl is actually a ghost general, bullying people too much." Chen Zhou regained the upper hand, complaining angrily. "Little ghost grabbed that old guy's good leg. He staged an accident against me just now and refused to admit it." Hearing this, the little ghost was incomparably disappointed, shaking her head and sighing helplessly. "You actually dared to extort him?" The old man was scared into cold sweat streaming down, stammering to beg for mercy. "I did not. Do not know what the little ghost did. Only heard a shrill, miserable scream." After resolving the matter, Chen Zhou and everyone turned to leave. He laughed heartily, full of confidence. "Ha ha ha, no task can stump Dong Dong Yao," the slime decisively proposed, speaking enthusiastically. "Chen Zhou, this 14th floor space is a rare ownerless ghost domain. I suggest you let the little ghost occupy it." Hearing this, Chen Zhou immediately praised, "Little ghost, you performed very well just now. I'll give you a good thing. Stick your hand out." The little ghost happily extended her hand. The slime immediately conducted the handover process. Humph humph, Ghost Domain Master Acknowledgement. The little ghost was in the picture. At this time it was exactly the acknowledgement process between Chen Zhou and the little ghost. The camera turned to the Heavenly Demon Cult's high tower. Feng Bao spoke up to express suspicion. "You too caught Chen Zhou." Feng Bao held up the photo of Chen Zhou in his phone to question the tied-up person. "This is Chen Zhou?" The man wearing glasses dragged Li Qingshan and explained, "Brother Bao, listen to me, he is very photogenic. So the photo and the person are not quite the same." The fatty chimed in from the side. Right. Feng Bao rested his chin in his hand with a look of expectation. He said plainly, I see he is very excited and agitated. See if he has anything to say. Let him speak." The man wearing glasses hurriedly answered, Okay, but this kid really likes to talk nonsense, Brother Bao, do not take it to heart." The tape on Li Qingshan's mouth was torn off, immediately coughing violently, popping out a few useless sentences. "Hua!" Immediately after, he shouted hurriedly, "Hero, spare my life, I am not." The two subordinates were scared green in the face. The fatty kicked Li Qingshan randomly, roaring, "What do you mean is or is not, is or is not?" The man wearing glasses also cursed excitedly. "Shut up, do not be arrogant in front of our Heavenly Demon Cult's new boss." The two subordinates' violent reaction startled Feng Bao. He asked in confusion, "I was just asking, his last words are not finished yet. Why are you hitting him?" The man wearing glasses hurriedly answered, "He has mental illness. I am afraid he'll bite you." "Brother Bao," the fatty hurriedly argued from the side, voice stammering, "I feel he is not happy." Feng Bao scanned Li Qingshan's miserable state in front of him, lowered his voice looking bored. Forget it as long as the person is caught. Feng Bao's eyes gradually became gloomy, ordering through gritted teeth, revealing a sinister look. Are you ready? I want to make this Chen Zhou regret opposing the heavenly demon cult in this life. In the monitoring room, Dr. Ah Yuan pointed at the surveillance screen, tone serious. Bureau Chief Zhu, this is the hospital's surveillance. Look, the dean has been with Chen Zhou all along. The bureau chief looked silently in the direction of the finger. Zhu Eiguo's face was pale. That is not Chen Zhou, that is Second Zhou. Why is old Li with Second Zhou? He shouted in surprise. Is not that Chen Zhou? Zhu Eigu crossed his arms, explaining slowly. I felt something was wrong when I received the call. Arrived only to find an accident happened. Now it is also confirmed. Old Li and Second Zhou were kidnapped. Ah Yuan screamed in panic. Kidnap? What's the use of kidnapping our dean? He does not have many years to live. No, I mean he is retiring in a few years. Bureau Chief Zhu's face was gloomy, turning to stroke his chin in deep thought and deduction. Preliminary judgment is that the opponent's target should be Chen Zhou, but due to a strange combination of circumstances, old Li and Second Zhou were mistakenly caught. But who would want to kidnap Chen Zhou? Ah Yuan turned to ask, Bureau Chief, where is Chen Zhou now? The Bureau Chief answered, tonight he and our officer Yu Yu went to execute a mission. I'll contact them when they come back in another place. Under the blue sky, soft sunlight sprinkled on the small house. Zhu Eigu opened his arms, slowly narrating the whole thing. The matter is just like this. Chen Zhou and the slime stared with wide eyes, stunned, speechless. Yu Yu reacted faster. She shouted worriedly, how could such a thing happen? Zhu Eiguo's face was pale, trembling as he comforted. Dong Dong Yao, do not be afraid. We checked the surveillance and found the kidnappers are people from the heavenly demon cult. Their target is you. The urgent task now is to ensure your safety. You rest assured. As for Second Zhou and old Li, I will contact old Luo to think of a way to save them. Ah Yuan pushed his glasses, thinking secretly in his heart, eyes flashing a trace of sharpness. Exactly who is afraid of whom? Bureau Chief Zhu took out his mobile phone, stammering, I'll call old Luo. The slime flew into midair, analyzing. Second Zhou is your ghost servant, so I can sense where he is. Is not he right in the hospital? Chen Zhou raised his head, face written full of suspicion toward these words. A loud bang suddenly came from outside the door. Second Zhou opened his arms, cheering loudly. I am back, he asked excitedly. Why are there so many people? Is it time to eat again? Yu Yu and Ah Yuan raised their heads in surprise. Zhu Eigu felt relieved of a heavy burden. Chen Zhou patted his shoulder, saying smugly, Second Zhou's intelligence and wisdom, this point resembles me. Does this count as a big deal? He answered. Good that you are safe and sound, good that you are safe and sound, the slime laughed loudly. Haha, I said it, my sensing will not be wrong. Second Zhou was very surprised that everyone was so happy. Ah Yuan stroked his chin, walking in front of Second Zhou. Wait a minute, Chen, oh no, Second Zhou, how come you came back alone? Where is our dean? Second Zhou laughed naively. He said he wanted to find Great Zhou, so I let him go back to find him himself. The others' faces collapsed instantly, stiffening on the spot. Only their faces were black as charcoal. His meaning was, Zhu Eigu reacted the most intensely. He shouted worriedly, this is impossible, right? He threw old Li down and ran away himself? At the same time, Li Qingshan was in a dark and damp place, fresh blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, slowly dripping down. Dean Li was tied up solidly like a silkworm chrysalis, gasping for breath heavily. Huff huff, the fatty's voice sounded. Brother Bao continued, this old man cannot hold on much longer. Feng Bao, hands in pockets, walking over majestically. Chen Zhou, now do you know the consequence of opposing the heavenly demon cult? He walked closer, grabbing Li Qingshan's hair face to face, eyes cruel. Regretting now is useless, what else do you have to say? Dean Li spat out a few words with difficulty. Huff huff, aye, Feng Bao urged impatiently. What did you say? Li Qingshan shouted aggrievedly. Damn it, I am not Chen Zhou. Since several decades ago, since the moment my mom gave birth to me, I have not been. Feng Bao froze for a moment, surprised. What did you say? The fatty's face was pale, cursing inwardly. Damn it. Another subordinate was also startled. Was it discovered? Feng Bao turned around angrily, murderous eyes and gloomy face making the two panic-stricken. He gritted his teeth. What does he mean by this? Who can explain to me? After a while, Feng Bao also understood. He crossed his arms, standing in front of Li Qingshan. So that is it. Turns out those two trash let Chen Zhou run and you are Chen Zhou's dean. Dean Li answered, that is it. So you guys release me quickly. I have no value to you. A chaotic evil thought flashed through Feng Bao's brain, frowning. Oh, cannot say it like that. Since it is like this, you can help me contact Chen Zhou, right? Li Qingshan was startled, crying inwardly. Bad news, this guy wants to use me to catch Chen Zhou, he thought to himself. Although Chen Zhou threw me down and ran, I watched him grow up from childhood. Absolutely cannot let him fall into the evil cult's hands. Li Qingshan made up his mind, shouting, then you guys kill me. I do not know where Chen Zhou is. Feng Bao sneered. Ha, have backbone, then the supreme luxury torture awaits you. He waved his hand to order. Two subordinates walked up, revealing insidious smiles. Dean Li said in panic, what do you want to do? The fatty and the white-haired man took turns using duck feathers and grass to scratch the soles of his feet. Li Qingshan laughed until tears came out. Ha ha, stop scratching, ha, they threatened. Speak quickly. Where is Chen Zhou? He had to submit. Ha ha, I speak, ha. At this moment in the small hut where Chen Zhou's group gathered, Chen Zhou and Second Zhou stood in front of the window. He clenched his fist, shouting angrily, Ah Yuan monkey, that bastard, look at his smug face. Second Zhou picked his nose, not caring at all. Only the slime chimed in. Sigh, this is also something that cannot be helped. Bureau Chief Zhu had already led people to search and rescue the dean outside the courtyard. Ah Yuan was commanding the hospital people, the slime continued. Since Big Mountain is not here, someone has to be responsible for managing the hospital. A Yuan smiled like a flower. Chen Zhou looked extremely unhappy. Damn it, he wants to ride on my head. Let him wait another 10,000 years. He took his anger out on others, turning to bully Second Zhou. You stupid Second Zhou, all your fault, useless and causing trouble. The mobile phone vibrated to remind. Hey, your phone. Chen Zhou answered the phone while strangling Second Zhou's neck. Hello, Dong Dong Yao is very busy, please dial again later. Stranger's voice sounded. Chen Zhou, he asked back. Who are you? The slime poked its head out curiously from the side. Feng Bao sat on the chair imitating gangster movies, tone deep. Who I am is not important. What's important is who I have in my hands. Li Qingshan's shouting came. Ha, Chen Zhou, I'll come save me quickly. Ha, Chen Zhou was surprised. Big Mountain? He questioned angrily. Did you catch Big Mountain? Hand him over quickly, otherwise Ah Yuan Monkey is going to rule the world. Feng Bao answered arrogantly. Ha, release him, you are kidding. Taking advantage of his speaking time, Second Zhou slipped away secretly. The slime urged. Enter Second, ask him quickly what exactly he wants to do. Chen Zhou followed closely, asking him. Then what do you want? Feng Bao answered cunningly. I just want to seek justice for the heavenly demon cult brothers who fell into your hands. After listening, Chen Zhou said naively to the slime, he said he wants love and peace, truly speechless. On the other end of the phone, Feng Bao was so angry his face turned purple. When did I say that? But who are you talking to? He started calculating. Forget it, I will not argue with you either. Now dare you meet me like a man to talk. I know this old man has an iron relationship with you, so you are anxious to save him, right? If you can defeat me, you can take him away. At this moment, Chen Zhou had already been distracted by Second Zhou. That guy was gnawing on a slipper rushing out of the corridor. He shouted, Hey Second Zhou, that is not food. He turned back to ask the phone, what did you say just now? I did not hear clearly. Say it again. The other party was helpless. It seemed he did not really want to save anyone, right? Feng Bao suppressed his anger and repeated, I mean, do you dare to come see me alone? If you can save him from my hands, then you count as impressive. Chen Zhou had already stopped Second Zhou at this moment, answering confidently. Ha, the Earth's great warrior will never admit defeat. Li Qingshan's voice sounded again. Ha ha, Chen Zhou, oh, do not come, it is dangerous. Chen Zhou supported himself with his hand, speaking loudly to reassure Dean Li Big Mountain. Do not be afraid, although you are actually a bit of a weakling, rest assured, I will absolutely not let Ah Yuan Monkey rule this world. You wait for me there. Li Qingshan asked back in surprise. Ha! Rapid footsteps came, speed getting faster and faster, breathing also becoming disordered. The panting sound huff huff rang out nonstop. That person's figure gradually appeared. It was an old man wearing round glasses and graying hair. The panting never stopped. Huff huff, even so, he thought while running. Done for, this time truly done for. This bunch of guys are simply demons. Thinking this, he gritted his teeth as if venting accumulated anger. Not long ago in a room, he was sneaking out with a blonde. And at this time, someone was sitting leisurely on a chair, mobile phone ringtone ringing nonstop. Not only that, a person unable to move was tied to the hospital bed. Suddenly a person appeared in front of the hospital bed, staring at the old man on the bed and speaking, Chen Zhou will come here later. Hearing this, the old man was also startled, turning his head in confusion, but his vision suddenly changed. Feng Bao, with a dark face, staring dead at that group of people sneaking away, could not help cracking his knuckles crack crack, foreshadowing an impending slaughter. He approached and said, You two actually dared to deceive me, should not we settle this score? Hearing him say this, Mew and the old man beside him streamed cold sweat. Mew turned his head, explaining softly, Brother Bao, I will not dare anymore. The old man also chimed in. Yes, Chen Zhou has already arrived. Brother Bao, spare us this time. Although begging for mercy, facing the tall body in front, they still could not stop trembling. Li Qingshan lying on the bed also could not help streaming cold sweat. Fresh blood splashed, miserable screams following. Ah 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 ah. Seeing this, the old man secretly complained in his heart, thinking heavily. How come he beats even his own allies? The old man's thought just fell when Feng Bao's voice rang out. That will not do, my hands are very itchy right now. The scene returned to the present. He still ran outward, panting heavily, shouting, Help! Suddenly he stopped his steps, looking at the scene before his eyes, crying out inwardly. Entering his view was Second Zhou, pointing ahead with a face full of unhappiness. It is over there. That direction. I know the way. The person speaking to him was Chen Zhou. He yawned while walking, completely ignoring Second Zhou's existence, only noticing the figure behind him. Instantly, the old man's face bloomed with joy. That is Chen Zhou, and there is a clone. If it is him, maybe he can really defeat that Brother Bao. Thinking this, he immediately ran toward them, opening his arms to block the road. Wait a minute, are you Chen Zhou? Before he could finish speaking, Second Zhou recognized the acquaintance, pointing at him, saying, It is him. He is the one who grabbed you. Hearing this, Chen Zhou was also startled, trying hard to search his memory. As soon as Second Zhou's voice fell, the two acted like crazy, hands gesturing arcs above their heads. Second Zhou shouted, Great Zhou, ah! Pincer attacked from front and back to catch him. His face was written full of anger. Responding to his request, Chen Zhou also answered excitedly, Okay. The old man immediately assumed a humble posture, waving hands to beg for mercy. Do not do this. I am not your enemy. It was Feng Bao who made me catch you. He denied again and continued, It was him who made an appointment with me. No matter which of you is Chen Zhou, save me quickly, otherwise I am dead meat. In the blink of an eye, the three turned from enemies to friends. The three walked in the corridor chatting. Chen Zhou spoke up. So it is because you are afraid that guy called Little Dragon will beat you that you let me go beat him, right? The old man scratched his head, answering. That is about the meaning, Second Joe chimed in sarcastically from the side, truly cowardly. Are all men wearing glasses so servile? Instantly Chen Zhou's face twisted, shouting with a face of disgust, of course Dong Dong Yao will defeat him, but this kind of betrayal behavior of yours does not count as being a good person. Second Joe also echoed with a face of unhappiness, exactly. The old man's mouth corner twitched as if telling his bitterness, you guys do not understand, he really wants to beat me to death. Feng Bao's story was revealed. The old man narrated, although that guy looks silly, he has serious violent tendencies, looking for excuses to beat people all day. Even when Minister Lu was here before, she could not control him, now that the minister is out of contact. He is even more unscrupulous, directly crowning himself the new minister. We simply have no power to resist. Hearing him say this, the slime beside thought that this kid's words weren't false. But forget it, no matter what, Chen Zhou also needs to accumulate experience and strengthen cultivation. Not knowing the slime's thoughts, the old man spoke up. He is just ahead. We are arriving. Standing in front of a big gate, Chen Zhou asked with a face full of world weariness and disgust. It is here? The old man put on a loyal look, walking to the door saying, Right, I'll open the door for you. The door opened, the whole room shrouded in pitch blackness. Second Zhou spoke up. Great Zhou, why is it so dark inside? Cannot see anything. Chen Zhou answered him. Are you stupid? The lights are not on. Go find the switch. Second Zhou responded. Oh, they walked in, not noticing the old man still standing at the door. After a while, Chen Zhou shouted, Second Zhou, found the switch yet? Glasses man, why are not you coming in? The old man revealed a treacherous expression, reaching out to close the door, scaring the slime into screaming. Not only that, when the door was about to close, the old man mocked, I am not going in to accompany you guys to death. Ha, Chen Zhou, this is the place where the heavenly demon cult imprisons and tortures ghost creatures. He even added a sentence, you will be torn to pieces by them. The moment the door closed, Second Zhou shouted, rushing over, while Chen Zhou just stood in place looking back at the closing door. The old man thought secretly in his heart, do not blame me for this. With Brother Bao's temper, he will definitely chase to kill me to the ends of the earth. Might as well just let you guys fight. The old man's face glowed with radiance, thinking gloomily. Relying on you guys to defeat that cruel monster is simply a fool's dream because he has never lost. The scene suddenly switched to inside. Chen Zhou burned with anger, clenching his fist to curse in a low voice. Damn it, that man wearing glasses actually dared to scheme against me, angered me to death. Although he was furious, the slime laughed loudly beside him. Haha, did you just discover it now? The fool Second Zhou behind waved his hand, shouting excitedly, Big brother, I seem to have found the switch. Just at that moment the light suddenly lit up, illuminating the group of ghosts locked in iron cages. The dense iron bars were pasted full of yellow talismans. In this gloomy space, Second Zhou screamed in terror. Oh my mother, why are there so many ghosts? Scared me to death. The slime also interjected immediately, tone heavy. The yin energy here is terribly heavy. Looks like the heavenly demon cult spent a lot of effort to catch them. When they walked along the cold iron bars, Chen Zhou suddenly stopped, sensing the anomaly, blurting out to ask, why are they all so listless? The slime answered thoughtfully, maybe they suffered cruel torture before. Clearly, whether in life or death, they have not done bad things. On the other side, Second Zhou stuck his head into the cage, naively teasing the group of ghosts. Seeing this, Chen Zhou flew into a rage, roaring, truly a bunch of idiots. But Second Zhou acted as if nothing happened, not caring at all, pointing at the iron cage, questioning repeatedly, why not moving, why not moving? He shook his head back and forth while speaking as if searching for an answer. Suddenly Chen Zhou's face became gloomy, roaring in a low voice, Second Zhou, Then he whipped his head around to order, release them all, can you do it? Oh, Second Zhou immediately saluted, answering loudly, yes sir, big brother. Along the deep corridor they suddenly saw 3 large doors. Chen Zhou said in surprise, this corridor is really long. What is this again? The slime explained calmly. This is also created by a cage, but seems to have undergone special treatment. Looks like the soul inside is definitely not ordinary. Chen Zhou immediately became interested, reaching out to push the door. Then I really want to take a careful look at what guy is inside. The door just opened a crack. Chen Zhou was startled, shouting, this is. The slime chimed in vigilantly. It is a ghost domain. The scene inside gradually appeared, shrouded in mysterious black and red colors, gloomy enough to make one's hair stand on end. In this space, a young girl wearing red clothes was curling up, sobbing, woo 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 woo. The crying sound made the weird atmosphere even heavier. Chen Zhou felt strange, blurting out, why is there a woman and crying? The slime said helplessly. The resentment is really heavy. Suddenly that woman sat up abruptly, voice trembling. Husband, is it you? Husband, you finally came back. Can you help Linger comb hair? Chen Zhou did not hesitate, running over happily to greet. Were you also locked up by that bad guy? No matter what you want, I can help you. The woman immediately answered, full of expectation. That is great, husband. Help Linger comb hair. Seeing this scene, the slime shook its head, sighing, truly a fool, remembering nothing, been tricked how many times. When Chen Zhou walked closer, he suddenly blushed, thinking, she smells so good. Completely unaware of this thought, the woman continued, yes. Then she tilted her head back, revealing hollow eye sockets, fangs glinting, sharp voice echoing, many thanks, husband. The young girl looked up to thank him. This scene made Chen Zhou's expression change drastically. Immediately after, a heavy punch smashed directly onto her face. This ghost thing can even speak human language. This blow knocked her flying far away, crashing heavily onto the iron bars. Chen Zhou covered his chest, panting, voice trembling. Scared me to death. This thing looks really weird, the slime sighed, reminding. Chen Zhou, I already said this ghost has heavy resentment, very dangerous. Do not get touchy-feely right from the start. Just as they were discussing, her body began to tremble violently. Silver Bell sat on the ground covering her face, seemingly wanting to display beauty, but her face gradually twisted, half human, half ghost. But she still whispered, "Husband dotes on me so much." Silver Bell is extremely happy, the slime said helplessly. "Ha, she is not angry even like this, seems even very happy," Chen Zhou also chimed in. "HMPH, she is really strange." Gradually, Silver Bell propped herself up on the ground, trembling to stand up. Finishing speaking, she said again, "Strange, since husband says so." When Silver Bell stood completely straight, she smiled brilliantly. "Linger just likes husband." Her beauty seemed to have recovered, skin smoother than before. Pointing at herself, Silver Bell whispered, "So whatever husband wants to do to Linger is okay." Chen Zhou listened, forcibly turning his head away, but still blurting out, "This girl is too pitiful, seems to have brain problems. Let us go quickly." "I am afraid of being infected," the slime answered resignedly. First time seeing a psychotic ghost. Watching them leave, Silver Bell turned her head to look, a cold hand resting on Chen Zhou's shoulder. He whipped his head around. Entering his view was her face, hated by both humans and ghosts. She suddenly transformed into an evil ghost, roaring, "Doing anything is okay, but you cannot leave." Hearing this, Chen Zhou looked at Silver Bell's face, stammering. Could not help thinking, what to do. Must be I hit too hard just now. That is why she will not let me go. Contrary to this, the slime covered its eyes despisingly. So that is it. This ghost hated heartless men most in life, so she extremely resents people who leave her. Suddenly, a blue-haired young girl passed through Chen Zhou's body, rushing out, waving her hand to push Silver Bell away, roaring, "Release him quickly. Senior is already married." Looking at that figure, Chen Zhou streamed cold sweat, shouting, "Big-breasted woman." Silver Bell stood in the distance, roaring angrily, "HMPH, so husband has other ghosts?" Suddenly, she turned to ask Chen Zhou, "Senior, are you okay?" Chen Zhou suddenly flew into a rage, shouting, "I am fine. This girl is truly unreasonable, will not let me go, and says she wants to use me as appetizers." The slime did not want to argue, only blurting out, "Ha." She did not say the second half right. Hearing this, Yan sneered, leaning close to Silver Bell to mock, "Senior goes wherever he wants. On what basis do you not let him go? Still calling Senior husband. You do not even know what Senior's name is, right?" Hearing this, Silver Bell was startled, anger exploding, face darkening, the sickle in her hand growing larger, screaming, "Who are you? Does it fall to you to interrupt my business with husband?" Anger reached the peak. Silver Bell roared, "I just want to be with my husband. Is there anything wrong with that?" Watching her fly into a rage, Chen Zhou shouted anxiously, "Big-breasted woman, watch out." That sickle flew toward Yan. She hurriedly raised her hand to block, but still let out a muffled groan. The crumbling emotions now left only Silver Bell's anger. She shouted while attacking, "Say it, what did I do wrong?" Silver Bell rushed over just like that, constantly repeating that question. Say it, you say it." Seeing the situation was completely in Silver Bell's favor, Chen Zhou hurriedly said to the big-breasted woman, "I will." Before he could finish, Yan interrupted, "Senior, it is dangerous, do not come over." Condensing dark energy and a weapon in her hand, Silver Bell's face gradually twisted as if she wanted to tear the person before her to shreds. She was also a girl. When did she not need someone to accompany her? In the urgent situation, Yan only had time to utter a few syllables. Freeze, but the situation suddenly reversed. Ice blocks appeared fast as lightning, towering like huge icebergs, causing Silver Bell to let out a miserable scream. The sickle was also knocked flying. Yan stood within the mist she created. Her voice was cold and serious. "Of course I had those times too. After all, the old me was always both weak and useless." Looking at her majestic appearance, Chen Zhou trembled slightly. At this moment, Silver Bell's feet were already trapped by the ice blocks Yan created. Meanwhile, Yan spoke again. "Everyone in this world needs to be protected. We all know how happy it is to be with others." Not noticing them talking, Chen Zhou whispered to the slime, "Why do I feel the big-breasted woman got stronger?" The slime crossed its arms, pondering like a little adult. On the other hand, Yan said again, "But in any relationship there is always a day of separation. No one can accompany anyone forever." Yan walked gently to Silver Bell's side to comfort her. "I do not know what you went through, but it seems you are very afraid of being alone." Silver Bell's tears suddenly slid down her cheeks, her voice changing tune due to pain. "We'll all separate. Am I very afraid of being alone?" Tears gently dripped onto her messy hair, stirring up a hazy layer of light. Even so, she still whispered painfully, "It is not that I am not afraid, I simply—" Yes, that light exploded violently, filling the entire space, startling Yan into blurting out, "This is—" Chen Zhou was also stunned, surprise mixed with worry. "Hey, why are you crying? Where did this light come from?" Yes. The light gradually dispersed into thousands of colors, gently grazing the cold ice blocks. Sensing the anomaly, the slime hurriedly said in a deep voice, "Oh, this is her memory from when she was alive." The space instantly returned to the past. Silver Bell wore a bright red wedding dress, sitting before a mirror, combing her long black hair, chatting animatedly with two close friends. Her smile bloomed like a spring flower. Full of hope, the scene shifted to the moment Silver Bell stepped out of the magnificent flower sedan chair. She gently lifted her veil, her smile shy and brilliant. Before her was the groom's figure. His voice sounded warm yet without any smile, just watching quietly as Silver Bell responded with a smile. Suddenly, the scene spun again. Silver Bell collapsed by the roadside, hands trembling as she tightly gripped two thin sheets of paper. The groom's figure gradually drifted away, leaving only a lonely back view. On the paper beside Silver Bell, the cruel handwriting was clearly visible. "We part on good terms, may we each find happiness." There was also a divorce letter. Silver Bell wept ceaselessly. Eyes red, gaze hollow, soul lost in severe pain, her mind constantly echoed that whisper. "It is not that I am afraid of being alone, I am afraid that there is only me." The scene flowed again to a few days later. Silver Bell stood alone in the crowd of a bustling market, ears filled with malicious whispers. "Everyone look, it is her," another voice full of sarcasm cut in. "Heard she was already married, yet still went to seduce men outside," the person from just now chimed in with shrill disdain. "Truly a dissolute and shameless slut." At this moment only that lonely sentence echoed in Silver Bell's heart. "It wasn't me." When she saw the man she loved deeply holding another young girl's hand, laughing and talking happily, her life seemed to fall into a dark abyss. Yet Silver Bell muttered to herself, voice full of bitterness, "If any relationship has a day of separation." Immediately her face twisted with resentment, biting through her lip, heart filled with hatred. "Heartless man, since that is the case, the one who leaves first deserves to die." Thick fog surrounded Silver Bell, curled up on the ground. Her face suddenly turned gloomy, saying one word at a time, "I said it." Clearly anything was okay. On the cold operating table, under the piercing white light, Silver Bell lay motionless, eyes full of despair. The nurse beside her held a record book, reading mechanically. "Ghost energy extraction, 341st time." As soon as the voice fell, a shrill, miserable scream tore through the space. Not only did the nurse watch coldly, but a young man beside her also watched expressionlessly. Silver Bell lay there, her body full of tubes, trembling violently. A sorrowful self-questioning echoing in her mind. "Clearly no matter what was done to me, I could accept it." However, when Silver Bell's hand raised tremblingly, begging for help, those figures turned resolutely to leave, leaving behind plain words. "Minister, this is the result of this experiment under current conditions." Silver Bell could not speak, only able to silently plead in severe pain, "Do not go." Subsequently, cruel reality or monstrous resentment awakened the power hidden deep in her soul. Bizarre purple light shrouded Silver Bell. She roared crazily, "Why do you guys one by one want to leave me?" Yan was startled, hurriedly opening her arms as if to protect Chen-Jo, shouting loudly, "Senior, you retreat quickly." Chen-Jo was also terrified, stammering, "Our true planet war warriors must absolutely not retreat, must bravely, directly face fear." The slime suddenly appeared out of thin air, analyzing calmly. "This female ghost relied on others too much in life and death. That is why she cannot accept separation." Before the slime could finish, Silver Bell rushed toward Yan, accompanied by a desperate plea, "Stay, stay by my side." The terrifying impact knocked Chen-Jo flying. Yan hurriedly blocked, thinking in shock. HMPH so strong. Silver Bell did not stop, turning back into that familiar evil ghost appearance, attacking crazily. But her voice was still full of grievance. "I have always been enduring and compromising. Did I not do enough?" The suppressed pain seemed unable to calm down. She continued with a broken voice, "Why still leave? Why does everyone want to abandon me?" Attacks came one after another. Yan had to use all her strength to resist. Even so, Silver Bell still whispered in madness, "You guys do not love me. He does not love me." Silver Bell's hand reached out as if to strangle Yan's neck, making her sleep forever. Luckily Yan grabbed that hand in time, but pain was still clearly written on her face. Suddenly, Silver Bell wept like rain, accompanied by a sorrowful call, "Husband?" This sound was heartbreaking. Yan suddenly froze, motionless. But at that moment, Silver Bell flung forcefully, shaking Yan off, making her retreat unprepared. Yan's face suddenly darkened, as if falling into deep thought. Then a gentle smile gradually bloomed on her lovely lips. Yan smiled brilliantly, speaking gently, "Others do not love you. At least you have to love yourself. For so many years you constantly reminded yourself that you were abandoned, forever immersed in pain. The internal conflict trapping you is actually yourself." Hearing this, Silver Bell could not understand, voice sour. "What do you know? Can you understand the feeling of trying your best but being ignored?" The distance between Silver Bell and Yan got closer and closer. She still muttered bitterly to herself, "No matter others." But Yan remained motionless, answering with a smile. Then she opened her arms, voice warm, "I understand." Silver Bell's hand that was prepared to end Yan suddenly stopped in midair. Hearing this, her face was written full of pain. "I also experienced similar things." When they embraced, the surroundings instantly filled with warm sun. Fresh flowers bloomed all around, as if embellishing this tranquil scene. Yan's old memories surged to her heart, back to those days when files piled up like mountains, unable to finish no matter how much she pushed. Back to when everyone had left, only she sat alone before the computer, facing endless files to process. Watching their retreating backs, Yan sighed lightly, voice full of realization. "The old me also longed to be needed by others, so I tried my best to please others, did not know how to refuse, and was afraid of being abandoned." The embrace continued. Although memories were full of pain, she had now dispelled them to welcome the future. "But no matter how hard I tried, loneliness always followed like a shadow. Those people who needed me after I died, not a single one mourned for me, not even for a second." Then Yan smiled lightly, gently pushing Silver Bell's shoulders away, looking straight into her eyes, saying, "So I started accepting others' dislike. I understood that feelings cannot be forced. I know your past was bound by the mortal world, difficult to let go or not, but now you are free. No one can criticize you insatiably anymore." These words made Silver Bell stand quietly like a statue. Actually, Yan was like a little angel, opening her hand, smiling. You do not need to be abandoned by others, and you do not need to change yourself to please anyone. Gently patting Silverbell's shoulder, Yan continued encouragingly, clearly you are so pretty. Surely many people will like you. This sentence seemed to touch the depths of Silverbell's heart. She covered her chest as if daring not believe her own ears. Silverbell suddenly became shy like a young girl just discovering love, covering her mouth whispering, I am very pretty, so will there be people who like me? Yan answered happily while retreating. Of course, otherwise why would you like dressing yourself up so much? Silverbell stammered, voice hesitant. That is because I wanted to make others like me more. Yan listened, then gently bent down to pick up the fallen sickle, saying gently, then care about others for what? Is not living for yourself better? Finishing speaking, Yan pointed to the side. Look over there. Silverbell followed the gaze. Entering her view was Chen Zhou sitting before a mirror, narcissistically admiring his own appearance. Not only that, he painted his face like an opera singer, giggling. He, Dong Dong Yao is the most beautiful under the heavens. The slime beside looked disgusted, saying with dissatisfaction, truly had enough, what are you doing? Seeing this scene, Yan also laughed. Dressing yourself up beautifully is surely to please yourself. Silverbell froze, tightly gripping the sickle in her hand, voice trembling. So that is it. Suddenly she glimpsed something, eyes widening in surprise, blurting out asking, The surrounding space seemed to turn back time. She quietly watched her past self secretly peeping at others' wedding, heart full of emotion. This is the past me. The Silverbell of that time was weeping silently, eyes staring dead at the wedding, while the current her stood behind, painfully realizing that is me. Old memories surged like cold wind. Silverbell immediately remembered that groom who once belonged to her. Amidst the guests' laughter and chatter, he was bowing to marry a strange young girl, hiding in the crowd. Silverbell clearly heard those malicious whispers. Heard it was because she did not know her place that she was divorced. Another person chimed in, full of sarcasm. Already received the divorce letter, still has the face to come here, truly laughable. That laughter spread like sharp blades, echoing endlessly. The past. Silverbell could only curl up behind the door, silently weeping, but the current her exploded with anger, shouting in the illusory space. Hey, you guys are not allowed to talk nonsense. Clearly he did not like me. I did not do anything ignorant of my place either. Her voice echoed like a phantom, unnoticed by anyone, laughter still filling the air. Suddenly she whipped her head around, seeing that past figure fleeing in panic. Silverbell only had time to shout, voice changing tune, Hey, do not. Her face turned gloomy from fear, thinking desperately, done for. I remember it was. Watching that figure gradually disappear, she muttered anxiously. No, panting sounds echoed as if having run a long way. Before Silverbell appeared an old wooden door. She pushed the door open violently, screaming in despair, Do not, you doing this is. That sentence seemed to freeze in the heavy air. Before her was her own motionless corpse. Beside the scattered bones, that sickle rolled on the ground. She still whispered with heartache, Not worth it. In the void a warm hand held her hand. A calm voice sounded, Since you know it is not worth it, why still do it? Chen Zhou, wearing that big painted face from just now, said happily, This room trapped you long enough. Do not you want to go out and see? The weather is very good today. Come out and play with us. Yan chimed in cheerfully from the side. Linger is really pretty. Silverbell froze again, voice flustered. Outside, but I am already like this. She smiled slightly, gaze cast toward the mirror in front, whispering with regret, I once thought everything in this room was my whole life. Born here, died here. If I was a bit braver back then, walked out, tears slid down her cheeks again. Silverbell choked with emotion, continuing, Maybe everything would be different. Yan hurriedly opened her arms, saying excitedly, Senior, look, the ghost domain is unraveled. The slime also interjected, voice contemplative. The knot torturing this ghost creature for many years is finally untied. If she could meet someone who loved her or live in a world without accusations, maybe she would not have such great resentment, right? Yan hurriedly wiped away regretful tears, saying with heartache, Senior, I feel Linger is very pitiful. How about we take her along? Chen Zhou nodded repeatedly, saying heroically, Okay. Who told Dong Dong Yao to be the planet's greatest and most righteous warrior? Finishing speaking, Chen Zhou said happily, Dong Dong Yao just sent you a signal. Do you want to come back to the planet to play with me? Yan bent down gently, encouraging with a warm tone, Right, Linger, come with us. Hearing this, Silverbell whipped around, tears still glistening in her eyes. She wiped them away and revealed a brilliant smile. After a while, Chen Zhou scrunched up his face, his tone full of anxiety. Why is not it done yet? Yan explained. Linger said she wants to put on makeup. Chen Zhou complained impatiently again, sounding annoyed. Girls putting on makeup is too slow, too lazy to wait. Dong Dong Yao is going to visit the neighbor. You come over by yourself later, Yan continued, instructing gently. Linger, you must come find us, okay? Sitting before the mirror, Silverbell painted her eyebrows and eyes, a bright smile rising at the corners of her mouth. A woman dresses for the one who pleases her. The smile vanished in an instant and her expression changed. She turned her head abruptly and whispered, Hey, wait. Then she suddenly fell into deep thought, heart full of curiosity. The neighbor they mentioned could not be. Yan had just walked to the door when she said with a trembling voice full of worry, Senior, there are so many ghost creatures here, it is too scary. How about we do not go in? Chen Zhou shook his head like a rattled drum, immediately vetoing the proposal with a determined tone. No way, I heard the things inside are very unusual. I have to go in and take a look. The slime followed behind, describing with a tone full of mockery, Second Zhou acting like this, making liberating monsters look like a sheepdog herding sheep. Just as the slime described, Second Joe was lying prone on the ground putting on a fierce appearance to scare those ghosts. Chen Zhou pushed the door open with poise, walked in with a smile as brilliant as a flower on his face and shouted loudly, ding dong, anyone home? Dong Dong Yao is here. Yan followed behind, looking timid and shrinking, muttering in a daze, excuse us. As soon as they entered, what entered Chen Zhou's view was a young girl sitting on the sofa. She turned her face toward him, voice sweet, pretending to be charming. Oh, welcome guest today. Suddenly, Chen Zhou's face turned red as a cooked shrimp, stammering in surprise. WW, what are you doing? Yan beside him was equally panic-stricken. She squeezed her eyes shut, stammering an apology. Sorry we disturbed you. Hello. The slime wiped sweat helplessly, advising, hey Chen Zhou, can you knock first next time? A young girl with long black hair and heavy makeup turned her head, revealing a brilliant smile to them. Haha, do not be so formal, relax. Rarely anyone comes to my place. Just then, her voice suddenly sounded, baby is hungry, everyone wait for me a moment. Seeing her turn around, Chen Zhou asked Yan curiously in a low voice, hey big-breasted ghost, can you guys have kids too? Yan blushed shyly, stammering, I do not know either. The slime also analyzed hesitantly. Could be this aura. That girl plunked down on the sofa holding a child in her arms, tone friendly. Do not be nervous, sit anywhere. Everyone is new here, right? Yan answered naively. Right, we just arrived here. Seeing she was easy to talk to, Chen Zhou hurriedly leaned in, face full of excitement and curiosity. A human baby, I want to see, let me see. The girl nodded immediately. Oh okay. When they got close and looked at the cloth wrapping the infant, everyone froze. The slime blurted out, this is, looking closely, there was nothing inside that cloth. Chen Zhou shouted in shock, is not it empty? Why is there nothing here? The girl's face twisted with fear, hugging that cloth tight and screaming, how can this be? Where is my baby? It was clearly just here. Her voice gradually became smaller, full of fluster. Suddenly disappeared. What is going on? Chen Zhou also panicked along with her, hurriedly comforting. Do not panic, we. Before the voice fell, a loud bang came. He only had time to shout I. Immediately after, he saw Yan lying prone on the ground shouting in panic. Say senior, run quickly, Chen Zhou shouted in terror. Hey big-breasted woman, what happened? The slime reminded softly. Chen Zhou, you better turn around and look. I felt it was strange just now. The aura here clearly belongs to only one ghost. Chen Zhou whipped his head around. The beautiful young girl just now suddenly turned into an octopus-like half-human, half-monster, scaring him into a shudder. Yet she still roared in despair. Why is my baby gone? Where did you take my baby? Chen Zhou frowned unhappily, tone angry. Here comes another scammer. We did not see your child at all. Do not try to trick me. The slime pushed its glasses like a researcher. This female ghost has entered a berserk state. She will indiscriminately attack everything except herself. Her face twisted as if to devour everything, screaming nonsense. It was you who secretly took my baby. Then tentacles stabbed violently toward Chen Zhou. Luckily a figure rushed over and pushed him away. He cried out in surprise. Chen Zhou stared blankly at the figure before him, surprised. It is you. Silver Bell looked serious, tone full of blame. Why did husband provoke this madwoman? She has been crazy ever since she lost her child. Missing the main point, Chen Zhou immediately asked, does she really have a child? Silver Bell answered awkwardly. I am not clear either. I have not seen it since I came here. Anyway, I know in her eyes everyone is someone who stole her child. Just as she said, those tentacles extended. She roared madly, baby, where are you? Mom's baby. She whipped her head around, face hideous, gnashing her teeth. It is you who stole my child. Tentacles shot over, accompanied by a shrill scream. Give baby back to me quickly. Silver Bell hurriedly blocked in front of Chen Zhou, shouting a warning, husband careful. Silver Bell and Yan hurriedly rushed up, blocking the ferocious tentacles pouncing straight at that man. Yan reminded softly, senior. Seeing this scene, Chen Zhou hurriedly spoke, tone full of worry. That is great. Big-breasted woman, are you okay? Before they could say much, the mother ghost suddenly opened her big mouth, spraying a stream of black liquid, accompanied by an angry roar. Not allowed to hurt my baby. Chen Zhou immediately assumed a combat posture, hurriedly propping up a defensive barrier, then said unhappily, truly hard to communicate. I just wanted to say a few words. Your baby disappearing has nothing to do with me. Yan also interrupted, analyzing quickly. Let us make this pitiful mother sober up first. She is quite suitable as a sparring partner. Just as they were thinking of countermeasures, the slime stood aside, arms crossed, revealing a mocking smile. Suddenly the barrier shattered, black liquid pasting all over them, leaving everyone speechless, not knowing what to say. Chen Zhou hurriedly shook his head, throwing off that sticky liquid, shouting in annoyance, my heavens, was careless. Dong Dong Yao's skill failed again. The slime was both helpless and angry, hurriedly wiping its face while cursing, bastard, why do you drop the ball at the critical moment? Luckily this black ink is not poisonous. The mother ghost rushed over, tone full of resentment. Baby woo-woo, not allowed to bully my child. Hearing this, Chen Zhou stared with wide eyes in surprise. Suddenly a petite figure flew past, punching ruthlessly on her face, accompanied by severe accusation. From start to finish it was you bullying people, okay? Truly disgusting. Seeing that familiar figure, Chen Zhou cheered happily. Little ghost. Seeing the little ghost standing stiffly motionless, Chen Zhou asked again, little ghost? Silver Bell glanced at Chen Zhou, secretly surprised in her heart. Husband actually has other ghosts? The little ghost suddenly spoke, voice repeating like a curse. Baby, searching nonstop, white hair fluttering in the wind. She slowly approached, rolling black energy wrapping her petite body, then whispered. She sighed, voice soft. then picked up the conversation with a tone of contempt. Hate this kind of person who always pretends to love their child the most. The little ghost's face twisted from anger, red eyes glaring, roaring through gritted teeth. If you really loved it, why did you lose it? Seeing this, Yan blurted out, Heavens, this is the first time seeing little ghost so angry. The slime hurriedly explained calmly. The little ghost was sacrificed by her parents to become a wraith. She must have been in great pain back then, so seeing a ghost mother lose her own child triggered. Listening to the slime's analysis, Chenjo stroked his chin, looking suddenly enlightened, while Silverbell just watched quietly. The mother ghost suddenly hugged her head, screaming, panic-stricken. Not me, I did not lose it, it was you guys. She roared like crazy. Must be you guys who snatched my baby, it is you guys, I remember you. Chenjo's eyes shined, cheering excitedly. Oh, she is so amazing, actually can climb walls like a big spider. The slime shook its head helplessly, tone exhausted. Is not that a spider? No, now is not the time to praise this. Tentacles are coming again. Accompanied by an angry roar, I want to kill you. The little ghost gave a cold hump full of disdain. HMPH, hopeless. Her eyes were sharp enough to make one tremble. Finger raised, flashing a trace of red light, then spoke. Ghost domain partial deployment. The mother ghost waved, tentacles roaring. You snatched my baby, I want to kill you. The little ghost curled her lips in contempt, sarcasm. Ghost domain partial deployment. Following that, a deep black hole appeared behind her. The mother ghost's tentacles shot over but were sucked into the black hole, unable to touch anyone at all. The mother ghost froze. And those tentacles stabbed out in reverse from the black hole, piercing into her own body, making her scream miserably in pain. Accompanied by the little ghost's cold voice, return to you. Seeing this, Chenjo praised. Oh, little ghost, when did you learn this move? Yan clapped and cheered, full of adoration. Wow, too amazing. Sure enough, still have to rely on little ghost's sister, Silverbell also exclaimed in surprise. So strong, the slime explained with a happy smile. Speaking of which, Ghost Domain is liberating and expanding a different dimension. Little Ghost used partial deployment, making the Mother Ghost's attack unable to hit, then used displacement to counterattack the opponent. Watching the Mother Ghost lying on the ground groaning in pain, so painful, the slime continued to praise. Although the theoretical operation is simple, this little ghost indeed has talent. At the same time, the little ghost slowly walked to the Mother Ghost's side, standing in front of her, saying, I have a friend. She thought her parents loved her very much, thought they always treated her as a treasure. Over there, Chenjo asked blankly, is the little ghost's friend the little ghost? The slime immediately cursed. The friend she mentioned is herself. On the little ghost's side, she gnashed her teeth, roaring angrily. But in the end, HMPH, she paused, continuing with sourness, so you losing your child makes me feel disgusted just like them. The Mother Ghost lay prone on the ground, eyes rolling back, trembling to retort, no, I did not, it was you who snatched my baby, not me, not me. The little ghost grabbed the Mother Ghost's head, saying resolutely, still making excuses, then I want to see exactly what happened. The Mother Ghost froze. At this moment before her eyes, the little ghost appeared exceptionally weird, whole body flashing with strange aura, then whispered, Ghost Domain expanded in the blink of an eye. The space changed completely, turning into a cold operating room. Seeing this, Chenjo opened his mouth. This is, the slime hurriedly explained in surprise, this is the little ghost reading the Mother Ghost's memory, then borrowing her own Ghost Domain to reproduce it. This is not just having talent. The Ghost Domain little ghost created is simply too exaggerated. Yan suddenly noticed something, saying in panic, Senior, look at that. Before eyes, doctors were busy delivering the baby. But the situation suddenly became critical, just as the doctor shouted, bad news, the mother's condition is not good, prepare for C-section. The woman giving birth screamed nonstop. The Mother Ghost's face was haggard, tears streaming down her face, but chaotic voices still echoed around. Massive hemorrhage cannot be stopped. She has no heartbeat, that person answered hurriedly. How can this be? Quick, stop the bleeding, quick emergency rescue. Space shifted again. The Mother Ghost with a big belly floated in the void, sobbing, sorry, blame Mom for being useless. Yan thought with heartache. Turns out she really had a child. The thought was still hovering, heart-rending crying sounded again. Sorry baby, Mom is sorry to you, it was Mom who failed to protect you. The Mother Ghost still wept like rain, hurriedly wiping away, then whispered, woo baby, even becoming a ghost Mom loves you. Wait for you to be born this time, Mom will take you to see Dad. He loves Mom very much, she cried without noticing a figure floating past. He pretended to pass by, then spoke with pity. Sigh, another pitiful ghost. Unfortunately, the child in your belly cannot be born. Hearing these words, the Mother Ghost was startled, whipping her head around. What? The Taoist priest stroked his beard, answering slowly, I said you cannot give birth. Do you think your baby from difficult labor will also become a ghost like you? Then he picked up the conversation sarcastically. No, it is just a piece of meat. The Mother Ghost hugged her belly tight, face extremely terrified, trembling voice, how can this be? Baby. As if succeeded, the Taoist continued, this humble Taoist has limited talent but has a way to save the child in your belly. Are you willing to try? Hearing this, the Mother Ghost rushed over like wind, tightly grabbing his clothes, begging earnestly, willing, I am willing, as long as my baby can be born. I am willing to do anything, begged Taoist Master to help me. However, the Mother Ghost did not notice the treacherous smile on his face. Scene changed, the Taoist walked in, watching the Mother Ghost gently holding a little yellow duck in her hand, asking full of expectation, Taoist Master, it has been 3 days since the surgery, can I see my baby now? She interrupted hurriedly, full of anxiety and expectation. Look, I even asked someone to prepare toys for the baby, wonder if he likes them? The Taoist held back laughter, face turning black from holding it in. finally could not help laughing loudly. Ha ha, laughter act making one want to spew rice hearing it. The mother ghost was startled, blurting out a ha in bewilderment. He pointed at her, tone carrying blame and mockery. Truly, pregnancy brain lasts 3 years. Why are you still not smart? He then confessed straightforwardly, without hesitation. Tell you the truth. I was lying to you before, but whether now or in the future, you will not see your child. The mother ghost's gentle face changed color instantly, pale as paper in a split second. However, his voice still echoed in ears, cold and decisive. Now it is already our heavenly demon cult's experimental subject. In this life, do not you think of seeing it again. She froze. The Taoist spoke again, tone carrying ridiculous irony. Alive you failed to protect it, dead you still cannot protect it. He turned to leave, tone plain as if discussing the weather. You just stay in this room. We will provide you with ghost blood regularly. This is the destiny of you and your son. He was speaking completely unaware. Behind him, the mother ghost revealed her evil ghost true form. Tentacles sliced through the air, causing him to freeze in shock on the spot. Immediately after, huge tentacles tightly wrapped around him, blocking his path, accompanied by the mother ghost's angry roar. You are not allowed to leave. The mother ghost behind him waved her floating tentacles, her face terrifyingly gloomy, her voice trembling and full of spite. You lied to me, you lied to me, you snatched my baby, give him back to me quickly. However, he turned back with composure, his tone full of mockery. Oh wow, truly an amazing change. Not only that, but he also spoke decisively, eyes flashing with contempt. But what use is it in front of the heavenly demon cult? The scene shifted abruptly. The ghost mother was nailed to the wall by a sharp sword, her tentacles severed, ghost blood splashing and dyeing the space red. Yet a figure approached carrying a sword, looking at him with a sycophantic expression. He sneered and flattered. Hee hee, many thanks to the minister for lending a hand. Actually, this humble Taoist could have won against her too. I just felt she was pitiful and wanted to give her some painful memories to see to what extent she could go mad. Back to reality, the ghost mother lowered her head, painful sobbing tears sliding down her face. Baby, my baby, where are you? Woo woo. The sound of calling for her baby echoed in her mind, but at this moment there was only empty void in front of her. Suddenly a petite figure appeared. The little ghost's childish voice startled her. I still hate parents like you. Subsequently, the little girl sighed, a trace of a smile floating at the corner of her mouth. Her tone became gentle. But I promise to help you this time, your baby. Before the little ghost could finish speaking, Chen Zhou rushed over, pressed his hand on her head and cheered excitedly. Dong Dong Yao will also help you find him. Yan also echoed, right, that is right. At the same time, the fire of determination also ignited in Silver Bell's eyes. The scene suddenly switched. Second Zhou was tightly grabbing a monster's head, making it struggle weakly under the pressure, yet he shouted happily, voice full of excitement, all right, finally rescued, mission accomplished. In stark contrast to his brilliant expression were those monsters trembling with fear. Hiding far away, trembling. Second Zhou, riding on the monster, suddenly remembered something. A glint flashed in his eyes as he looked toward that door and said, Big Joe did not take me to play again, lingering here for so long without going out, leaving me alone here to herd ghosts. Second Zhou immediately stood up happily, raising his hand as if to hit, scaring those ghosts into hesitating and shrinking back, holding hands tightly and huddled in a ball. After finishing, Second Zhou said he had to go into that room to see what was inside. Before leaving, he did not forget to turn back and instruct seriously, do not move around, wait for me here obediently. Second Zhou pushed the door open, snickering to himself there. Hee, I want to hide it and give Big Joe a surprise, actually went to the wrong place. Chen Zhou's voice came from the room next door. Your baby Dong Dong Yao will help you find him. But what does he look like? Does he also have many claws? The slime roared in his mind, helpless and breaking down. Can you stop drawing strange things there? Ignoring that voice, Second Zhou walked in, but a bizarre scene appeared before his eyes. He saw an incense burner emitting gloomy green energy, the smoke wrapping around him like spiderwebs. But Second Zhou did not care at all, just waved his hand casually. Heavens, why is this room full of smoke? Then he turned around, searching, muttering, let me see where is good to hide. Looking around for a while, Second Zhou discovered a strange door. So he spoke up, what is this messy stuff? There is actually a small room here. Second Zhou immediately grabbed the doorknob, pushed that door open and shouted with a face full of excitement, hello, anyone home? Entering Second Zhou's view was a thin and weak boy soaking in a glass jar of water. His entire body seemed twisted and deformed. His mouth was also sewn shut tight, looking very bizarre. Second Zhou also exclaimed aloud, tone surprised. My heavens, this kid looks really weird. Finishing speaking, he pressed his face against the glass, asking curiously, is this thing alive or dead? Suddenly that child opened his eyes, scaring Second Zhou into letting out a ha, panic-stricken. Before Second Zhou could react, that child rushed out fiercely, passing directly through Second Zhou's body, causing his body to no longer be complete but dissipating into fragments. But Second Zhou did not scream. Instead, that child emitted a woo-woo sound. Ah. Second Zhou gradually disappeared, eyes rolling back, but still shouted weakly. Big Zhou, run fast. On the other side, Yan was helping the ghost mother up, comforting gently. You said you have not seen your child, then she said warmly again. It does not matter, Senior is super nice, there is nothing he cannot do, he definitely has a way to find your baby. The ghost mother also answered with emotion. Thank you everyone. The little ghost also called out awkwardly, voice childish but firm, be a useful mother in the future. While they were discussing animatedly here, Chen Zhou and Silver Bell walked out of that door, speaking naively while walking out. I discovered there is another room next door. Is there anyone inside? Silver Bell also answered softly, thoughtful. Do not know, husband. That last room has never been opened. Linger also does not know what ghost creature is inside. Ayan's reminder came from behind. Little ghost sister, be gentler. The little ghost also understood. Although cold on the outside and warm on the inside, she still stroked the ghost mother's back even though her mouth was unforgiving. HMPH, truly troublesome. Suddenly rolling black energy surged before their eyes. Chen Zhou and Silver Bell spoke in unison. This is, the slime followed closely, speaking nervously. The aura is too terrifying. The ghost mother immediately knelt on the ground holding her head, screaming in fear. Too scary, I feel like I'm going to be torn apart. The little ghost also opened her arms to block in front, giving a displeased tisk. Suddenly Chen Zhou rushed forward, shouting, voice full of courage, everyone do not fear. Surely second Zhou released some bad thing again. Watch me go teach him a lesson. The slime also shouted anxiously. Wait a minute, Chen Zhou. Second Zhou's aura disappeared. The little ghost figure also appeared behind, shouting loudly, Chen Zhou, do not run around, be careful. Everyone gathered together again, looking around. Sensing the anomaly, Chen Zhou said in surprise, why is that room open? Dong Dong Yao has not gone over yet. Yan also discovered the abnormality, saying, that is. Yan pointed ahead, trembling. Stutterer senior, little ghost sister, look over there. The slime also said seriously, that guy is the source of that pressure just now. The aura is very gloomy. Chen Zhou asked hesitantly. Before their eyes was that boy just now gnawing on the remaining monsters, bright red blood flowing all over the floor. The slime's face turned purple, saying hesitantly, that guy is eating ghost creatures. The ghost creature turned its head to look at them, blood still stained on its mouth, emitting a hair-raising chewing sound. Seeing that terrifying appearance, Yan blurted out in fear, panic-stricken, that ghost was eaten by it. The little ghost also chimed in with a face of disgust, saying coldly, do not know where the monster came from. Chen Zhou rushed up, pointing at the ghost creature's face, roaring angrily, where did you pop out from? What did you do to the trash second Zhou saved? Instantly Chen Zhou sensed the absence, asking in surprise, where's second Zhou? The slime said thoughtfully, tone deep, tisk tisk, this guy is a ghost creature raised by evil arts, having no intelligence, only knowing to eat all living things it sees. Suddenly the ghost creature rushed toward them. The slime screamed in terror, bad news, defend. Seeing the ghost creature rushing over, the little ghost also shouted, Chen Zhou, careful. However, in stark contrast to everyone's panic, Chen Zhou calmly activated a move, Dong Dong Wave Invincible. Just in that instant, Silver Bell had already blocked in front of him, hand tightly gripping a sickle-like sharp weapon. Then she roared angrily, not allowed to hurt my husband. Even so, not only did the slime not panic, it roared instead, defense move already activated. What is this girl rushing out for? Chen Zhou also froze, letting out a surprised ah. Immediately after, Silver Bell had an arm bitten off by the ghost head, hurting so much she let out a shrill scream. Chen Zhou hurriedly turned around, asking with concern, hey makeup girl? Yan also interrupted, voice trembling, Linger, are you okay? Contrary to them, the little ghost rushed forward, sharp voice full of anger, this monster. A surge of fiery red energy wrapped around the little ghost, making her rush up furiously like a mad person, then roared, quickly spit out everything you ate for me. The little ghost was engaging in a fierce battle with the ghost head, but the group here was in a mess. Looking at the painful Silver Bell, Chen Zhou asked in confusion, why does this girl want to perform so blindly? Silver Bell gasped in extreme weakness, answering, Linger just wanted to protect husband. On the other side, the slime warned the little ghost, do not be careless, that guy is very strong. Over there, the ghost head was rushing over madly, waving sharp claws and fangs as if to tear and devour everything. Kacha, it rushed over with a disgusting, fierce look, unaware that a rolling black hole had formed behind it. Boiling red energy tightly wrapped its body. Subsequently, that power exploded violently, flattening the ghost head on the ground, cracks appearing all around. The little ghost shouted angrily from high above without mercy, damn monster! From that position, the little ghost condensed energy, following which countless black holes opened, flashing with countless red arrows. Go to die, she waved her hand. All arrows shot toward the ghost head one after another. However, the little ghost suddenly looked down at her hand, thinking secretly, did not feel like it hit. She was completely unaware that in the black hole she created behind her, an eye was peeping at her gloomily. She whipped her head around. Entering her view was the ghost head tearing apart her black hole, absorbing that energy completely clean. Those trembling hands gradually reached toward a pair of broken spectacle frames, blood dripping down around, accompanied by painful groans. A cough cough. A man covered in blood knelt on the ground. In front of him was a huge foot crushing the spectacle frames on the ground. He said with weak breath, I already made an appointment with him to have a real duel between men. That figure gradually became clear. It was precisely Feng Bao. His face was gloomy, eyes wide, staring at the person crawling on the ground, roaring, what kind of thing are you, also daring to take initiative to set traps for him? The person groaned on the ground, begging miserably. Bao, brother Bao, I was wrong. Feng Bao revealed a treacherous smile, voice cold. What use is just admitting mistakes? Take 3 punches from me. If you do not die, then consider it God sparing you for me. The person could only scream helplessly, no, do not. Li Qingshan lay on the hospital bed, stretching and sighing about this violent tendency. Too simple, this brain patient is hard to cure. This guy needs to be hospitalized. Before his eyes was the image of Feng Bao cruelly trampling the person underfoot, blood splashing. He could only lie there powerless. That groan was still uncontrollable. Ah, raising a fist, blood flowed down along it, accompanied by a call. Chen Zhou. Feng Bao's anger had not subsided, gnashing teeth, staring and saying, I will go downstairs to find you, hope you can live until then. Speaking, he wiped his blood-stained hand with a pink handkerchief printed with a bear pattern. On the other side, Yan was holding the dying Silver Bell. She comforted softly, Linger Senior is saving you. Hold on. The slime also exerted effort to cast healing spells. Chen Zhou sat aside while comforting, raised his hand to release gentle green gas. Sister, you open your eyes, do not close your eyes. Lu Jia was calling her urgently. Suddenly a stream of thick smoke filled the air around them, scaring Chen Zhou into whipping his head around. Yan also shouted in panic, Little ghost sister. The little ghost's figure gradually appeared. She wiped the blood trace from the corner of her mouth while speaking. Tisk, this monster is too hard to deal with. It can devour my attacks to enhance its strength. That bastard just now was swallowed by it. Afraid he also became its nutrient. Behind the little ghost, Chen Zhou cheered happily. Little ghost, do not fear, let you see my healing technique. Before finishing speaking, seeing Silver Bell's half-dead appearance made Chen Zhou cry out, Heavens, I cannot save her. From that smoke, the ghost had walked out carrying the aura of death. Yan, even so, the little ghost still said calmly to Chen Zhou, I am not afraid, just how to deal with it. Suddenly a foot walked over, scaring the ghost head into snapping its head up, watching the ghost mother covering her mouth, face covered in tears, slowly approaching. The little ghost cursed in panic. Hey, what are you doing? Leave here quickly, very dangerous. But the ghost mother ignored these words, slowly approached, saying, Baby, you are Mom's baby, right? Mom finally found you. Instantly, the ghost mother knelt on the ground, tightly hugging the ghost head, crying bitterly. It is Mom's fault. Mom is useless, failed to protect you. Seeing her action, the ghost head dully emitted an sound. Painful tears rushed out, although this child no longer had the appearance the ghost mother expected. But in front of divine motherly love, she still could not help weeping like rain, choking with emotion. Woo, sorry child, baby let you suffer grievance. Seeing the scene of mother and son reuniting, Yan wiped tears, choking. Woo. Silver Bell was also shocked to disbelief. Even though her hand still hurt while massaging, she still whispered, that monster is actually her child. Chen Zhou turned his head blankly as if dizzy. Contrary to them, the slime shouted, No, wrong, that ghost has already been refined into a monster. Even if it is her baby, it has no spirit and intelligence, only endless resentment. At the critical juncture, the ghost mother remained completely unaware, tightly grabbing the ghost head's shoulders, whispering, Baby, Mom searched for you for a long time. Turns out those bad guys locked you next door. Mom is sorry to you. Mom did not feel anything. Then the ghost mother revealed a smile, although tears still slid down. But it is fine now. You rest assured, Mom will definitely protect you well in the future. Before the voice fell, fresh blood had already splashed out, making the group of move people open their mouths wide in horror. Entering their view was the ghost head, revealing fangs and sharp claws, licking the fresh blood by its mouth, emitting terrifying laughter. The ghost head had completely fallen, having nothing in its brain. Even if it was the mother who loved it deeply, it unhesitatingly bit onto that ghost mother's head in one bite. The slime also nodded in agreement. Sure enough, this child had no intelligence at all, only knowing how to eat meat and destroy. Seeing the mother ghost's miserable appearance, the little ghost rushed up, burning with anger, roaring, Unforgivable. This kind of monster better off dead. Suddenly, the little ghost's hand was tightly wrapped by a tentacle, giving her a fright. Right beneath her feet was that smiling weird ghost head. Its feet had also grown tentacles because of absorbing the mother ghost's ability. The little ghost cursed, Damn it, did you devour even your mother's energy if that is the case? The ghost head just clicked its tongue. Tisk behind her. Yan's emotions exploded, shouting, Little ghost sister, I'll help you. Silver Bell seemed to have exhausted her strength, paralyzed on the ground, watching helplessly. Suddenly, Chen Zhou's face was gloomy, blocking in front of Yan, saying, Let me do it. The slime said happily from the side, It is the first time seeing you this angry. Indeed, anyone seeing this scene could not stand it. Looking at his back, Silver Bell stammered, trembling, Say, Senior. At this moment, the ghost head used its biological mother's ability to grab the little ghost, pulling her close. The little ghost flew into a rage. Roaring through gritted teeth, do you know what you are doing? The ghost head just stared dead at her, emitting a woo sound. It opened its big mouth full of sharp teeth, preparing to tear the little ghost to pieces. But the little ghost still roared angrily, Do you know who she is? To prevent her from being swallowed, Chen Zhou flew up and rushed over, landing a heavy punch ruthlessly on the ghost head's face, forcing it to loosen the tentacles tightly wrapping the little ghost. But this focused all its gaze onto him, whispering, Chen Zhou. Subsequently, the little ghost was thrown heavily onto the ground, covering her face and closing eyes in pain. Chen Zhou gave a loud shout, Little ghost, stand back. While he approached slowly, face full of determination to deal the ghost head a fatal blow, the little ghost could only watch him with worry. The slime suddenly spoke up, explaining seriously, God-given skill, burning star, prairie fire, synchronized skill, melting ice. As the number of attacks increases, the power will also become stronger and stronger. Now you can only maintain this move for 1 minute. Extreme cold light flashed in Chen Zhou's eyes. He answered crisply, Leave that bastard to me. Dong Yao's fist cannot wait to beat this ghost. The ghost head lay prone on the ground, woo shouting randomly, Tisk. He immediately roared, Stand up. Chen Zhou walked forward with a cold and majestic, imposing manner, voice echoing, Just one punch is not enough to redeem your sins. Suddenly, the ghost head bounced up from the ground, opening its mouth, roaring as if to kill people. The scream was ear-piercing. Ah! Responding to this roar was Chen Zhou's voice. He looked at the ghost head with eyes full of killing intent, rolling power condensing in his hand, saying one word at a time, "Wake up, you greedy octopus, actually ate even your own mother." Chen Zhou rushed straight over, carrying crimson energy that seemed capable of destroying everything, blasting toward the ghost head like a hurricane. Luckily it dodged in time, but Chen Zhou did not waver in the slightest. He roared angrily, "You bastard!" The ghost head waved tentacles floating in the air, only emitting a few howls. Ah! Before it had time to fight back, Chen Zhou had already rushed to its face, ruthlessly smashing a fist onto its face, roaring, "Unforgivable." The power he erupted knocked the ghost head down from high altitude, smashing toward the ground, forming a huge pillar of energy light, shaking the earth to tremble. After finishing this blow, Chen Zhou panted heavily, sweating like rain behind him. Ah Yan cheered in support. "Senior is too amazing." The little ghost was also unusually excited, raising her hand to support. "Really beat it to death." Contrary to them, the slime fell into deep thought. As the number of attacks increases, the load of burning star prairie fire on the body will also become huge, causing worry to surge in its heart. The slime muttered to itself, "Continuing like this, Chen Zhou will not be able to hold on much longer." Sure enough, as the slime expected, Chen Zhou was panting violently at this moment. Huff huff ha! The slime shifted its gaze. The ghost head was still full of vitality. Even if the place where it fell had cracked, it still stood up calmly. Seeing this, the slime spoke. "On the contrary, that ghost refined by alchemy, no matter how strong Chen Zhou's attacks are, most are swallowed by it." Just as the slime said, the ghost head stood up abruptly, unscathed. It continued, "So serious damage cannot be caused to it." The ghost head whoosh flew up to high altitude, forcing Chen Zhou to look up. The slime shouted, "Chen Zhou, destroy it quickly, otherwise wait a while for the God-given skill to expire and you lose." Hearing this, Chen Zhou immediately switched to a defensive posture, ready to meet the attack at any time. The ghost head became more and more ferocious, waving tentacles, stabbing straight at Chen Zhou, forcing him to raise hands to block, although at a disadvantage. Chen Zhou still responded arrogantly, "What joke are you cracking? Dong Dong Yao will not lose to this kind of guy." On the other side, Yan asked anxiously, "Little ghost sister H, how come I feel senior is being suppressed?" The little ghost answered, tone full of annoyance, "Damn it, that monster can absorb attacks. Fighting for so long, can clearly see Chen Zhou is already tired." Silver Bell chimed in with worry. "Ha, then what to do? Does it have no weakness?" Chen Zhou's side had fallen into a disadvantage. The ghost head's tentacle attacks coming one after another, heavy hits made him unable to help. Crying out, the slime's heart tightened, blurting out, "Bad news. Could it be I really have to use my energy?" The ghost head rushed over, roaring madly. "Ah!" Chen Zhou was forced to retreat far, but the slime suddenly blocked in front of him, roaring, "This brat, do not push your luck off." However, from the void a force fell like a meteor, hitting right on the ghost head's face, knocking out a few of its teeth. A familiar figure rushed over, punching and kicking the ghost head, leaving Chen Zhou and the slime dumbfounded, eyes widening round. The ghost head was beaten, flying far away just as Second Zhou landed on the ground. Seeing this, Chen Zhou hurriedly asked, "Second Zhou, are you okay? I thought you were in that little ghost belly." The slime also could not help marveling. Looks like it is not my turn to act." Although Chen Zhou was very worried about him, Second Zhou still pretended to raise his fist to tease, "Yo, what's wrong, Big Zhou? You cannot even solve such a small thing." Ah! As soon as the voice fell, a loud bang came. The ghost head hit the wall, but at this moment Chen Zhou did not dare believe his ears. He was speechless for a moment, then flew into a rage, punching Second Zhou's shoulder, roaring, "You dare to mock me? Since it is like this, you might as well just stay in the little ghost belly." Second Zhou hummed and hawed, screaming a few times, "Io." Looking at the two's appearance, the slime shook its head helplessly, not saying a word. Second Zhou suddenly looked mourning, covering his face, pointing at Chen Zhou. "Big Zhou, you are too excessive. You cannot beat that small thing, so you turn around to bully me," Chen Zhou retorted, unwilling to show weakness. "Dong Dong Yao alone can beat two like you, no need to fear at all." Seeing this, the slime hurriedly advised to stop. "Hey Chen Zhou, now is not the time to quarrel." Just as they were arguing endlessly, a huge figure suddenly intruded into vision. Chen Zhou blurted out, "Ha?" This made Second Zhou and the slime also whip their heads around to look. Appearing in front of them was the ghost head's huge body. Chen Zhou cheered excitedly, "Come on, continue to fight 300 rounds with Dong Dong Yao." These words left the ghost head looking blank. However, the one fighting it for 300 rounds wasn't Chen Zhou but Second Zhou. He was chased by the ghost head, scurrying everywhere, screaming repeatedly, "Wah ah ah, did not I say?" The ghost head chased relentlessly. Roaring, "Ah ah," the slime commented from the side, "Looks like that little ghost cannot distinguish who is Second Zhou and who is Chen Zhou." The ghost head's tentacles surged toward Second Zhou like a tide, forcing him to dodge repeatedly, mouth still shouting, "Wah wah, Big Zhou save life, ah, just now it already swallowed half my body. I do not want to be eaten by it one more time, ah." Without stopping footsteps, Second Zhou continued shouting, "Its belly is dark and cold and has many things. I managed with great difficulty to piece my body together to escape." Chen Zhou suddenly noticed, questioning closely, "Belly?" The slime also followed with doubt, "Can escape out?" Just as he was in deep thought, Second Zhou's miserable screams rose one after another. "Ah!" A glint flashed in Chen Zhou's eyes, suddenly thinking of a way. "Have a way!" Seeing Second Zhou about to be caught and dragged into the huge mouth again, Chen Zhou rushed up shouting, "Ugly freak, let go of Second Zhou. Your opponent is me." Chen Zhou channeled power to rush over again, scaring the slime into shouting, "Hey, do not force yourself. Your body still cannot bear the load of using the God-given skill multiple times." "Ah," Chen Zhou answered unwaveringly, despite sweating like rain. I know, but I have not defeated this guy with brain problems yet. His strike rushed straight at the ghost head, shouting sternly, "Spit out everything you ate." The ghost head spat blood, whimpering, "Goo-ah." His face was serious to the extreme. A big hole was blasted in the ghost head's belly, flying very far away, making everyone on the ground have to look up. Yan cheered excitedly, face instantly lighting up. "Yay, Senior won." An earth-shattering loud bang, the ghost head crashed heavily onto the cold ground. Chen-Jo walked close, voice full of majesty. "Do you know your mistake?" The ghost head was powerless to reply, only able to tremble on the ground, emitting shrill, miserable screams. "Ah!" A stream of gloomy green aura began to disseminate, making Chen-Jo frown in surprise. This is feeling strange." Yan hurriedly asked curiously. "Senior, what is this?" Chen-Jo admitted honestly, tone confused. "I do not know either," the slime explained quickly, tone steady, just like stating a cruel fact. "This is all the resentment from when it was refined until now, including those ghost creatures sacrificed by the heavenly demon cult for it to swallow before." The scene suddenly flowed back to the past. At that time, the mother and young child still relied on each other in fear. Just born, the umbilical cord was ruthlessly cut, then through some bizarre magic, it was torn apart, the infant suspended in the void, consciousness still intact. Awoo! It did not have time to open eyes before curling lips, wanting to cry, tears overflowing eye sockets, chanting mother in heart. Although just born, this child already clearly sensed the loss of that familiar warmth, tender mind echoing with sorrowful calls. The tiny child cried loudly in the dead silent void. "Mom, where is Mom?" Seeing the bustling crowd ahead, the child was startled and crawled toward a corner among them. "Mom, Mom!" Those small hands reached toward those strange figures. "Mom, Mom!" in the rushed flow of people. The child shouted nonstop, people's footsteps brushing past hurriedly, no one paying attention. "Mom, Mom, Mom!" Hands reached out desperately long. "Mom, where's Mom? Woo, 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 I am so hungry." The child cried until choking with sobs, two small hands rubbing red eyes nonstop. Suddenly a foot appeared behind. Chen-Jo's voice sounded warm and firm. "A true man cannot cry just because of a hungry belly-o." Hearing this, the little boy turned his head back in surprise to look at Chen-Jo and the group beside him. Subsequently, a majestic aura flashed on him. Chen-Jo evaluated. "This child looks quite cute after dying." Sure enough, there is nothing that Dong Dong Yao cannot solve with a fist. Yan stood aside witnessing this scene, interjecting softly. "Senior looks like it was already dead originally. Was taken out by C-section by the heavenly demon cult before being born, has no concept of good and evil, speaking of which is also quite pitiful." The child walked close, hugging Chen-Jo's leg tight, crying and shouting, "Mom, Mom." Seeing this, he was a bit unhappy, tone carrying awkwardness. "I am not your mom. Dong Dong Yao is a warrior, is a noble hero." Suddenly a gentle voice echoed, "Baby." This voice made him and the child both surprised. Turning heads to look together, a woman with teary eyes appeared. She wept until voice broke. "Sorry, I'll blame Mom for being useless, letting you be bullied by that group of bad guys." Baby suffered, could not find Mom, must be very lonely, right? The child looked at the woman in front, then crawled toward her. It called out one by one, "Mom, Mom." Seeing this scene, she said softly, "You do not remember Mom. Mom does not blame you. Speaking of which, I truly do not deserve to be your mom." The child stopped crying, voice childish. "Baby does not want to cry, I want to talk. Woo is Mom." The mother hugged her son tightly into her arms, saying painfully, "That group of bad guys forced you to do many bad things, very hard, right? But baby, do not fear." Suddenly her body began to gradually become transparent. She whispered to the child, "Even if going to hell, it is Mom going, because it was me who lost you." Seeing this, the child suddenly rushed over crying loudly. "Ah, do not." The mother dissipated in the void, leaving behind final words. "In this life, Mom owes baby too much. If there is a next life." The child's body also dissipated along with it, eyes still filled with tears, saying final words to the child. "Can you choose Mom one more time?" Witnessing this scene, the child reached out hands in a flurry, voice hollow. "Mom, Mom, come." The ghost creature lay motionless on the ground, surrounded by countless tentacles grown out. The slime said softly, "Sigh." She always felt failing to take good care of the child was her own fault, but the ghost creature's soul dissipating, where is there a next life? Ah. On Chen-Jo's side, Yan was very moved by the matter just now, rubbing eyes with hand. The slime continued, tone heavy. "Actually, that mother and son already tried very hard, only blame the heavenly demon cult's methods for being too cruel and vicious." The ghost child collapsed on the ground, shouting nonstop, "Mom, Mom." Hearing this, he burned with anger, rolling up sleeves with a ferocious face, roaring, "Damn it, piss me off. That bunch of bastards, heavenly demon cult, I must beat them up severely to vent anger." Hearing him say this, the slime flying aside hurriedly advised to stop. "Hey, in this world it is hard to have a perfect ending. You have already saved many ghost creatures." Gaze turned to those ghost creatures curled up in the corner. "Luckily we acted in time. That little ghost has not eaten all the ghost creatures yet." Chen-Jo walked close to that group of ghost creatures, looking at them with eyes full of calculation, saying, "Little ghosts, you guys follow Dong Dong Yao to leave here. In the future, Dong Dong Yao covers you. You guys bully Ah Yuan monkey together with me." Hearing him say this, Yan cheered, "Yay, Senior is mighty." Silverbell beside also followed happily. "Linger also wants to go with husband." Suddenly a cold voice came from somewhere, "But this is not a place where you come as you please, leave as you please." At this moment Feng Bao was carrying Big Mountain tied tight by ropes, shouting Chen-Jo. Hearing the voice, that group of his people turned heads in surprise. He saw and shouted, "Big Mountain." Feng Bao looked at him with a face full of contempt and arrogance, speaking up, "Finally met you. Chen-Jo." He walked toward Chen-Jo while speaking, hand still carrying Big Mountain. The old man shouted as soon as he saw him, Ah, Chen Zhou, run quickly, this guy is very scary, he beats even his subordinates, you guys do not mind me, run quickly. Hearing these words of his, Feng Bao was a bit angry, emitting terrible yin energy, he roared, just a bunch of trash. Could it be they were snatched away? Do you still feel sorry for them? Hearing this, Big Mountain raised his head saying helplessly, are not I also? Wait, wasn't it you who arranged for people to catch me? Chen Zhou looked at the scene before him, burning with anger. He questioned the other party loudly. Was it you who kidnapped Big Mountain and even called Dong Dong Yao? Feng Bao laughed arrogantly in answer. That is right, it is me. He threw Big Mountain toward Chen Zhou, scaring Big Mountain into screaming, ah! Seeing this, Feng Bao said, count yourself lucky to escape alive from the hands of ghost creatures. Truly surprising, but if you want to take them away you have to ask my fist first. Seeing his appearance, Chen Zhou showed no fear, stomping his foot and shouting, Dong Dong Yao goes wherever he wants, you tiny human dare to dictate. Hearing this, the other party showed no weakness, immediately hitting back. Ha, I am the Zhenei branch minister, Feng Bao, I also count as a boss here. Chen Zhou angrily cracked his finger joints to warm up saying, little ghosts, do not you guys interfere. Dong Dong Yao made an appointment with this guy to duel. Hearing him say this, the little ghost gave a response, Feng Bao walked forward carrying a body of solid muscle saying, smelly brat has guts, counts as a man. Just do not know how long you can last. Hearing this, Chen Zhou rushed toward the opponent fast as flying, he shouted, just now I saw quite a few guys bullied by you. He threw a wind-breaking punch sweeping across, teasing while fighting. Dong Dong Yao wants to seek justice for them. Hearing him say this, Feng Bao spoke up in confusion. That little ghost? The two went back and forth, fiercely attacking while nimbly dodging. Feng Bao used a provocative tone to say, just a mere small ghost creature, what's the pity if its soul dissipates? Chen Zhou roared back. Bastard, I want to force 10 liters of Yuan monkey's foot wash water down your throat. 10 liters? Chen Zhou punched straight at the opponent's face, then said, go underground and apologize to them. Feng Bao took this hit, yet still returned the compliment with a face full of arrogance. Good, and I'll send you on your way first. Hearing this, Chen Zhou was a bit confused. Suddenly Feng Bao's fist whistled over, smashing heavily onto Chen Zhou's abdomen. He did not have time to fight back, only able to forcibly take this heart-piercing blow. Feng Bao sneered, tone full of sarcasm. Is not it them who invaded the human world and caused trouble everywhere? Chen Zhou was knocked flying, staggering a few steps. Feng Bao was surprised by his ability to take a beating, thinking secretly, so hard, does not feel like I hit anything. Chen Zhou rubbed his shoulder, moving his muscles and bones, burning with anger as he said, nonsense, the little ghost never snatches Dong Dong Yao's meat, you still dare to slander, Dong Dong Yao will beat you to death. The slime immediately rushed to his side, warning with a rushed tone, protective shield, wait, Chen Zhou, do not be impulsive, this guy is a bit weird. Suddenly he ripped off his coat, a trace of scalp-numbing fierce light flashing in his eyes. Interesting, looks like you are an opponent worth fighting. Witnessing this scene, the slime exclaimed in horror, voice trembling. How can he be a stage 2 cultivator? Big Mountain, tied up solidly, saw Chen Zhou's heroic action and was moved to tears. He thought secretly, this kid Chen Zhou is a bit silly, but truly values friendship and loyalty. Now he is fighting desperately to save me. The slime rushed toward Chen Zhou, shouting anxiously, hey, did not I say he is very weird? Told you not to act in a hurry? At this moment Chen Zhou tightly grabbed the opponent's hair, roaring angrily. I saw it, this guy wants to snatch Dong Dong Yao's position as the planet's #1. Hearing this, Feng Bao flew into a rage, pinching Chen Zhou's chin, roaring, what exactly are you muttering, you mental patient? The slime hovered high in the air, strange red light flashing in its eyes, tone full of doubt. Strange, could it be I was paranoid? This guy, the dignified new minister of the heavenly demon cult, is actually just a stage 2 waste? Chen Zhou continued to engage Feng Bao, suddenly shouting loudly, I want to drown him with spit, cannot let this kind of rogue pollute our great planet. Feng Bao had his arm bitten by him, severe pain making him scream miserably. Ah, let go, ah, pain, pain, pain. Chen Zhou released his hand, immediately assuming a steady posture, saying confidently, for a guy like you, Dong Dong Yao can beat 10. Seeing him like this, the slime shook its head helplessly, tone sour. You are showing 6 fingers, are you praising him? Feng Bao's eyes were murderous, staring dead ahead, saying ruthlessly, HMPH, smelly brat talks big, do not rush. Just now was only a warm-up, next is my true strength. Feng Bao spread his legs and hands on hips, revealing the sparkling belt at his waist, saying arrogantly, recognize this? This is the iron proof that I was undefeated in underground boxing before. Chen Zhou calmly put his hands in his pants pockets, saying as if nothing happened, Dong Dong Yao also has several hundred proofs. Ah no, have not lost in 10,000 years. Seeing him like this, the slime shouted in exasperation. You do not have any at all, stop making things up there. Suddenly, Feng Bao flashed from behind him, smiling ferociously, bragging, boom, Feng Bao attacked suddenly with a heavy punch. Chen Zhou erupted with a dazzling green light all over his body, sliding out very far, speaking firmly. Dong Dong Yao never brags. Seeing this, the slime muttered in surprise, how did this guy suddenly comprehend a God-given skill? Looking at the posture, it is an incomplete God-given skill, will not be easy to deal with next. Feng Bao cracked his knuckles, crack crack, provoking. You are the first person to take this move, just a sure kill punch of mine. No one who took this punch before could remain standing. Red light flourished in Chen Zhou's hand, arm waving non-stop, tone contemptuous. Just this soft fist wants to defeat Dong Dong Yao, let you taste the universe invincible thunderbolt punch. The slime cheered excitedly, full of curiosity. God-given skill versus God-given skill. Hee hee, this is my first time seeing this kind of scene too. Exactly which one is stronger? The two rushed toward each other like arrows leaving the string. Chen Zhou sucked in his stomach, shouting, the demon cult does not even spare our planet's animals, simply deserves to be rubbed on the ground underfoot. Feng Bao was unwilling to show weakness, roaring angrily, you know shit, two powerful forces collided together. Feng Bao roared, ghost creatures indeed deserve to die. Hearing this, Chen Zhou showed no fear, shouting to counterattack, you stinky shoe deserve to die. Feng Bao followed up angrily, because invading the human world is absolutely unforgivable. Absolutely. Hearing this, Chen Zhou froze for a moment. Feng Bao's thoughts suddenly returned to the past filled with hatred. Unforgivable, the scene appeared. Feng Bao chasing a man, shouting, halt, do not think of running. Before the ghost energy recovery, Grandma and I depended on each other for survival, living freely. Feng Bao pressed that man to the ground, raising a wooden stick high, voice trembling, you go die for me. Hey, Grandma's old hands and feet inconvenient. She ran over from somewhere unknown, slapping him on the head. How can you go rob? Feng Bao pointed at the girl beside to argue. I did not do it, Grandma, look clearly. This is the girl who was robbed, but I know she just wants me to be a good person, do not go astray. That woman was scared away. Woo, so scary. Ah, giving it to you. Grandma hit Feng Bao, saying angrily, look, sure enough it was you robbing, told you to find a proper job, why just will not listen. Feng Bao screamed loudly, seeing this, saying painfully, Io, stop hitting, Grandma, stop hitting. Feng Bao handed the money to Grandma, saying excitedly, hey, your grandson made money. Oh, hearing this, Grandma sighed, saying with disappointment, you are truly disappointing, actually going to become a bandit. Will not have a good ending. Later I found a job suitable for myself. Feng Bao clenched his arm, shouting proudly, I did not steal, this is earned from my boxing. I won 11 matches in a row, 11 matches, now cannot even count on 2 hands, do you understand? Hearing her grandson say so, Grandma answered, tone mixed with worry, boxing like being played like a monkey on stage? Aha, but Grandma, I do not care about results. Grandma only cared about burying her head to bandage him, saying, enough money to spend is fine. As long as you are safe, it is more important than anything. Silly child, does it hurt? Hearing this, he answered shyly, tone warm. I said I will definitely let Grandma live in a big house in the future. This little pain counts as nothing. But later, ghost energy recovered, ghost creatures approached Grandma, taking her life. Feng Bao threw a powerful blue heavy punch, roaring angrily, so no matter what the demon cult does to monsters, it is not wrong. He smashed heavily toward the ground, voice echoing, guys invading humans must all die. Seeing the situation before eyes, the slime spoke up, tone contemplative. Because of having this kind of experience, his hatred for ghost creatures is so strong, but ordinary people and cultivators can hardly escape the demon cult's demonic palm. Chen Zhou immediately threw a red heavy punch, blasting toward Feng Bao, shouting, that is right, does this bunch of guys not know bad people still bully stupid humans? Feng Bao answered confidently, I know. Chen Zhou punched straight at his face. Feng Bao blocked with hand, asking in confusion, so what? The image of ugly ghost creatures suddenly floated in his mind. Feng Bao was once beaten lying on the ground, Lu Wanhei standing there watching him. It was the heavenly demon cult that avenged me. They collect ghost creatures everywhere for experiments. This is different from the soul suppression division's method. This is my destiny. Feng Bao reached out, grabbing forward. That was his goal. Strong green light lit up in his hand, eyes becoming fierce, tone decisive. Now that I possess the power to exterminate ghosts, of course I have the obligation to help them clear obstacles on the road ahead. Hearing this, Chen Zhou suddenly realized, tone mixed with sympathy, I understand. According to Dong Yao's several hundred years of medical experience, your brain definitely has a problem. You definitely caught a disease called needs a beating. He immediately rushed toward Feng Bao, saying enthusiastically, do not worry, Dong Yao is best at treating illnesses. This punch is to teach you a lesson for your grandma. Feng Bao was surprised by his action, roaring angrily, lunatic, not allowed to mention that dead old woman. He swung a fist to counterattack. Chen Zhou vanished instantly, making him stare with wide eyes. Diving down from high altitude, Chen Zhou delivered a sharp flying kick straight at the opponent. Feng Bao roared, watch this. Incarnating the good guy kick, Chen Zhou rushed crazily toward Feng Bao, launching dense attacks. He shouted, Little Bit and Big Octopus were bullied by the demon cult so miserably. Do you also think that is right? Feng Bao swung fist to counterattack, Chen Zhou picking up the conversation. I said they are born to be beaten. Chen Zhou did not frown even when hit, continuing, your brain is not even comparable to that muscle, idiot. Second Zhou cannot distinguish the most basic good and evil. Anger exploded. Chen Zhou blasted Feng Bao, flying with one punch. Do not eat rice in the future, eat Dong Yao's fist to atone. Slime and the girl beside cheered excitedly. Chen Zhou charged, beat that muscle man to pulp. Ah Yan asked with worry. Sister, can that guy really fight to a draw with Senior? The little ghost answered confidently. Chen Zhou will not lose. Li Qingshan, hanging in the corner, shouted, hey, does any kind person remember there is a living person here, being hung here? Suddenly, Second Zhou appeared behind Li Qingshan. What are you muttering? Is it because you cannot see Big Zhou's handsome figure? Then I'll change you to a good spot. Li Qingshan turned his head back, pointing at, Chen Zhou gave Feng Bao a finishing punch. The slime evaluated. Oh, this guy's God-given skill theoretically can heavily injure the weakness with one punch. If it were someone else, I am afraid they could not withstand it. Chen Zhou jumped high, kicking Feng Bao stiff with one foot, then grabbed his face, smashing with full force toward the ground. Feng Bao panted heavily, thinking secretly, clearly used full strength. This guy is simply not human. Chen Zhou was murderous, standing in front of Feng Bao. Dong Yao hates your kind of person the most, although your grandma's matter is very angering. Chen Zhou gnashed his teeth continuing, but you let her down. Willingly becoming a bad person makes me more angry. Feng Bao lay prone at Chen Zhou's feet saying ruthlessly, you, what do you know? Feng Bao recalled when just joining the demon cult he also suspected them. At that time Feng Bao followed behind the guide trembling with fear. Brother Zhang, these ghosts look too. Brother Zhang in front laughed. Miserable, right? Do not tell me you sympathize with them. Do not you hate them very much? Feng Bao was guilty. No, how could I sympathize with them? I am very happy seeing their end, but I heard the cult also does to humans and cultivators. Wu Zhang immediately patted Feng Bao's shoulder. Rookie, remember, those who achieve great things do not mind small details. For the demon cult's noble ideal, sacrifice is inevitable, whether ghost or human. He continued insidiously, if you feel uncomfortable in your heart, I have a way to help you adapt as soon as possible. People need to release emotions when anxious. Are not you a boxer? How about playing with me? Wu Zhang lay prone on the ground trembling while thinking secretly, this kid I just said casually almost played my life away. Feng Bao's face was full of killing intent. Looking at Wu Zhang on the ground he continued, later I felt Wu Zhang was right. My hatred for ghosts is far greater than that bit of sympathy. Although the demon cult's methods make people uncomfortable, I just need to vent the rebellious emotion. Suddenly Feng Bao erupted, power exploding. Then what do you know? I am not a bad person. Grandma will definitely understand me. The slime evaluated Feng Bao. This guy is truly paranoid. I do not know whether to call him stupid or pitiful. Power surged around Chen Zhou. Hopeless. A fool like you is not qualified to be a planet warrior. Because a person dares not admit they did wrong. Two opposing forces clashed violently, and Chen Zhou shouted, this is the worst. Feng Bao countered, I am not wrong, you have not beaten me yet. On what basis do you define my right or wrong? Chen Zhou continued, you do not deserve to fight Dong Dong Yao. How could Dong Dong Yao possibly not win? Suddenly a shout came. Chen Zhou froze. Oh, second Zhou was hovering high in the air with Li Qingshan. Big Zhou, go for it, old Taoist also wants to cheer for you. Li Qingshan was suspended in midair screaming in panic, I have a fear of heights, put me down quickly. Second Zhou laughed loudly. How is it? I found a good spot right in front, seeing very clearly. Hey, say something, why not speak? Chen Zhou clenched his fist, endless power spurting out, laughing. Second Zhou, pry open Big Mountain's eyes and let him look carefully. This punch, Chen Zhou blasted a punch onto Feng Bao, making him spray blood, is for revenge for him. In a corner of the urban area, Zhu Egu asked anxiously on the phone, how is Group 1? Any news? Send more people. Ensure the exact location is found as soon as possible. Zhu Egu was anxious enough to cry, saying to Luo Yaman, old Luo, did not I tell you, is not the heavenly demon cult a thorn in our side? Why do not you even have their exact information? We searched half of Zhenhe. 14 suspicious points on this map, none were right. Zhu Egu cried even more miserably. This is not a solution either. If this goes on, will not old Li be eaten by them? Luo Yaman said awkwardly. They have always been cunning with many forces, we indeed cannot quite handle it. Not that we cannot defend. The sky suddenly turned dark, covered in dense clouds. Zhu Egu looked up. Old Luo, look above. Why did the sky suddenly turn dark? Luo Yaman was surprised. Yeah, it was bright just now. In the pitch-black sky, a large black hole appeared. Zhu Egu and Luo Yaman spoke in unison, voices trembling from being at a loss. Is that the Yin Soldier Grand Formation? What happened? Is the Ghost Festival not over yet? From the black hole in the sky, black objects flew out in all directions. Luo Yaman and Zhu Egu were panic-stricken, shouting, too scary, something big happened. Headquarters requesting emergency support. Ghosts gradually took shape from the black objects. Luo Yaman held the communicator in a flurry. Sudden change in Zhenhe City. The Yin Soldier Grand Formation is about to descend on the human world. Zhu Egu shouted. Old Luo, look, a figure riding a horse chased the ghost crowd, finally arrived in the human world. Tantai Mingyu's face was full of murderous spirit. Chen Zhou, you cannot run. Chen Zhou here was cheering happily. Ha ha ha, Dong Dong Yao is invincible, the little ghost cheered. Chen Zhou, you are so amazing, too cool, the slime praised. Good performance this time, this can count as having self-preservation ability. Li Qingshan pounced over to hug Chen Zhou's thigh, crying bitterly. Woo, Chen Zhou, I am really too touched to save me, you did not even want your life running over. Chen Zhou smiled brilliantly. The great planet will absolutely not give up any partner. Just add another 10 caddies of meat. Dong Dong Yao will definitely come to save you. Li Qingshan picked up the conversation. Long live Great Planet, if we can return to the hospital safely this time, I'll give you whatever you want. Chen Zhou felt secretly delighted. You mean it? Then I want a Yuan monkey to wash little fatty's underwear. Li Qingshan laughed immediately upon hearing this, full of confidence. Simple. As long as I am here, I can even make him wash the hospital's underwear. The slime stood aside, shaking its head helplessly, looking speechless. Having you in the hospital is truly Dr. Ayuan's blessing. Ha. Ayan turned to Chen Zhou, tone uneasy. Senior, how should we deal with these ghost creatures now? They have no home and no family. Chen Zhou scanned the wandering ghost crowd around, suddenly waking from a dream. Alright, almost forgot. There's a bunch here. He stepped forward, facing the group of ghosts, stroking his chin to think. Let me think directly, pack them all up, send them back to the planet. Leave this matter to the girl wearing clothes to handle. The slime got a fright. Face bloodless, hurriedly opposing. How do you plan to send? Do you plan to let them all float in outer space? The girl with a flower on her head, hearing Chen Zhou mention herself, stared wide-eyed blankly. "Ha, what planet?" Suddenly, the little ghost's face sank, scaring the surrounding people. The little ghost whispered with a trembling voice, this aura is..." Then she screamed, terrified, "Chen Zhou, big trouble, your wife came to find you." Chen Zhou froze, opening his mouth wide. A silver bell beside was flustered, heart beating fast. "Wife? Husband has a wife." Chen Zhou was startled, voice cracking in surprise. "She chased here," Second Zhou interrupted, half joking. "Could it be that old broad who beats me every time she sees me?" Above the city, gloomy blue color spread like poison fog. Common people fled in panic. Miserable screams abounded on the street. "Hubby, look quickly. What is that?" "It is ghost creatures." Ghost creatures appeared again. "Run quickly." Luo Yamen roared. Screaming amidst the chaos, "Old Zhu, quickly evacuate the masses." Zhu Egu shouted back against the wind. "I am doing it." Luo Yamen looked up, pale from fear. "This kind of oppression, is it a ghost king?" Tantai Mingyue sat steadily on the black horse, gaze gloomily scanning the human world. "Is this the human world, separated for hundreds of years? Did not expect the changes to be so big." White Zhengcheng shrank in the ghost crowd, shivering. "This seems to be Janae. Seems to be the place where senior brother Luo executes missions. This is the end. Begging someone to come save me. Senior brother Luo is not reliable at all. He secretly dodged the ghost crowd's pursuit, sweating like rain. Managed to escape pursuit with great difficulty. Originally intended not to return to headquarters at all." White Zhengcheng squatted in the corner, brain in a mess, annoyed endlessly. "Originally wanted to refine these treasures to keep for use, only then would I not be exposed. As a result, missed the ghost gate closing time." He hid deeper. "I was staring dead ahead, full of worry, and I thought having the Soul Suppression Division's life-saving secret medicine, it would definitely be foolproof. Who could have thought to meet the ghost market lord?" And forcibly opened the human ghost channel. Tantai Mingyue and the army stood high in the sky overlooking the chaotic city. White Zhengcheng thought secretly, doubts surging in his heart, "But truly strange, if it is to catch me, this array is too big." Luo Yamen flew down, standing in front of Tantai Mingyue, respectful yet firm. "May I ask why your excellency came to the human world?" He interrupted with worry, gaze not leaving the other party. "If I remember correctly, the human world and 10 palaces have an agreement. Powerhouses above rank 7 cannot cross the 2 worlds, right? Your excellency's trip is breaking the contract." Hearing this, Tantai Mingyu's face was gloomy as a thunderstorm. She blasted a palm toward Luo Yamen, saying coldly, "My ghost market's business. The 10 palaces cannot control either." Luo Yamen fell, but a large hand supported him in time, blocking the fatal blow. Lu Benchong appeared behind Luo Yamen, tone steady. "So your excellency is the ghost market lord." Admired for a long time, Luo Yamen was supported, voice trembling with excitement. "Uncle Master." Lu Benchong supported the two, standing on the shining sword, staring sharply at Tantai Mingyue. "Although the ghost market is a neutral force, the ghost king invading the human world without authorization this time, no matter what, must give our Soul Suppression Division an explanation." Tantai Mingyu's face was gloomy, a sneer sweeping across the corner of her mouth. "Human world Soul Suppression Division? Hey, truly troublesome. This king came this time with no intention to plot against the human world. Just wanted to find a person." White Zhengcheng heard this, heart sinking like a stone. "Sure enough, came to find me." Lu Benchong raised eyebrows full of suspicion. "Find you? Does finding you need setting up such a big array?" Luo Yamen hugged the sword tightly, stammering for help. "Uncle Master, pull me up." Tantai Mingyue attacked fiercely, killing intent exploding. "Human, you ask too much." Lu Benchong dodged sideways, movements flowing like clouds in water. "Ghost King, your highness, it was you who broke into the human world first." After dodging a move, he continued with a tough tone, "If there is no proper reason, it will only make the conflict between the 2 worlds intensify. Please think thrice." Tantai Mingyue was thoroughly angered, moves becoming more ruthless, shaking the air. "Truly a headache, a mere rank 3 cultivator. Also dares to lecture this king. Are you tired of living?" She rushed toward Lu Benchong like an arrow leaving the string, imposing manner towering. Luo Yamen shouted in panic, "Uncle Master, even if we attack together, we are not her match." "What should we do?" Lu Benchong remained calm in the storm, voice deep. What else can we do?" White Zhengcheng witnessed this scene, heart in a mess. Bad news, what to do, Uncle Master?" And they clashed with the Ghost King. "As a member of the Soul Suppression Division, I must do something at this time." Finishing speaking, White Zhengcheng suddenly exploded with power, shouting loudly, shaking the sky, "Uncle Master, senior brother, do not fear. I'll help you block the Ghost King." Lu Benchong and Luo Yamen bowed their heads to Tantai Mingyue. Tone earnest, "Ghost King, your highness is a rank 7 powerhouse. You coming to the human world is a matter of great importance. We cannot make the decision. Please do not make it difficult for us." "That is right, this matter needs headquarters to decide. Please cooperate with us. No matter who you want to find, our Soul Suppression Division will fully assist." White Zhengcheng froze, stuttering in his mouth. Everyone surrendering also." White Zhengcheng's shout made the 3 turn their heads abruptly, gazes focusing on him. Luo Yamen was surprised. "How, little White, why are you here?" Lu Benchong was also stunned. "Is not that my great precious sword?" Seeing this, Tantai Mingyue revealed an insidious smile. "Human," she sneered, killing intent flashing in her eyes. Thinking this was delivering oneself to the door, Tantai Mingyue turned around abruptly, using a cold voice to order the group of ghosts, still standing there for what, quickly catch this human pretending to be a yin soldier for me. The group of ghosts immediately took the order and rushed over, tying White Zhengcheng up tightly. Tantai Mingyue pointed at Zhengcheng, tone full of sarcasm. "Human, did not you guys just want me to explain why I came to the human world?" Luo Yamen hurriedly answered respectfully. Please speak frankly, your highness. White Jangchung was hung up, eyes teary, regretting endlessly. My broken mouth, insufficient to achieve things but more than enough to spoil things. Tan Tai Mingyue picked up the conversation, voice ice cold. This person used July 15th, secretly sneaked into my ghost market, robbed goods, now pretending to be a yin soldier again, harboring bad intentions toward me. Can your soul suppression division give this king an explanation? Luo Yamen leaned close to Lu Bencheng's ear, whispering anxiously, Uncle Master, what exactly did little white do? Lu Bencheng's face was sinking like water, tone irritable. How do I know? I also wonder why my great precious sword is in his hands. Chen Zhou's voice suddenly sounded happily. Wife, I came to pick you up. The three got a fright, whipping heads around. Chen Zhou rode on Big Cat's back, smile brilliant. Little ghost told me you came. I did not even believe it. The slime flew aside, surprised. This girl could actually do it, actually could open the human and ghost two worlds. Big Cat skimmed across the sky, crossing the blood-red moon. Chen Zhou's excited voice sounded again. Sure enough, it is really you, ha. Luo Yamen and Lu Benchong exchanged doubtful looks. Little Luo, what did Chen Zhou call the Ghost King just now? I did not hear clearly either. Seemed to call A. The two's hearts shook, thinking in unison. Wife, Chen Zhou picked up the conversation, tone regretful yet carrying teasing. Too bad you came late. If you came a bit earlier you could have seen Dong Dong Yao defeat a piece of meat. Chen Zhou rode on Big Cat's back, waving and laughing, looking like a hero saving a beauty. That was truly a heroic act protecting universal peace, he added teasingly. You look at this array. The one truly capable of endangering universal peace should be her, right? The little ghost stood quietly, falling into deep thought. The little ghost stood quietly thinking. Let us go, we go home. Last time you treated me to meat in that whatever ghost place. This time I asked headquarters to send lots of delicious food to treat you. Chen Zhou laughed loudly, tone full of excited teasing. The Ghost King crossed arms, a trace of cold light flashing in eyes, asking back. Maybe your husband wants to say in the ghost world, show some understanding for him. After all, he is a mental patient, can say anything. The little ghost interrupted, voice soft yet meaningful. At this moment the Ghost King reached out a hand, fingers tightly pinching Chen Zhou's throat, killing intent permeating like ice fog. Could it be you forgot something? Did you think escaping back to the human world means not having to fulfill the agreement? Agreement? Did I forget anything? Chen Zhou answered easily, as if everything was just a joke. The Ghost King gnashed her teeth. Her eyes flickered with uncontrollable rage. Her face suddenly twisted, scrunched up as if struck by 80,000 heavy punches. Chen Zhou was full of confusion, thinking in panic, is it because that person angered her? Did you forget we promised to help her advance before? Maybe she chased you to the human world because you sneaked away, the little ghost added from the side, worry in her voice. I will not go back with you, Chen Zhou shouted, then immediately turned and ran. The wind whistled in his ears, seeming to mock him. I would rather sleep on my coffin board than sleep in your bed. At this moment the Ghost King was furious to the extreme, her face flushed red like hellfire. She waved her hand, whipping up a vortex of wild wind, roaring angrily. Since you will not come with me, then sleep in a coffin forever. The Ghost King chased after Chen Zhou, her figure cutting through the sky, pursuing relentlessly like a phantom. Chen Zhou suddenly stopped, whipping his head around, a sly, wicked grin on his lips. Cannot catch me. The two witnessing this scene were dumbfounded, eyes staring wide. Is this what young people often call a forced melon? Have not you heard of newlyweds not being ready to share a bed yet? Seems cracks have appeared in their relationship. Young people nowadays really do not understand the hardships of marriage, the person beside whispered thoughtfully, tone laced with sympathy. Looks like great expert Chen is about to encounter domestic violence. Uncle Master, what should we do? Little Luo asked with a trembling voice. It would naturally be best if that kid could tame the female demon, but the trickiest part is those cunning yin soldiers, and the massive space behind them will make passage difficult. Speaking of which, Uncle Master looked at the ghost world gate, where gloomy energy was still spreading. That is right, if the channel between the two worlds is not closed in time, yin energy will continue to erode the human world. It makes sense if this situation continues, a couple quarreling, why should outsiders interfere? It is time for me to act, the little ghost interjected decisively. At this moment the Ghost King had already firmly grabbed Chen Zhou's leg, fingers clamping down like iron pincers. She screamed, her voice ear-piercing and angry. Chen Dazhou, either come with me or die right now. You choose yourself. Dong Dong Yao kindly treats you to meat, yet you want Dong Dong Yao to die. Truly a bad person, even worse than a Yuan monkey. Chen Zhou was tightly gripping Big Cat's tail at this moment, causing Big Cat to howl in pain, first standing on end, struggling frantically. Calling headquarters, calling headquarters. Dong Dong Yao is being attacked by a vicious wife, come save the emperor quickly. Help, Chen Zhou shouted through gritted teeth, his voice echoing in the chaotic air. Chen Zhou, those yin soldiers are grabbing popcorn watching you couples drama. I'll help you close the human ghost channel first, the little ghost said teasingly. Who cares about eating things from the human world, you heartless man? This king will absolutely not forgive you. The Ghost King's face was twisted with anger, waving her hand and rushing over with rolling power. Suddenly a loud bang resounded through the clouds, dust flying, sweeping away everything. The strong wind's secret art erupted violently. At this moment the Ghost King was surrounded by rolling thick smoke obscuring vision, like the mist of hell. She blurted out in surprise, voice changing tune from the unexpected. This is, the ghost messengers were also dizzied by the thick smoke before them. Uncle Master and little Luo said respectfully. Did great expert Chen make a move? Uncle Master, look, those yin soldiers are being sent back to the ghost world along the channel. The wind is too strong, blowing so hard I cannot open my eyes, cannot see clearly. Uncle Master replied calmly amidst the chaos. Uncle Master, the channel between the human and ghost worlds has also been closed. Where is my great precious sword? You smelly brat, fly over here quickly. Uncle Master roared at White Zhengcheng, who was hanging in midair like a lost specter. All right, matters are all resolved. The two felt relieved of a heavy burden, tight nerves finally relaxing. Just then, the Ghost King let out a shrill roar. Chen Dezhou, you actually dare to be so rude to this king? The Ghost King's face was full of anger, immediately turning sharply to look at the channel entrance, which now remained only a patch of dead silence. She shouted, voice trembling with shock. Wait, where are this king's yin soldiers? Where did the channel this king spent so much effort to open go? Then she thought in shock, heart full of panic. How is it possible? How can a human possess such terrifying power? How could he so easily close the human ghost channel that this king paid a huge price to open? Who said that throughout the ages only I am the strongest? It is normal for the little ghost king not to understand. The little ghost spoke up, tone full of comfort. This strike consumed too much of Dong Dong Yao's stamina. Wait until we return to the hospital to recover stamina, then he'll fight another 300 rounds with you, little girl. Chen Zhou lay prone on Big Cat's back. Though exhausted, he still carried a teasing tone. Hospital, is that the place where he has cultivated all these years? Does all your power originate from there? The Ghost King asked, a trace of curiosity and suspicion flashing in her eyes. Of course, the people there are all talents and they speak nicely too. You should just go back with Dong Dong Yao. Dong Dong Yao definitely will not treat you unfairly. Chen Zhou continued, tone full of persuasiveness. Cannot go back now anyway. Can only follow him for the time being. The monk can run but the temple cannot. Wait until I figure out his background and settling the score will not be too late. The Ghost King calculated secretly. Hey little girl, what are you thinking? Come up quickly. Dong Dong Yao will take you back to headquarters to report. Chen Zhou extended his hand, tone teasing. Since I have entered the door, naturally I must return to the husband's home. Take it one step at a time. If he dares to deceive me one more time, I'll find a way to kill him. The Ghost King tightly grabbed Chen Zhou's hand, sitting on Big Cat's back, figures departing with the wind. Little girl, sit steady. Do not fall off, Great Zhou instructed, tone concerned. Great expert Chen, please wait a moment. Where are you taking Her Highness the female Ghost King? The Luo asked curiously. Old White Luo, you are here too. What do you want to do? Snatch Dong Dong Yao's big coffin. Now want to snatch Dong Dong Yao's wife? Chen Zhou hurriedly questioned, eyes full of wariness. A great expert Chen, please do not misunderstand. How would I dare? Great expert Chen, sitting behind you is Her Highness the rank 7 Ghost King. According to the Soul Suppression Division's management regulations, one cannot privately harbor. Before he could finish speaking, Chen Zhou gave him a ruthless kick. He roared angrily. You go tell headquarters, this king's business does not need you to manage. Ouch! Uncle Master rushed over to support little Luo, asking with concern, Little Luo, I only left for a moment, why did you get beaten again? Uncle Master, the Ghost King was taken away by great expert Chen, I saw it too. Anyway, the matters of the Yin soldiers and the channel are all resolved, just let that girl go. Moreover, a rank 7 female Ghost King in the human world, headquarters cannot control it either. Let them resolve it themselves, Uncle Master answered steadily. True, if we have great expert Chen, are we afraid there is no cure? By the way, asking Uncle Master, does Little White's appearance look a bit off? Little Luo asked suspiciously. What's off? Young people love to sleep, but I also feel like he seems to be dying, Little Luo said, tone carrying worry. Just now I wanted him to return the precious sword to me. He refused with his life, so I had to force him to sleep for a while. In the sky, the little ghost shouted excitedly. Going home. Target mental hospital. Going home. Target mental hospital heading toward. Wait, mental hospital, Chen Zhou hurriedly interjected, endlessly surprised. Is it like this in the Soul Suppression Division? Turns out you experience so many things in the ghost world. Little Luo turned to White Zhengcheng, a trace of admiration flashing in his eyes. So fellow Taoist Chen is the famous Chen Zhou of Zhenhe. Nephew finally understands. He is indeed different from the masses. Extraordinary. Zhengcheng suddenly spoke up, tone carrying a trace of teasing. Little Luo smiled bitterly in secret. If he were like a normal person, then he would be the abnormal one. Also, Uncle Master Lu, this Yin-Yang 2-instrument sword was bought with nephew's money. Uncle Master seems to be. Zhengcheng rubbed his hands, smiling awkwardly at Uncle Master. You smelly brat, your guts have grown fat now, right? Dare to even scheme against your Uncle Master? Uncle Master immediately rushed up, knocking Zhengcheng to the ground with one punch. Nephew was wrong, nephew was wrong. The sword was specially bought by nephew to honor you, Uncle Master. Zhengcheng shouted hurriedly, voice trembling and flustered. Uncle Master, Little White did not mean that, Little Luo argued from the side. Just then, footsteps came from outside the door, accompanied by a majestic voice, the noise inside making ears buzz. You guys are truly becoming more and more unruly. The master walked in, his majestic posture causing a stir among the crowd. Master, long time no see. What wind blew you to Zhenhe? Uncle Master waved, tone full of teasing. What wind? Master Wechun ranked 3rd among the top 10 experts of the Soul Suppression Dao. Little Luo reported to me that a Ghost King powerhouse trespassed into Zhenhe, and even brought a ghost army. Where is she now? The master asked, sharp gaze scanning the crowd. Master, the situation is like this. Little Luo narrated the whole matter in detail. So it is like this, a bit interesting, the master spoke up, a trace of a smile sweeping across the corner of his mouth. Lead the way, go to the intersection. Everyone was surprised, exclaiming in unison, nonsense, of course, to see the Ghost King. Do you really want her to stay in the human world without knowing what intention she has? Incidentally, I am also very interested in that Chen Zhou. Little Luo, you could not even win against such a powerhouse, truly useless. Done for, Uncle Master. The master seemed not to have grasped the situation yet, little Luo whispered with worry. He has not witnessed fellow Taoist Chen's terror yet. Hush, the leader has already decided. Do not talk nonsense, keep up quickly. Uncle Master lowered his voice to warn. At the mental hospital, Dong Dong Yao, I heard old Luo say you settled that massive Yin soldier team. You are truly amazing. Dong Dong Chi shouted from outside, voice resonant and excited. Come, 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 sleep, we are all family, do not stand on ceremony. Chen Zhou teased the Ghost King. You go sleep yourself, the Ghost King replied, a trace of surprise flashing in her eyes. Oh Dong Dong Chi, you came, wife, let me introduce you, this is my good comrade in arms, Dong Dong Chi, this is my beloved disciple, Little Ball. Chen Zhou pointed at the two, smile brilliant. This is the Ghost King old Luo mentioned, Dong Dong Chi pondered secretly, full of suspicion. Rank 2 cultivator, not strong either, the Ghost King thought, gaze sweeping over Dong Dong Chi. Are you the mistress? Mistress is really pretty, Little Ball said. Mistress? The Ghost King was surprised, voice raised. But is not it daytime now, how can mistress appear in the human world? Little Ball asked curiously. I am a rank 7 ghost cultivator, naturally able to isolate my own yin energy, avoiding erosion by yang energy. All powerful ghost cultivators can do this. So under my protection, Big Cat can move freely just like before, the little ghost explained. Tone as plain as discussing daily life. Master, then from now on will mistress live in the human world forever? Ball asked, big eyes flashing with curiosity. Of course, Dong Dong Yao shared half of the most precious big coffin for her to sleep in. Chen Zhou pointed at the Ghost King, tone full of pride. What, your room is too crude, there is nothing not suitable for people to live, Ball said with dissatisfaction. I think it is quite good. Nothing is missing. I also think it is quite good. Where is it lacking? Chen Zhou answered nonchalantly. Master, you are too heartless. Disciple cannot let such a beautiful girl suffer with you. Disciple will take mistress to buy some daily necessities now. Ball hugged the Ghost King, overflowing with enthusiasm. This girl is quite enthusiastic. Taking her back to the Ghost King mansion as a maid is a decent idea, the Ghost King thought secretly, feeling slightly satisfied. All right, Dong Dong Chi, when the Yin soldiers invaded, I was evacuating the masses. Her old Luo say it was you who saved the entire Janae. Dong Dong Chi said with a smile, tone full of gratitude. This is the gift I prepared for you. Take a look if you like it. Came too hurriedly. Did not have time to buy better. Will compensate you next time. Dong Dong Chi carefully handed over the precious sword. What is this, a back scratcher? If you do not want it, give it to me. Let me taste, Second Zhou said, drooling. Appraisal complete. 5 yuan, the little ghost said coldly. Yeah, look at me, took the wrong one. That one was a sample, not worthy of a hero like you. This is the 10 yuan one. This is the one for you. This is called the hero sword. Press the middle button. Look closely at this sword. Look, this sword glows. Oh, this might be a bit childish for elementary school students, but for a mental patient it is just right, the little ghost said, watching Chen Zhou get excited over the glowing sword. Not bad, not bad. Dong Dong Yao saw at a glance. This is a peerless good sword. Great Zhou, let me taste. I want to taste too. Second Zhou acted spoiled. Truly annoying, forget it. Just use this plastic toy to trick him for now. Buy some delicious snacks to comfort him later. Dong Dong Chi, hold the sword like that and chop me. Great Zhou said excitedly. Me, Dong Dong Chi looked blank, eyes widening round at a loss. Dong Dong Chi is a planet warrior. It is time to help you improve your strength, Great Zhou encouraged with a resonant voice. Come on, chop him to death. Second Zhou cheered from the side. Why beat Chen Zhou? Dong Dong Chi thought to himself, heart filled with fear. Oh my, these old bones of mine, if beaten by Chen Zhou, there is only a dead end. How can I lose to save face? Dong Dong Chi pondered and started the battle as soon as the voice fell. Chen Zhou held a long sword and rushed toward Dong Dong Chi, movements fast as lightning, a move of evil warding sword technique, knocking the weapon flying. Dong Dong Yao waved the sword, knocking Dong Dong Chi to the ground. Subsequently, he hugged Great Zhou's leg, crying bitterly, No, do not, Dong Dong Yao, do not let me lose face. I cannot beat you. I am a waste. You surrender before even fighting. I have not even made a move yet. Do not go out and say you are from our planet, Dong Dong Yao blamed. Tone full of contempt, little fatty walked over from the distance, discovering a treasure. He picked up that sword, eyes flashing with interest. Little fatty put down the sword quickly. There is a demon parasitic on it. You will be possessed, Chen Zhou spoke up, warning with a rushed tone. Fart. Chen Zhou, I picked up this sword, so it is mine. Do not think of snatching it, little fatty answered, tone determined. Damn it, little fatty is possessed. Chen Zhou gave a loud roar, killing intent exploding. Chen Zhou, you dog thief, you really want to snatch the sword? Can you really block a blow of mine? Looks like I have to use the second move. The two grappled together, movements chaotic and full of anger. What is going on? Who is expert Chen fighting with? Little Luo said in surprise. Old Luo, you guys came, Dong Dong Chi said hurriedly, wiping sweat from his forehead. Oh, is not this little wetchund, is it? Still alive, huh? Uncle Master spoke up, tone carrying a trace of surprise. That is the Chen Zhou you guys mentioned? No. The Master asked, gaze staring tight at Chen Zhou. Ah, it is him. The expert's mental state is indeed different from ordinary people. Where is that Ghost King? The Master pursued, tone full of curiosity. Right here, little Luo hemmed and hawed, tone hesitant. Hey Chen Zhou, someone came to the door. You cannot be looked down upon. "Oh, did you just arrive?" Chen Zhou pointed the sword at the master, tone provocative. "Counting it up, seems like I have not bullied little Wei-Chun for a long time." Little fatty laughed, tone excited. "A bit interesting. Then let this old master see if you are as strong as the rumors say." The master smiled insidiously, a trace of danger flashing in his eyes. Chen Zhou danced with the sword in the air, gesticulating with hands and feet, mouth shouting and yelling, "Ho ho, look at my planet romantic swordmanship." The master dodged lightly, movement technique like ghosts weeping and gods howling, disappearing instantly. Immediately after, he suddenly appeared, stepping on Chen Zhou's sword with one foot, giving him a fright. The master sat down calmly, reminding slowly and methodically, "Young man, do not be too arrogant." When this old man reached the peak of the human world, he paused, adding a sentence, "I am afraid you weren't born yet." Hearing these words, Chen Zhou was dumbfounded, face full of astonishment, seeing this old man being too arrogant, truly unbearable. The slime discharged electricity at full power, wanting to teach him a lesson. It cursed angrily, "Damn it, this brat is too wild, be honest for me." Extremely strong current was released from the slime. 100,000 volts. The master was caught off guard, screaming miserably in pain. "I-oh-ah!" Watching the master being electrocuted until hair curled and emitting black smoke, Luo Yaman, Lu Benchong and White Zhengcheng, who walked over, stared with wide eyes asking, "Is that the master?" Chen Zhou did not care about the other party's miserable state at all. He and the slime celebrated, shouting excitedly, "Oh yeah, Dong Dong Yao is the invincible hero under the heavens." The slime also echoed, answering happily, "Right, right." Just as the two were celebrating in full swing, Zhang Yuyu and Tantai Mingyue came back from shopping. Zhang Yuyu greeted loudly, "Master, we are back." Seeing the two return, Chen Zhou asked back unexpectedly, "Obedient disciple?" But immediately he seemed to sense something wrong. Chen Zhou looked left and right, asking with a face full of confusion, "Where is my wife? Where did that big tall wife go? Where did you take her?" Seeing Chen Zhou staring blankly like a monkey, Zhang Yuyu roared angrily, "Master, you really are something. This is Mistress. Mistress's original clothes were too conspicuous, so we just went to change clothes." She smiled until eyes narrowed, asking excitedly, "How is it, pretty?" Then Zhang Yuyu continued talking nonstop. "In front of us is a super mistress with a hot figure and having everything. Chen Zhou, this fool, actually does not know how to enjoy." However, Chen Zhou still had a dull face, saying a sentence stupid enough to be unbelievable. "Changing clothes, just ask Dong Dong Yao. Dong Dong Yao has many pants, can give them all to her to wear." Tantai Mingyu's face was iron blue, angry enough to slap Chen Zhou's face crooked. She roared, "Shut up, you guy who does not understand romance." Zhang Yuyu stood aside watching this scene and did not want to help either. She thought, "Master really needs a beating." At this time, that master who was electrocuted into fainting woke up, opening his mouth to ask, "Is your excellency the lord of the ghost market?" Seeing someone mention herself, Tantai Mingyue turned her head to look unexpectedly, seeming to recognize that was the Soul Suppression Division's Sage Realm cultivator, but she still wanted to confirm. Tantai Mingyue asked coldly, "Who are you?" The master then released pressure, trying to deter Tantai Mingyue, questioning, "Your excellency is a rank 7 ghost cultivator, yet intruding into the human world, this is breaking the rules. Since you said you came to find someone, why hesitate now that you have seen the person?" Tantai Mingyue glanced arrogantly, answering, "This king has my own arrangements. You, Soul Suppression Division, need not worry. I guarantee not to do anything to harm your human world." The master's face was gloomy, saying in a deep voice, "Oh, empty words are no proof. This cannot convince the Soul Suppression Division." Seeing the situation was tense, the slime hurriedly complained to Chen Zhou, "Hey Chen Zhou, look, your wife cannot deal with little Wei-Chun. It is not wrong for the Soul Suppression Division to suppress ghost cultivators with unclear intentions." Before finishing listening, Chen Zhou turned around in annoyance, roaring, "What? Turns out this kid came to snatch people?" Second Zhou took the opportunity to snatch the sword from Chen Zhou's hand. He laughed happily, "Haha, I became strong again." Luo Yaman stood aside, seeing Second Zhou holding the sword. He knocked on White Zhengcheng's head, roaring, "Fellow Taoist, Chen's sword was snatched. Quickly perform a bit." Seeing his own wife being bullied by others, Chen Zhou ran over angrily, roaring, "Hey stinky brat, she is my wife, do not cause trouble for her. If not convinced, why not come find this great Zhou?" Tantai Mingyue stood aside, although a bit happy in her heart, but mouth still cursed Chen Zhou. "This king does not need you to act." Seeing Chen Zhou rushing over menacingly, the master immediately changed attitude, laughing softly. "Aye, brother Chen misunderstood. I just wanted to ask a few sentences. Not fighting, not fighting." The master walked to Tantai Mingyu's side, saying, "Since your excellency promised not to do abnormal things, then my Soul Suppression Division naturally will give face to your excellency. Only there is a matter I do not know if I should speak." Tantai Mingyue answered crisply, "You speak." He pushed his glasses, starting to state the problem. "Our Soul Suppression Division recently encountered some trouble. Nanyang City is currently shrouded in a mysterious formation. Presumably your excellency also knows experts in the human world are not many. So can your excellency help our Soul Suppression Division?" The slime listened from the side, thinking, "This little Wei-Chun is quite a clever ghost, wants to borrow this woman's hand to help you solve difficult problems and can also probe her attitude. This is truly a plan, killing two birds with one stone." Tantai Mingyue crossed her arms angrily, tone carrying threat. "Oh, you want this king to work for you for free? The Soul Suppression Division really knows how to calculate," the master hurriedly explained. Your Excellency misunderstood, this old man does not mean this, only that the formation comes from the ghost world. We cultivators know very little about this, so want to invite your Excellency to come forward. Tantai Mingyue asked back. Ghost world formation, the master continued to confirm. That is right, although do not know what specific formation it is, but now Nanyang City's sky is red like blood, and once blood rain falls it will take away all lives on the ground, whether human or ghost. Chen Zhou eavesdropped from the side, muttering in his mouth, blood rain formation. Tantai Mingyue just wanted to refuse, saying, I do not have. Suddenly Chen Zhou shouted, interrupting the conversation. I remembered. He clenched his fist, pretending to be an expert, explaining. You guys know shit. That is the magic world, hard to meet in 100 years. The slime flew over, doubting, what the hell is magic world? You had a relapse again, talking nonsense here about what? Beside, Second Zhou and White Zhengcheng were hovering in midair fighting for that sword. Chen Zhou hugged his arms, continuing to talk nonstop. That is a world specially prepared for the strong. The planet sent this great Zhou to explore 40 years ago. The slime, seeing Chen Zhou bragging without drafting, was angry enough to hammer his back, roaring, 40 years ago. Your dad had not given birth to you yet. Tantai Mingyue and the master listened in a fog from the side, completely not knowing what Chen Zhou was saying. He, however, was in high spirits, speaking more and more vigorously. Did not expect now the magic world came again. Then this great Zhou naturally has to go find out exactly what happened. Things having come to this, the slime was also helpless, spreading hands to admit defeat. Convinced, Tantai Mingyue stepped forward, asking, Chen Da Zhou, you leave, then what about our agreement? Chen Zhou answered as a matter of course. Then you go with me, Tantai Mingyue roared, but I do not want to go. The master stood aside watching the two, stroking chin to think. Truly did not expect the king of Ghost Market is actually a bit reluctant, but this Chen Zhou is also a capable person. If wanting to resolve Nanyang City's crisis, this is not impossible. Chen Zhou turned his head, pointing at the master's face, laughing. And you, little brat, you also go with this great Zhou? The master pointed at his own face, asking in surprise. Ah, me, Chen Zhou answered resolutely. That is right, you also have a bit of strength. This great Zhou looks at you very pleasing to the eye. Tantai Mingyue stood behind, hugging arms. Could only helplessly roll eyes. Lu Benchong pointed at Luo Yamen, trembling, saying, White-haired old man and others are too useless, not worthy to go to the magic world. The master thought aggrievely in heart. I am a rank 6 cultivator. This kid actually calls me waste. Luo Yamen had not figured out the situation yet, asking doubtfully, White-haired old man waste is talking about me. Zhu Egu, hearing he could not go, pretended to weep. Dong Dong Chi and beloved disciple still have to protect those children, so no way, damn it, I also want to see Dong Dong Yao every day. But in his heart he was snickering. I heard that blood rain is very dangerous. I do not want to go at all. Zhang Yu also sobbed, pretending. Master, you have to be careful. Chen Zhou spread legs, hands on hips, looking up to the sky, laughing proudly. So this great Zhou plans to take 2 people to see the world. This is a good opportunity for you to become strong. Tantai Mingyue stood behind, stroking chin to think, become strong? Could it be he is hinting at me? The master also was unwilling to show weakness, secretly calculating. That formation is very weird. Inside there is even a layer of defense even I cannot break open. How should I refuse him? The slime glanced, sighing. Double-faced people are truly many. Chen Zhou reached out, ordering, bring the sword, sword come. White Zhengcheng ran over, panting, out of breath. Huff huff, fellow Taoist Chen, I helped you get the sword back. Chen Zhou hooked by Zhengcheng's shoulder, face full of bad smile, saying, thank you, kind-hearted fellow Taoist. How about this, such a good opportunity? I also count you in. Bai Zhengcheng turned head with a blank face, asking back. Ha! Lu Benchong, seeing this, roared unexpectedly. That guy is just a rank 4 cultivator, even more waste than me. Chen Zhou raised the sword to the sky, shouting excitedly. You guys have to remember, if without a great hero like this great Zhou standing at the bow, how can you go to the magic world? White Zhengcheng was scared into cold sweat streaming down. Eyes turning black, thinking he really did not want to go at all. Suddenly the sword's light gradually extinguished. Chen Zhou shouted doubtfully, Hey, what happened? Why does not great Zhou's hero sword light up? White Zhengcheng stammered, explaining, No electricity. Chen Zhou was shocked until chin fell off, mouth opened wide enough to stuff an egg, trembling, saying, My hero precious sword broke. Second Zhou knew he broke the sword, hurriedly slipped away, but still heard Chen Zhou's angry roar coming from afar. Damn it, where did Second Zhou go? It is all his fault. Snatched my hero's sword. Must be him who used up the sword's energy. Wife, quick, help me find him. I want to go. I want to beat him to death. Tantai Mingyue hurriedly comforted. It is fine, Chen Zhou. This hero's sword is rechargeable. The master frowned, calculating. I alone cannot handle Nanyang City's formation. If Chen Zhou and the king of Ghost Market go with me, then it is not that there is no chance to enter the formation. The master rubbed hands fawningly, reminding, that Chen Zhou, little friend, situation is urgent. Nanyang City's formation has already appeared for a period of time. When do we set off? Chen Zhou hung his head, pretending not to care. Talk again tomorrow. Today I have to charge the hero sword first. The master was speechless. All right, wind blew past, he thought. Truly a childish guy. Everyone continued to discuss. The master said, an expert Chen, we leave first. Tomorrow I will bring Little White to pick you and His Highness the Ghost King up. White Zhengcheng panicked, opposing. Senior brother, I do not want to go. You do not need to take me. Suddenly a figure appeared, observing the people around. It was precisely that fatty Optimus Prime, he said seriously. Magic, that world I also want to go to. The next day everyone came to wake Chen Zhou to set off together. Luo Yamen shouted, Great Expert Chen, Great Expert Chen ah, are you awake? Bai Jiangcheng also yelled, fellow Taoist Chen ah, let us go to Nanyang City. The master stood behind with hands behind his back quietly waiting for happiness. Second Zhou poked his head out impatiently. Stop knocking, Big Zhou is not here. Luo Yuman was astonished seeing Second Zhou pass through the wall. He then asked, then where is he? Where did Great Expert Chen go? At this moment Chen Zhou appeared on the roof, arms crossed over his chest, looking cool and cocky, shouting down, white-haired old man ah, you guys are too slow. Dong Dong Yao has been waiting for you for a long time. Luo Yuman looked up in surprise, asking doubtfully, Great Expert Chen ah, why are you on the roof? Chen Zhou jumped to the ground excitedly, laughing, ha ha ha, magic world, here I come. The slime rubbed its forehead exhaustedly, explaining, it is just that he was thinking about going to the magic world all night last night, got so excited he was kicked out in the middle of the night and could only sleep on the roof for the night. Calling last night, Chen Zhou was kicked directly out of the house by Mingyue for being too noisy. Mingyue roared, if you are not sleeping then get out. Chen Zhou landed handsomely, spreading his arms like Superman Dapeng, declaring, Dong Dong Yao's great precious sword will rule the magic world sooner or later, he shouted. Wife ah, come over quickly, we are setting off. The three people behind clapped and heckled, making him even more excited. Then Chen Zhou's hot-figured wife also walked over. Mingyue said coldly, HMPH, Chen Da Zhou, remember this clearly for me. Wanting this king to handle matters for the human world, this is the only time. Luo Yuman bowed and said goodbye gratefully. Everyone ah, have a safe journey. Chen Zhou turned his head, frowning at him. White-haired old man ah, you go too, you still have to drive the black box for us. Luo Yuman asked back in surprise. I am going too. Mingyue was puzzled. What is a black box? Chen Zhou explained. The road sign to Nanyang City. Sitting in Luo Yuman's car, Chen Zhou hugged his arms happily, saying, haha, your black box is much more comfortable than mine. Luo Yuman was speechless, thinking secretly, damn it, I was clearly here to see them off, turned out I cannot go back, the master complained. Really cannot understand, Nanyang City is so far from Jinnei. Taking a car will take donkey years to arrive. The slime sat on Chen Zhou's head with arms crossed, thinking, why do I always feel something is a bit strange in the car? Chen Zhou poked his head out, asking, little brat, what are you doing? The master hurriedly covered up. I did not say anything. I just thought if we go to Nanyang, no, go to the magic world by car, it will be very slow. The slime laughed loudly from the side. Ho ho, looks like I have to show little Wetchen a move. Then the slime wrapped the car in green energy. The car rushed into the sky with alarming speed. Chen Zhou cheered excitedly. Exaggerated, should have said earlier you like it fast. Cannon transformation, fly, go, charge. The slime explained the parameters. Speed 870 miles per hour, mood becomes more comfortable, then charge. The people in the car were all dumbfounded, frightened by this terrifying speed. In Nanyang City, the entire city was shrouded in a dark red. Broken walls and ruins were everywhere, seemingly having suffered huge destruction. Someone in the city shouted, Director MI, ah. The blood rain started falling again. Quick, retreat immediately before the blood rain falls. 3 people wearing protective suits walked in the blood rain. 2 people wearing yellow protective suits discussed animatedly, I am afraid there are no living survivors in this city except us, right? The other person interrupted. Do not talk nonsense. What we can do now is try our best to find surviving citizens and evacuate them safely. The person wearing the red protective suit remained silent. That was Nanyang City's Soul Suppression Division Director Manhwa. He looked up at the sky, full of regret, saying, it is all my fault this useless director of mine failed to discover the heavenly demon cult's conspiracy earlier. Until they successfully set up the formation in Nanyang City, even headquarters cannot solve it. In the sky, blood-red rain shrouded the entire city. Manhwa continued, in despair. Headquarters reinforcements still have not arrived. Has Nanyang been abandoned? What exactly is this blood rain? The person in the yellow protective suit sighed. This blood rain has been falling for so long, how could anyone still be alive? Another person in a yellow protective suit collapsed on the ground, unable to hold on any longer. He said despairingly, Director, I have had enough, I have really had enough. Staying here any longer, we will sooner or later become like those people who got drenched in the blood rain. Clearly we cannot do anything right. That person turned back shouting, Director? Manhwa shouted the subordinate's name loudly. Ah Cheng, he ran over encouraging. Ah Cheng, do not worry, we have protective suits so we will not. Before finishing speaking, a cry for help came from the distance. Sa, save me, help ah. Manhwa and the subordinates turned back in surprise, seeing a person pressed under a collapsed billboard. He was pinned down, the blood rain falling harder and harder. He shouted in panic, Are you guys from the Soul Suppression Division? Come save me quickly. The person wearing the yellow protective suit ran over hurriedly, quickly comforting that citizen. Do not be afraid, I am a cultivator of the Soul Suppression Division. I will definitely save you. Manhwa commanded anxiously from behind. Damn it, the rain is getting in, quickly find a place to hide. The other person cheered happily. Great, there are still living people. That citizen was frightened. He tightly grabbed the Soul Suppression Division cultivator's protective suit, shouting, Save me, I cannot move, save me quickly. I do not want to die. The Soul Suppression Division cultivator still comforted patiently. Sir, do not be afraid, we can definitely save you. But the more he comforted, the more terrified the man became. At this moment, due to extreme despair, his eyes were bloodshot, roaring like a madman. You are lying, I already got drenched by this rain, you cannot save me. Everyone was swallowed by the rain. Everyone has already been swallowed. The cultivator looked at the citizen before him, silent for a moment. The trapped citizen still screamed shrilly, "Ah, what to do? I do not want to die." Suddenly, cultivator took off his protective helmet, affirming seriously, "I said it, I will definitely save you." Seeing Ah Cheng take off the helmet, Myun ran over with worry to stop him, but it was too late. He shouted, "Ah Cheng, ah no, do not take off the helmet. You are already drenched in blood, you cannot hold on." Ah Cheng put his own helmet on that citizen's head, revealing a warm smile, saying, "The Soul Suppression Division will absolutely not abandon anyone, so you must." He stopped before finishing, as if something made the citizen before him extremely shocked. Because Ah Cheng was drenched in the blood rain, his body was gradually corroding. He still tried hard to finish his last words, "Live." Then his head completely melted. The citizen in front shouted in terror, Myun and the teammate saw Ah Cheng melt, shouting in grief, "Ah Cheng," in order not to let Ah Cheng's sacrifice be in vain. The two immediately ran to save that citizen. They lifted the billboard while saying, "Sir, we are here to save you." Suddenly that person trembled all over, shouting in panic, quickly. The two were startled by the terrifying scene before their eyes. "Sir." That citizen, having been drenched in the blood rain for too long, had already completely melted. After a while, the blood rain finally stopped. The subordinate reported exhaustedly, "Director, the blood rain stopped." The two sat back to back, grieving for Ah Cheng. The teammate said, "Ah Cheng he." Myun answered sorrowfully, "Yes, I saw it." He looked at Ah Cheng's empty helmet, saying with bitterness, "Ah Cheng is truly a fool. That man had been drenched in blood for so long, was already beyond saving." Before the words were finished, suddenly something crashed down, startling the two. They hurriedly turned back, shouting in panic, "What now? What happened?" Turns out Chen Zhou's group arrived. The car smashed violently onto the ground, twisting and deforming. Luo Yuman penetrated the windshield, while the master stood unsteadily, holding the car door, vomiting nonstop. Luo Yuman wailed, "Ouch heavens." The slime smiled awkwardly, explaining the landing point wasn't set well, just deviated a little bit. "Little Luo, in the future if you can drive. But if you cannot, better not drive." Myun shouted, asking with worry, "Who is it?" Suddenly, the car door was blasted away, dust flying. Two people walked out. Turns out Mingyue blasted the car door away with one punch to help the two out. Chen Zhou complained dizzily in the back, "White-haired old man, your car sucks too much." Mingyue coolly stepped on Luo Yuman, making him unable to utter a sound. Do not step on me." Myun's subordinate seemed to recognize the acquaintance. He stared with wide eyes, saying, "Director, that seems to be Director Luo from Janae." Everyone gradually settled down. Chen Zhou looked around, saying, "Let me see if this is the entrance to the magic world." The slime also looked around, sighing, HMPH, the formation fluctuation is quite strong." Myun and the subordinate shouted happily, "It is really Elder Luo. Actually there is also Master Wechun. Headquarters did not abandon us. Headquarters indeed did not abandon us." Myun knelt on the ground, trembling with excitement and crying bitterly. "That is great." Luo Yuman saw him, asking in surprise, "Old am I?" He hurriedly ran to support his old friend. Myun still knelt on the ground, sobbing, saying, "God has eyes. Nanyang City is saved, saved." Luo Yuman immediately comforted, "Old am I, we are here to help you. Do not cry first, do not cry." Chen Zhou stood aside, hugging arms, complaining, "Where did that fat man come from?" Seeing him so excited must be because he saw Dong Dong Yao. The slime retorted speechlessly, "If you think with your toes, that is not impossible either." Suddenly strange movement came from the car trunk. Chen Zhou noticed immediately, looking back. Turns out Optimus Prime crawled out of the trunk, mind not yet clear, raising the sword high, stammering, Magic world I came." Seeing this, Chen Zhou shouted in panic, "Little fatty," the slime explained. "No wonder I always felt strange after getting in the car. Turns out there really was a person." Optimus Prime looked up at the sky, shrouded by the huge red barrier, saying majestically, "Magic world," his tiny figure under the gloomy vast sky. Voice full of determination, "I came." Not long after the voice fell, suddenly a person rushed up, kicking Optimus Prime ruthlessly, kicking him flying far away. Holy shit. Turns out the person kicking Optimus Prime was Chen Zhou. After kicking, he roared at him, extremely annoyed and surprised. "Why are you here?" Optimus Prime was kicked very painfully, while covering his waist, blaming, "Chen Zhou, you actually did not bring me to the magic world. Too shameless. Do you plan to hog the magic energy?" Hearing Optimus Prime say this, Chen Zhou cursed angrily, "Idiot, I did not bring you because the magic world has many scary monsters. They specialize in eating fatties like you." Optimus Prime still retorted stubbornly, "I am not afraid. I definitely must go to the magic world to see. How about it? Good brother, take me along." The slime listened to the two's fearless conversation beside Chen Zhou, anxious enough to scream, "I say, can you guys have some reverence?" Resulting in the next second the two hooked shoulders and backs again. Chatting and laughing like brothers reunited after a long time, Chen Zhou hugged Optimus Prime's neck, laughing loudly. "Did not expect you weigh 80 kilograms, having 79 kilograms of clothes, not bad, better than that waist, Dong Dong Chi." Seeing Chen Zhou start bragging again, the slime scolded helplessly, "Protect my ass in the end, is not it still my job?" At this moment Myun and Luo Yuman stood not far away, pointing at Chen Zhou suspiciously, asking hesitantly, "This is..." Luo Yuman immediately explained, "Old mi, you rest assured. Although Mr. Chen is unfathomable. He solved Janae's sacrificed ones and living dead. This time he also came specially to solve Nanyang City's crisis." Myun's face froze after listening to Luo Yuman. Ah, then could that be the legendary one? Just finished digesting the information, he rushed to Chen Zhou and knelt down. He tightly held Chen Zhou's hands, begging with a pitiful and miserable face, "Great expert Chen, Hero Chen, I am Nanyang Soul Suppression Division Director Myun, beg you to save this city." Luo Yuman watched aside as his old friend knelt to beg for help without any image. Could not help wondering what exactly happened in Nanyang City to make old Mi become so crazy. After begging, he turned around, pointing at the red barrier surrounding the city, explaining, "That is the formation set up by the heavenly demon cult because there is no way to enter. We still do not know what its purpose is. Only know before the formation appeared, Nanyang suddenly started raining red rain," he continued, trembling to narrate. A red rain like blood poured down on Nanyang, giving people a very terrifying feeling. At first, everyone did not take it seriously, thinking it was just a natural disaster. No one paid attention, still living recklessly in the rain, even directly touching the rainwater. After all, there was no special reaction when the rain fell on the body. But subsequently, the terrifying things had just begun. His voice became deep and gloomy. As the time spent in the rain increased, anomalies gradually appeared. Scenes full of horror, thriller, and the scent of death occurred. People turned directly into puddles of bloody water. At this time, everything gradually fell into chaos. By the time we realized something was wrong, it was already too late. The formation appeared, also sweeping in countless people who did not have time to evacuate. The formation appeared in the form of a red spherical light curtain, shrouding Nanyang City, creating countless slaughters here. Moreover, this formation seems to be still expanding even today. Myun narrated the tragic condition of Nanyang City to Chen Zhou. He continued speaking while maintaining the posture of kneeling at Chen Zhou's feet. Furthermore, people outside the formation are not spared either. This blood rain has been falling non-stop up until now. I am afraid there are few living people left in the current Nanyang City. Meanwhile, Master Wechun and Ghost King Tantai Mingyue were also outside the formation. The Master said to the Ghost King, "If no rank 8 powerhouse appears, the outer defense shield of this formation cannot be broken at all. The residents inside probably long ago." Tantai Mingyue could not help saying with worry, "This formation is not the same as the Ghost World formations I know, but the sacrifice method has a few similarities. This might be an ancient formation." Luo Yuman, standing behind, was shocked upon hearing her say this. "It is actually an ancient formation of the Ghost World?" Hearing the Ghost King and the others say this, Myun became even more terrified. He hugged his head in despair, roaring, "Then what should we do? Is there no way? That bunch of beasts from the heavenly demon cult definitely will not stop here. Even if we cannot save the common people, we must stop the disaster from spreading." Seeing him so anxious, Chen Zhou walked over, patted his head, and said, "Do not worry, Pighead. Is not it just a bunch of stupid humans being swept into the magic world? What is there to make a fuss about?" Myun, having his head patted and being called a pighead, looked up at Chen Zhou with a blank face. Chen Zhou turned around holding the precious sword and arrogantly declared, "Dong Dong Yao is going in. If they have not been eaten by magic creatures yet, then Dong Dong Yao will eat them all. After all, Dong Dong Yao is the planet's strongest warrior. Let us go, brothers." Hearing him say this, the slime hurriedly pursued, asking, "What are you eating them for?" But no one paid attention to it. Chen Zhou took the lead, walking in front. Master Wechun, Tantai Mingyue, and Luo Yuman followed closely. White Zhengcheng also followed behind them as if he had lost his soul. Optimus Prime walked at the very end, shouting excitedly, marching into the magic world with General Zhou clearing the path. "We will only welcome peace." Seeing everyone swarming toward the formation, Myun shouted loudly, entrusting his hope, "I beg you all." Meanwhile, the slime looked helpless. "Who exactly are the little friends? Explain it to me quickly." At this moment, Optimus Prime, walking at the very back, saw White Zhengcheng whispering to Luo Yuman, "Senior brother, are you also an unfathomable expert cum mental patient like fellow Taoist Chen?" Luo Yuman answered calmly, "We dare not ask about this, but according to my observation he is just an ordinary mental patient." Tantai Mingyue, who had been silent, suddenly sensed something wrong and immediately scanned the surroundings to observe. Red raindrops were falling from the sky. Tantai Mingyue reached out to catch them, feeling a faint unease in her heart. "It is raining, that blood rain again." Master Wechun shouted upon seeing this. "Bad news," he quickly and loudly warned the people around. "Everyone, absolutely do not let this blood rain touch your bodies. If the body touches the rainwater, it will turn into a puddle of bloody water." Tantai Mingyue waved her hand, magic power instantly condensing into a huge purple palm hovering overhead, forming a solid canopy that isolated those deadly raindrops. Her gaze swept across, suddenly stopping because she saw those two fools, Chen Zhou and Optimus Prime, still standing in the rain like wood, helpless. She controlled the magic hand to grab these two, dragging them hard into the safe range. She roared annoyedly while pulling people, "You two still will not come back quickly?" Seeing this, White Zhengcheng was scared out of his wits, fiercely pouncing toward Luo Yuman, who had just propped up a golden light shield, begging tremblingly, "Senior brother, let me hide too." Luo Yuman frowned, looking at his junior brother, looking puzzled. Cannot you open a shield yourself? Why must you squeeze in with me?" Seeing everyone was safe, Master Wechun suddenly remembered he was still being rained on. He muttered to himself, "Okay, everyone is safe, so I also." His hands quickly formed seals. Hand seals completed, he raised his hands to the sky shouting, "Open!" Instantly, a dazzling golden light curtain appeared, completely isolating the deadly blood rain pouring on Nanyang City under Mingyu's protection. Optimus Prime opened those innocent big eyes looking at the sky, pointing and saying to Chen Zhou, "Chen Zhou, look, does this look like tomato juice?" These words, naive to the point of mental retardation, left the surrounding people speechless. Tantai Mingyue turned to ask Master Wechen standing nearby, "What is the source of this rain? According to you, all living things will be swallowed by it, right?" The master nodded, tone certain. "Correct, our soul suppression division collected blood, but has found no useful clues so far. The strategy today can only be to avoid it." She turned her head abruptly to look at Luo Yaman again, asking with concern, "Hey, are you okay? You definitely got wet just now, right? Do you have any special feeling?" Being asked suddenly, he stammered in a flurry, "What, Uncle Master Luo, are you also worried about this?" "No problem. According to previous situations, one has to be drenched in this blood rain for a period of time before mutation occurs." Just then, the scene of those two mental patients, Chen Zhou and Optimus Prime, poking their heads out to catch rain to drink gave everyone a fright. Optimus Prime smacked his lips praising while drinking. "Ha glug glug, this is not just tomato juice, this is red wine." "Ah," Chen Zhou also followed, echoing excitedly, "Care not what it is anyway, it is very sweet. Tastes not bad, I like this stuff." Seeing this crazy scene, the master was scared out of his wits, shouting loudly, "Chen, great expert Chen, this blood rain cannot be drunk." "Ah, head cannot get wet either." Ignoring the warning, the two were carefree like immortals, even performing crazier actions. Chen Zhou stood in the rain, scrubbing his head vigorously as if really washing his hair, saying casually, "What are you making a fuss about, you little brat?" Back in the day, General Zhou took showers in the courtyard. Optimus Prime heartlessly caught water to rinse his mouth, nodding in agreement hearing Chen Zhou say this. "Exactly, too wasteful, wash quickly." "I even want to take out my underwear to wash." The master opened his mouth wide, doubting life. What exactly happened? Could it be that Chen Zhou has something to rely on so he is not afraid? What ability does that fatty have? He was just preparing to turn around to ask everyone to help stop them. "Your Highness Tantai, little Luo, please persuade great expert Chen." Before finishing speaking, he found no one beside him. Where are the people?" Looking not far away, he discovered in horror that those three people also rushed into the rain doing weird actions. He shouted in panic, "What are you doing? Are not you afraid of being swallowed by the blood rain?" Tantai Mingyue retorted while twisting in a bizarre dance pose, "Ah, what are you saying? This blood rain simply makes one feel too comfortable." Luo Yaman and White Zhengcheng also echoed, speaking in unison, "Exactly, how could it possibly swallow people?" Luo Yaman ripped off his suit, revealing a wet shirt clinging to solid six-pack abs. He invited, "Master, raining is quite comfortable, you come feel it too." White Zhengcheng was even shirtless, showing off muscles and agreeing, "That is right, standing so far for what? I even want the master to help me scrub my back." The master was red in the face, questioning with heart palpitations, "What exactly is wrong with you guys? Did you all go crazy?" Mingyue continued twisting her body, voice full of demonic nature. Human, do not you want to come and enjoy this romantic baptism with this king?" The master roared in opposition, "How could I possibly want to?" Forced by the three, he hurriedly retreated, sensing the anomaly. "Wrong, they are a bit off." The three still chased relentlessly. "Master, we just want to make you a bit happier. Where is it wrong?" He retreated in panic, trying to escape. "No, I have to leave here." Before he had time to turn around, he was blocked. A terrifying voice sounded behind. "Going where? Clearly it was you who asked us to come. Why do you want to leave first again?" The master turned his head, seeing Chen Zhou blocking the light like a huge ghost shadow, rolling his eyes back, staring dead at him. "Come together, young man." Chen Zhou, Optimus Prime, and White Zhengcheng scrambled to reach out hands to pull, still waiting for what? Little ghost, come rain together. "Come on, come together." The master appeared weak and helpless in the crowd as if possessed by a demon, struggling desperately. You are all crazy." He tried to retreat, mind deducing rapidly. "Is it mental disorder from getting rained on?" Suddenly, Tantai Mingyue sneak attacked from behind, breaking his defense. "See if you come out." A weird huge palm smashed down with the force of a thunderbolt, shaking the earth to tremble. Luckily, the master jumped up in time to dodge. He watched helplessly as the Ghost King was also controlled. "Tisk, even the Ghost King is bewitched?" Just avoided the attack in the air. Looking down, he saw Chen Zhou opening his arms, waiting for him with a smile that made one's hair stand on end. "Come here to rain, come quickly to rain." Forced into a desperate situation, the master decided to make a move. "Great expert Chen, since it is like this, then do not blame this old man for being ruthless." He blasted a palm toward Chen Zhou's position. Green light swallowed the opponent, spreading to burn the other four. Looking at that pile of ashes, the master suddenly had an epiphany. I did not use full strength. He suddenly woke up with a start. "So that is it, this is an illusion. I am caught in an illusion." He immediately formed a seal, shouting, "Release," returning to reality. The master in reality was being carried like a slaughtered pig, face bruised and swollen, looking extremely pitiful. He just regained a bit of consciousness, vaguely hearing someone say, "Teacher was perfectly fine, how come he suddenly lost consciousness?" Opening eyes before figuring out the situation, he found himself being held upside down by Luo Yaman and White Zhengcheng. White Zhengcheng was even saying excitedly, "Ghost King, your highness, try using a bit more force." Tantai Mingyue agreed immediately upon hearing. "Okay, Bang! A heavy punch smashed ruthlessly on the face, beating the master into screaming miserably. The body was knocked flying more than 10 meters, lying prone on the ground. Hearing the shrill scream, Luo Yaman and White Zhengcheng turned back in panic, discovering he woke up, cheering. Aya, awake, do not hit anymore, teacher, are you okay? The master struggled to crawl up, supporting his sore body, groaning. Io, Luo Yaman hurriedly ran over to help him up, and Tantai Mingyue also walked over, arms crossed, asking, Human, what happened? Why did you suddenly faint? Beaten for no reason, the master's face was iron blue, cursing in exasperation. Even so, no need to use this method to wake this old man up. After calming down, he immediately warned, Everyone, absolutely do not touch this blood rain. This thing will make people fall into illusions. Luo Yaman was shocked. Illusion? He looked forward, discovering Chen Zhou and Optimus Prime were also naively catching rain, but the difference was the two were already tightly protected by the slime. Chen Zhou opened arms, tilting head, wanting to catch rain, but after waiting a long time not a drop entered the mouth, wondering, why does this tomato juice just fall down but will not go in the mouth? Drank for half a day, did not drink a drop. Optimus Prime opened a mouth as big as a watermelon, urging, open mouth a bit wider. The slime shielded the two awkwardly, mouth shouting nonstop, protection, 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 protection. Seeing this, the master heaved a sigh of relief. Different. Sure enough, that was a hallucination just now. After a while, the rain gradually stopped. Optimus Prime asked in panic, Chen Zhou, look, why stopped raining? Chen Zhou also shouted, do not tell me it was drunk dry by us two, forget it, wait for the next round. Seeing the rain stop, the master proposed, while the rain stopped, let us leave quickly. He took the lead, walking in front. Tantai Mingyue, Luo Yaman and White Zhengcheng followed closely behind. While Chen Zhou and Optimus Prime were still going crazy, the two got two swords from somewhere unknown, shouting about hacking each other. Chen Zhou directed and acted himself, raising the sword, shouting, you possess the demon sword, hand over your life. Optimus Prime also entered the role alone, raising sword to block, roaring dramatically, Chen Zhou, dog thief, let us fight to the death. Luo Yaman and White Zhengcheng walked behind, whispering. Luo Yaman wondered, did not old Mi say the blood rain would make people fall into illusions? White Zhengcheng also expressed doubt. No, could it be the blood rain evolved? Tantai Mingyue aside was also researching this matter. She used magic to catch a drop of rain to examine carefully, thinking secretly, this thing can cause hallucinations, even rank 7 humans cannot be spared, but why cannot magic detect any anomaly? After a while, the 6 people rapidly approached the foot of the formation partially surrounding Nanyang City. Arriving at the place, they found it sealed tight, no entrance. Optimus Prime pursued, asking, is inside here the magic world? Where's the entrance? Chen Zhou pretended to think, where is the entrance? Let me think. The slime, seeing him preparing to brag again, roared helplessly, you stop making up stories. Master Wechun then proposed to Tantai Mingyue. Ghost King, your highness, this is the formation's protection layer. Previously I tried with full strength, if not a rank 8 powerhouse. I am afraid it is hard to open, but if I join hands with you, maybe there is a chance. Tantai Mingyue nodded in agreement. Okay, I know. She quickly approached that red light curtain. Chen Zhou, seeing this, jumped out again to cause trouble. What are you doing? Want to snatch Dong Dong Yao's limelight? Dong Dong Yao wants to be the first person to step into the magic world. Seeing him obstructing everyone, the slime roared weakly, stop making a scene. Master Wechun signaled Her Highness the Ghost King to act. The two then cast spells, fiercely attacking that protection film. Under the powerful attacks, cracks appeared on the protection layer. But in a split second it was as good as new again, completely unaffected. Seeing their moves were ineffective, the two's faces were gloomy. Master Wechun gritted teeth, worrying, damn it, still useless. The slime witnessed the scene just now and also interrupted arrogantly. This formation looks quite like the real deal, huh? Chen Zhou, your level is still a bit lacking, let us do it. Hearing the slime call him, Chen Zhou rushed directly in front of the two ghosts. He turned his head to look back, boasting, this evil magic cage looks like only the Dong Dong Yao warrior who obtained the hero sword can open it. Tantai Mingyue and Master Wechun looked at him like they were looking at a dinosaur, not trusting him one bit. Tantai Mingyue said to Chen Zhou, then you do it. Then she crossed her arms to watch the show. Chen Zhou stepped forward, announcing to the formation, everyone watch closely, watch me. The slime was speechless. Master Wechun looked at Chen Zhou's back thoughtfully. Does this guy have some special method? Everyone was waiting for Chen Zhou's move. Unexpectedly, he gesticulated like a juggler, then shouted the incantation, Open Sesame. The two Ghost Kings were completely stunned. The slime roared angrily, Open Sesame, your head, stand closer, I cannot operate from this far. Chen Zhou continued to make funny faces. He raised his hand and shouted, burn my small universe. The slime knocked on his head, disobedient. I am calling you. Chen Zhou blinked nonstop. He posed like Superman again, roaring, come out, power of elimination. The slime tried to pull him. Stand closer. Chen Zhou turned a deaf ear, continuing to chant strange spells. Avada Kedavra. The slime pointed frantically at the formation. Go over there. The spell was ineffective. Chen Zhou panicked. No, impossible. My spell failed. The slime turned its head away angrily with arms crossed. Enough, I cannot help even if you starve to death outside today. I will not make a move. Luo Yaman stood behind. Seeing Chen Zhou also could not open the formation, stammered in horror. Even great expert Chen cannot open this formation's defense. White Zhengcheng was also helplessly silent. Optimus Prime remained mysteriously confident. If Chen Zhou cannot, let me try. Tantai Mingyue reached out to stop the excited Optimus Prime. Go back, what use are you? Optimus Prime, let me try. Chen Zhou stood there worrying. Done for, is General Joe going to fail everyone's expectations? He made up his mind to step forward, calling the slime. Little she will not give you a chance to perform this time. How could General Joe not open the door to the magic world? The slime refused. It is too late to go over now, I will not help you. Chen Zhou put his hand on the shield, closing eyes to concentrate. The slime flew in front, tempting. If you beg me now, I can consider helping you, otherwise you'll lose face. Chen Zhou ignored it, sighed, opened his eyes, golden light flashing within. He said, a mere magic world wants to block General Zhou's path. Finishing speaking, he immediately unleashed a powerful spell. Cyan light exploded, accompanied by sharp lightning. The slime stared with wide eyes. This is total annihilation. The powerful move struck directly at the dark formation protection layer. The spell was amplified, appearing even more violent. Chen Zhou shouted while hitting, open up quickly for General Zhou. Seeing the credit being stolen, the slime ground its teeth in anger but was helpless. Damn it, was beaten to it by this kid. Protection layer shattered. Master Wechun and Luo Yuman were stunned by the scene before them. Master Wechun stammered, this is. Luo Yuman expressed deep suspicion. Why did this place become like this? Under Chen Zhou's powerful attack, a corner of the protection layer broke, revealing the desolate scene inside. Buildings collapsed as if having experienced a catastrophe. There were no human figures at all, gloomy and depressing, full of desolation. Master Wechun could not help marveling. This could not really be the magic world, right? Like Doomsday. The entire sky was bright red. Suddenly a voice asked, Chen Zhou, are you sure this is the magic world? Why have not we seen a single magician? A group of people walked slowly on the abandoned street. Chen Zhou led the way, answering, HMPH, did not you see the sky is too dark? The magicians are all asleep. Luo Yuman asked, Master did the plants here all mutate? Master Wechun answered, should be influenced by the formation. The formation inside the shield has some energy fluctuations. Chen Zhou ignored them, turning back to say, hey, according to Dong Dong's intuition, we will not see magicians today either, so let us find a place to rest first. Optimus Prime was excited. Right, wait until dawn, we'll definitely see magicians. The slime exposed him. You are purely just tired from walking and want to rest, right? Master Wechun pleaded. Little friend Chen, we managed to get in with great difficulty, and we are only dozens of kilometers from the formation center. How about we push on to the finish line in one go? Chen Zhou's face immediately fell, answering, no way. Dong Dong Yao's energy is exhausted, must absorb the essence of sun and moon for a whole night to recover. The slime mocked. Just say it straight if you want to eat and sleep. Luo Yuman smoothed things over. Master looking at great expert Chen's appearance, he is definitely hungry. After all, walked for a day, let us take a bath first, then hit the road. Master Wechun sighed. Sigh can only be like this. Hearing this, Chen Zhou and Optimus Prime cheered. Yay, eating meat, eating rice. In an abandoned hotel, the crowd pushed the door open. Against the light, only black shadows were seen. Chen Zhou's voice was crisp. Report to headquarters. Report to headquarters. Dong Dong Yao has successfully occupied the magic world lair, awaiting next instruction. Another voice also answered. Me too. White Zhengcheng sat on a chair holding 2 cups of noodles, turning around to say, this hotel seems to have no hot water and electricity, only a bit of instant noodles. Chen Zhou gestured a phone call. Report to headquarters. Dong Dong Yao is going to starve to death in the magic world, requesting assistance, Master Wechun pushed his glasses, saying mysteriously, everyone need not worry. Leave this small matter to this old man. A moment later, a pot of noodles with excellent presentation, steaming hot and fragrant, was cooked. Someone praised, wow, so fragrant, you kid are truly hiding your light under a bushel. Chen Zhou and the others had green light in their eyes, drooling. The slime also marveled. Little Wechun knows how to build a fire and cook now? Master Wechun smiled mysteriously. Heh. Anyhow, this old man is also a mighty figure in the human world. The young girl sitting on the sofa looked annoyed. HMPH, humans are truly troublesome creatures. Ignoring Tantai Mingyu's complaint, the lively atmosphere continued. It was discovered by Dong Dong Yao, so Dong Dong Yao eats first. This goes to little fatty and that kid. This goes to the white-haired old man. The last mouthful of soup is for fellow Taoist White, that person asked. Why do I only have 1 mouthful of soup? Luo Yuman resigned himself. Okay, as soon as the voice fell. Chen Zhou had already buried his face in the pot, eating heartily. Master Wechun did not mind, turning to say, alright little Luo, little White, you guys come with me. They followed. Optimus Prime also followed. Chen Zhou ate and drank his fill, then lay down. Too comfortable. Tantai Mingyue rested her chin on her hand, thinking, HMPH, truly scandalous. Suddenly Optimus Prime came back holding 2 candles in hand, saying happily, hee, Chen Zhou, look what I found. Chen Zhou looked up. This is a candle burning magic power. The Ghost King thought helplessly, is not that just a broken candle? Instantly, Chen Zhou and Optimus Prime revealed treacherous smiles. The slime was terrified. What prank are you guys going to pull again? On the other side, Luo Yuman sat on the ground worrying. Master absolutely not. You going to the formation center alone is too risky. Master Wechun said firmly, time is life, brook no delay. They were discussing serious business, but White Zhengcheng was staring blankly, thinking, starving me to death. Master Wechun said solemnly, your strength is too weak, just stay to accompany the Ghost King and little friend Chen Zhou to rest well. I will go investigate the situation. If it really cannot be handled with my strength, at least I can retreat unscathed. Luo Yuman answered, since the master has decided, I will not persuade anymore. Please be careful in everything, master. Master Wechun suddenly felt the noise sounded familiar. Is it little friend Chen Zhou? Luo Yuman called. Little White, go open the door. White Zhengcheng stood up. The door just opened a crack. White Jangchung spoke. Fellow Taoist Chen, is it you? But opening the door revealed no one, the corridor empty. White Jangchung shouted, Fellow Taoist Chen, turning back to say to Luo Yuman, Senior brother, no one here. Luo Yuman was puzzled. Except great expert Chen, who else would knock on the door so loudly? Suddenly a hand grabbed the door, a voice sounded, Fellow Taoist White. White Jangchung turned back. Entering his view was Chen Zhou holding a candle, making a funny face, saying, Who I am. White Jangchung was scared into screaming, Io wildly. Then fainted. Chen Zhou and Optimus Prime high-fived and cheered, jumping around Chen Zhou. Great success, Optimus Prime. Fellow Taoist White's guts are too small, Chen Zhou. Go scare my wife. Watching their appearance, Luo Yuman and Master Wechun were helpless and speechless. Master Wechun, is not he exhausted? I see he does not need rest at all. Luo Yuman sweated. After all, great expert Chen is a bit special. Is a bit different. Luo Yuman helped White Jangchung up. White trembled, saying, Scared me to death. Master Wechun held his hands behind his back, saying solemnly, Little White, you truly throw the Soul Suppression Division's face. Luo Yuman also said, Right, Little White, you are also too. Before finishing speaking, a hissing sound rang out. Luo Yuman turned back, seeing two red eyes staring at himself. A ghost face and fangs appeared. Luo Yuman said helplessly. Great expert Chen, a person can only be scared once. You go play with others. Master Wechun also said, acted quite like the real thing. Suddenly Chen Zhou poked his head into the door, asking, Hey, why are you guys calling Dong Yao? Optimus Prime also picked up the conversation. Want to play with us again? White Jangchung's face changed drastically. Great expert Chen is over there. Luo Yuman, then this one behind us is. A scream pierced the silence. There is a monster. That monster spread its wings, scaring Optimus Prime into running for his life. Could this be the magic world's monster? Chen Zhou also shouted. Dong Yao requests headquarters support. Behind them a bat spread its wings, staring dead at them. White Jangchung was greatly shocked. Bad news, this ghost thing is more than one. Everyone run quickly. No need for a reminder. Chen Zhou had long since run away, shouting while running. Alert, magic world monsters awakened. Dong Yao is suffering fierce attack. The slime also shouted, Batman, should not this thing have gone extinct hundreds of years ago? Behind the two followed Optimus Prime, who was running wildly, holding his head in fear. The slime roared, Dan, it looks like after you destroyed the formation, someone controlled them to launch an attack. Seeing the pursuers increasing, Chen Zhou seemed to sense something wrong and whipped his head around. Entering his view was Optimus Prime, falling prone on the ground, screaming miserably. Chen Zhou shouted in panic, Little fatty? Before Optimus Prime could climb up, a black shadow dived down, a Batman grabbing him and rushing straight into the clouds. Everyone was shocked. Chen Zhou froze on the spot, gaze closely following the monster that snatched his friend. Optimus Prime struggled desperately. Cries for help coming. Chen Zhou requesting support. The usual playfulness disappeared from Chen Zhou's face, replaced by a rare seriousness. He slowly drew the sword from his back, eyes sharp, whispering, finally appeared. He stepped heavily onto the windowsill, borrowing force to roar, You group of magic monsters. Seeing Chen Zhou's imposing manner like a rainbow, the slime also followed, laughing happily. Rush up to fight around? Chen Zhou hovered in midair, announcing majestically, Little fatty, Dong Yao is coming to save you. In the ruined city, the crimson sky was obscured by thousands of black bats. An earth-shattering loud bang. Dust rolling, the earth shaking violently. Luo Yuman stood between the cracks, looking up at the sky, thinking with worry, This group of people is too fierce. Even so, his hands did not stop accumulating spiritual power. Suddenly a monster rushed over at extreme speed, scaring his heart into stopping, done for. But the monster was intercepted before it could touch him. A green energy belt appeared, firmly binding it and the surrounding monsters. Luo Yuman recognized the savior, shouting, Master Wechun stood proudly in the encirclement of 7 Batmen, arms spread controlling the spell, voice resonant and majestic. A few little bats, do you want to rebel? Behind the master, a ferocious monster rushed over, wanting to tear him apart. White Jangchung warned in panic, Bad news, Master, they want to break free from your spell. Master Wechun glanced at it, clicking his tongue. Tisk, actually quite troublesome to deal with. Suddenly his gaze collided with a scene in the distance. Following his line of sight, Optimus Prime was being snatched away by a Batman. A faint cry for help came over. Help me. Master Wechun made a prompt decision, shouting loudly. Luo Yuman understood immediately. Turning to shout at White Jangchung, Leave this to the master, let us go help brother Chen Zhou. Watching Chen Zhou chasing that monster at full speed, the two acted quickly. White Jangchung responded, Okay, I got it, master, you be careful. Just as the companions left, Master Wechun exploded with power, creating a green tornado that blew away everything around. He frowned, evaluating secretly. Truly a group of troublesome guys. HMPH. Suddenly a ball of raging fire whistled over, forcing Master Wechun to hurriedly prop up a defensive shield. Amidst the sea of fire, a glamorous figure walked out with full aura. As soon as Tantai Mingyue appeared, she asked in confusion, Could it be the Batman recorded in the Ghost World ancient books? Master Wechun looked down from above, tone carrying a few bits of teasing. Looks like your highness the Ghost King does not recognize them. Tantai Mingyue closed her eyes, answering indifferently. Seen them in books. Master Wechun landed on the ground, shrugging his shoulders, saying, Since that is the case, then have to trouble your highness the Ghost King to exert some effort. Behind Tantai Mingyue, a huge magic palm instantly emerged. She retorted coldly, So much nonsense. On the other side, Optimus Prime was roaring the benefactor's name in despair. Chen Zhou, save me quickly, hurry up. Chen Zhou was running wildly below, panting while shouting, "Little fatty, hold on, these damn legs, run faster." Urgent shouts suddenly came from behind expert Chen. Luo Yamen said while chasing, "We came to help you." White Zhengcheng also picked up the conversation. "Hey little senior brother." Suddenly a violent tremor threw Luo Yamen against the wall, screaming in pain. White Zhengcheng also stumbled and fell flat on his face. Being careful is useless too. White Zhengcheng discovered in horror that the surrounding skyscrapers were shifting automatically. He exclaimed in shock. "The buildings are moving toward this side." Standing in the ever-changing formation, White Zhengcheng could not help marveling. This formation actually can move mountains and fill seas. Luo Yamen also added with heavy worry, "Big trouble this time." Chen Zhou, who was running head down, suddenly stopped as if hearing a call. He looked back. "HMPH, wasn't someone calling me just now?" The slime discovered the terrain change with surprise. How did the road just now turn into a building? It was that smile again. The slime analyzed seriously. "Chen Zhou, this formation is a bit weird. Continuing to chase is not a solution either. Solve it cleanly and neatly." Hearing this, Chen Zhou waved the sword, revealing a wicked smile to respond. "HMPH, do not think only you guys can fly. Come out, my soaring big chicken wing." The slime shook its head, smiling helplessly. "All day just know how to eat." A sharp sword energy tore through the sky, breaking the dead silence, accompanied by a powerful angry roar. "Eat my move." 1/2 pieces. The Batman grabbing Optimus Prime was immediately split in half by the sword energy. At the moment of falling, Chen Zhou rushed up, grabbing Optimus Prime's collar, pulling him to land safely. Optimus Prime cheered happily. "Chen Zhou, you dog thief, you finally came to save me." Chen Zhou answered with head held high. "Hero divine sword." As soon as they landed, Optimus Prime pointed at the sky in panic. Chen Zhou, there are still many monsters above." Chen Zhou also hurriedly turned back to look. Chen Zhou shouted in surprise. "Why did so many come? This bunch of leech-like guys?" Although trembling, Optimus Prime still pretended to be brave, gripping the long sword tight, stepping forward to announce, "This time let me protect the planet's greatest warrior." Seeing this, the slime was moved to tears, sobbing, saying, "This dead fatty, although has a bad brain, did not expect to be quite loyal." Chen Zhou was equally moved, wiping tears, calling friend, "Little fatty." Chen Zhou restored his handsome demeanor, gripping the long sword tight, stepping forward, shouting, "Then let us charge." Optimus Prime shouted happily. "Chen Zhou," the slime sighed, deciding to go crazy with them. "Forget it, then just go crazy with you guys once." Raging flames of war ignited in eyes. Optimus Prime roared, "Mom, watch this, your son is not a coward." Chen Zhou also answered arrogantly, "Let you guys see how planet warriors fight a great war with ugly magic monsters." Contrary to this aggressive appearance, the slime was desperately transferring energy to Optimus Prime, muttering helplessly, "First time transferring power to an outsider, should not be any mishaps, right?" The two's expressions synchronized, one shouting "Start war," one shouting "Charge." Wild laughter echoing through the space. "Ha ha ha," Optimus Prime showed off while fighting. "Chen Zhou, look, I also defeated them." Accompanied by the voice, he unleashed amazing powerful moves one after another. Seeing this, Chen Zhou was unwilling to show weakness. "Oh, but you did not defeat as many as Dong Dong Yao," he was triumphant, waving the sword to fancy kill every monster. Seeing this, the slime marveled. "Looks like the fatty is also a talent." Optimus Prime fought while vying for credit. "Who said so? Definitely me more. I already defeated 7 monsters." Chen Zhou curled his lips in disdain, laughing loudly. "What? How? Dong Dong Yao already defeated 700, not 5. The slime helplessly held its forehead. "If you guys focused your energy on fighting, this flock of bats would have been killed off long ago." Chen Zhou turned a deaf ear to the slime's words, heart full of jealousy and unhappiness. "Damn it, Dong Dong Yao actually fell behind. Impossible, absolutely impossible." Suddenly, the slime shouted in horror. Chen Zhou dodged quickly. He hurriedly turned back, seeing a terrifying energy rushing straight at himself. Reaction extremely fast. He jumped to avoid. The attack missed, splitting the building next to it in half. Amidst rolling smoke and dust, Chen Zhou sweated coldly, turning back to roar, "Little fatty, are you in cahoots with this bunch of moths?" The slime shouted, explaining the situation. "Because he chopped a few bats, he got too excited, already completely went crazy. Even the power I lent him went out of control." Just as the slime said, Optimus Prime's eyes were red from killing at this moment, eyeballs rolling around, mouth muttering, "Chop, chop, chop, smash, smash, smash. This great lord is the universe's strongest." Chen Zhou asked back in a deep voice, "What did you say?" The slime flew close, complaining painfully, "Hey, how come this dead fatty is even harder to deal with than Chen Zhou? Can you be a bit well-behaved? Not mess around." Optimus Prime still danced the long sword wildly, howling, "Invincibility is so lonely." Seeing this scene, Chen Zhou thought secretly, "Done for, little fatty must be controlled by the demon sword." Sharp sword energy attacked him one after another, forcing him to have to make a decision. Could it be he has to let Dong Dong Yao cross swords with him? Looks like there is no other way. Hero and demon eventually walked different paths. Chen Zhou lifted the sword, rushing over, imposing manner like a rainbow, shouting, "Evil demon, eat a strike of my hero sword." The slime was struggling to think of a way to control Optimus Prime, complaining, "This kid is truly hard to control." Secret art soul separation. The spell had not been cast yet. Chen Zhou gave Optimus Prime a heavy blow. Suddenly a voice sounded, giving Chen Zhou a fright. "Hey, you idiot." The sword edge swept past. Optimus Prime's body seemed to be split in two, however, he asked as if nothing happened, "Why chop me?" Optimus Prime turned his head, face full of smugness, eyes sharp as a different person, laughing, "What? Do not recognize me just by borrowing his body?" Under the sky, crimson as blood, thousands of bats obscured the sun. Yet 2 figures stood proudly, calmly gazing at this group of monsters. A ferocious monster roared, rushing over. However, Master Wetchun remained motionless like a statue. Suddenly he shouted lightly, "Bind!" Instantly, countless green energy vines appeared out of thin air, tightly binding the rushing monster, vines becoming more and more. Master Wetchun looked up, shouting. Tantai Mingyue walked out with full aura, hands constantly forming seals to cast spells. From the formation she created, countless purple giant hands rose from the ground. The magnificent scene made Master Wetchun also cannot help opening mouth to marvel. "Your Highness Ghost King." Green binding vines combined with purple magic giant hands formed a perfect attack. Tantai Mingyue coldly spat out a word, "Exterminate." The monster crowd was crushed instantly, exploding into clouds of blood mist. Monster corpses fell like raindrops. She also landed lightly. Master Wetchun wiped sweat from his forehead, relieved. Phew, finally solved a batch. Tantai Mingyue turned back, face slightly tired, doubting. "I remember Batmen went extinct long ago, right? Why would so many appear in the human world?" Master Wetchun stroked his chin in deep thought. "This bunch of beasts is not weak. The weakest also has stage 3 strength. Expert Chen and little Lu of them should be fine, right?" Tantai Mingyue, hands on hips, answered. "If only these it is fine, but if the quantity is more it is hard to say. There will not be accidents. Let us also chase up to look." Just about to leave, suddenly another group of Batmen flew from behind, a black mass obscuring the sky, making the two's faces sink. Master Wetchun turned back, clicking tongue helplessly. "Tisk tisk, looks like we cannot meet up with him very soon." Tantai Mingyue also turned back. Osgrave, golden Batman, human, this guy may not be weaker than us two. Before eyes was a golden Batman, eyes blood red, filled with bloodthirsty desire. Even so, Master Wetchun still said calmly, "Soldiers come general block, water comes earth cover." In another corner of the city, Batmen were also hunting everywhere. White Jangchung was shrinking in a corner, trembling, mouth muttering, "Namo Amitabha, Bodhisattva protect, amen." Suddenly nearby came a clunk sound. White Jangchung got a fright, secretly crying, "Done for, got discovered." He gritted teeth, making up mind, "Damn it, can only fight." Thinking of this, White Jangchung gathered all energy to the arm, preparing to decide victory with this blow. Just then, Luo Yaman walked out from the corner, muttering to himself, "This formation can move buildings. Do not know how little White is." White Jangchung recognized senior brother, surprised, blurted out, "Ah, handsome guy, but fist already thrown. Spilt water cannot be gathered." Result, what should come still came. Bang! White Jangchung landed a solid punch on Luo Yaman's face, beating him into looking up in astonishment, falling backward. The huge noise attracted a few Batmen circling above. White Jangchung hurriedly helped senior brother up, face full of guilt. Sorry." Although Luo Yaman was helped up, still annoyedly cursed. "What are you doing, you brat? In vain I worried about you, specially came back to find you." White Jangchung apologized repeatedly. "Sorry, handsome guy, I thought you were those monsters." Suddenly the two realized the situation was critical. White Jangchung panicked. "Bad news, we were discovered. All blame senior brother for shouting too loud." Luo Yaman hurriedly reminded, "If you speak so loud again, the whole city's Batmen will be attracted by you." Luo Yaman, sweating all over, nose bleeding, sighed, "Looks like can only fight. Little White, these guys are not simple, you be careful." White Jangchung was scared into face turning green, mourning, "Done for, my short life is going to be handed over here." Although afraid, he still mustered courage to step forward, channeling cheetah hand, shouting, "Senior brother, careful, I come to help you." Luo Yaman fought while shouting, "This bunch of beasts speed too fast. Little White, you think of a way to contain them." They however did not know on the distant high building roof a figure was quietly observing. That person sneered, "Did not expect this bunch of trash from Soul Suppression Division could also break into my formation." Heavenly Demon cult member, expressionless yet proudly, looked down. "Since came, then do not think of leaving." A moment later, White Jangchung had fallen into disadvantage, surrounded by Batmen. He panicked, asking for help. "Senior brother, save me." Luo Yaman looked at junior brother, spells non-stop in hand, yet ability falling short of wishes. "Damn it, this bunch of beasts too many." After repelling a few, he hurriedly rushed toward White Jangchung, shouting, "Little White, hold on." Suddenly a spell descended from the sky, forcing Luo Yaman to hurriedly jump away to dodge. In smoke and dust he covered face, shouting question. "Who?" On the roof, a figure with mutated arms shouted, "You are Janae's director, Luo, right? Great presence coming." Failed to welcome from afar, Luo Yaman frowned, thinking, Heavenly Demon cult? Seems have not seen this person on the wanted list. He loudly questioned, "This formation is your doing? What exactly is your purpose setting up formation in Nanyang?" The Heavenly Demon cult disciple laughed loudly. "Haha, looks like Soul Suppression Division is not as good as before. Cannot even recognize the illustrious Life and Death Gate." Luo Yaman asked back blankly, "Life and Death Gate?" He turned head to ask White Jangchung, "What is that?" "Little White, do you know?" Junior brother panted, shaking head. "Have not heard of it." The two's ignorant conversation made the Heavenly Demon cult disciple speechless. He gnashed teeth, cursing, "Trash, truly trash, short-sighted. Looks like following the Golden Generation being exterminated by Ghost Emperor. Soul Suppression Division long has no ability to contend with Ghost World." Luo Yaman raised eyes, tone sharp. "Oh, looks like Heavenly Demon cult indeed has collusion with 10 palaces, otherwise how would know this kind of secret?" White Jangchung also prepared to meet war, accumulating power, saying, "Senior brother, do not know why, facing Heavenly Demon cult, this bunch of dregs, I suddenly have full drive." Heavenly Demon cult disciple smiled contemptuously. "HMPH, knowing more also cannot change your destiny of certain death. My cult is about to realize the long-cherished wish of unifying the human world." Luo Yaman did not want to talk nonsense, ordering Little White, "This guy knows too much, must catch alive at all costs." White Jangchung answered crisply, "Understood. Finishing speaking, the two cast spells simultaneously. Flying body to attack. Heavenly Demon Cult Disciple reached out mutated arm wanting to crush opponent, mocking, even dealing with Batmen so struggling still want to catch me? Fantasy story. Purple and gold, two forces collided violently. Luo Yaman shouted, "You are also just a stage 4 minion. Catching you is much simpler than dealing with that bunch of monsters." Following a sound of little white, it is now White Jangchung's figure had already appeared behind the enemy, he thought secretly. Done. But unexpectedly, that guy let out a weird sneer. White Jangchung's attack was easily blocked by a purple light, shocking him greatly. The person turned back and said, measuring power by cultivation level, "I am being looked down upon too much." In the blink of an eye he disappeared, then appeared behind White Jangchung whispering in his ear, "Is dealing with me simple?" Red light flourished in that heavenly demon cultist's eyes, face gloomy, hands starting to form seals. "Then how about this?" From the black hole he summoned countless pairs of blood-red eyes emerged, he shouted, "Golden bats!" Golden batmen surged out like a swarm of bees leaving the nest, murderous spirit soaring, scaring those two into being dumbstruck. What? The golden bat swarm attacked madly, speed so fast it caught them off guard, breaking air sounds whistled. The sky was once again obscured by this group of monsters. That heavenly demon cultist manifested a huge palm, tightly grabbing Luo Yaman, squeezing hard, making him groan in pain. Subsequently he stepped on White Jangchung, who was paralyzed on the ground, revealing a sarcastic smile, saying sincerely, "Compared to setting up the life and death gate formation, I feel dealing with these two trash from the soul suppression division is indeed much simpler." White Jangchung lay prone on the ground, calling with difficulty, "Luo, senior brother Luo." Yan Kun lifted Luo Yaman with one hand, nodding to evaluate. Director Luo is also very special, very suitable as a key material for sacrifice. White Jangchung struggled, wanting to crawl up, staggering to chase and roar, "Let go of my senior brother, you bunch of heavenly demon cult bastards." But Yan Kun grabbed him with the other hand, tightening hard, making White Jangchung scream in pain. "Ah," he sneered. Useless dog still barking there. "Pity you are useless to me, so go to die." But suddenly he suffered a surprise attack. "Ha!" He hurriedly released hands to retreat, keeping a safe distance. Although Luo Yaman was covered in wounds, his imposing manner was still high. It was precisely his blow just now that forced the opponent back. White Jangchung exclaimed, "Senior brother," he gnashed his teeth, saying, "Heavenly demon cult, do not think of succeeding." But Yan Kun sneered, circulating energy to recover while mocking. "Oh, Director Luo is truly desperate, fighting this battle even at the cost of burning young fire." Luo Yaman turned to order White Jangchung, "Little White, I'll stall him, you go find the master quickly." White Jangchung rejected firmly. "Senior brother, no, are you crazy? Burning young fire, you will also die." But he roared, interrupting, "No time for nonsense. This guy is the main culprit causing Nanyang's current situation, but we are not his match. Quickly go find the master." White Jangchung clenched his teeth, eventually could only wipe tears and run away, not forgetting to shout back, "Senior brother, hold on, I'll come back to save you immediately." Endless regret surged in his heart. "Damn it, all blame me for being too useless." Yan Kun watched this scene, face full of disdain. "Truly touching. I am afraid you also know, even burning young fire, you are not my match." Luo Yaman's imposing manner did not decrease, hitting back toughly. "Cut the crap, whatever monsters you can still summon, call them all out." Flames rose violently, a monster rushed out but was instantly beheaded by Master Wechun with one sword strike. Peeved, he sheathed the sword, breathing a sigh of relief. "The last one." The master turned back to look at the battlefield, thinking secretly, "Looks like all resolved, right?" Tantai Mingyue pondered. "I remembered, according to Ghost World ancient records, Batmen appear before great disasters. They are the minions of calamity," the master asserted while approaching. "From this we can see there must exist a more terrible thing in the center of this formation." She nodded in agreement. "Correct, and Batmen have been extinct for many years. I am afraid this time someone resurrected them to act as minions," the master evaluated through gritted teeth. "That bunch of bastards from the heavenly demon cult fear the world is not chaotic enough." Tantai Mingyue picked up the conversation, tone cold. "The heavenly demon cult you speak of, this king has also contacted before, indeed disgusting. In recent years they have been active frequently in the ghost world, seemingly even colluding with the 10 palaces. Pity the soul suppression division has not found solid evidence. If truly so, I am afraid in the future both human and ghost worlds will face a catastrophe," the master asked seriously. "Ghost King, your highness, forgive me for asking presumptuously. If the human and ghost worlds go to war, can your highness and your ghost market still remain neutral?" She glanced at him, answering crisply, "You really dare to ask this question? This king does not want to answer." Just then White Jangchung ran over, stumbling, shouting, "Master, master." The master whipped his head around. "Little White." White Jangchung was out of breath, standing unsteadily, stammering, "Master, quick, go save senior brother Luo quickly." The master hurriedly supported him, asking anxiously, "What happened?" White Jangchung narrated in panic. "Senior brother Luo burned young fire to fight the enemy in order to save me. Master, Ghost King, your highness, begging you to go save him." Tantai Mingyue raised eyebrows, asking back, "Enemy?" White Jangchung affirmed categorically, It is the person who created the life and death gate formation." On the other side, Chen Zhou was fighting Batman heartily, counting while fighting 29-40. Then sneered complacently, "Heh, this time this big Joe definitely already defeated 40 monsters. Yay," he turned his head to provoke. "Now it is still not too late for you to admit defeat. Optimus Prime over there was sweeping a large area of enemies with a tornado, hitting back. You are still far off. Wait until returning to the hospital. I will definitely let Dr. Ah Yuan teach you math properly." Chen Zhou cursed, annoyed. What? Sure enough you are in cahoots with Ah Yuan Monkey. Optimus Prime retorted. I'm not, ha, but he immediately hesitated. But seems a bit alike, Chen Zhou pursued. Like what? The slime flew dancing to interrupt. Whether Dr. Ah Yuan or me both treat you as a mental patient. Chen Zhou curled lips. TCH, you are in cahoots with Ah Yuan Monkey. Definitely not some good thing either. Just then, Optimus Prime was hit on the head by the slime returning body control. He muttered with a blank face, Ha, who am I? Where am I? Then he turned his head aggrievedly to question, Chen Zhou, dog thief, what did you do to me just now? I seem to have lost myself. Chen Zhou answered calmly, Your body was occupied. The slime hurriedly corrected. That was borrowing, just borrowing for a bit. Suddenly they saw Yan Kun flying across the sky carrying a person. The two narrowed eyes to look carefully, exclaiming in unison, Is not that the white-haired old man? Yan Kun also discovered them below. Chen Zhou and Optimus Prime immediately shouted, Ah hey, you stand still for me. White-haired old man, I knew long ago you are not some good thing but did not expect you are actually in cahoots with magic monsters. Bastard, get down here, eat a sword of mine. They roared nonstop. White-haired old man, hand over the magic power. Dong Dong Yao will spare your life. What? I treated you as a friend. You actually swallowed the magic world's power alone. The slime helplessly held its head. If these two guys have no brains, just throw them away, Yan Kun whispered with disdain. Where did two fools come from? Living so long in the formation is truly lucky. Forget it. Wanna die, then die. Ignoring it, speaking, he accelerated to fly away. Chen Zhou and Optimus Prime froze, ran away. Wait a minute, Chen Zhou said with worry. Could it be he does not repent going back to steal my coffin board? The slime immediately retorted. Stealing even this? Said already, except you who cherishes that thing. Aw, Chen Zhou put his hand on Optimus Prime's shoulder, saying seriously, New danger has arrived, little fatty. If a brother, then follow me. Thus the two began to huff and puff, running, chasing that figure flying far away in the sky. Chase. Okay, chase, chase, chase. The slime flew behind following, shaking head helplessly, hoping next life not to meet this group of psychopaths. It advised while flying, Hey, you guys running cannot catch up and running like this. Sure enough, Chen Zhou and Optimus Prime soon had to stop to pant heavily. The slime added salt to the wound. We'll get tired very fast. Chen Zhou stood straight, muttering, Cannot do it, little fatty, they fly too fast. We running like this cannot catch up. How about? However, when he raised his head, a huge house appeared abruptly in front and Optimus Prime's figure disappeared completely. He was panic-stricken. Heavens, where is little fatty? When did an extra house appear here? Hey little fatty, where are you? The slime evaluated. Moving mountains and filling seas, this formation is indeed too weird. At the same time, on the other side of the wall, Optimus Prime was also blank. Wasn't Chen Zhou standing in front of me just now? Why disappeared? That house also appeared in front of him. Optimus Prime shouted, Chen Zhou. He walked in while complaining, Chen Zhou, dog thief, still playing Magic World hide-and-seek with me. He definitely hid in this house. On this side, Chen Zhou cheered, Little fatty. I seem to hear his voice inside. The slime hurriedly stopped. Cannot go, Chen Zhou. Too dangerous. This is the controller's spell attached to the formation. As long as someone enters, will be teleported to the sacrifice formation. Only a fool would go in. Chen Zhou pushed it away, rushing in hurriedly. Nonsense. Home is right in front. Not entering is such a waste. It will not run away. However, the house moved suddenly before he touched the door. Chen Zhou pounced on empty air, falling flat on his face, screaming, Ouch. Heavens, he looked up in surprise. It really moves, the slime said with worry. Could it be little fatty went in? Chen Zhou immediately crawled up, hearing this, face full of anxiety. What? Little fatty is really inside, and let us chase quickly. But he immediately stopped, looking at the changing scene before eyes. Looks like wanting to chase is not that easy. Is this magic world alive? After listening to White Jingcheng finish telling the story, Master Wechun nodded. So that is it. This old man understands. He flew forward while speaking seriously. Looks like the enemy is not simple. Ghost King, your highness. I want to go deep into the formation to save little Luo. If there is an accident, hope you lend a hand to save. Tan Tai Mingyue raised the corner of her mouth, answering, Okay, this king does not mind letting the soul suppression division owe a favor. Moreover, this life and death gate formation and the person controlling it also interests this king very much. The master suddenly paused, saying with worry, Do not know if little friend Chen Zhou is okay. Hope they can see the mark this old man left. But he immediately clicked his tongue. With his strength, what can happen? Let him be. Suddenly the master signaled to stop, face changing. Wait. Something is wrong ahead. Thick fog began to permeate before eyes. The group switched to running vigilantly. In the hazy mist, weird singing sounded. If it is the appearance you want, White Jingcheng stuttered in fear. There is a person. Looking up to the roof, they saw a girl sitting playing the zither, singing continuing to echo. Then would it be me, or the girl in your heart? Tan Tai Mingyue narrowed eyes to size up. Looks like she is not the person you described. White Jingcheng shook his head like a rattle drum. No, not her, the master pondered. Looks like the heavenly demon cult raised many new faces not on the wanted list. That girl giggled, tone frivolous. You little kid truly have no manners. Seeing a beauty just talk nonsense. Careful, I sue you for slander. Oh, the master also responded with a smile but eyes full of vigilance. Your excellency's aura is very weird. Even this old man cannot judge your level. But being able to be leisurely and carefree deep in this life and death gate formation, how can you be an ordinary person? She laughed loudly, jumping lightly to the ground, picking up the conversation. Not an ordinary person is the heavenly demon cult. She approached the master. They evaluated. You little kid only have two options, cannot sister just be a beauty? The master roughly threw off her hand, saying coldly, sorry. In this old man's eyes, skins driven by the heavenly demon cult, no matter how stunning, have not half a relation with beauty. May froze, the smile at the corner of the mouth gradually becoming treacherous. Looks like a boring guy. Tantai Mingyue suddenly launched an attack and warned, human, stop tangling with her, she is very weird. The master was startled. Ghost King, your highness. May was repelled, roaring unhappily. Where did the auntie come from? Loving to meddle so much? The Ghost King skimmed past, continuing to move to pursue. I also want to ask, exactly what thing are you? The master hurriedly jumped to the middle to block. Ghost King, your highness, do not be impulsive. This action made Tantai Mingyue very surprised. Human, what are you doing? The master explained. This woman might be a high level of the heavenly demon cult. This old man wants to catch her alive back to the soul suppression division. Tantai Mingyue rejected flatly. Do not be silly, human. This king's intuition tells me she is very dangerous. If you dawdle again, I'll kill you together. May took the opportunity to get close, stroking the master's face, acting spoiled. Aye, little brother, look, this auntie is too scary. You have to protect sister O. He pushed away her hand, answering impatiently. Protect? This old man just does not want Ghost King, your highness, to kill you. Between us there is no talk of protection. Tantai Mingyue continued to rush up to attack, shouting, human, do not be bewildered by her. The master still stubbornly blocked the way. Get out! White Zhengcheng hurriedly dodged out of the war zone, shouting in panic, Ha, master, Ghost King, your highness, you two calm down. May suddenly appeared in front of him, whispering, Aya, fighting too early will die. Oh. White Zhengcheng retreated in fear. Aya, she blinked naughtily at him. Let us hide far away to watch the show. Amidst rolling smoke and dust, the Ghost King and the master were engaging in fierce battle. She said ruthlessly, human, do you want to be enemies with this king? The master answered while blocking. This old man just wants to catch alive. Why does your highness try to kill repeatedly? The two pulled apart distance. Tantai Mingyue warned, this king said you stop having dealings with that thing. She is not human, nor ghost. She shook her head helplessly. Forget it, this king speaks. You soul suppression division will not understand either. Better change a solution. She decided to subdue this troublemaking guy first and deal with that May. Finishing speaking, Tantai Mingyue rushed straight toward the master to launch an attack. He cried secretly, bad news. In the master's mind echoed the voice in memory. Sure enough, I originally could not deal with ghost creatures. I just wanted to catch alive. Is it necessary to be like this? The images of master and junior sister floated in mind. Junior sister teased master. Look quickly, little Wechan is being bullied by a ghost creature too. In the hallucination he roared, shut up, I am not. Also not allowed to call me little Wechan. I am your senior brother. But, subsequently his voice became low and sad. Oh right, there is no chance to call anymore. The golden generation only has me left, master, junior sister. They all died in the ghost emperor's hands. Tantai Mingyue thought she had caught the master, but suddenly she sensed something wrong. The energy cage imprisoning him was pierced from the inside. A voice full of hatred sounded. So I hate ghost creatures the most in my life. Release seal. The master released the seal, power erupting violently, restoring his true form. This old man hates devils the most in this life. Tantai Mingyue observed him, then abruptly turned to question May. It is you playing tricks, right? What did you do to him? May giggled, answering. Got discovered, then put on an innocent look, explaining, I just stimulated and magnified the negative emotions in his heart, she continued. Is there anything wrong with that? Anyway, negative emotions always need to be vented, do not they? White Zhengcheng thought in horror. This woman can actually control emotions? Tantai Mingyue flew rushing toward that woman. Ability to control human hearts, truly troublesome. Looks like have to finish you off first. She flew a kick, kicking White Zhengcheng and May away. White Zhengcheng rolled a few times, shouting in panic, Ah, Ghost King, your highness, I am on your side, on your side. Ah, May smiled playfully, pointing behind Mingyue, saying, this big sister is so fierce, but do you really have time to deal with me right now? The master had appeared behind her unbeknownst to Wen, roaring devil. Tantai Mingyue hurriedly turned to block, thinking secretly this human had already immersed in hatred for devils. The master roared crazily, go die. May stood aside, smiling gloatingly, enjoying this good show. Ha, just like this. Continue, young man, use all your strength. Is your hatred for devils only this much? White Zhengcheng sweated cold sweat, thinking, done for. Even the master in his prime could not withstand this spell, adding his deep inner hatred for devils. Going on like this, I am afraid it will not stop until death. He looked up helplessly, begging for help. Anyone will do, begging to come quickly to stop the duel between these two rank 7 powerhouses. Just as the voice fell, he saw an unidentified object falling from the sky. A meteor? Could it be the wish came true? Boom! Optimus Prime fell on the ground, rolling a few times, stopping in front of White Zhengcheng. He froze a bit, then recognized, ah, that is fellow Taoist Chen's friend. Optimus Prime climbed up, cursing and shouting, Chen Zhou, dog thief, why did you smash my magic house? White Zhengcheng cheered, pleasantly surprised. What? Fellow Taoist Chen came. In the smoke and dust came Chen Zhou's voice. You did not even know you were eaten by the monster room. He continued to claim credit. To save you, Dong Dong Yao beat up Barbecue and 7 Trees home. The slime glanced at him sideways, correcting. Barbecue and Tree, you mean countless, right? The slime saw an acquaintance. Is not that White Zhengcheng? White Zhengcheng pounced over tightly, hugging Chen Zhou's thigh, wailing, fellow Taoist Chen, you finally came. Big trouble happened. You quickly think of a way. Chen Zhou asked in panic, what big trouble could it be? My coffin board was finally stolen? White Zhengcheng hurriedly explained. The master was hit by that heavenly demon cult woman's spell, cannot distinguish enemy from friend, is fighting with Ghost King, your highness. Chen Zhou breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, good that the coffin board is fine. Then he pointed at the master saying, you said that is the little brat. How come suddenly grew so big? The slime also marveled. Heavens, little Wetchen finally released the seal, truly a rare sight. Mei floated near them speaking up. You two look very unfamiliar. White Zhangcheng hurriedly warned. Fellow Taoist Chen, it is her. Mei continued asking, are you guys also their accomplices? Tantai Mingyue, who was struggling to withstand the master's attacks, also warned loudly. Big Joe, be careful of that thing, she has the power to confuse human hearts. Chen Zhou looked up asking with worry. Wai Fa, were you bullied by that little brat? Let me go beat him up, okay? She refused. No need, I am fine, you think of a way to deal with that woman. This way that guy will also recover reason. Optimus Prime asked doubtfully. Chen Zhou, are not you going to help wife? Chen Zhou waved his hand. No need, she is very strong, then added a sentence. Although far inferior to Dong Dong Yao, Mei looked at them with contempt, thinking secretly, what is going on? Clearly these two broke Kun's moving formation. How come they are not even cultivators? Forget it, since they can break the formation. Must be stronger than that rank 4 waste, she decided. Then let me magnify the dark side inside them. Chen Zhou pointed at her nose, cursing. Hey, it was you who taught the kid bad to beat my wife, right, you bad person? Optimus Prime also followed, heckling. Bad person, activate super pervert mode, also came to join the fun. The slime muttered to itself, true interesting. Actually have a demon appearing in the human world. Mei was shocked to the extreme. What happened? My spell failed? You too, could it be you have not a bit of resentment or indignation toward this world? Her words were simply casting pearls before swine. Chen Zhou and Optimus Prime looked at each other blankly. What did she say? Seemed to say hurry up and eat some rice. The slime laughed loudly. Turns out this is a spell amplifying inner evil. Pity these two mental patients do not even know what the world is. What can they hate? Tantai Mingyue retreated to his side asking with worry. Big Joe, are you okay? Not affected by her, he answered smiling. What influence can a goblin have on Dong Dong Yao? Moreover, I think this goblin is quite nice. Just now even said wanted to help us get some rice to eat. Tantai Mingyue was stunned. Wait, you said goblin? So that is it. Before I felt she was neither human nor ghost, turns out to be a demon. White Zhangcheng was surprised. Demon? Has not the demon world cut off contact with the human world for hundreds of years? How can a demon appear in the human world? Tantai Mingyue shook her head. This is not clear yet. This king is also seeing a demon for the first time. Mei kept distant, sneering. Knowing my identity, then what? This human cultivator has already lost control. Beside her, the master rushed over murderously. Devils must die, Tantai Mingyue shouted. Big Joe, be careful. Chen Zhou took a running start, then punched straight at the master's face, cursing, devil your head, you smelly brat. The master was knocked flying with one punch, making Mei stare dumbfounded. What? Tantai Mingyue and Chen Zhou immediately rushed toward Mei together to launch an attack. Good chance, finally no one in the way. I see where you can run. She hurriedly transformed, growing a tail trying to slip away, crying secretly in heart. Bad news, spell ineffective, I am not their match, must hurry notify Kun. She sneered, waving hands saying, a beauty's time is very precious, play with you guys next time. Tantai Mingyue said unhappily. She ran away. The master struggled to crawl up, saying she cannot escape. Mei had not had time to be proud when she was hit heavily by a head-on blow, falling to the ground. The one acting was precisely the master, he muttered to himself. This old man actually lost myself. You have no next time, Chen Zhou cheered. Chen Zhou looked quickly. He has a big baby. Mei lay prone on the ground, thinking aggrievedly. Children are truly boring, do not know how to cherish jade and pity fragrance at all. She smiled miserably, remembering Kun. Kun, I am afraid I cannot see that day. Memories surged to heart. When first seeing him, he cheered excitedly. Really or fake? Actually succeeded. I actually really summoned a demon from the demon world, following the ghost world book. Mei rushed up, grabbing him. Who are you? Where is this? After being pushed away, Kun smiled, answering, this is the human world. I am Kun, Nightmare-less Guardian, one of the 9 great guardians, and you are the monster I summoned. She doubted. Human world? Has not the human world cut off from the demon world for several hundred years? Then you are also human. He nodded. Correct. Her demon cultivators all have unique skills. With your help, my wish can definitely be realized very quickly. She touched his face, saying with interest, oh human, your tone is really big. Want me to help you? Then tell me what your wish is. Kun held her hand, smiling treacherously. I want to summon a monster sufficient to destroy this world. Mei rejoiced secretly in heart. Originally such a fragile human actually hides such crazy ambition. True interesting, I like it, she answered. I am Mei. Wait until the day you destroy the world. Let us witness together. Returning to reality, Mei forced herself to sit up, making up her mind. Too bad, I am afraid I cannot see that scene with my own eyes, but now I will use the last power to transform into a fox, determined to repel Chen Zhou and this group, clearing obstacles for him. Optimus Prime exclaimed. Chen Zhou looked quickly. She stood up again. Still not dead, the master said coldly. Just a dying struggle, Mei roared to the sky. Humans, I absolutely will not let you guys destroy Kun's plan. Wait until the life and death gate opens completely. Lord Si Wangji will step into the human world. Exterminate all humans. The master proposed. Ghost King, your highness, this monster is already an arrow at the end of its flight. Please lend this old man a hand, completely solve it. Tantai Mingyue sneered. Good, this king has long found it an eyesore, Mei cursed resentfully. Humans are truly ridiculous, clearly hate ghost creatures most in heart yet still cooperate with ghosts. Chenjo dived down from high altitude, smashing heavily onto her body with one blow, asking, Goblin, what chicken did you say just now? Where to catch? Tasty, the slime said helplessly. I want red braised. Red braised is tastiest. Si Wangji I remember is a monster of the demon world. Mei trembled in disbelief. How is it possible? I already burned the demon life soul, actually still suppressed by these two people without scruples. Done for, cannot block. Chenjo followed the direction of her finger, pulling Optimus Prime running. Quick over there, little fatty, let us go catch the chicken. The slime wanted to stop but was too late. Hey, she wasn't pointing the way for you guys. Tantai Mingyue looked at the dissipating corpse, pondering. So that is it. This formation connects to the demon world. A heavenly demon cult sacrificed so many people. Is it wanting to borrow power to destroy the world? The master asserted. With this old man here, absolutely will not let this kind of thing happen. Mei used the last breath to leave final words. Even if I die, you guys cannot stop Akun's plan, and even more impossible to rival Lord Si Wangji. Big fish eat small fish. Humans are so weak. Is not living more painful? Better to be crushed, to be destroyed. The master finished her, answering with resonance. Humanity's strength since ancient times relies on will, not flesh. This point is what things like you cannot compare with and will never understand in another place. Innocent common people's shrill cries for help resounded through the space. Help, save us. Luo Yaman observed the situation, understanding everything in heart. So it is like this. Everyone corroded by blood rain will turn into bloody water condensing here. He discovered with grief those who survived not drenched by rain were also caught here by Batmen. All this was to serve the ritual summoning the demon world terrifying monster. Seeing that group of Batmen preparing to throw more people into the blood pool, Luo Yaman roared angrily, Stop, you lunatics, stop quickly. Yan Kun slapped him ruthlessly, saying coldly, Cut the crap, it was I preventing you from burning young fire that you survived. So your life is mine. What qualification do you have to order me? He pointed at the boiling blood pool, tone full of threat. Wait until I fill this pool with blood. A life and death gate will open. Si Wangji will step into the human world. And you as a cultivator will become the first delicious bite it tastes after descending to the human world. Luo Yaman stared, retorting, You are the lunatic. What do you treat human life as? You definitely will not succeed. Those people turned into bloody water will not let you off even as ghosts. Yan Kun emitted ferocious wild laughter. He felt these words were too ridiculous, becoming nutrients to summon Si Wangji. Should not they feel rejoiced? Look at their expressions, how happy. Desperate roars below continued nonstop. Help, help, Luo Yaman gnashed teeth, cursing, You bastard, I must catch you with my own hands. I will definitely stop you, the master, and they will also definitely stop you. Yan Kun revealed an evil smile. Is not the human world destroyed better? Everything has to experience the process of reorganization, also destruction first, then unification, he ordered subordinates. All Batmen listen to order. Throw all nutrients into the blood pool. Open the life and death gate to welcome Si Wangji. Seeing that group of monsters throw a man down, Luo Yaman roared in despair, Stop, heavenly demon cult bastards, do not all stop quickly. The man free fell in midair, emitting hoarse cries for help. Help, ah. Suddenly a dazzling light flashed. A slime desperately pulled Chenjo while cursing. Damn it, Chenjo rushed out like lightning, grabbing him before that man touched the lake surface. Planet warrior Dong Dong Yao landed safely. Luo Yaman marveled. It is expert Chen. Seeing everyone appear, plus the master, even the female ghost king highness was there, he could not hide the joy in his heart. Yan Kun's face instantly became ugly. Is it the soul suppression division's helpers? Did not Mei say could block them? Truly a waste. Luo Yaman shouted excitedly, Expert Chen, Master Ah, the heavenly demon cult wants to sacrifice the common people to summon a demon world monster, absolutely cannot let everyone fall into the blood pool. The master, while opening a magic net to catch those people thrown down, replied, This old man knows, no need for you to remind. Ghost King, your highness, little friend Chen Zhou. Please lend this old man a hand. Tantai Mingyue felt unhappy about saving humans. HMPH, truly troublesome. Humans are really useless, cannot even fly. Contrary to her irritability, Chen Zhou here was bustling with noise and excitement. He climbed up while reminding the people clinging to him, Climb one by one, do not pull Dong Dong Yao's pants off. The slime sighed, reminding, Let him be, dropping pants is better than losing life. Yan Kun stood on high, sneering, Haha, playing hero. Then let us see how much weight you guys have. He continued, provoking, I want to see how many people you can save. Luo Yaman warned anxiously, You, master, everyone be careful of him. Chen Zhou cursed while knocking back the falling crowd. Damn it, this bunch of flies keeps fluttering about. The slime observed the situation and said, Oops, looks like they slipped. A man broke free from the rescuer's hand and fell straight down. Oops, bad news. Chen Zhou tried to reach out. Give me your hand, but the slime informed with regret, It is no use, he is already. The master angrily swung a heavy punch at the air. Damn it, Tantai Mingyue judged coldly. Relying on us to save them will not save many. Yan Kun, however, laughed gloatingly. Ha ha ha, truly a beautiful scene, Luo Yaman cursed. Disregarding human life, you really are a hateful guy. Yan Kun retorted arrogantly, Director Luo, your lip service is indeed much stronger than your actual strength. Luo Yaman stated firmly, We will absolutely crush your plan, absolutely. Yan Kun provoked, Oh then where are you now? Why not go save people yet? What are you doing here? Optimus Prime ran toward him from the distance, shouting, Ah, found you, the boss of this bunch of magic monsters. Luo Yaman shouted in panic, Little fatty. Optimus Prime waved his sword, forcing Yan Kun back, announcing loudly, "Big villain, meeting this great lord means you are finished. Eat my sword." Luo Yamen hurriedly tried to stop him. "This sword, little fatty, I'll run quickly. You are not his match." Yan Kun thought unhappily. This dead fatty is truly seeking death. Optimus Prime was completely unaware, shouting at Chenjo, "Chenjo, dog thief, look clearly. I am not only a demon, I am also a hero sword." However, as soon as his voice fell, he was grabbed by Yan Kun and thrown directly toward the blood pool. "Hey, hey, seeking death!" Luo Yamen screamed, losing his voice. "Little fatty, ah!" At the critical moment, Optimus Prime was grabbed by a hand. Chenjo leapt out from the void, announcing loudly, "Planet warriors absolutely do not allow." Immediately after, he smashed a heavy punch ruthlessly onto Yan Kun's head. "Anyone else to be thrown into the tomato pot?" Yan Kun was hit off guard, screaming in pain. "Ah, bastard," Chenjo added a sentence. "This," Luo Yamen cheered excitedly. "Great expert Chen, ah, quick, we need to destroy his formation." Yan Kun retreated to the distance, clutching his head in confusion. "How did you climb up here?" Chenjo walked closer, cracking his knuckles while answering. "Because great warriors never lack followers." He continued to preach. "When fighting, everyone should fight together." The slime added an explanation. "Thanks to my cleverness, I borrowed little Juchen's power to cast such a large-range spell, and his spell is simply perfect for saving people." Yan Kun sneered, his face still showing no trace of fear. "Haha, do you think this can stop me?" Too naive, he flew into the high sky, continuing to shout downwards. "Even if you save them, it cannot change the outcome. If the sacrifice is not enough, the formation can still activate. It is just that the complete Si Wang Ji cannot be summoned." The surface of the blood pool began to boil, indicating the formation was activating. Yan Kun said complacently, "Wait until it crosses the demon world and swallows all of you. Its power will also increase greatly. With this, it can still help me turn this world to ashes." Tantai Mingyue hurriedly reminded, "Leave there quickly, the formation is activating." Ultimately, we were a step too late. Chenjo turned his head, shouting, "Wife, ah, children, leave here quickly, something is floating up." They looked down, a gigantic monster was rising from the blood pool. "It came out, it is Si Wang Ji," Optimus Prime exclaimed in surprise. "Hey Chenjo, look quickly." A monster appeared. Chenjo comforted his friend. "Do not panic, little fatty, this is not a monster, this is just the delicious fried chicken they talked about." He looked at that monster. Although the entire body was obscured by its huge shadow, Chenjo still drooled with craving. "Hey, did not expect it to be so big, looks like this pot cannot stew at all." He turned to smile at Optimus Prime, saying, "Little fatty, go start the fire quickly, today let me show you my unique skill." But Optimus Prime had already fallen under an evil spell at this moment, eyes becoming glazed, muttering to himself, "Fried chicken, hey, fried chicken, really fragrant." Chenjo called out in confusion, "Little fatty," Yan Kun laughed loudly. "Ha, he can no longer respond to you. His remaining life will be immersed in the demon chicken's nightmare, never to wake up again." Chenjo was stunned. "What did you say?" he continued to threaten. "Not only him, everyone present cannot escape." Chenjo looked around, discovering everyone was motionless. "What, wife, children, why is everyone not moving?" Yan Kun arrived beside that demon chicken, explaining, "Si Wang Ji is known in the demon world as a soul-devouring demon. Any creature that faces it directly will fall into an illusion left to its mercy. From now on, the human world will be reshuffled." Red light shrouded the entire city. Yan Kun and that chicken flew into the sky, casting evil spells, and I will start from Nanyang with the demon chicken, paralyzing the whole world until destruction. Slap. Chenjo raised his hand and gave Optimus Prime, who was muttering the word roast, a slap. He spoke up. "Talk nonsense again and the chicken will run away." Chenjo looked up and roared at Yan Kun. "And that person above chattering nonstop, saying things I do not understand. If you want to eat chicken, then come down. If not, then shut up." Yan Kun looked at him in disbelief, muttering, "Why did not this fool fall into the nightmare?" "Forget it, does not matter. Then you act as the bait for the demon chicken." He ordered, "Demon chicken, eat him for me." That demon chicken immediately dived toward Chenjo. He shouted in panic, "Ouch!" Seeing Optimus Prime being lifted flying, he shouted, "Little fatty, remember to come back to eat rice later." The demon chicken continued to attack crazily. Yan Kun laughed arrogantly. "I'll see how long you can run," Chenjo thought while running. "This chicken is so big, must find a handy tool to deal with it." Yan Kun grinned ferociously. "Haha, go die." Chenjo grabbed a long iron rod, muttering to himself, the first step of processing ingredients. He swung the iron rod, knock out first, then pluck feathers. The demon chicken was hit by him off guard. Yan Kun, standing on its head, was also shaken off flying. He opened his mouth wide in astonishment. "What is the situation? How is it possible to?" With one move, Chenjo looked around, seeing black feathers falling, pulling a long face. "Ah, done for. Where's the chicken? Where did my chicken go?" Yan Kun realized the truth after observing the changes. "This is," he sneered. "So that is it. Almost forgot Si Wang Ji turns into the thing humans fear most, thereby torturing the opponent. Is this the person you fear most?" Chenjo looked at the illusion before his eyes, stammering, "Ah, Yuan monkey, why are you here?" Yan Kun put his hand on the demon chicken, ordering, "Go kill him. Quickly chop this mental patient's head off for me to kick as a ball." But before he could laugh for 10 seconds, he was killed by the demon chicken with one strike. Yan Kun lay on the ground, murmuring in disbelief. How is it possible? Demon chicken." At this moment in Chenjo's eyes, that was Dr. Yuan, voice cold. "Performing surgery, do not disturb." It discovered the patient Chenjo, smiling treacherously, starting surgery. Saying that, it rushed toward Chenjo, launching an attack, but Chenjo grabbed its hand with quick eyes and hands. "I understand, it was you who moved my roast chicken, right?" Chen Zhou blasted out a mountain-pushing punch, shouting, "The hatred of snatching chicken is irreconcilable." The demon chicken was knocked flying. Chen Zhou roared angrily, "Truly did not expect your demonic claws have already extended to the magic world. Dong Dong Yao absolutely cannot sit and watch." He rushed up for a decisive battle. "Ah, you on monkey, the demon chicken spoke mechanically. "Patient resisting must." Chen Zhou waved the sword. "Eat my sword." The demon chicken hit back. "Process immediately." The vibration of the battle caused the ground to crack and collapse. Chen Zhou moved hurriedly, shouting, "Ah, you on monkey, return the chicken to me." But when he looked back, the person in front was gone. Chen Zhou muttered blankly, "Hey, where did Ah Yuan monkey go?" He laughed triumphantly. "Ha, became stronger. Even Ah Yuan monkey is not a match." Suddenly Chen Zhou was sneak attacked and stabbed by the demon chicken from behind. It murmured, "Treatment successful." Chen Zhou suffered a surprise attack, falling in free fall. The demon chicken continued, saying, "Partial necrosis has been processed completely." He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. Pain. Immediately turning his head, the fist accumulated with power long ago swung out. Chen Zhou punched straight at the demon chicken, making it emit a miserable scream. He jumped backward away. The demon chicken was also repelled, smashing through several buildings, dust flying. It crawled up in a sorry state. Patient resisting violently. Surgery paused. Chen Zhou pointed at its face, declaring, "I said it before, I saw through it at a glance. You are not some good thing. Do not think you can defeat a planet warrior like this." He covered the wound with one hand, holding the sword with the other. Although trembling, he still forcibly supported himself to stand up and said, "God of the universe, bestow power upon Dong Dong Yao. Great might, heavenly dragon, slash everything to pieces." Bang. In reality, Chen Zhou was knocking on Optimus Prime's head nonstop. A shrill shout came. Chen Zhou, he was still muttering in his coma. "Ah, great might, heavenly dragon, slash. Ah, you on monkey, you are dead. Ha, the slime shouted while pulling him. "Ah, Chen Zhou, wake up quickly." Optimus Prime also held his head with a blank face. "Why is this chicken pecking my head all the time?" The slime roared unhappily. "You idiot. Wake up quickly and answer me." It pulled Chen Zhou's head fiercely in anger, making him cry out in pain. "Ah, pain. He looked around. "Where is Ah Yuan monkey?" "What monkey?" The slime cursed. "Open your eyes quickly to look around, chicken. The chicken is not pecking anymore." It continued to explain. Caught off guard, everyone including you fell into the monster's illusion. Chen Zhou looked at the demon chicken before his eyes, shouting pleasantly surprised, "My chicken is still here. That is great." The slime scolded him. "Cut the crap. Besides, this is a rank 8 monster. Let me help you." Chen Zhou hurriedly rushed toward that chicken. "Ah, eat, I am coming." The slime hurriedly chased up, shouting, "Hey, did you listen to me?" Chen Zhou punched over, wanting to tear off a chicken leg, but was bounced off by that layer of elastic skin. "I-oh," the slime mocked. "See, you cannot do it. I told you, let me do it. This chicken meat texture is quite bouncy." Chen Zhou looked up. "Why is it flying up?" The slime also looked. Chen Zhou saw feathers falling and shouted, "Ah, this chicken is shedding." Slime roared, "Cut the crap. If you do not want to be pierced into a sieve, hand your body over to me quickly." Chen Zhou shouted in opposition. "Ah, no way," the slime urged. "Hurry up, follow the plan," Chen Zhou said firmly. "A true chef does not need others' help." He looked at the demon chicken full of determination. "I want to handle it alone. Everyone wait to eat chicken tonight." The slime sighed, answering, "Since it is like this, I will lend you infinite power. Before you were too weak, meeting opponents you could not handle. I could only borrow your body to exert power, although got used to it, but now you have already mastered the God-given skill. I should believe in you. After all, you will soon become a true hero." A beam of light descended. Chen Zhou transformed, clad in dazzling golden armor, murmuring to himself, "Mere food dares to be so wild." Chen Zhou exploded with astonishing power. The demon chicken continued to attack, but he blocked it easily, even replying contemptuously, "This bit of insignificant skill, let Dong Dong Yao teach you a lesson." He ordered a slash. The demon chicken was instantly slashed with a wound deep enough to see bone. The slime evaluated. "Oh, looks like this is not its main body, so it still has recovery ability. So that is how it is." He flew up, murmuring, "Tisk, what to do next?" "Do both." Chen Zhou exerted force. "No problem." A huge force shrouded the 2 demon chickens in front. The 2 demon chickens emitted shrill screams while being roasted. Chen Zhou murmured to himself, "Jump as you please. The more you jump, the tighter the meat texture." He sneered, "Rest assured, Dong Dong Yao will eat you clean, not wasting even a root of feather." Red dots lit up on the demon chicken's body. Weird fluctuations appeared. The slime hurriedly warned, "Bad news, it wants to self-destruct. Looks like it wants to run away." Chen Zhou swung a fist, smashing obediently on the chicken head. "Lie down for me." He knocked it down to the ground. In the smoke and dust came a voice begging for mercy. Do not beat me. I was wrong. Begging you to let me off this time." The slime left his body, surprised. "This is Si Wangji's main body?" Chen Zhou looked at this tiny chicken before his eyes unexpectedly. "Food can speak?" The chicken demon continued to argue. "In the demon world, I count as a hegemon of a region. Anyhow, I am an existence controlling everything." Chen Zhou grabbed it. It immediately shouted in terror. "Cluck cluck da, spare me. Hero ah, I usually only eat a bit of corn, have no nutrition, really not tasty ah." He interrupted it. "Shut up, roasted, then we'll know if tasty or not." It resisted and pecked his hand, then hurriedly flew away. Chen Zhou cursed. "This stinky chicken is truly double-faced." He chased up. "Stand still." The chicken called. "Cluck cluck duck cluck." It said proudly, "Did not expect it, right? I can fly." Chen Zhou rushed over. "Come back here." It sneered, "Hey." Then called a cluck. 2 eggs smashed on Chen Zhou's face, making him cry out in pain. "I-oh." Seeing the dimensional gate close, unable to enter again, the slime spoke up. This blood energy leads to the demon world. Falling in would be trouble. Chen Zhou hammered the ground angrily. Damn it, that chicken sent a mocking voice. Want to eat chicken meat next life. Goodbye. Chen Zhou knelt on the ground regretting endlessly. The duck at the mouth. No, the chicken flew. Actually let it run away, the slime comforted. Ah yeah, it is not bad. Go back, you can eat however much you want. Moreover, this rank 8 monster's eggs are rare items. Chen Zhou looked at those 2 eggs. Asked doubtfully, is not this its poop? The slime was speechless. Who told you it was poop, idiot? Chen Zhou cheered. Haha, this is the reward for Dong Dong Yao conquering the magic world. Let me think, should I make boiled eggs or fried eggs? The slime helplessly put away the kitchenware. Truly a blind man. Others gathered around asking doubtfully, where did the eggs come from? Expert Chen. Did you lay these yourself? He looked up at them. You guys are awake? Tantai Mingyue spoke from the distance. Why do I feel like a long time has passed? The master picked up the conversation with a face full of shame. Speaking of it, I am truly ashamed. This old man must properly study what kind of method that evil art was after returning, the slime explained. It seems Si Wangji ran away so everyone broke free from the illusion. Chen Zhou continued to brag. What a pity, when Ah Yuan chicken broke out of the ground, everyone was unconscious, failing to witness with your own eyes the process of the handsome Dong Dong Yao saving the magic world. Tantai Mingyue was puzzled. He actually did not fall for the illusion, and that was a monster too, Chen Zhou narrated intoxicatedly. In the end, Ah Yuan chicken completely surrendered to Dong Dong Yao and even wanted to acknowledge Dong Dong Yao as its godfather. But how could Dong Dong Yao compromise with evil forces? So, Tantai Mingyue interrupted. So you defeated that Si Wangji, the master continued to speculate. Then it spiraled into the sky and exploded into fragments, finally turning into these 2 eggs, Chen Zhou nodded. Ah, pretty much like that. Suddenly a voice full of spite came from behind. You bold madman actually dared to ruin my good deed. It was Yan Kun. Chen Zhou exclaimed. You are the bad egg in cahoots with Ah Yuan monkey. You are actually still alive? The master shouted sternly. Heavenly demon cult, your plan has already failed. Do not cause trouble anymore. Surrender now, Yan Kun sneered, tone full of hatred. This formation is destroyed, I can still build others. Nanyang is merely the beginning. For the matter of Nanyang this time, I will settle the score with you sooner or later. Luo Yuman rapidly launched an attack. Do you still have a chance? I said it, I will definitely catch you, he continued to pursue. Haha, a bit interesting. Yan Kun smiled insidiously. Do not rush, Director Luo, we will meet again. He actually slipped away under the gaze of the crowd. Luo Yuman was astonished. What? His laughter came from the distance. Luo Yuman hammered the ground angrily. Damn it, let him run away again. Did not expect the heavenly demon cult actually mastered such high-level escape arts, the master comforted. No matter how they are, our soul suppression division will round them all up sooner or later, Chen Zhou interrupted. Must have been scared away anyway. You have Dong Dong Yao protecting you. You guys listen to me. Just now I have not finished speaking. Later Ah Yuan dawn broke. People outside waited anxiously. Why have not they come out yet? A subordinate asked doubtfully. Director, do you think they might not be able to make it out? Another subordinate shouted, pleasantly surprised. Director, look quickly, look over there quickly. He was so excited tears filled his eyes. That is, there are human figures in the distance, it is them. They came out. Chen Zhou walked at the very front, laughing arrogantly while announcing, we have returned safely. Master Wechun sat cross-legged on a high rock overlooking the busy construction site. He pondered and evaluated. The degree of disaster in Nanyang City was immeasurable. Fortunately, headquarters support arrived in time. I sincerely hope this beautiful city can be rebuilt as soon as possible. At his feet, White Zhangcheng was panting while moving bricks and stones, voice full of exhaustion. Master forgive me for speaking bluntly. If you really hope so, should not you also come down to contribute some effort? The master complained upon hearing this. Nagging about what? You brats slacked off in cultivation did not come in handy breaking the formation this time either. Truly a redundant staff member of the Soul Suppression Division. Passing a section of the road, the master suddenly noticed a group of people. Director Miyuan was holding Chen Zhou's hands, saying excitedly, I am really sorry, great hero Chen, thank you for saving Nanyang City, but our conditions are limited now, truly very hard to repay. Director Luo Yuman, standing aside, hurriedly smoothed things over. Old am I, do not be so polite. Expert Chen is not the kind of person who cares about these things. Chen Zhou, however, was complaining. A face full of bad luck, busied for half a day, did not even finish drinking a bowl of chicken soup. Going back, still have to step on these 2 eggs. The slime, hearing this, patted his shoulder lightly, scolding, Do not force me to slap you when I am happiest. Optimus Prime stood aside, also echoing with a long face. Did not even get to eat 1 bite. Suddenly in the distance, the master shouted loudly, Little friend, leaving already? He walked forward saying sincerely, This time Nanyang City was full of crises. Thanks to the help of several little friends we could resolve it. I represent the Soul Suppression Division to express deep gratitude to everyone. The master extended a fist to show goodwill, continuing to say, However, next I also have to preside over Nanyang's post-disaster reconstruction work, so I cannot personally send everyone back to Janai. The slime listened and teased, Little Wechun can count as taking charge of a region now, huh? Chen Zhou just waved his hand perfunctorily, answering arrogantly, Who cares about you sending, little brat? You take good care of yourself. Dong Dong Yao is still busy saving the world. Let us go. The slime also waved goodbye. Leaving now, little Wechun, Director Mi also shouted. Great Hero Chen, have a safe journey. Subsequently he turned to ask the master, what does the master think of Great Hero Chen as a person? The master, hands on hips, sighed and laughed out loud. This little friend's character is truly. The crowd ahead began to leave. Luo Yuman enthusiastically proposed, Expert Chen, Ghost King, your highness, our car is repaired, let me drive. Ming Yue walked aside saying coldly, going back will not trouble you to drive. The master looked at their backs, shaking his head and smiling. Truly unlike anything, he suddenly recalled an old shadow, muttering to himself, he looks a bit like an old friend of mine. The next day, in a luxurious office in a skyscraper, Li Ke was focusing on watching the news report about Chen Zhou. Huge headline came into view. After heavenly demon cult attack, Zhen'e City mysterious expert Chen Dezhou appears. His face became gloomy, tone full of calculation. True, interesting. Rumors say this person is a mental patient. I guess this is 80% a disguise made by the Soul Suppression Division to protect him. He slammed the newspaper heavily on the table, pushed his glasses frame with one hand, smiling insidiously. Looks like I have to go meet him in person. Meanwhile, at Green Mountain Mental Hospital, Zhu Egu was carrying bags big and small, rushing to meet Chen Zhou. He thought while walking, heard Chen Zhou returned from Nanyang and was even titled Great Hero by the Soul Suppression Division. I have to hurry to harass him. Just arrived at the place. Coming into view was the scene of Chen Zhou and a group of people arguing intensely. A fatty shouted excitedly, everyone do not be deceived by Chen Zhou. In fact, he is not the person who saved the magic world at all. Chen Zhou did not defeat as many magic monsters as me. Zhu Egu was stunned. What is going on? Behind, a youth wearing a Batman mask also followed, heckling, that is right, heroes would not force us to wash clothes for him. Beside, another one wearing glasses shouted, Chen Zhou is a liar, beat him. Chen Zhou was angry enough to puff up his cheeks red, roaring to hit back. Nonsense, do you group of people not watch news? Dong Dong Yao is a great hero, so asking you to wash clothes for Dong Dong Yao is a reward for you. You guys actually still want to resist? Watch Dong Dong Yao beat you up. Zhu Egu had a face full of question marks, turning to ask Ming Yue, Ghost King, your highness, what is going on? Why is Chen Zhou hitting people? The noise of that group of people became louder and louder. Beat him, everyone attack together. Ming Yue held a teacup, leisurely enough not to even bother lifting eyelids, speaking slowly and methodically, nothing. You just need to sit down and watch the show. The slime standing aside also explained helplessly. After watching the news, that fool got overly excited, actually wanted to lord it over a group of mental patients. It is strange if not resisted. Zhu Egu muttered uneasily. This looks like there is nothing wrong either. He looked at the group of people wrestling together, asking again, should we go to persuade the fight? Ming Yue sipped tea, answering calmly, cannot beat them to death. Finally, Zhu Egu really could not stand watching anymore. Making up his mind to intervene, he rushed into the crowd, shouting, all stop. Where is old Li? Do you guys not manage the brawl in the hospital? Where is old Li? Voice just fell. Zhu Egu was ruthlessly thrown out by a huge force. Ouch, he crawled up in a sorry state, seeing a pair of feet appear in front. Looking up, Director Li Qingshan was looking at Zhu Egu with a face full of concern, sighing, now you know why I do not manage it right. The speed of them breaking my old bones is faster than breaking your cheekbone. Zhu Egu looked at the man standing behind the director, asking, old Li, who is this person beside you? Director Li supported Zhu Egu up, answering, he came to find Chen Zhou, seems to be some program director. Li Ke ignored the two old men, clapping while walking toward Chen Zhou, praising, wonderful, truly too wonderful. At this time Chen Zhou had already beaten that group of people to the ground, standing proudly shouting, truly a group of waste, except Dong Dong Yao's justice sanction. Suddenly Li Ke rushed up, holding his wrist, saying excitedly, Hero Chen, nice to meet you, just now you were truly too cool. Single-handedly easily defeated a group of mental patients, no, a group of bad guys. Chen Zhou withdrew his hand indifferently, asking, who are you? Director Li stood on the periphery and inserted a sentence. Director Zhu, this guy's bootlicking skill is obviously stronger than yours. Li Ke patted his chest, introducing himself. I am Li Ke, the chief director of the Cultivator's Pinnacle program. Long admired Hero Chen's great name, seeing today indeed extraordinary, I came this time specially to invite you to participate in our Cultivator's Pinnacle Season 2. The slime and Ming Yue were stunned after listening, asking in unison, Cultivator's Pinnacle, Li Ke began to introduce incessantly. Cultivator's Pinnacle is a large-scale comprehensive martial arts competition. This year's Season 2 will be held in Zhen'e City. Zhu Egu interrupted, asking, so you came here just to invite Chen Zhou to participate in your martial arts competition? Li Ke confirmed decisively. Of course, if Hero Chen can participate in Cultivator's Pinnacle, that will bring huge traffic and revenue to our program. The slime nodded. Human Ghost Martial Arts Tournament looks like quite interesting. Director Li asked Chen Zhou, then Chen Zhou, do you want to participate? Chen Zhou curled his lips, refusing directly. No interest, want to fight? Here is already enough for me. The slime whispered aside, this program is quite interesting. Seeing Chen Zhou refuse, Li Ke walked forward aggressively, hugging his shoulder loudly, persuading, I understand with Hero Chen's strength. Our program will be broadcast on TV. If Hero Chen wins the competition, people all over the world will pay attention to you. He used the trump card. And the champion of the competition will obtain a title matching their strength, that is, King of Cultivators. Chen Zhou was instantly stunned after listening. Shining, a face full of longing. On TV, worshipped by the whole world, king of cultivators. The slime raised a red stop sign aside, shaking head helplessly. Alright director, no need to paint the pie. He is already full. That night in the small room, Chen Zhou stood before the wardrobe turning to ask Mingyue, wife little Li said taking me to participate in Cultivator's Pinnacle tomorrow. Mingyue ignored him at all. She was focusing on using those 2 Wangji eggs to cultivate, secretly calculating in heart. The 2 eggs Great Zhou gave me, if can successfully refine for my use, definitely can help me break through the Ghost King realm. Chen Zhou still did not give up, continuing to nag. Do you think which set of clothes makes me more handsome? As a hero, should I not wear pants? The slime warned aside. She is cultivating, do not go bother her. But Chen Zhou turned a deaf ear, again leaning close to Mingyue, pursuing, wife you say something, ah you say should I? Words have not finished. Mingyue could not hold back anger. A heavy punch smashed ruthlessly on his face, roaring, shut up. She was angry enough for face to turn black, stepping on Chen Zhou lying prone on the ground, voice ice cold like from hell. This king waited with great difficulty until night, when yin energy is heavy, wanting to refine this Wang egg. You however chatter non-stop at the side. Unfortunately you do not have spiritual power to help this king refine. The slime turned face away, sighing helplessly. Every family has a hard nut to crack, let them be. Suddenly Mingyue seemed to discover something, a light flashing in eyes. Wait, Great Zhou has no spiritual power, but participating cultivators have, if can steal a little from each of them, neither affecting their lives nor failing to help me refine this egg. Thinking of this, she moved foot away from Chen Zhou, crossing arms ordering, you can wear whatever you want, but must honestly put on pants for me. Chen Zhou knelt on the ground, eyes teary, crying about domestic violence. Mingyue calmly announced, as for that cultivator's pinnacle, this king also wants to participate. Hearing this, Chen Zhou was extremely surprised, asking hurriedly, ha, you also want to snatch the title of King of Cultivators with me? The next day, a luxury car stopped in front of a magnificent building. 2 guards stood solemnly on both sides. Li Kei's excited voice sounded, Hero Chen, we arrived. Here is the venue for this year's Cultivator's Pinnacle. Chen Zhou walked off the car, rubbing shoulders, saying excitedly, wow oh, Dong Dong Yao already cannot wait to display huge hands and feet. The slime corrected it, is display fists and feet. Chen Zhou pointed at 2 guards, asking, then can these people be beaten? Li Kei hurriedly explained. No, they are staff of the Soul Suppression Division, responsible for opening the Spirit Gathering formation at the venue, allowing participating ghosts to appear during the day too. The slime nodded, evaluating. Organized quite well, huh? Looks like the Soul Suppression Division indeed took pains. Everyone enter the building together. Chen Zhou asked anxiously, then when can we fight? Li Kei comforted. Hero Chen, do not rush, follow me, I'll take you 2 to register first. Entering the hall, Chen Zhou exclaimed, why are there so many people? Li Kei laughed, explaining, haha, of course, we gathered hundreds of contestants to participate in this competition. Although the match has not started yet, during the registration period, all contestants can move freely in the arena and live in the rooms we arranged. He turned to ask, by the way, what type of cultivator is Hero Chen? Chen Zhou patted his chest, confidently answering, me, I am a wild warrior who can shuttle freely between planets. Li Kei paused, then patiently explained, then let me explain to you. Cultivators can be roughly divided into 3 categories based on fighting style. Body refinement type, using spiritual power to strengthen flesh, ghost controlling type, controlling or raising ghost creatures, and magic treasure style, fighting through special magic treasures. Because cultivator types are different, specialties are different, so fighting methods are also different. Mingyue whispered, Chen Zhou, are not you a ghost controlling type or a GU master cultivator? The slime whispered, if those little ghosts were here, you could count as a GU master cultivator. Pity they all went to help obedient disciples suppress the heavenly demon cult and save other ghost creatures. However, it is best to hide your strength. Being too high profile makes it easy to be targeted by others. Chen Zhou started imagining various conspiracies, thinking, this guy definitely investigated because he wants to pry into Dong Dong Yao's planet secrets. But Dong Dong Yao absolutely will not let bad guys succeed. Thinking this, he hooked Li Kei's shoulder, saying mysteriously, human, do not think of extracting Dong Dong Yao's intelligence. Dong Dong Yao will not tell you his weakness. Li Kei sweated cold sweat, trembling while answering, no, Hero Chen misunderstood, I just need your information to fill out the registration form. Also need you to take a photo for use during the competition. After some tossing about, Chen Zhou's registration form was finally filled. The content in the form would make anyone speechless. Name Dong Dong Yao, age 666, zodiac, sunshine illuminating all, level 999, cultivator type, wild warrior, contact method, chant name silently 800 times, signature. Drew a pile of shit, Chen Zhou shouted with satisfaction, filled out. Li Kei, holding the paper, could only sigh helplessly, thinking secretly maybe the hero's inner world is really different from us mortals. Behind him, Chen Zhou laughed excitedly. Dong Dong Yao can go beat people now, the slime scolded. You stop right there. Li Kei hurriedly stopped Chen Zhou. Hero Chen, please be patient. During this time, you and Ghost King, your highness, can return to the room to rest. This is the room card. The room number is written on it. Chen Zhou asked Mingyue curiously, let me see yours. Mingyue answered crisply, not giving, he muttered indignantly. Stingy ghost drinking cold water at midnight, be careful of being chased by the diarrhea ghost. Li Kei instructed again, alright, there is one more thing. Because there are many registered contestants, it is noisy nearby. If you two hear strange sounds outside the door at night, please ignore them. Chen Zhou reached out to stop him, showing disdain. Just say it, why lean so close? Are you a mental patient? The slime mocked. You actually have the face to call others a mental patient. At night, the hotel corridor was pitch black after lights out. In the room, Chen Zhou was playing a secret agent role-play game. Calling headquarters, beep beep beep, headquarters, please support. Dong Yao wants to eat meat. Mingyue was sitting in the middle of the room meditating, suddenly disturbed by Chen Zhou. He was grabbed by the collar yet still shouted, "Ah, headquarters, enemy air raid," Mingyue roared. "So noisy, if you talk again affecting my cultivation, go roll back to your own room to make noise, okay?" Chen Zhou muttered in a low voice, "No, I do not want to. My room has too heavy yang energy. I am a bit afraid sleeping alone." Mingyue did not say a second word. Lifting Chen Zhou by the neck and throwing him out the door, "Then you just faint, see if you can fall asleep, go back to your room." Chen Zhou struggled in despair. "Ah, do not, ah." Suddenly a shrill scream cut through the silent night sky, making the three freeze instantly. The slime wondered, where did the scream come from? The three rushed out. Chen Zhou opened the door roaring, "Hey, who is practicing their voice? Have some public morality in the middle of the night." But the corridor was empty, no human figure seen. Mingyue was stunned. Nothing there. The slime also felt strange. Truly strange. The sound just now clearly came from outside the door. Just as the door closed, that scream sounded again. "Ah, do not, ah." "Ah," the three were startled. Chen Zhou blurted out, "Came again." Subsequently, the three all leaned to the door crack to look out. Mingyue was annoyed. "This king wants to see exactly who is playing tricks." Chen Zhou was excited. Dong Yao also knows the wall passing technique. There is someone, it is a kid." Mingyue narrowed her eyes to judge. "Wrong, he is a ghost." That guy was short, wearing a hat with a mask. He stood before the three asking tremblingly, Did you guys see my friend?" Mingyue asked back, "Who is your friend?" He answered, hemming and hawing. "My friend is missing. Can you guys help me find his soul?" Chen Zhou hurriedly interrupted. "You also cannot find your friend. Dong Yao also lost contact with headquarters. We truly pity each other." "Boo-hoo!" Mingyue looked at this stranger, thinking secretly, this little ghost is a bit off. Suddenly he shouted in terror, "Ah, I remembered, my friend was eaten." "Was eaten?" Chen Zhou and Mingyue exclaimed in unison. "What?" he continued in panic. "That is right, he was eaten. Although you guys are strong, it is useless. As long as you are still here, you will be eaten by that thing." Finishing speaking, he ran away laughing wildly, while shouting crazily, "I do not want to be eaten, I want to leave here," Mingyue ordered. "This little ghost definitely knows something. Big Joe, we chase." Chen Zhou also chased up with high spirits, asking, "Why do we chase him? Are we helping him find his friend?" Mingyue answered decisively, "How is it possible? This little ghost is very weird. Looks like not just simply causing trouble, must catch him to ask clearly." That little ghost was chased relentlessly by the three, screaming in fear. "Ah, do not eat me, ah," Mingyue urged. "Faster, do not let him run," Chen Zhou shouted. "Okay, Dong Yao will catch him today to taste the flavor." The slime hurriedly blocked. "Letting you catch that kid, not letting you eat that kid." Arriving at the corner, that little ghost suddenly disappeared without a trace. Chen Zhou and Mingyue chased up. Suddenly a huge black shadow appeared. Bang, the three bumped onto that black shadow, falling on four legs to the sky. Chen Zhou shouted, "My head, ah, Io." The bumped man also spoke, voice very familiar. "Melon Child, Ghost King, your highness." Chen Zhou recognized the acquaintance with surprise. "It is you, Old Smoke Ghost." Chen Zhou asked loudly, "Old Smoke Ghost, why are you here? Did you see that crazy kid just now?" The slime looked around, saying with disappointment, "Looks like we let that little ghost run away." Lu Benchong answered while patting dust off his clothes. "Kid, I did not see. Why am I here?" Of course, because the organization sent me to participate in Cultivator's Pinnacle to fight for glory." "Ah," Chen Zhou asked hurriedly. "You also want to fight for the title of King of Cultivators?" "That is great. Finally met one who can fight." The slime patted his shoulder, reminding, "Do not fuss, save your strength to fight in tomorrow's competition." Mingyue walked forward, arms crossed, narrating the event. "We met a little ghost looking like a child, but his appearance seemed to suffer strong stimulation, saying strange monster disappearance events happened here. Are not monsters all contestants sent by the Soul Suppression Division?" Lu Benchong was greatly shocked. "So it is like this child appearance. Is Ghost King, your highness, talking about Anan? He is indeed the organization's monster. As for the matter of monsters missing, looks like paper cannot wrap fire." Mingyue pursued. "Exactly what happened?" Lu Benchong explained with a serious expression. "According to regulations, all contestants participating in Cultivator's Pinnacle cannot leave the arena after registration ends, so we arranged everyone to stay uniformly. But this past week, strange things happened. 6 monsters mysteriously disappeared one after another, could not find them no matter how we looked. Among them, 4 are the organization's monsters." Mingyue narrowed her eyes to speculate. "According to that little ghost's words, monsters were eaten by something." Lu Benchong exclaimed. "Eaten," he continued seriously. "Ashamed to say I have been investigating this matter, but so far have no clue. However, this matter only has 2 possibilities. One is some GU Master-type cultivator caught monsters to refine into their own ghost messengers. 2 is they were secretly assassinated by some cultivators who extremely hate monsters. No matter which situation, I will catch the mastermind behind the scenes as soon as possible." Chen Zhou listened, his face revealing an excited look. Dong Yao also wants to help. Where there are bad guys, there are Planet Warriors figures. Lu Benchong was overjoyed. "That is great, then, begging Melon Child and Ghost King, your highness." Mingyue sighed. "True troublesome. The current urgent task is to find that crazy little ghost. Strive to ask more clues about that thing from his mouth, Lu Benchong worried. But the organization's monsters in the venue are unbound, can move freely, such a big space. Wanting to find him is not easy, Chen Zhou still shouted with hot blood. Catch the little ghost, catch the little ghost. Lu Benchong proposed. Looks like we can only split 3 ways to expand the search range. Melon Child, Ghost King, Your Highness. Later we gather at the downstairs lobby. Ming Yue nodded. Okay, then this king is responsible for this side. Chen Zhou laughed loudly, announcing ambitiously. I cover all this territory, the slime aside asked speechlessly. Are you exactly here to help or to cause trouble? Quickly go obediently toward that side. The 3 searched separately in 3 areas. Chen Zhou came to the crowded main hall, looking around, mouth muttering with dissatisfaction. Damn it, that little ghost really knows how to hide. Suddenly he rushed over, lifting a long bench, scaring 2 people sitting on it to fall backward, heart skipping a beat. Chen Zhou roared, Come out, you little ghost. A slime flew over, knocking his arm ruthlessly, cursing, Come out your head. Only ants can come out here. Chen Zhou still did not give up, dubbing himself while searching. Z's person finding wave activated. I shine here does not have. I want to use the light wave scanner to scan again, the slime doubted. Search for so long did not find. Could it be during his escape time already eaten by the mastermind? Suddenly in the hall corner, Chen Zhou found a strong man grabbing a child, lifting him high. That person roared, Stinky brat, bumped into people, do not know to apologize. Chen Zhou immediately rushed up, kicking him flying with 1 foot. He shouted, Let go of that little ghost. That person fell on the ground, looking up blankly. Chen Zhou, why can I see you everywhere? Chen Zhou asked back, surprised. You know me? Are you my fan? Suddenly he vaguely recognized the acquaintance, pointing at that person's face, confirming, Wait, you are the Heavenly Demon Cult's bad egg. That guy full of fat, just have not seen for a few days. You started eating children, the slime whispered in his ear. He is the one possessing Heavenly Demon Cult divine power. I remember he seems called Feng something. Feng Bao listened, roaring to correct, Is muscle, that is muscle. He stood up, cracking finger joints, saying gloomily, Who wanted to eat him? I hate this kind of skinny little chicken most. This little ghost rampaging in the venue. I beat him up is also very reasonable, right? Chen Zhou pointed at the place the little ghost stood just now, loudly accusing. You talk nonsense, you just want to eat him. He told me everything, right little ghost? But when he turned back there was already no one there. Chen Zhou shouted, Where is the person? Ah, that annoying little ghost ran away again, the slime reminded. Do not talk nonsense, continue to chase. Feng Bao turned to leave, waving his hand. I have no time to play with you, crazy guy. Chen Zhou hurriedly chased up, blocking the road. Hey, not allowed to go, monster-eating children. Feng Bao stared, warning, Want to die early? I can fulfill you. The 2 instantly wrestled fiercely together. Chen Zhou fought while shouting, Dong Dong Yao wants to catch you to see the official die bad egg-eating children. Suddenly a gentle voice sounded, blocking. These 2 friends' anger is too big. A monk walked out from somewhere unknown, gently exerting force to separate the 2. That master smiled, saying, The competition has not started. Please cool down. Chen Zhou asked the slime in a low voice, Who is this uncle? The slime speculated, Is this person a magic treasure-style cultivator? Truly rare. Ah, that cultivator smiled kindly. Hands clasped together, introducing, I am just a loose cultivator. Surname Zhou, name Yang Yan. Chen Zhou doubted, Little sticky sticks were truly a strange name. The cultivator laughed loudly. This little friend is really humorous. Feng Bao also stood up, he turned his head to leave, raising his hand, warning. Chen Zhou, want to fight? Then we see on the arena at that time, settle new and old accounts together. Chen Zhou hit back confidently. You are finished. Meanwhile, Ming Yue and Lu Benchong also came back. Ming Yue asked Big Zhou what happened. What happened? Lu Benchong looked at the dispersing crowd doubtfully. You silly boy, fought with people. Why so many people watching? Chen Zhou hurriedly complained. Just now Dong Dong Yao almost caught that little ghost. I'll blame that full of muscle man for ruining the good deed. If not for little Sticky crying to beg me today, I definitely would beat him to look for teeth all over the floor. Ming Yue asked back suspiciously. Who is the full of muscle man? Is it that thing the little ghost mentioned? That cultivator listened, finished, also scratching his head with a blank face, crying. Who cried? Me. Chen Zhou continued to talk nonstop about his story, although he did not know why. Dong Dong Yao felt strange, as if he was no longer himself. The slime sighed. Rest assured, as long as he does not give up, you will meet again sooner or later. Ming Yue frowned. So that little ghost has disappeared without a trace again? HMPH, truly troublesome. Where on earth did it run to? In another place, in a silent corridor, that little ghost was running desperately, crying and shouting while running. Where is my friend? I cannot find my friend. It stopped, looking around in panic. Did anyone see my friend? Suddenly a pair of withered hands reached out from the darkness and grabbed the little ghost. It let out a shrill scream. Facing that creature, the little ghost stuttered in terror. Are you the thing that ate my friend? Immediately after, the little ghost cried out in extreme fear. No, do not eat me, do not eat me. But the desperate cry for help was quickly swallowed, and the cold wall only reflected the shadow of the little ghost being devoured, which then vanished. Early the next morning, the bustling crowd poured into the competition venue. A cheerful voice rang out over the broadcast, requiring all contestants to collect number plates from the staff and gather in the arena. The audience in the stands cheered excitedly. Awesome, the competition is finally about to start. Chen Zhou walked with big strides, his imposing manner like a rainbow, fighting spirit high. Dong Dong Yao declared. Today I'm going to kill you all cleanly, not leaving even a pair of pants, the slime reminded. It is, leave not a fragment of armor. You do not want to help that little ghost anymore. Why run here to participate in the competition? What exactly do you want to do? The host walked onto the stage and spoke into the microphone, asking all contestants to gather in the venue. Next, the program will be hosted by me. I am Nicole, the beautiful hostess. And now I will begin reading the competition rule. Let me explain the rules of this year's Cultivators Pinnacle Grand Competition to everyone. Given the large number of applicants this time, all contestants will be divided into 8 groups A to H for a battle royale in the ring. There is no time limit. Contestants who go out of bounds or lose combat capability will be eliminated, she continued. Ultimately, only one person from each group can advance to the next round, becoming the top 8 contestants of Cultivators Pinnacle. Participating in the subsequent quarterfinals, these advancing contestants will draw lots for one-on-one ring matches, and the winners will enter the next round, finally determining the champion of this year's Cultivators Pinnacle, which is the King of Cultivators, the host announced with a resonant voice. Next, I announce that the second Cultivators Pinnacle Martial Arts Tournament has officially begun. Please ask the contestants of Group A to go to my ring to draw their entry numbers. Contestants of other groups, please do not walk away. We will send reporters to interview everyone before the match. The cheerleaders and audience cheered enthusiastically. Oh ho ho, Nicole, Nicole. Chen Zhou stood below the stage and also shouted encouragement for himself. Woohoo, Chen Zhou, Chen Zhou. The hostess's voice echoed in the waiting hall. So reporters, please enter the venue in an orderly manner. Feng Bao, standing nearby, heard this and tidied his hairstyle. Thinking with full confidence, reporters, they must be here to interview me. After all, I am the only cultivator here, both handsome and powerful. But this group of reporters rushed past Feng Bao like a gust of wind, shouting, "Exclusive, I want an exclusive. My camera is already thirsty. Come quickly and accept my professional scrutiny." They pushed and shoved. "Hurry up, he is over there. Do not fight with me, I want to be the first." Seeing this, Feng Bao roared in anger. "Hey, what is wrong with you people?" A large group of reporters surrounded Chen Zhou, scrambling to ask questions. "You are Hero Chen who saved Nanyang City not long ago, right? Heard you also resolved the living dead crisis in Jinnei City. What gave you such a strong sense of justice?" Just as Mingyue next to him felt awkward, Chen Zhou cleared his throat and answered proudly, "For revenge, I know as a planet warrior." At this time, Mingyue's side was also surrounded by rapid-fire questions. "Is the one beside you the legendary Ghost King? Heard you two just got married. Did you specifically form a husband and wife team to compete this time? How is your marital relationship? Have you ever quarreled? Is life harmonious after marriage? When do you plan to have children? Does reproductive isolation exist between humans and ghosts?" The slime shook its head with a face full of helplessness. Gossip is truly carved into everyone's DNA. Just then, Li Kei popped out from somewhere and smoothed things over for the two. "The interview ends here. I also hope the reporters will go interview our other contestants in this area. Thank you all for your cooperation." Dissatisfied voices came from the crowd. "What is this? I have not asked the question I wanted to ask most yet. Exclusive, my exclusive." Li Kei turned his head and said to Chen Zhou, "Hero Chen surely has not experienced this kind of scene, right? This is a large-scale competition, so everyone wants to win. You two do not take offense. I specially came to wish you two to stand out in the upcoming preliminary selection and advance smoothly." Suddenly, a powerful large hand tightly grabbed Li Kei's shoulder. "Li Kei, you brat, you," Li Kei stammered, calling out, "Senior. Senior Lu Benchong said seriously, "Finally caught you. I ask you, did you know long ago that there was something weird about this place?" Li Kei hurriedly denied. "I do not know anything weird. I have never heard of it," Mingyue pursued. "Is that so? Yesterday, you even said if we heard strange noises at night to ignore them. Why change your tune now?" Chen Zhou also interjected. "Oh right. A child was eaten and even dipped in chili sauce and vinegar, smelling very fragrant," Li Kei still stubbornly denied. "Which child? I do not know." Lu Benchong stroked his chin, thinking, looks like if I do not use some extreme measures, this kid will not speak. Suddenly he fell to his knees with a thud, tears falling like rain, crying heart-wrenchingly. "Boo-hoo, that child was the grandson of the third nephew of the sixth aunt of my neighbor auntie. That child was finished at only 3 years old, managed to cultivate into a little ghost with great difficulty. Originally I wanted to bring it to Cultivator's Pinnacle to gain some experience, did not expect now it is gone. Such a big child, how could it just disappear?" The slime was speechless. "If you want to lie, at least make up a closer relationship." Lu Benchong banged his head on the ground, crying while complaining. "I feel very guilty. The neighbor auntie's third nephew only had this one single seedling ghost and I actually failed to watch over it. Do you know that the ghost you fear is exactly the loved one others think of day and night?" Chen Zhou was very moved after listening. "So old Smoke Ghost is this miserable," the slime scolded softly. "Only you would believe this here, fool." Li Kei, however, believed it deeply. He took off his glasses, rubbed his moist eyes and said with a sobbing tone, Sorry, did not expect that little ghost was your relative. Since it is like this, I'll tell the truth. That little ghost wasn't the only victim here. Every few days a ghost creature goes missing. Rumors say they were eaten by something, but I do not know what exactly." The slime turned to curse Li Kei. "You idiot, you believe this too?" Lu Benchong immediately changed his attitude, saying seriously, "What? I thought only 6. Now it has become 8. No, this matter is more serious than I imagined. I must request instructions from superiors to conduct a thorough investigation of the entire building." Finishing speaking, he took out his phone, preparing to dial. Seeing this, Li Kei blocked him in panic. No way, if the superiors know, the competition definitely cannot be held. Everyone prepared for half a year for this program. It absolutely cannot be ruined in my hands. Lu Benchong resolutely grabbed Li Kei's collar. No, this concerns many lives, I must report it, Li Kei thought to himself. Once the scandal here is exposed, Cultivator's pinnacle will definitely be suspended. No, must think of a way. Catching a glimpse of Chen Zhou, Li Kei birthed a plan. He rushed over, hugging Chen Zhou's thigh, crying and begging, Hero Chen, begging you to help me persuade Senior Lu. Think about it. If the competition is paused, how will your heroic deeds be spread? How to let the broad masses know? Do not you want to become the king of cultivators? As long as the competition can proceed smoothly, are you still afraid you will not get this title? At that time, relying on our program's ratings, let alone the whole Janae, even the entire universe, the entire Milky Way will know your great name, Hero Chen. Chen Zhou was shocked to the extreme. The Milky Way? Then would not I be able to successfully connect to planet headquarters? The slime looked at Li Kei with interest. Did not expect this kid is also a master of selling pipe dreams. Chen Zhou immediately announced loudly, this program must be held, Li Kei answered, overjoyed. Thank you, Hero Chen. Since you have said so, I, Li Kei, promise to make this show a complete success. Lu Benchong scolded. You blockhead, a situation is so serious now. If we do not try to catch the mastermind behind the scenes, someone else will definitely suffer later. Hearing this, Li Kei proposed seriously, how about this, each takes a step back. I can let you investigate secretly, and I can also provide unknown inside information. But the premise is this matter cannot alarm others, the show must proceed smoothly. What does everyone think? Lu Benchong thought for a moment. There were many people and mixed eyes at the scene. Forcibly locking down would definitely alert the enemy. If it can be exchanged for valuable clues, investigating secretly first is not impossible. Having thought this through, he said, okay, I agree. Speak, what is the inside information? Li Kei whispered. There is a contestant named Zhu Lan, who witnessed the scene of the first ghost creature being eaten not long ago with her own eyes. No one else knows about this matter yet. Lu Benchong turned around, speaking loudly. Why say such an important thing only now? Go, let us go find her to ask clearly. Chen Zhou cheered excitedly. Planet warrior Dong Dong Yao is about to become famous in the world, fighting for the glory of the planet. Li Kei hurriedly blocked. Wait a minute, Ghost King, your highness, you cannot go. Mingyue glanced at him coldly. You dare stop this, king? Li Kei shrank his neck, answering, no, it is because the martial arts competition must proceed as usual. It is time for you to go on stage. After the others left, the beautiful hostess Nicole's cheerful voice sounded through the broadcast. Announcement, Group A's first round of preliminary selection officially begins. Countdown 3, 2, 1, start. While Group A contestants fell into a chaotic battle, Lu Bencheng's group had already found the real contestant Zhu Lan in the lounge. Being disturbed, she appeared very impatient. Lu Benchong asked seriously, Contestant Zhu Lan, I am from the Soul Suppression Division. We are investigating a case of murdered ghost creatures. Heard you are a witness. Hope you cooperate to answer a few questions. Chen Zhou stood aside, eyes staring dead at the meat in her hand, drooling, asking an ignorant question. Young lady, how old are you? That piece of meat, glug, is it tasty? The slime angrily knocked on his head. Shut up, do not cause trouble. The corners of Zhu Lan's mouth rose, revealing a sneer of disdain. What does the Soul Suppression Division want with me? Could it be that participating in a competition now requires being interrogated like a criminal? Lu Benchong explained patiently. Ghost creatures were killed in the venue. We need to collect information. She waved her hand, answering casually. TCH, just a ghost creature. Is it worth making such a fuss? Lu Benchong frowned, saying seriously, ghosts also have good and bad. Their lives are also worthy of respect. You are an insider. Please cooperate seriously. Zhu Lan sneered. Truly making a mountain out of a molehill. I just smelled a bit of strange scent. Cannot count as a witness. Only know those monsters became part of the murderer's power. Can be considered dying with some value. Lu Benchong was greatly shocked, blurting out, become a part? What do you mean? Zhu Lan sneered meaningfully. Just the literal meaning. The murderer's method is devouring ghost creatures to enhance power. Lu Benchong murmured in horror. What, ghost-devouring art? Is not that a forbidden art? The slime was equally surprised. So that is it. Ghost-devouring art is an evil art of devouring ghost souls to cultivate. Did not expect there are still people daring to use this kind of vicious spell in this era. Chen Zhou's eyes lit up after listening, turning his head curiously to ask the slime, can ghosts be eaten too? Are they as tasty as chicken? Lu Benchong began to deduce. The ghost-devouring art is very evil and rarely known. Looks like we just need to investigate which contestant knows this kind of spell to lock onto the murderer. Suddenly, Zhu Lan stood up, aura exploding. That might not be rarely no. She suddenly unleashed power, the monster tattoo on her body emerging clearly. Emitting a suffocating, baleful aura, Zhu Lan said coldly, Little woman dares not hide. Coincidentally, I am also one of the people who know that spell, which is the kind of person both evil and rare in your mouths. Lu Benchong was completely shocked, taking a step back to assume a defensive posture. Are you that person devouring monsters? Zhu Lan smiled contemptuously. I have not reached that hungry stage, not letting off even that kind of trash ghost creature. The slime hurriedly spoke up to ease the tense atmosphere. Do not be impulsive, her aura is still very pure, unlike the murderer causing slaughter recently. She is not the murderer. Chen Zhou, seeing Lu Benchong still fuming, asked, "Hey old smoke ghost, why did you suddenly get angry? Fighting is not good." Oh, Lu Benchong turned his head to say to Chen Zhou through gritted teeth, "Do not stop me. Did not you understand her meaning? She is saying ghost creatures are all trash." Chen Zhou froze upon hearing these words. The figures of those ghost friends floating in his mind, ghost creatures are all trash. Instantly he rushed in front of Zulan, roaring, "Shut up, nonsense, they are not trash. Fight me if you have the ability." Lu Benchong was panic-stricken, hurriedly rushing over to hug Chen Zhou tightly. "You idiot, calm down, you'll kill her if you strike." Zulan screamed angrily, "Who are you? Are you sick?" Chen Zhou struggled desperately, fighting back ferociously. Dong Dong Yao does not allow you to look down on them. Zulan felt she could not communicate with this group of people, so she turned to leave, leaving a sentence before going, "That is all I know. The murderer is not me." "Sorry, I have no time to talk nonsense with lunatics." Chen Zhou was still roaring. "Do not go, I have not finished asking yet." Just then, noisy cries for help came from the other side of the corridor. "Someone help, quick, send them to the infirmary, quick." Medical personnel carried stretchers running past in a hurry. Lying on them were contestants covered in wounds. Lu Benchong wondered, "What's going on? Why did so many injured people suddenly appear?" Chen Zhou turned to ask Zhou Yangyan, "Are you helping here too?" "Hey little sticky, what happened? Who beat these people?" Zhou Yangyan wiped his sweat, answering helplessly, "A little friend Chen Zhou, it is truly unbelievable. That person defeated all opponents in the same group with a storm-like offensive and seems to have absorbed their spiritual power, becoming the first person to advance." The slime smiled smugly after listening. "Tantai Mingyue, it is the Ghost King making a move again. These people are unlucky enough." Lu Benchong looked at his watch in astonishment. "So fast, the competition has not even been going for 20 minutes. Chen Zhou panicked upon hearing this, muttering to himself, "Bad news, cannot let wife steal Dong Dong Yao's limelight. Dong Dong Yao must hurry up and become the king of cultivators." Finishing speaking, he took to his heels and ran. The slime chased while shouting, "Hey, where are you going? Your match has not started yet." The martial arts ring. Li Kei was looking awkwardly at Mingyue. "Aya Ghost King, your highness, you finished too quickly. This kind of match with huge disparity in strength has no watchability. The audience will not like it." Mingyue answered indifferently. "Then what does that have to do with this king?" Chen Zhou ran over, grabbing Li Kei out of breath. "Little Li, hurry up. Dong Dong Yao wants to compete too." Where's Dong Dong Yao's opponent? Li Kei looked blank. "Hero Chen, according to the rules, your match is not today." Chen Zhou roared, "What ghost rule? I do not care. Dong Dong Yao is a universe-level hero I want to fight too." Just then, the hostess Nicole leaned into Li Kei's ear and whispered, "Director Li, Group A finished really too fast, lacking explosive points. How about considering adding an extra match to salvage the ratings?" Li Kei suddenly realized, eyes lighting up. "Correct, makes sense. Hero Chen has a reputation out there. Adding a match will definitely boost the heat." He hurriedly ordered the staff to prepare, then turned to Chen Zhou, lying through his teeth, face not changing color. "Hero Chen came just at the right time, I remembered wrong. Your match is about to start immediately." Chen Zhou was overjoyed. "Really? That is great." Dong Dong Yao has long been unable to hold back. He walked onto the ring shouting, "I want to fight the strongest and I want to fight 10, must be stronger than my wife." The corners of Li Kei's mouth rose, thinking secretly, "Rest assured, for the ratings I will definitely arrange some interesting opponents for you." The hostess's voice was impassioned. "Sorry to keep everyone waiting. Due to special circumstances, today we will add a match for Group F. In this group there is a special contestant. He is the hero who saved Jun'ei and Nanyang many times. Chen Zhou, Hero Chen." The cheers below the stage shook the sky. "Hero Chen, Hero Chen." Chen Zhou stood on the stage waving and smiling without proper form. "Ho ho, did everyone not eat? Dong Dong Yao cannot hear anything. Louder, worship me a bit more." The slime stood aside, covering its face. "Enough of you," the host shouted. "The match officially begins." Chen Zhou was still immersed in the fantasy of victory. "Dong Dong Yao wants to win this match 10 times faster than wife. I want to solve all in one move." Suddenly an opponent rushed up, punching straight at Chen Zhou's face, shouting, "Cannot care about that much. I want to strike first to gain the upper hand." Bang! Chen Zhou took a solid punch, falling backward on the ground. The hostess exclaimed, "What? Hero Chen was knocked down right at the start?" The slime covered its face helplessly. "Do not just focus on posing. Hurry up and protect your face." Chen Zhou crawled up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, forcibly saving face. "Damn it, Dong Dong Yao was careless. It was just a foot slip." The hostess hurriedly smoothed things over. Hero Chen stood up. He signaled it was a foot slip. Worthy of Hero Chen, actually able to take a ghost creature's attack hard with his face. The slime roasted. "Hostess, do you think about what you are saying?" Opponent Xiao Xiaojia launched an attack again. The slime shouted a warning. Chen Zhou dodged quickly. Chen Zhou rubbed his head, looking unhappy. "Damn it, why is his fist?" Bang! Took another punch on the head, but strangely this time Xiao Xiaojia was knocked flying by the recoil force, falling out of the ring. The hostess cheered. Xiao Xiaojia fell off the ring, worthy of Hero Chen, actually able to defeat the opponent so effortlessly. Chen Zhou stood up, aggressive. "Who said I am a hero? This kind of opponent simply cannot enter my eyes." He started running wildly around the arena, kicking, flying anyone he saw. Not long after, only a few people remained on stage. Suddenly, a purple magic circle appeared in the center of the ring. Chen Zhou marveled, "This old man is too cool." An old man riding a huge turtle appeared. the hostess introduced. This is the legendary cultivator, Master Gui. He is facing dozens of contestants, but all attacks are easily neutralized by his ghost messenger Ali. Master Gui stroked his beard, saying complacently, "This old man has drunk more milk than you guys have drunk water." Ali finished them. Ghost messenger Ali immediately rushed out, instantly defeating a large patch of opponents. Seeing the old man steal the limelight, Chen Zhou could not keep his face. Cracking his knuckles loudly, "This stinky old man wants to snatch the limelight from Dong Dong Yao. Watch me twist this old bastard's head off." He walked aggressively toward Master Gui. "Hey, that stinky old man, do you dare to duel with Dong Dong Yao?" Master Gui jumped off the turtle's back, responding, "Since you delivered yourself to the door, then this old man will." Before finishing speaking, he suddenly slipped, falling flat on his face. "Aiya," Chen Zhou froze, just wanting to reach out to help. Really falling, Dong Dong Yao will not take advantage of others' peril. "Stand up and fight," the slime hurriedly warned. "That old man is bluffing you." "Careful." Sure enough, Master Gui flipped up, sneering. "Fell for it, looks like you little brat are still too tender." Suddenly, Ali popped out from somewhere, a flying kick landing ruthlessly on Chen Zhou's face. He was kicked flying far away, lying on the ground motionless. The hostess was panic-stricken. Is Hero Chen beaten down? Li Ke below the stage also dared not believe his eyes. Really beaten down? The slime and the crazed ghost messenger Ali bushed toward Chen Zhou. Ali roared, "Despicable villain, go to hell." The hostess immediately intervened. "Stop. Observing contestants must not disrupt the competition order." Chen Zhou sat up in a sorry state, tears and snot flowing, crying and complaining, fell twice. Dong Dong Yao lost composure. "Wow, too shameful." The slime breathed a sigh of relief. "So it is fear of losing face." Master Gui saw Chen Zhou could still stand up, greatly surprised. "Actually fine after taking Ali's full-strength blow. Looks like this old man has to re-evaluate your strength. This time this old man will not show mercy." Just as both sides prepared to engage, Li Ke suddenly rushed onto the stage to call a stop. Match paused. Halftime break. He pulled Master Gui to the corner, whispering, requiring him to act and lose to Chen Zhou. To salvage the program ratings, Master Gui reluctantly agreed. Match continued. Chen Zhou rushed over with imposing manner like a rainbow. "Old man, you angered a planet warrior." Master Gui pretended to trip, smashing his face on the ground himself, screaming miserably. "Aiya, the shockwave is too strong." Chen Zhou froze on the spot, face full of grievance. "I have not touched you yet." Master Gui, seeing the acting was too fake, changed tactics, using teleportation to get behind Chen Zhou. Just then, the slime charged Chen Zhou. He unleashed a big move, Airlink. Boom, a powerful airflow sprayed out from behind Chen Zhou, lifting Master Gui flying far away, fainting on the spot. The hostess announced, "Master Gui is eliminated." Li Ke took the opportunity to activate the lightning ball system, helping Chen Zhou knock down all remaining opponents on stage. Chen Zhou cheered excitedly. 100,000 volts attack. Dong Dong Yao is the strongest, finally. Amidst the audience's slightly fake cheers, Chen Zhou became the winner of Group F. He was busy signing autographs for fans. Suddenly a loud bang, boom, smoke and dust rolling. In the smoke, Master Gui's ghost messenger Ali was lying on the ground, struggling in pain, emitting shrill cries for help. Standing before her was Feng Bao with a face full of murderous spirit. Chen Zhou recognized the acquaintance, blurting out, "Muscle man, you did it." He pointed at Feng Bao, questioning, "Why did you hit her?" Feng Bao stepped on Ali, saying coldly, "Does hitting a ghost need a reason?" Suddenly Zulan appeared, wanting to snatch Ali to eat. Feng Bao and Zulan fought fiercely, scaring the crowd into scattering. Amidst the chaos, Ali suddenly screamed in pain. Could it be she is starting to mutate? Densely packed red patterns emerged. She choked her own neck in despair. "Ali is trash. Death is not to be regretted." Then she committed suicide in front of Lu Benchong, who just arrived. Still too late? Lu Benchong grabbed Feng Bao and Zulan, interrogating who was the murderer killing Ali. Both denied flatly. Suddenly Tantai Mingyue appeared, carrying the dying Master Gui. "This king picked him up on the way here." Chen Zhou tremblingly pointed at his wife. "Wife, could it be you are the culprit? Did you catch a monster to hatch magic eggs?" Mingyue flew into a rage out of humiliation, using magic to ruthlessly teach the nonsense-spouting Chen Zhou and slime a lesson. At this time, everyone concentrated on treating Master Gui. Feng Bao acted very concerned aside, attracting Chen Zhou's suspicion. "Are you also a relative of his? Or are you also from the heavenly demon cult?" Chen Zhou's unintentional words made Lu Benchong pale with fright. "What? Heavenly demon cult? Why did not you say such an important thing earlier?" Feng Bao, seeing his identity exposed, attempted to escape but was blocked by Lu Benchong and Chen Zhou. Chen Zhou suddenly spoke up to defend Feng Bao. "Wait, the murderer is not him. This is a planet warrior's intuition." In the tussle, Chen Zhou accidentally knocked Feng Bao and Lu Benchong's heads together, making a thud sound. Lu Benchong saw stars. Feng Bao muttered to himself. Saw stars. Finally, Lu Benchong decided not to arrest Feng Bao temporarily to avoid alerting the enemy, but required him and Zhu Lan to be within monitoring range. The kind-hearted Master Zhou Yangyan gave everyone a safety talisman. In the ward, Master Gui woke up to recount the attacker. "That guy stuffed a long and hard cylinder into my mouth. That feeling was like a rolled-up script." Based on the clue, all suspicion pointed to Director Li Ke. Lu Benchong decided to ask Mingyue for help, to ferret out the real culprit hiding in the venue.